the proof for the flat.
Dude, it's so easy to argue for flat Earth because I can just like reject any evidence and say that I wasn't there to witness it. Like Tim, argue for flat Earth with me right now. Like argue against it.
Okay, what's your explanation for what we call gravity? Like, why do you think so?
I don't know, man. I don't know. I can't make assumptions. Ask me a different question. Go watch.
So what's the real reason? Since you can't make assumptions, what's the actual reason? Since flat earthers don't know.
No one knows the real
when
reason.
something is massive, it creates its own gravitational pull. Isn't that cool? I know you don't care, and you'll never believe.
Hold on, don't say pull, don't say pull, because then they're gonna be like, okay, well, what is it?
Push. It's gravitational push. My bad.
Is it the curvature of space time, or is it a pulling force?
Yeah, which is it?
A push. My bad, bro.
Oh, so it's not mass doesn't attract mass, so you're going to cancel that one out.
Yes.
So you don't even know. You're just in here to tell us you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
So what if you
I don't want to
like
listen to you.
gravity?
You've already gone through this with someone else. My bad. I made a mistake. My bad, sir.
What if you went into like negative gravity? Would it then be pull?
Yeah, it would. It would be pulling you away. Yeah, it would be pulling you away. True.
Yeah, but what's pulling you away?
Anti-gravity.
Yeah, but what is creating that anti-gravity?
My balls. Oh, we're actually just so much better.
Oh.
No.
I have a nice explanation.
It's. Yeah, go ahead. I know. He's asking you. I don't know why I'm answering for you.
I was kind of asking Flat GPT, but you know.
Oh, go ahead.
Hey, Flat.
Oh, he left. He left, by the way.
No, he's still here. He's just muted.
Oopsie ass bitch.
Is he? Where is he?
Yeah.
He's a
Oh, no,
pussy.
he is. Oh, sorry. He's also flat.
You can't handle my goodness and smartness.
Can you not be?
He's typing in the chat.
You stop being retarded, aren't I?
Hey, Flat.
Bro, Ben, like, you're the, like, actual kind to just chirp up and say some retarded shit. Like, randomly.
Like you just did.
No, sir.
I'll just wait till Flat gets back.
Isn't it an interesting phenomenon to witness that every time when a global starter speak, it all diverts into some childish talk?
You don't think you've been childish
Or
at
is
all?
it how people act differently in society?
No, I haven't been childish at all. Because I actually
okay, I feel like you guys have been like, maybe not you, but like everyone else has like been like making fun of like globers and stuff. I feel like you guys engage in the same sort of behavior.
Well, you think we're making fun of you, but it's actually the truth, man.
Well,
yeah, well, what we're saying is actually the truth. Like, what's the point of saying that?
No, the truth is you think you live on a spinning web into the space, but even though you have no evidence.
Bro, you've said that like 20 times tonight. Can you like make an acronym for it or something? It's like really pissing me off.
I know it's pissing you off because it's the truth.
That's nice,
the truth.
Clay, can I ask you something?
The very reason why you guys are here is because deep down inside of you, you know that you fundamentally.
Deep down, I just like making fun of you.
Listen, let me finish. Let me finish. Shush, man. Let me finish, okay? Don't do this with me.
Let him finish.
Bro, I know what you're gonna say. Like, there's no.
Yeah, you know what I'm gonna say because it's the truth again. See, that's why I'm saying it's the truth because it hurts you. You can't even let me finish to hear it because you know it's true. The very reason why you're here is because you're insecure about what you actually believe, and you know it's not true. And the only reason why you're here, you need to cope for your belief. And I would never ever go in any globe debate, Shannon, because I already know they have no clue. They're absolutely wrong. So the only reason why you're here is because you actually don't know what you believe. So just be truthful to yourself, man. It's way easier to live that way.
Can I say something? I'm just gonna fucking say it. You said earlier that all we do is engage in like childish behaviors, like globers. But I feel as though like you guys also do it on your side. But when I say that, your justification for that is that you believe that it is the truth. But like from our point of view, if you're able to have like empathy, you'll see that from our point of view, that it's the truth, right? So it's kind of like like there's no real point saying that sort of thing. That's my whole spiel. There you go.
Well, I have no clue what you're talking about. Anyways, if some proof was
Thank you, sir. Yeah, next, go ahead.
why are you here, man? That's the question. Why are you here? If
Just
you're so
listen.
secure that the Earth is a spinning ball, why are you here? Or just to
I
listen?
think it's fun to listen to these sort of things and also interact.
Okay.
That's a good enough reason.
That's why most of us are here.
Yeah.
Most people are here to either relay information or try to get
So you don't.
informed.
Okay, since you can only listen, right? You don't really
No.
know what the Earth is, right? Okay.
I didn't
so
say I
then
can only
bring
listen.
something-
I said also interact. If you're able to listen,
okay.
if you open your ears,
Alright.
okay, listening ears
Okay.
when I speak.
If you're able to
sir.
interact, which can mean many things, how about you bring forth some
Oh.
evidence for spinning wobbling to the spaceport?
What's that got to do with me being able to interact? I've been doing it constantly.
Well, this is the
Well, not
topic.
constantly. I've been doing it like a few
when I-
times. So I
when
feel
I
like you
go
shouldn't.
down-
You can't really call me out on that.
When I go down into the Israel war this year, for example, I would be
Mhm.
needed to be able to interact regarding the topic. So right now, I'm giving you the opportunity to interact regarding the very topic we are all here, which is the 24/7 Flat Earth channel, which means when I ask you the question, what is your best evidence for spinning wobbling to the space by flying from an expanding world of darkness, you're going to provide the evidence.
Why do I
in order
need to
make
do
you
that?
able
Because
to
I've already.
interact.
Because like I don't
Because you need
think
to
you.
interact.
Because hold on. I have interacted already, past tense. I have been in here before. I have like talked with you guys before. So now I just like listening and interacting. Whenever I feel like it, I guess. So right now I don't actually need to voice my opinions. I guess.
I mean, I just wish someone would
Okay.
come in and say, like, listen, right. I wish someone could say, right, the Earth cannot be flat because of this. This proves the flat horizontal plane that we live on. It just debunks it. This
Yeah, but every
this
time we
fact.
try to give evidence to it, you guys are like, no, it can't be that, blah, 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 blah.
Well, I'm not going to have an argument with you, but I mean, I know sort of what you're saying. That so when you start mentioning Eratosthenes, for example, we'll explain that is
Sorry,
actually
what does
making
that
Earth.
word mean?
Sorry,
What does that word mean?
I'm saying
That's
I
a figure.
agree with. But what I'm saying is, as soon as you offer up any evidence, we know we know it's flawed, but you don't. You will not accept that you even when we point out where the flaw is and the presupposition. You can't. You won't admit that you can see it.
Right, but we can say the same about you guys.
No, I mean, so all right. I mean, let's not get into a battle about it. But so, what would your number one proof be that you live on a globe? I mean, if we'll just name. Don't have to go into the detail. What would it? Which example would it be?
Well, I mean, me personally, I don't have say. I don't like.
Sorry.
I've said times before in this channel that I don't have a specific way of saying whether it's flat or globe. I'm kind of like on an in between kind of area.
Right. All right. That's fair enough. But you're not sure where. You're not sure then.
I feel like Sherman, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like your point was that we both engage in behaviors, but the flat earther side is not willing to accept that they do that. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pretty much like whenever a glober says something, you guys shut it down. But whenever you guys say something, we try to shut it down, then you shut down.
Well, why
That
don't we
makes
try something new then? Why don't we, if there's any globers in, say something, you won't get shut down, speak until you've finished, and then say when you're finished, and then someone will reply. Try it.
I don't think there's many here that are willing to talk.
Well, I'm talking.
Yeah, but you're a flat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, I've already blown my load like earlier, so I don't know if I can do any more.
It's not the best way to phrase that.
It's the only way I could think of.
So what? Sorry, mate. Which one was that?
I guess they got nothing then.
Yeah, because I'm not willing to answer. That means I have absolutely no.
I mean,
idea.
I had one thing a while ago. It was a wee bit ago now. But like, you know how the whole gravity push thing, right? Yep. Everyone know that? Cool. Yep.
Yep.
So, well, it's probably not going to be really helpful in this. But like, what if it was like negative gravity? What is pulling you away from the Earth?
Nothing. That's your claim.
I don't believe
Wait,
that.
Well, then what would negative gravity be?
More of your claim.
They don't believe in gravity, Shenron.
wait,
So they
what's
wouldn't
negative
believe in a
gravity?
negative gravity. The opposite will be a opposing force.
An opposing force says and pulls you away from. Someone's like hot micing really bad.
We don't.
Person that's
We
like,
don't not believe in gravity. Yeah, we all witness the same occurrence. We can all see
You
the
don't
same
believe in
thing
our
occurring.
definition of gravity. I would say that's really what it is.
Well, we just don't.
What?
No, we don't believe in the bending and warping of space time as being
Yeah.
the cause of what we all witness.
Like for proof for them, Shenron would be like actually seeing this phenomenon happening like at their eyesight, like from their eyesight.
Right.
That's not really possible. Unless you get close to a black hole or some shit.
Which then you wouldn't be having a good time.
Yeah, so you just have to imagine it.
Well, that's what a majority of science is. It's just
Just imagination, is it?
Science.
That's what science is.
Theories,
Science is imagination.
Huh?
Yeah,
sorry,
this is starting to make a lot of sense.
theories, I should say.
No,
They are theories
science is
that we do
establishing a
experiments to
cause
try
and
to
effect
prove.
relationship. No, it's establishing a cause and effect relationship. And we're not just imagining something. There's actually a method that we need to follow.
Can I ask a question?
No,
Okay.
you can ask a question. Go ahead.
That's fine.
No, what was your fucking question, cunt?
Okay.
Come on,
I'll
say it.
revert back to my old question I said like an hour ago with someone new. AJ, are you there?
Yeah.
You believe in flat Earth, right?
The Earth is a stationary topographical plane.
Okay. How do you depict Earth? Like, do you have a map of Earth?
Oh my god.
Oh, I don't have a map of Earth, personally.
hey, you calling me childish when
And
you
like,
literally
we
just
went
laugh
through
at me
this
for
for like
asking a
half
question?
an hour to an hour.
I don't care. This is a new person. AJ, do you have like a map of what you call flat Earth? Where
Or a
depict your Earth?
depiction of.
I don't personally have a map.
I mean, I'm sure you can at least like look up a map of some sort.
So
Find out.
since Google Maps came out and you could just carry them in your pocket, I don't carry maps around anymore.
Okay,
You can't look
but-
something up real quick.
So the issue I'm
I think
having
what
right
he's trying
now
to
is
ask
if,
like,
if the
what
Earth
does your
is
depiction
if the
of
Earth
the
is
Earth
shut
look
up
like?
then. If
Fuck
the
you.
Earth is flat, where are like the countries placed in your idea? Is there an ice wall or is there water falling off? Or are we living in a dome? I'm not like understanding your depiction of Earth.
What you need to do, mate, is forget about the flat Earth, right? Because you don't believe in it. It doesn't exist. So what
Hey.
you believe in is that you believe on a globe. Now we need some Earth curve physical Earth geometry measurements of that because there's a fucking claim on the table.
Yeah,
So
but
stop-
what we're trying to do is we're trying to debunk your guys' ideas.
No, you're talking about flat Earth more than you're talking about the globe. Is what you're doing.
Yes, because
Wait,
the
It's
majority
a
of
flat Earth channel. We're asking questions on what you believe.
yeah, we're
in.
asking questions about the flat Earth to see, and we're trying to like either debunk or believe in what.
Okay, you
guys
can
believe.
debunk flat Earth by giving us the curve measurements of the globe.
Wait, he's just asking for your claim about the shape. What's the issue with that?
Yeah, like what
They
is your
don't
guys'
have the
depiction of what the
evidence.
Earth
They
looks
don't
like?
have any evidence. That's
They don't have-
their problem.
What's this? But who does?
No, let's not move too fast. So,
That-
I mean, obviously, there seems to be a conflicting view amongst fighters based upon, I guess, what an article looks like. Essentially, just a claim that either it's like some sort of wall or that it's like a waterfall of some sort. Some claim that there is this firmament or whatever. I don't know if that's like a universal
Well,
claim.
I would say first of all that we can't go there, so you know,
Why not?
a lot of it would be speculation. However, we do know that bodies of water need to be contained by something, and that's usually a shoreline. Yeah. So if we've got a lake,
Mhm.
there's a shoreline of the lake. Now, some of that lake might be rocky, it could be cliffy, it could be sandy, it could be beaches. The shoreline changes. So I would say that yes, water lies flat, large bodies of water at rest are flat and level,
Mhm.
and there needs to be a shoreline somewhere to contain that water.
Yes.
Wait, are you saying when you say you can't go down to Antarctica, are you saying in the physical sense, as in you don't have the resources to, or it's just like whatever reason it's impossible, I guess, for like any organization to visit on its Earth
Well,
or
a
to fucking
couple of
Antarctica?
reasons. Yeah, I would say that one, to meet the requirements and to have the resources for anybody to undertake an expedition across Antarctica. I don't think anyone here would have the resources to do that. And secondly,
Not
it
personally.
is
no.
factual, and you can look it up for yourself. There is an Antarctic treaty, and you can have a look at the requirements in that treaty to go and do that type of exploration, and it's near on impossible.
I mean,
on.
sure.
I'm,
Well, to be clear, or I don't know if this somebody wants to go.
No, you go.
Okay. All right. So to be clear, there have been people who've been sent down to Antarctica, usually for like, I guess, for like research, whatever, down there for like the wildlife. And something that I guess kind of makes me a little curious about like the flat Earth model is the fact that there exists the 24-hour sun during certain parts of the year, particularly during, I believe it's like the summer in the south hemisphere. Summer of the southern hemisphere, there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
So far, that's been debunked.
Yeah,
been
so
debunked?
as far as I'm aware, I think there's one or two videos circulating that have been debunked, and what we do see from there, from memory, actually, I won't go any further than that. I won't speak out of school. I can't remember.
Wait, who's debunked it?
Anybody who watches it.
Anybody who watches it. What does that mean?
Yeah,
You just
it's quite. I'll tell you if you shush. So, with regards to two videos that portray a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, those two videos that have been circulating for about 5-6 years have been debunked because of the repetitive nature of the 24 hours. So, for example, you'll see certain cloud patterns appear that are exactly the same as they were a few hours ago, blah, blah, blah. So, just a keen eye will show that this isn't a 24-hour.
Clouds give it away.
is there like a video that you can point out to me that this, I guess, reoccurring clouds?
So in
watch the
winter,
entire 24 hours.
so in winter, the sun doesn't actually rise above the horizon in Antarctica.
Oh shit!
I mean, yeah. I mean, that would be just the opposite of the 24-hour sun.
It rises, but not above the horizon. It doesn't.
Does anyone have like this video that's debunking the flat Earth?
Debunking the flat Earth.
Oh no!
The
Debunking the
Antarctica video
24-hour
that they're
sun.
talking about.
Yeah, no, it's going to take me a while to find it, mate. It's been years since I've seen it.
Yeah.
We just wait for Globers to post it so that we can just go, here you go, click, click.
Okay, buddy. I'm trying to figure out. There's like different
Why do we need
societies
to-
with. Okay.
Why do we need to go to the edge? Check out whether it's flat or not. Why can't we just look over large bodies of water? Why don't we have a look at how navigation is done? Why don't we have a look at how maps are created?
You're not
All
curious
of
at
these
all
things
at
can
what's
answer
the
these
edge?
questions very simply, yeah?
I posted a YouTube video of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My apologies.
You're not
Oh,
sorry
man.
about it. Next one is a ban for 2 days.
What? Okay, I'm gonna try and repeat my question. I can tell there's many different societies within Flat Earth. There's people who believe in an ice wall, a dome, are leading on forever, like countries with like I don't know. If I could get the picture, I'll show you, but I don't have image BAMs. I just
What
want to
you're
know, like,
basically discussing is the difference between an atheist or someone who doesn't believe the Bible and someone who does believe the Bible, because all flat
How
earthers
does
are
this always
basically going
come
to
back to
state that we
religion?
need some type of containment on the earth, yeah, to have gas pressure next to a vacuum. Now, someone who believes in the Bible, yes, is going to claim that that's the firmament because they believe the Bible. However, generally in this discussion in this room, we don't use the word firmament. We don't claim there's a firmament due to the fact that not everybody in here is a Christian, but we do know that gas pressure requires some type of containment.
Yeah, you can't argue with that.
Hey, Mr. What is it called? Duncan. Tell me one good reason why I should believe any of these 24-hour sun videos if I have at least 4 videos that prove that they have been completely manipulated and edited. Why should I now believe that there is somehow 1 or 2 that are actually showing the truth for 24-hour? Have you ever
You don't have to
lied to
believe
me
it.
once? Shame on you.
You don't
Lied
have-
to me twice. Shame on me.
I mean, debunk it.
You're moving away from the
Yeah, that's
Earth
what you can't
again,
do now.
aren't you guys? We're always moving away from the Earth geometry and that physical
Yeah.
Earth measurement.
Yeah, you're
You know,
right, man. You're absolutely
you
right.
always-
We should go back to the geometry. You're right. Sorry
So-
about that.
The 24-hour sun saga is presuming that we live on a ball. Now, how do we know we live on a ball? Who measured it? When was it measured? And what measuring equipment was used?
I'm pretty sure some guy got like a measuring tape out.
Nice troll,
and then
dude.
started a.
But
Well, I
some
mean, like,
got
the question is like, I feel like it's. I don't know, man. You don't know.
I was gonna. All right, so I've watched the video, and I'm not sure what your point is about the clouds. They look like
I
they
didn't
seem
post
to be a
this
similar
video.
structure, but it doesn't seem like they're the exact same clouds. And also
Dude,
something
I
that
didn't post
also
this
kind of
video. This isn't the video that I was referencing before you start waffling on. Of course, you're not going to see anything about clouds in this video because this isn't a video I was referencing. Also, I didn't post a video.
Oh, okay. All right. So something that I would like to address regarding, I don't know. I guess you can find the video somewhere, but I don't know. It doesn't have like the cloud thing that I guess you claim it does. Maybe you can like find whatever video that you're going to post. I don't know who posted this actually. Oh, some other guy. All right, so something that sticks out to me about this video, I guess, of it being real, is the shadows, right? They're spinning in a 360 direction around the pole. That's the video centered around.
So, how do you know the location that this video was taken from?
Because this doesn't happen anywhere else on the planet.
Yeah, but how do you know?
Other
it's-
than like
well,
the
it
pole,
does,
when
it does,
either the poles.
yeah. Yeah, so that's why AJ is asking, how do you know where it is? It could be 6 months earlier in the Arctic.
Okay.
So how do you know that that's where it is said to be?
I mean, do you have any reason to believe it's?
My friend, this isn't a tripwire, right? This isn't a gotcha or anything like that. This is just a question that everybody should ask when they're looking at things like this, right? It's not a tripwire, dude.
I mean, yes, the person posting it could be technically lying. They could be in the Arctic and not Antarctica.
Yeah,
but
actually, as
Wait, the reason why
as a person who's actually personally gone to Antarctica with the penguins myself, I can confirm this phenomenon's real.
When did you go?
I went 2 years ago to go chill with the penguins.
What month? What month?
What month? December.
Yeah. December.
Yeah.
You went to the Antarctic in December. Yeah, that makes sense.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on. I have an answer to
You
your
didn't know what
question actually
hemisphere he
about
was
how.
in for a quick second.
All right, so I've actually looked close at this video, and something that I realized is that at the North Pole, there's no land. It's a frozen ocean essentially. In this video here, it appeared to be like on land, and I assume, considering the fact that the sun wraps around like the photo, going by the shadows, I assume this is near the poles.
24-hour sun north of the 60th degree parallel. You can see it from Norway, Finland, Helsinki, northern reaches of Canada, Greenland, anywhere north of the Antarctic Circle. You don't have to be on the North Pole to see this.
So, is this like a flat Earth discussion? Like, do you now believe the Earth's not flat?
Oh, you're about to get muted.
Plenty of talks about lights in the sky. There's plenty of talks about lights in the sky, but not actual talk about the physical Earth curve measurement geometry to prove that we live on a globe.
Well, FE. So, can you explain? So, why was there like 24/7 day?
Pardon me?
Ridiculous.
Like, why was there sun for 24 hours?
Why was there sun for 24 hours?
Here, Jedi here. I got Jedi. I'm going to post a clip. This is at 1 minute and 24 seconds. This is a set of clouds, and the other one, the first one is from the end of the clip. The second one is from the beginning at 1 minute. Here you go. Tell me if there's any difference in these two sets of clouds. I just clipped that from the video. You guys have been duped.
Wait, hang on. So, considering the fact that someone could take a film and I guess be close to the North Pole, what do you think prevents people from just going to Antarctica under I guess supervision?
So your video was debunked just now, so we don't have to talk about 24-hour suns, and we don't even have to talk about Antarctica anymore.
Wait,
what? Timestamps in the screenshots that you
cut out the
took. plus-
timestamp.
Yeah.
Why is there
I mean,
no
I guess-
timestamp on the first picture?
Well, he
A,
doesn't
you
need
cut
it.
out the timestamps, and B, the video's only fucking, just over 4 minutes long or some shit?
Guys,
Or
the
not
Earth
even?
radius.
Wait, why would he?
between
Why would he show the
9,500
timestamps? That would be.
Watch the video yourself, guys. Just watch it yourself. God.
Oh, you can't. Let's go for the timestamps.
Why is it a 1 minute 24 video?
I can
Isn't it
actually
a
for the
24 hour?
timestamps. Yes, I can.
You just posted the same image. What both timestamps are you talking about?
So he posted 2 different images.
Can you just give us
Just
give us the timestamps of the 24-hour video there. We can see both of those clouds.
Also, why is this video only 1 minute 20 long?
I assume it's a time lapse because obviously niggas aren't just gonna sit down and watch a video that's 24 hours long.
Well,
hey,
that's
Yeah,
what you need. That's what you need for the proof. You can't just do a fucking time lapse.
Yeah. So
What's
FE.
wrong with the time lapse?
FE, would you? So let me get this straight. Is the claim here that if there was 24-hour sun, that it would debunk your flat Earth theory?
No. What the sun does is what the sun does. The
Okay, so then
surface
what's
of the surface of the Earth directly measured is what proves the Earth is flat. It's got fuck all to do with the
Okay.
sun.
Then why are we talking about the sun?
It's because people like to talk about these things. They think it is relevant.
Okay, so
I did
so
ask
why
earlier.
is there 20? So what's the reasoning behind there being 24-hour sunlight in some parts of what some call a globe, right, and not 24 hours in other parts of what some call the globe?
No one's denying a 24-hour sun or the land of the midnight sun in north of the polar circle in the Arctic. No one's denying that 24-hour sun.
Okay, but why? So where's
No worries.
Antarctica
Obviously,
in
I
this
wasn't going
flat
to
globe?
continue saying something. So halfway through my statement, please feel free to interrupt and ask a question. Go on. What's your question?
Yeah, where's Antarctica on this like flat plane?
No idea. It appears to be south.
Okay,
But where is
so
south?
why do they get so much sun and not in the north?
That's
Doesn't the
yet to
sun
be
rest?
confirmed, which you would have figured out if you'd let me finish what I was saying earlier. That is yet to be confirmed.
Okay, but if it was confirmed, then what would be the next following statement from you?
See, this is the thing about when making observations of the sun. We don't actually know what the sun is. So whatever the sun
What is it?
does, the sun does. But the Earth is measured to be flat.
This is too advanced for them. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, so what is the sun?
How would I know?
Figure it out.
How would
So
you?
you
Sorry.
just like wonder what the sun is?
How do you know what the sun is?
How do I know?
It's a
Because like we
big
have like
ball of fire.
astrologists who are like, yeah, like the sun is a star that like
Okay, so
our planets
you've
orbit.
got a narrative. You've got a narrative. You've got a narrative.
Hang on.
Yeah.
can't I
We have a
finish the
narrative
fucking
that's like
sentence with
driven
you
by
children?
like
What is
probes.
this? What is this? Why can't I finish the sentence with you kids? What's wrong? You've got a narrative, haven't you, to back up what you say the sun is. But you've got no first-hand knowledge of what the sun is. You can just do what I do and watch it from here. That's all you can do. That's all I can do. So if that's how I'm restricted, how would I know what the sun is?
When you say first-hand knowledge, do you mean like I
Yes.
physically have to go to the sun?
First-hand knowledge, yes, to know what it is.
Okay, so just to be clear, if my house were to be robbed, right, and I get a notification that like my solids have been tripped, and I look at my phone and I see a robber in my home, is that first-hand knowledge, or is that what hand knowledge would that be?
You're gonna have to repeat that again. Sorry, there's an airplane flying over.
My house was getting robbed, and we have like sensors all over and cameras because it's modern technology. If I look at my phone and I see like the sensors going off, and I see human beings like robbing my shit, do I have first-hand knowledge of my shit getting robbed, or what hand? If not, what hand is it?
Of course you do. Now let's do
Okay.
that with comparison to the sun. Have you ever been to the sun? You've been to your house before, haven't you?
No,
You've been
I've never
to
been
it.
to the sun.
No, you've never been to the sun. Can you just see the sun from here?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the sun is?
Yes.
How?
Because we can observe the sun with. We can observe the sun. We have the ability to also go into space.
We can observe.
Yeah, so we
Okay,
also
can
have the
observe.
capacity.
Okay, we're just doing a lot of observing at the moment. In a minute, I'm going to ask you to verify your observations. That's going to be a problem, being as you can't go there. You understand where this road's going to go? Whatever claim you now make, you're not going to be able to verify it. You are going to be able to repeat a story, but you're not going to be able to verify that story.
No, I'll be able to verify.
Will you? Will you be able to go to the sun?
I do not need to go to the sun to verify.
No, you don't need to go to the sun to verify it.
Yes, you're right.
After making observations, you don't need to verify your observations. You can
Again,
just declare
I
what
do
you
not
want
need to
based
go
on
to
your
the sun to verify that the sun is there and how it operates.
What's the distance to the sun?
So I can even give you an example, right, if you want. Like,
Yeah, if you
I do not.
less patronizing, that'd be awesome as well.
Yeah, so I do not need to physically go to the servers of Discord to know that they're working.
No, but some people have. to make them work.
You're right. So some
Yeah.
people literally have done the work for me,
So,
and then we can then use their
Has
scientific
anyone been
evidence.
to the sun?
Excuse me?
Has anyone been to the sun?
Like on the sun.
Has anyone been to the sun?
We've
It's a
sent
simple
probes.
question.
We've sent probes.
So this is all you got to do is answer honestly. No, but we've sent probes. Okay. Where's the sun?
The sun is within our solar system.
You're gonna have to define that. What is the sun and what medium is it in?
What do you mean? What do you mean by medium?
Medium. Like if I was to have a ball resting on water, the object would be the ball, and the medium would be the water it's on. So the object is the sun. What's the medium that the sun is in?
It's on yeah. So the sun is on the plane that is like being currently surrounded, and
it's on the plane.
Yeah, it's on a plane that's surrounded by our solar system.
You don't
like
understand what planets is. Is it in water?
And we are located in the Milky Way.
Is it in water? The sun? Because you're not following.
No, the sun is in space.
Okay, so what's space?
Space is exactly what I said. It is space.
Space or absence of thing?
Not necessarily.
So has things in it. So not space then.
No, it's still space.
Space doesn't have things in it.
No, space
he's
can't
not.
have things.
He's not. Okay, I don't think he's referring to space as in just like the absence of space. I think he's talking about the location of space, which is outside the atmosphere.
It's interesting because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking him very succinctly if he knows what the sun is. What is the medium that the sun is in? Is it in, like, for example, water? No, it's in a space, right?
No. It's in space,
No, it's
not
not
a
in a
space.
space.
In space.
It's in
Space
space.
is space is the physical universe beyond
Space
the
is
Earth.
the physical universe.
Yeah, beyond the Earth.
Physical
It's a
absence of anything.
It's a vacuum, mate. It's a vacuum.
That's a really weird accent.
Yeah, so when you go beyond the Earth,
let me get this straight.
Yeah.
Just so I have to speed up. It's
called a fucking vacuum.
Thank you. So you are trusting a story where they have sent probes into a vacuum from an open system to tell you what the sun is. Really?
So they've sent probes into a physical space outside the Earth's atmosphere.
I understand what you said, Jess. So you believe that they can send things from an open system into a vacuous space.
What do you mean by open system?
Yeah.
The Earth is an open system, isn't it? Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to.
Isn't it? What does that mean?
Open system is like where energy can escape and shit.
You mean like an atmosphere?
Oh my god! I'm talking to 5-year-olds.
Oh dear.
Oh
god! I have to where you like don't actually explain your
someone that doesn't know it. Oh god!
If they are going to space,
the problem
then
is
they have to have an open atmosphere. Things need to be able to traverse between the Earth and this so-called space that you're talking about.
mate.
Yeah,
Yes, mate.
That's it, mate. Too easy.
Yeah. So what's the problem, mate?
Well, it was easy for me, but I seem to have to really break it down and describe it for you guys, so I'm not sure.
Wait, is it really unbelievable that some people don't know the words that you're saying? Like they're just trying to get like clarification for it so they don't misunderstand your point.
Well,
are you guys like why are you guys being like stuck up cunts about this?
Oh, I'm not being a stuck-up cunt. I've got someone over here being a smart-ass, so he's just copping a bit of his own back, that's all, and now you're
no. He's like open system.
Mate.
Obviously, this guy is like, I don't really know what that is. Can you please explain that to me? Like, he's genuinely asking for clarification.
I could conceptualize what an open system is, but I don't like putting words in people's mouths. I like them describing their concepts.
He wants to know exactly, what your guys' points are, so that he can like get across his point better.
And
he doesn't want to attack something that you don't believe. Yeah, but
the other guy.
I understand you just did, but the other guy was like, "Oh, it's like I'm talking to 5-year-olds, like a stuck-up cunt." That's what stuck-up cunts do.
Too long.
Like, this is just like disgusting behavior.
Yeah, good. There are three types of system: isolated, closed, and open. With regards to thermodynamics and matter. So, with regards to an isolated system, no energy or matter can exchange. With regards to a closed system, matter can't escape, but energy can be exchanged. With regards to an open system, both energy and matter can be exchanged.
How hard was it to do that?
Well, quite hard because you lot were
And
just
instead of acting like a stuck-up cunt and being like, "Oh, it's like I'm talking to 5-year-olds," like you could have just done that instead. Just be like, "Hey, give me a minute. I'll get the
because you
actual
keep
like definition of
interrupting,
stuff."
not
Stop
because of your
whining,
knowledge
you little
base,
bitch.
not because of your knowledge
No,
base.
because you got
interrupting all the time. Not let me fucking finish. It's like talking
I
to a
felt
five-year-old.
like that guy was letting you finish, but okay, maybe not.
Okay, so I have a question. So, in the real world, right, and like, can something exhibit both an characteristics of both an open and closed system?
Is there another world that's not real, mate?
Yes.
Oh, where's that?
Okay, so when you ask me, right, whether it's when you ask me like the distinction of like, oh, well, why is it going from an open system to a closed system? Then what was the intent there? Or do you want to repeat your question?
Question was, do you believe that they sent a probe to the sun from a pressurized system in the vacuum of space? I believe that was the question.
Yeah, space is also a open system. So what's the issue?
Two problems. One, we're breathing gas pressure. The definition of gas pressure is the force that a gas exerts upon the walls of its container. If it's an open system, then the container's open to no container.
Wait,
And
are you
two,
saying space is a closed system?
no, at the moment, I'm trying to explain the problem within the narrative that you hold. Okay. So, do I need to start again?
They're typing away to
Second
each
problem.
other. They're not paying attention to shit.
Second problem.
Yeah, sorry.
High
There might
energy
be.
disperses into lower energy environments. Therefore, if the gas pressure, which is high energy, is uncontained from a low energy vacuous space, entropy will take effect, it will increase, and the gas will fill the space. So there's two problems with the Earth being an open system. It shouldn't exist.
The Earth is an open system for energy, not matter.
But then no rockets to the moon?
No, rockets can still leave it.
So that's matter.
I just no, like naturally, like that doesn't like I don't think
Naturally. When did you say that in your last fucking statement?
Oh, sorry, my apologies, sir.
Okay.
So we can get out like with rockets.
It's an open system. That means free exchange of energy. Doesn't matter how you can fucking get out. There's not a physical barrier stopping you.
So how does some matter?
Real
How
quick.
is some matter prevented? How is some matter prevented from leaving and some matter escapes? When the definition of gas pressure, gas pressing upon the walls of the container. What is this gas pressing on that's being prevented from leaving?
Gravity.
Gravity.
Right.
Magical non-force.
Here's my actual confusion in terms of what you're saying. So you're saying let me try to stillman. You're saying because the Earth has an atmosphere in which what? Or because the Earth has an atmosphere in which X happens, it is a closed system. What's the X?
No. What we're saying here is within the narrative of the Earth being an open system, then one, we wouldn't be able to have gas pressure, and two, the gas will fuck off.
Wait, are you under the impression that gas cannot escape the atmosphere?
The gas is the atmosphere. Atmosphere. Gas around the ball. So the gas then.
Okay, so
no
what do you mean?
Between atmosphere
what do
and
you
gas,
mean the
that's the
gas
same
would fuck
fucking
off?
thing.
Like, what does that mean?
It means it will go away. Entropy will increase.
Okay, when you say go away where?
Into the space.
Okay.
And
Why
So
would it
the
go into
gas
the space?
will leave
it
the Earth.
according to
And,
Yeah, so
and
it does go into the space.
You guys
according
don't
to
know that high
entropy,
pressure flows to low pressure? You guys don't know that?
it's entropy, right? High pressure, high energy always goes to lower energy states. So high gas pressure, if uncontained, will disperse into a lower energy space. Hot goes to cold.
until it fills the space and the pressure's equalized.
If there's no other forces acting up.
Very
Or
simple,
energy.
guys.
All demonstratable.
Yeah, obviously you would not be in a scenario where all the gas just completely fucks off because gravity. That's something that we have now.
Okay. So
Like gravity.
So right, okay. What's gravity?
Well, gravity is a force that pulls things down.
You said it earlier that it's a thing that gets pushed down. Now, what the? Make up your mind.
I
Okay,
literally
so-
just came in the room 4 seconds ago.
Not a problem. So goes down, yes?
Yep.
You drop something, it goes down. Cool. When I uncontain gas, which way does the gas go?
Which way does the gas go? Well, depends.
What do you mean it depends?
Well,
if I was to,
it
for
depends on the
example,
gravitational
pop a balloon-
force that's being exerted on it.
No, we're just going to observe which way the gas goes. So, observably, which way does gas travel? Up, down,
Depends where.
left bit, right a bit,
Wait.
all over the place?
Wait, it depends what gas you're talking about.
All gases. Now, I'm not talking about a relationship between gases. I'm talking about each individual gas will disperse freely and randomly in all directions. That's why we have things called containers of gases, where the gas
Okay,
is inside
so just to be clear, there
container.
is no direction. So I don't know why you're under the impression that there's a direction. So
With
it really
gravity, you
depends.
said things go down.
Yeah.
So, and the gas doesn't. It goes all over the place.
Depends
you
on
drop a
what
rock
forces
that
act
goes
on it. Depends on what forces act on it.
Wait, it also
Direction's
depends
gonna
what
go.
gas you're talking about. If it's a really
No,
dense
it
gas,
doesn't.
let's say gas, it's
No,
like
it
denser
doesn't,
than.
because I told you why and you wasn't
What?
listening. I'm not talking about a relationship between gases. Yes, you can
Well,
have
you're
a
asking
relationship.
about gas in general. It depends what gas you're talking about.
Talking about all of them, but specifically the atmosphere, which would be oxygen, nitrogen. Do I need to continue?
Our atmosphere is
different
actually
gases
considered an
behave
ideal
differently.
gas.
What are you talking? Hang on.
The atmosphere is considered an ideal gas, and an ideal gas has no attractive forces to itself or anything else. It only has elastic collisions with itself and the walls of its container.
Okay, so I'll give you an example. So there's a scenario where a warmer gas will rise.
Yeah.
But there also is a scenario where a cooler gas will fall.
Yeah.
Now, as you go up in the atmosphere, does it get warmer or cooler in your opinion?
According to the model, it gets colder and colder and colder, and then hotter
Okay.
and hotter and hotter, and then colder and colder and colder and much colder. Depends where
Okay.
you are. If you're in the troposphere where we are up to the stratosphere, with altitude, temperature will decrease. As soon as you get to the thermosphere, temperature will increase. So it's not a straight line down on your arc. It goes down,
so-
and then it goes up, and then it goes down again.
Okay, so what part of the direction of the gases according to its heat do you feel like it's confusing or not equal or not consistent within the model of the Earth
I'm
is a
not talking
globe?
about the model at the moment. I'm trying to ask you for an observation of gravity making gas go down, which it doesn't. That would just be a relationship between gases, density, and buoyancy, and all of that lovely stuff. But that would
Wait,
just
are you
be a
saying gas
relationship.
just never goes down?
Oh my goodness me! Do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
No. Are you saying gas never goes down?
when you first
I'm
release
literally
gas,
just about to
what
explain
occurs
it.
if
I'm
you?
literally just about to explain it to you, but you feel like you have to speak for everything that I'm saying. So, do you know what a vacuum chamber is?
No. Are you saying gas never goes down?
No, obviously fucking not.
Okay.
Then what the fuck are you saying, mate?
Gas goes in all directions. Gas goes up.
All of them.
Gravity's
Up
just
and down,
vector
correct?
out.
Depends on what
Gravity's
forces act on it and what direction.
Vertically,
Are you guys dumb or what? Like, what's going on?
Gravity's just a
horizontally.
vector downwards. Gravity's just a vector downwards.
Yes.
Gas moves in all directions. So I can give you all
And
the
the gas
gravity.
is a first
I can
released.
give you all the gravity that you want, but if you're saying that gravity makes things go down, well, it's not doing that to gas then. Gas moves in all directions, within the limitation of its space, within all 7 gas laws, Boyle's law, Gay-Sachs law, Dalton's
Hold on.
law. I haven't finished. With all of the gas laws, it never mentions
Hey,
gravity.
what's up,
It
guys?
never mentions an attraction of an object to gas. In the second law of thermodynamics, we're talking about an entropy increase, and gravity never mentioned within that. And within molecular kinetic theory, there is no attraction between gas molecules. There is no attraction between any body of mass pulling gas towards it. Gravity doesn't act on gas.
It does, mate.
It doesn't, and I can cite you.
Every
doesn't.
object has
It
gravity.
does, mate.
Every object has gravity.
Here's my confusion. You're saying like the mere existence, right, of gas moving everywhere and not solely in one direction means what?
You gave me the observation of things go down. So not gas.
So I said gravity.
What's gravity?
Gravity is a force that brings things down. That's like a simple.
No, it isn't. Gravity hasn't been a force since 1915. Gravity is the bending of space-time due to mass.
Yeah.
Gravity hasn't been a force for over 100 years. What are you talking about? You're talking Newton, aren't you? Mass attracts mass.
Let's Google it, mate. Let's Google it.
Well, no, that was superseded in 1915, obviously. Einstein, general relativity, obviously.
Okay, so Einstein said gravity is not a force.
No, not within Einstein's model.
No, that's not what Einstein said.
Gravity is indeed a real force,
hold on.
but not in the traditional sense.
Hold on.
In other words,
They
gravity
did
is
say
not a
something.
direct physical. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, but they actually did say something that's actually true within the model, which is gravity is not consistent everywhere on Earth.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
But you're not talking about the right gravity when you say mass attracts mass. It's Einstein. That's the current scientific rhetoric.
Okay, is the distribution? Okay, in your eyes, is the distribution of air mass like the same everywhere on Earth?
Does it look like it?
I'm asking you.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Is the distribution of gas that is constantly in motion. We have weather cycles, and obviously we have pressure gradients. What are you talking about?
Did I not just answer a question? Did I not just ask you a question?
Yeah, obviously.
You want to answer my question?
Yeah, I'm surprised that I have to. No, I'm obviously not saying that. Obviously, these things do take place. Obviously. Now, what's the cause of those?
What's the cost of this? Well, it's just like within the atmosphere, as the heat is increased or decreased, the mass is going to increase or decrease.
Okay. So not gravity then, which according to you should be the bending and warping of space-time.
So gravity is a force.
No,
gravity is a
hasn't
force
been
that pushes things down.
Oh, it pushes things down now.
Yeah.
Okay, so Einstein's model. Einstein's model. Can we move this conversation along?
Be more
fast? Come
specific.
on.
You're just throwing in words like arbitrarily without like any.
Yeah. Are we talking about
specificity.
Einstein's model? Shush. Are we talking about Einstein's model?
I was talking just basically what Newton was saying, which is gravity indeed is.
Newton doesn't say it's a fucking push.
Okay.
He says it's
Newton
a pull.
says it's a
He says
Newton says it's a force, correct?
Over distance.
Okay, hold on.
The fuck,
So
mate.
Newton says it's a force, correct?
Newton says it's a force.
Okay, so gravity, in fact, is a force, correct?
Which one are you talking about? Newton or Einstein?
Is the physics the difference from what I'm actually like asking you? Is the physics different?
Is the physics different?
Well, yes.
Yeah. Yes, it's very different. One's got time in the physics, you idiot. Of course it's different.
Okay, so the time
Which one are you
that's
talking
involved
about?
is
And the next
fairly
question is,
negligible
are
to
you
the
going to be able
overall.
to provide me? Shut up. Are you going to be able to provide me with a hypothesis that I can test that proves your gravity? Please.
Or that gravity is a force.
Can you provide me with a hypothesis that I can test and
Okay.
prove?
What is a force? What is it? What is a force?
We're not going on to any other questions until we can deal with the one that I asked.
Well, I feel like you guys are maybe
Asking
you guys
for a
don't.
scientific experiment that proves gravity. Yeah.
Well, today is the current understanding is Einstein, yeah? And Einstein clearly says and states that it's not a force, but the bending and warping of space-time. It's not a force, however, for ease, they can consider it as a force.
Yeah.
It's not a force.
It's not a force in the traditional sense.
And then if we're talking about gravity, we're talking about the bending and warping of space-time. So do you believe that somehow this has been shown to be true scientifically?
In a fourth dimension.
True.
Do you believe there's science supporting this claim?
Take that as a no.
Yes or no? That's a pretty easy question, I thought.
Oh, wait, who are you asking? Are you asking the Jennison?
Anybody who was talking. I think it was Genocide who was speaking last. But is this scientific? This claim of gravity?
I guess not, man. You win.
That was just going back to Jedi's question. Let's hear the hypothesis.
That's actually classified information.
What's happening, mate?
You fucking Karaki, mate. What's fucking going on?
Your
What's going
terrible Aussie accent.
Mate, I'm
What's going
fucking
on,
Australian.
mate?
Are you serious?
No, you're not, Tim. Shut up.
Shut the fuck
We're
up.
talking about
Anyway,
gravity.
basically
Is
the
it a
same.
force?
Are
Yeah, but
you
we're
Aussie
cool.
or British?
I'm not British.
Neither.
I
I'm not
still
sure
live
he's
down
getting
under,
confused
bruh.
in his accents.
Yeah.
I'm getting confused in my accents. Mate, have you never talked to a fucking Kiwi before?
Is that what that accent is?
I'm talking about Bahindi.
What are you talking about, bro? What are you talking
Mr.
about?
Facet.
Oh, what's in my bro? Is this what you were
Some
expecting?
beers in the chili bin, bro.
Bro, it's called a cooler over here, bro. It's not a chili bin.
The chili
Oh, it's a
bin,
fucking
bro.
cooler, bro.
Oh, this is what it's come down to, isn't it? This is what it's come down
Yeah.
to.
Oh, in it, bro. In it. I'll fucking wheat ya.
It has one deck. It has one. The hypothesis is classified, so we have to sort of, cause a little bit of chaos so that we don't get to this classified hypothesis.
Let's not get to the
What
obstacles.
hypothesis?
They can't release this classified information.
Everybody get your
I
cane
don't
in your
want your
top hat.
ghost.
We don't want
Everyone-
to talk scientific method, do we?
Yeah, everyone get your cane in your top hats. As soon as the flat earthers start asking the heavy questions, we'll start tap dancing our way out of here. Bye.
Yep.
Niggas is crazy, man. Oh, man.
Gravity's pushing the gas down. From the gas station up in the sky.
No, it's
Yeah, bro,
pulling
that's
it.
yeah,
It's pulling
that's,
it.
yeah, bro. Nah, it's more like falling down, bro.
Hydrogen makes sun, and the sun makes hydrogen and pushes it onto Earth. That's where our hydrogen comes from.
The globies
Isn't
think the
that why
wind
it's
is
called
coming
a
from top
gravitational
down
pull?
onto their heads.
It's called a gravitational pull through the perspective
Yeah, air
of
moves in all
Newtonian
directions on the
physics.
surface of Earth, you morons. No, it goes
The thing is,
down.
see, Shenron, the thing is that there's no
If that was
unifying
true, you'd all
theory
be
for
lying on the
gravity.
floor,
These are
sucking the
just
air.
bits and pieces that we're able to
You
get like
goats.
generally right about.
Yeah, someone just mute that clown. He's too upset.
Hey, he was just speaking in his natural tongue.
Nice pussy. Shenron, why are your friends such pussies?
I don't know, they're kind of annoying some of the time.
Yeah, they are annoying. Could you get some
Yeah.
friends in here who aren't scared of their own religious belief?
I don't think any of them are religious.
Yeah, they are. They're globies, heliocentrists.
Oh, is that a religion?
Yeah, it is. You know what heliocentrism is?
No fucking clue, mate.
It's a religion that you follow without knowing.
You know who actually came up with the heliocentric model?
See, me personally, I'm agnostic, so
That would be that would be the Catholic Church.
Yeah, your whole globe worldview comes from the Catholic Church. So, there you go.
They always turn agnostic when you give them their belief.
The Catholics are angry.
Their religious belief that they'll defend to the death. They'll die on the hill for the globe.
Shenron, why do you believe Earth's a spinning ball? Tell us.
I don't believe it is. I'm on the bench.
Oh, wow. Cap.
Yeah. What?
So you don't believe all the pictures from space, bro?
No. I
Why
don't
not?
believe they have gone to space.
But what about all the pictures
I
from
believe
space?
they sent drones up to space.
Cap.
But I don't believe that they've ever sent a human to the moon.
How could they fake a How could they fake a picture?
Fucking AI.
Hmm.
Have you seen all that AI shit?
There must be some evidence other than just videos or pictures, though, no?
I mean, yeah, there's people's personal seeing, but you can never believe one person because everyone
Well, nah,
lies.
that's just a story. I'm saying there must be something other than stories or just images or videos.
Well,
Wait,
the
what
only way
other
to-
proof could there be?
The only way to truly prove it
Can you
for
tell
one
us, is that it?
individual is by them seeing it themselves.
So that's it. It's just stories and pictures and
go out and
videos.
see it.
Yeah.
I mean, if you really want to gather like pure evidence against the globe, you could always just
Well, we're
lying and
discussing what
becoming an
evidence you
astronaut or
have
something.
for it. We're waiting for the evidence for it.
Well, I've heard that argument a lot of waiting for like globe evidence, but I wonder,
Yeah,
is there
so
like
what is the
evidence you could
evidence?
provide of flat?
So what is
no,
the evidence?
no, what I'm doing is I don't answer questions
what you're
involving
doing
like
is
giving
not
evidence.
providing any evidence for the globe like everyone
Yeah,
else.
no, I'm no,
Cool.
that's the thing. I'm asking for evidence of the flat Earth, so I'm actually wanting to read articles.
Well, the
and sort of
evidence is
study.
that you've got no evidence for the globe. So what else is it going to be?
So,
lack of
so
globe
your
evidence.
evidence is so it cannot be.
Lack
Yeah,
of
so
your
what-
evidence.
So what else is it going to be?
Can I? Or I don't know if you guys like mind me going back to the whole Antarctica thing. If that's like okay.
They're supposed to be.
It doesn't sound like any of the other globies have anything. So
Well, okay. So I've done some investigating, and something that I guess that I had thought about was the fact that the sun was moving in a particular direction. Let's see.
yes, the sun moves. That's correct.
It appears to be moving in sky in a.
I don't think Cyclone was here for the earlier conversation. Maybe you want to fill him in and bring him up to speed.
Let's see.
Well, we know the sun moves because he said that.
Yeah. I'm on board so far. The sun moves. We can agree.
Yeah, I agree with that.
All right.
What about Earth, though? Isn't that what you think is moving?
All right. So the sun appears to be moving in a counterclockwise direction.
But you don't believe the sun's moving, is that right?
What? When I say it's moving, I say it's moving in the sky, in the counterclockwise direction.
So you believe the sun is moving?
What?
What?
You
I
agree
just
that the sun
clarified.
is moving?
I just clarified that when I said the sun is moving, I meant it's moving in the sky in a counterclockwise direction.
Yeah, so the sun is moving through the sky, yeah?
I mean, I guess it appears from the Earth that it is moving from the sky. Sure.
Okay. When you say appears, does that mean you don't think it actually is moving? Or you agree it is moving?
What the hell's the point of this? I agree that it's like moving in the sky.
Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, we
Why-
agree too.
Wait, hang on. The reason why I say that it's moving in a particular direction, because if you were in the North Pole, right? The North Pole, the sun would need to be moving in the opposite direction. It'd need to be moving clockwise because that's the direction it moves. If you're in around the North Pole or in the Arctic.
Well, you've already debunked the globe and came over to Flat Earth side by agreeing
What are
that
you
the sun
talking
moves in the
about?
sky. You agree the sun moves in the sky?
I think he's saying the sun changes its movement and direction.
I mean, how many times do you have to say it,
He's
Perm? The sun
confused
moves.
on that, but I
Why do you
think the
think-
main point that he should be taking away is that he understands the sun's moving through the sky.
Not the Earth rotating underneath it.
Yeah, he agreed. It's the sun
No,
moving
I
in the
don't
sky.
agree.
Well,
The sun's moving through the sky.
Well, why do you think we asked 4, 5, 6 times in a row? And you're like, wait, why are you asking? Wait. And now you're confused. You said it over and over. The sun moves in the sky. Thanks, bro. We know.
What's the?
Yeah.
Are you saying that the
So
sun
what's
moves?
happened here?
How does that make you
what's happened
flat
here
earther?
is you've just been you're just having an honest discussion, yeah, and you're just honestly saying what you witness every day.
Yeah, I
The
think he's
sun
talking about
moving.
reality. Yeah, it's reality.
Yeah.
How do you guys like? So when it comes
I
to
think
the
Crosser's
northern
got an
and
issue.
southern hemisphere,
Someone
how
mute that.
do-
Ossa.
But yeah,
Wait,
when it
Perm,
comes
Perm.
to the northern and southern hemisphere, how do you guys explain that? Since it's like a lot hotter in the middle and then colder
We
on
don't
each
explain
side,
it because we don't live on a sphere, mate.
right? Yeah.
We don't have a sphere.
So
in
how do
view.
you guys explain the temperature differences then?
The heat from the sun.
Yeah, but if the so how does the sun go across from your point of view? Because
Well,
wouldn't that mean
east to west?
When the sun
like we
crosses
observe?
Australia, it's summer.
Yeah, exactly the same as you, mate. Exactly the same.
Yeah. When the
Yeah,
sun
you see the
crosses
sun
across
moving in the
Australia,
sky.
it's
You
summer,
see it
and
moving
when
in the
it's further
sky.
away, it's winter.
We agree.
Yeah. And when the sun disappears in the day and you can no longer see it goes dark, that's nighttime.
See, but my main problem is that no one has ever given me like an actual rendering of what the Earth in their eyes look like. So I can't picture in my head what, like, how the
Talking
sun
about no one giving you
passes.
a rendering of what the Earth looks like through their eyes. Go out and look at it with your eyes. You see the same thing.
Well, I mean, like,
So, do you believe that falsification is independent of replacement?
He needs a model, mate. He needs a model.
yeah, I mean, like as a whole, like if you
You're never gonna get it. You're
falsif-
never gonna get it, Shamrock. Can we just rip the band-aid off here?
falsification
He
is
doesn't have it, or he doesn't even have it in his own worldview, AJ. What he's asking for from us, he does not currently have of his current worldview. If I were just to ask you to give me a rendering of what all of reality looks like, you would not be able to provide that. And let's keep
No,
in mind,
correct.
even if you believe in like the globe, that's not where your worldview ends. It involves this larger space that has not been fully explored among many other mysteries. So if you don't have a rendering of that, no one has a rendering of what all of reality looks like. How could you
Yeah,
have
really,
that point of view?
Yeah, where's the
You're
edge of space?
You're asking for like an image or a cartoon of something that you can't verify, as if that's good evidence for what the Earth is. Come on.
He wants someone to wrap. He wants someone to wrap a new model up for him, a flat Earth model. Wrap it all up for Christmas under the tree and say, "There you go. There's your little model. You're safe now."
Exactly.
And that's what I was trying to say. to you.
He wants to exchange the globe.
If we can disprove, the globe model, and we can show that there is no evidence for this globe model, it's been falsified. We don't need to replace it to show that what you have is falsified.
Even in their own,
Okay, so
even,
if I
even in listen 1 second, even in your own model, they officially state that quote unquote Mr. Blue Marble, Robert Simon, I think is his name, says quote unquote, we wrapped the flat map around the ball. My part was integrating the surface, clouds, and oceans to match people's expectation of how Earth looks from space. That ball became the famous Blue Marble. Quote end.
He also said
is
it is
what you want?
Photoshop, but it has to
Oh
be.
yeah, exactly. It is Photoshop, but it has to be. So is this what you want, Mr. What is his name? Shenron? Do you need some little nice comic made by us? I already give you mine from Paint. Don't you like the one I made in Paint? Or you need it a little more fancy, more realistic, like better clouds and stuff. I guess I didn't add clouds yet, so yeah.
The thing is, though, the mathematical model on a ground level, they've never observed. I mean, even your globe gods, Tyson, will tell you, you won't see the curve. You won't see that curve. It's not observable.
Okay, I gotta say one thing that is proven for the heliocentrists, for the globalists in here. One thing is proven for them. What is absolutely proven and can't be denied is that they have absolutely no proof for a spinning ball. That's what I have proven over the many years I've talked to them. That they have actually no proof.
I was going to actually assert something, but I was like cut off multiple times, and then other people were claiming that I actually.
Go for it, man! You have the floor.
Let him go. Let him go.
All right. So about the sun moving in accordance to the Earth, right? I stated in the North Pole it moves one direction, and in the South Pole or near the South Pole it moves in the opposite direction. I believe it was counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere and clockwise in the northern hemisphere. Now, what I reason here is that I don't know what that was. What I reason here is that the reason why it's moving in opposite directions, despite still being on Earth, is the fact that I could just reason the fact that the Earth is actually moving with accordance to the sun.
Bruh. What do you mean?
As in, the reason why the sun appears to be moving in opposite directions if you're visiting the North Pole versus visiting the South Pole, is because the Earth is actually moving according to the sun. The Earth is actually spinning in a particular direction.
The Earth is moving. What evidence do you have for that?
I literally just stated it.
No, you just said the sun's moving. Multiple times.
I said the sun appears to be moving in a particular direction in the North Pole, and it appears to be moving in the opposite direction in the Southern Pole. This is my evidence of the Earth moving, actually.
That would be evidence of the sun moving.
Yeah, that's the sun moving. Why are you talking about the Earth moving?
This other thing moves.
What evidence is there
this
that the
other
Earth
thing
is
is
moving?
It's relative. It's simple, just like positioning, dude. You understand that, like.
Yeah, but you're
if
talking
it
about
was the sun that was like, if it was the sun that was actually moving, it'd be moving in both directions.
That's all you observe. Oh, you don't say if it was the sun moving. The sun is the only thing you observe moving.
Okay, but I observe it moving in opposite directions.
It doesn't matter. You're still only observing that moving. So why are you talking about the Earth moving?
Because it can't be moving in both directions at the same time, dude.
Correct. You would need to be proving that there's any motion of the Earth before you assert that.
Wait, the reason why I'm asserting there's motion of the Earth is because the sun is moving in opposite directions.
You don't understand.
Opposite directions. What are you talking about?
What I'm saying is that the sun
reversing direction.
What I'm saying is that the sun moves counterclockwise.
Yes. Thank you.
So your evidence is based on affirming the consequent fallacy.
The sun moves. That means the Earth moves. Like, dude, what? The
Get to the Earth moving part if that's your argument.
Wait, it sounds like you guys just aren't following what I'm saying.
No, we definitely follow. Because if I'm in a room and I look at a ceiling fan above me moving, I'm going to say that the fan is moving, not my room. Then I go outside, I see a helicopter fly across the sky. I'm never going to say that I'm the one moving and the helicopter isn't. Then I see the sun move across the sky. Your logic is just, you flip everything upside down. Now the room is spinning, the fan is not. Now the helicopter's not moving, you are. Now the sun's not moving, you are. What logic is that? You're trying to sell us, well, this other thing is moving, therefore I'm moving. That'd be like me trying to sell you, like, my ceiling fan is spinning above me. But when I flip the switch, it's really the room.
Examples you're giving are on such a small scale.
He's cock blocking. So if if that'd be no different than me saying my room would start spinning. So your dots don't connect. It's what the kids call reaching.
It's a much bigger scale in terms of Earth rather than a fucking helicopter.
Hold on. We don't even need to do that. We don't even need to do. All right. So let's say you're looking up at the ceiling, and there was a dot that was off a center, right? And let's say you started to spin clockwise. The dot would appear to be spinning counterclockwise.
Well, I already gave you an example of the ceiling fan, because the ceiling fan objectively is the thing moving. You're not moving, and with your example as well, we're not on the ground doing what do you call it? Ring around the rosy, looking up at the sky. That's not even relative to your example. You're standing on the ground, looking at the sun moving across the sky, which is more equivalent to my.
So
example.
how do we know the Earth isn't spinning and not the sun?
Ring around the rosy on the
Do you
ground.
have any evidence for the Earth moving?
Okay. I actually have a question for you. So why does it move in two different directions?
You should ask yourself why it's moving to begin with.
Well, simple. I have a simple answer.
Things can
It's the
move in
Earth's
one
rotation.
direction, and depending on your perspective, they appear to go in different directions. Like you watch a car driving on one side, coming from left to right, cross the road, and look from the other side. It look like it's going the other way. So perspective can play a role.
It's not actually the sun is moving. The sun is in one spot, and we are rotating around the sun.
Wait, that's literally one. Hold on. Did anyone hear like my answer to why I believe the sun?
And then did you hear the response? Did you hear the response you were given to Perm? You need to open your ears, dude.
Yeah, someone.
Yeah, what direction does the sun go in the north? East to west?
Yeah.
What direction does it go in the south? East to west?
Okay. All right.
Wait,
so
so
I
doesn't-
already established. All right. Let's see.
Yeah, you establish the sun moves. Yep.
Well,
So not the
am
Earth.
I even allowed to talk, bro? What is like actually every time I explain? All right. Whatever.
But you don't have to explain. Wolfgang already rebutted you. He said it's no different than looking at a car. If I'm standing on the sidewalk and I see a car moving towards me, left to right, then I go stand on the other side of the street. Car comes from the same direction. Now it's moving from my right to my left. What happened? Is the car still going in the same direction?
The sidewalk must be moving.
Yeah, no. What it is, it's a rotating street. So the street actually rotates, and
Really?
that's why cars do that. They actually change directions. So instead of you moving, this thing has now done what it's done always, east to west. Pretty sure this, sun rises east, sets in the west. Is that different for anyone else, or just checking?
No, it's pretty the same in Australia, yeah.
So it doesn't go.
Maybe a little bit southwest or southeast, sorry.
Okay.
But yeah, east.
So everyone's good. We don't need to
This is why the globe
explain.
arguments are so bad, because what you're getting to is, well, we perceive the sun doing this, therefore I'm going to say the ground is moving. And when we say, what's your evidence for the ground moving? You just reset back to, well, the sun was moving in this way that I don't understand. That's my proof that the ground is moving. It's not proof that the ground is moving.
Which is just an affirming the consequent fallacy, so it's based on faulty logic.
I don't see what is. My proof was the fact that the sun moves in opposite directions depending on your position on the grove, on the Earth.
It doesn't move in opposite directions. It moves east to west.
East to west.
East to west. That's if you're not like near the poles.
So what? If I go to the south,
poles.
then if I'm on the equator, then it doesn't go east to west, or what?
No, it still travels east to west if you're on
then
the
not in
equator.
opposite
I'm
directions,
arguing
then,
the
or-
reason.
So not in.
No, it
opposite
moves in
directions,
opposite directions if you're near the poles.
That's again. We just explained this, right?
So
it's
does
no
the
different
sun
than you moved
actually
your position. The sun is
What-
still just like
what
the car going
poles?
down the street. You have moved your position. The car is not driving in this opposite direction. You've changed your view of it.
Okay, so I guess referencing the video that we saw earlier, the sun was moving in a counterclockwise direction, and this is my evidence of the fact that this video was filmed in the southern hemisphere. Because if it was in the northern hemisphere, it'd be moving in the opposite direction.
Just like if I'm standing on the other side of the street.
Wait,
It's no
the
different.
only explanation to this is the fact that we're on a globe, dude. The
No,
only
how-
reason, and the globe is like rotating in a counterclockwise
do you
direction.
have me muted, or do you have Wolfgang muted?
No.
Okay, so then did you hear my example with the street?
Yes, I don't think
So
it
how
is.
was hold on? How was the only explanation for that the street is rotating? We already made fun of you. We said it before you even said it. So why are you saying that the only explanation is that the street has rotated?
Wait, I don't think it's analogous because you're talking about an object moving laterally, like in front of you. I'm talking about an object in the sky.
Perm. Think about
moving
right.
around.
Maybe it's the way you're explaining it. Where are you reading this from, or what source have you got this argument from?
What? I've simply
what's your
logically
source for
deduced the
this?
fact that. Well, I know that the
What
sun.
evidence are you relying on?
Oh my god. Okay, so the video that someone, I guess, posted of this in the South Pole, the 24-hour sun in like Antarctica, right? You guys don't believe it's Antarctica, but the reason that I believe it's Antarctica is because
I actually asked you for the evidence that it was in Antarctica. Yeah, you don't have any evidence. When was it taken? Where was it taken? Who took it? Do we have any evidence or information that's going to show us that this video of this 24-hour sun was taken in Antarctica?
Try not to run away from your original confusion, Perm.
Wait, I'm not running away from it. I'm explaining the fact that the sun moves.
You're standing next to the highway and the cars are moving past you, right? Correct? Understand?
Okay.
They're going left to right. You cross the highway, look back at the highway. Perm.
Yeah, you cut out.
You cut out.
Okay. You've crossed the highway, and now which way are those cars going? Left to right or right to left?
Wait, no, the first part I didn't hear because you cut out.
Okay, you go to the highway and you see the cars going down the highway. Correct?
Yes.
They're passing you left to right. Now you cross the highway, turn around and look back at the highway. Which way are the cars going?
The opposite direction, I assume, since you're standing on the opposite highway.
Yeah, but the cars are still moving the same direction, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Stupid. I don't know why this disproves my claim. If anything, I think it also
doesn't prove anything.
It doesn't prove your claim.
You're saying nothing different. You can understand how this works when you're on the other side of the street. But when you're on the other side of the earth, for some reason, the only explanation isn't your position has changed. It's nope. The earth must be spinning, rotating, just like the street. The highway must be rotating. That's the only explanation. Come on, dude.
The cars are moving the same way. You're just looking. Your point of view is different now. You have a different point of view, sir.
You're even saying it with the earth, Firm. You're saying, well, if I go to this place on the earth and then I go to another place, it looks different. Yeah, duh. That's the point. The thing is, these things are moving. They're not changing paths and doing all these other things. East to west, everyone. We're all raised. I'm pretty sure we're all raised.
I didn't say that the sun was changing paths. I said that it appears to be moving in an opposite direction based on
no different than the
position
cars
of
on the street, Perm. No different than the cars on the
This
street.
is why.
Here to go
This
a
is why
different
I said you're.
direction. Change your position.
And again, Perm, this doesn't have anything to do with evidence of flat Earth or a sphere. Yeah. Again, you're going out to the sky to say, oh, look, well, if the sun does this, then it must be a globe. Well, no, we can just look at the Earth that we're walking on. We can measure across bodies of water, and we can see that the Earth is measurably a topographical plane. We don't need to go into space to do all this.
Let me see if you can conceptualize this, Perm. Right? Imagine 3 circles. A small circle, and then a medium circle around it, and then a big circle around that. So 3 circles, each getting smaller within each other. You picturing that?
Yeah.
Now we're going to put the sun on the middle circle, right? And you're going to stand in the center, observing that sun going around clockwise. Okay, so you see the sun going left to right when you're in the center, when you're in that north, let's
Kill
say.
yourself, Crit. Kill yourself.
Wow, the feelings. And then you go to, so you understand that, right? You're standing in the center of these circles, and in the middle one, you're seeing it going clockwise, so it's going left to right. around you. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Then you go to the south, the biggest circle, and you watch the same thing. And you're going to see it going the other way, right to left.
What is
Yeah.
blowjob about?
Yeah, but it's not actually changing directions, just your perspective of how you're looking at it.
That's
From
literally
position.
what I just said.
No, this is, you're asking why we would appear to see it moving in different directions. I'm giving you a conception of how that would be possible based on your position, without the sun actually changing directions and without being on a spinning ball. Right?
Wait, what's the south side? The underside of the...
No, so the
This
south,
order?
I'm talking about the biggest circle. You have 3 circles, yeah? The middle circle has the sun going around clockwise. You're in the center. You're looking out. You're seeing it going left to right. Then you go to the widest circle. You sit at the bottom of that widest circle. You see that one coming. And you're seeing it going right to left. Because you're looking inwards now versus outwards type of thing. So that's just a perspective.
Wait, if you're in the... Hang on, if you're in the outside circle, so I assume this is, we're talking about like a 2D plane and there's 3 circles. If you're talking about, and let's say the inner circle is the one in the middle, the one's on the end. If you're talking about your view from the outside circle, you would just be looking at the sun like, I guess, swiveling in. It'd be swiveling. Yeah, it'd be swiveling.
What?
At the very least.
It'll be coming from right to left as opposed to when you're in that center point and you're seeing it go left to right.
If there was 3 circles and you were first standing on the inner circle and the sun was on the center circle, you would be looking at it going from left to right. And then if you went and stood on the outside circle and looked back to the middle circle, it'd be going right to left. So if Australia's on the outer circle, I'm looking at the sun, I'm looking at it from the opposite side of the street as it was first explained.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be spinning around you.
Dude, stop. Stop trying to input your sloppy flat earth ideas. This is a very simple example that a child can understand. You're trying to like, no, but if it was flat, it would like, the sun would do like triple backflips. Like, why are you saying that? Why are you coming up with extra ideas that are yours?
Wait, this isn't extra ideas. This is according to your model. If you're on the outside...
That's my point. That's my point. We haven't offered you a model that works like X, Y, and Z. You're doing that. You're saying you're going
I'm working off the model that was just given to me.
We've offered you an alternate explanation to how this could work, and you're just going, nah, it can't happen like that, when we've clearly given you a demonstration of how something like that could work. You just hand-wave dismissing it for your own model.
Alright, hold on. Do I have to pull up MS Paint for this shit real quick? MS.
So he's gonna draw. Well, if it was flat, it should be like this. I'm trying to tell you, man. Like you've been trying to do that the whole time. You're like, well, if the Earth was flat, like when we go to the North Pole, this would happen. And since it doesn't happen, like then it's not flat. That's not my position as a flat Earth.
Alright, so the example was 3 circles, right? What's the thickest one? Alright. So this is, I guess, the innermost circle, or circle 1. Circle 2, which is the one that is rotating. And then circle 3 here. Alright. And so...
It would be 3 rings, dude. That's what I heard.
3 rings?
Not 3. Not
3
circles in a syzygy. 3 circles. 3 rings, essentially.
Okay. Alright, so I'm only doing this so I can better visualize what the example is.
Well, yeah, the example was involving a ring because the sun is going around some sort of, right?
A ring. Alright, so which one's supposed to represent the sun?
The middle one.
The middle one? Okay.
Yeah. Just draw 3 rings, dude. What the fuck? You draw 3 dots, 3 rings.
3 rings? Like around each other or separated?
Yes.
Wait, no, around each other? Hold on. Around each other like this?
Yes.
Yes. Draw a
Holy
small
fuck.
circle, a bigger circle, a larger circle, all around each other.
Okay.
Like this isn't Audi. Draw some Audi rings over here.
I'm trying to I'm trying to like understand you guys.
Audi ass
So this is
nigga.
circle 1.
Audi ass.
This is circle 2.
Mhm.
And this is circle 3.
All right, so I'm gonna
Right.
be on circle 1, looking outwards towards the outer circle. So you can put an X or something. Yep, that's me. I'm in the north. Yeah, that's the X is the north, the center.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna stand on that ring, looking outwards. Okay, now put AJ on the outer ring, looking back towards me. Okay. All right, now put a red dot on the middle ring to mark our sun. No, the ring, the middle ring, the center ring. Yep. All right, and you can choose like east or west. So we're gonna go east. I guess it would have to go one way around that circle. So the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Now you asked
So
where
he
would
moves in
south
this
be?
direction.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. So you asked like would south be on the underside? No. You should be able to see here that our center would be that X in the middle. We can call that north. And so every direction away from that northern point is going to be south. So that outer ring would be south. And then to go east or west, you'd have to make a circular path around your northern point. You see? So there we go. So go ahead and ask your question. This is the setup. Go ahead.
All right. So from the perspective of this one here, which is the one that is in Antarctica, right? Let's say this line is supposed to
That could
just
be me in
represent your
Australia.
field of view, right? All right. So my problem is that the sun should be appearing to move like this in a ring.
You don't have that much of a view
In
of
front
Earth,
of you.
though. No, because you don't have that big of a view of the Earth. Let me ask you this. When you look up to the sky, I'll explain. When you look up to the sky, what portion or what percentage of the sky do you think you're seeing? If you just had to take a guess. Because I personally, I don't know, but I would take a guess too. But what do you think? What percentage of the totality of the sky are you seeing from your position, just like from your eyes looking up? Anywhere on the Earth.
I mean, anything that's revealed or that is above the horizon. I'm not sure what percentage.
Kind of depends on your elevation.
Just give me a number, man. Is it 100%, 50%, 25%, 10%? Just give me a ballpark here.
I don't know, maybe like if I had to do like the math real quickly, I don't know, maybe like
Again,
20
dude, I'm not gonna press you if it's like I don't even know, but I'm guessing it's not that high. So can you just give me a ballpark here?
All right, 20%.
20%. All right, so 1/5 of the sky. I would say it's probably a little lower, but okay. So what you're about to draw here, you're essentially drawing based off of the idea where you would see way more than 20% of the sky. Look how you're saying like, well, you would see the whole thing. No, you wouldn't. That doesn't change.
No, I'm saying
you don't go out
this
and
is the
see more of
path.
the sky. So even if you're in the south, you're not going to turn around and see, oh well, now I see the sun in its entirety doing this thing in the sky. You don't just gain more portion of the sky by going to somewhere else. I would
See
suppose
the sky over the US from Australia. You can't see the sky over Australia from the US.
Okay,
Right.
let's
But you
say,
wouldn't
I
see
mean, I
that.
guess
You
if,
wouldn't see that.
well, I guess, okay, so let me actually explain the issue. All right, so if you're looking at the horizon, let's say this line represents the horizon, the sun will be appearing to move in, if I remember correctly, in the video of the south, it would be in a direction somewhat like this, which is, and it'll be looking like this basically in a 360 direction, which would be counterclockwise, right? If you're in the north, it'd be moving this direction, or clockwise. And so my issue here is that if this is the model that we're working with here, right, then it would need to be moving like you'd be able to see all of its rotation while
No, you
also
wouldn't.
looking at the sun. The
No,
only
you wouldn't.
way to actually
No, you
see
wouldn't.
its entire path is if you'd be looking up, right?
You wouldn't be able to
Even
see
then, it
more of
would
the
be on the
sky.
margins of your peripheral. view.
No, you don't just gain a. See, this is the one thing I think people run into in terms of issues when talking about a flat Earth is you have to understand that the Earth, the way it is now, that is why people have become flat Earthers because of the way the Earth behaves and is right now. So you don't go out and see the sun the way you're saying you should see it. Okay, we see it the way we do. So if you're like, well, if it was flat, we should see all these other things that we don't see. Well, no, I'm a flat earther because of the way the Earth, the way I see it now. So again, you're a portion of the sky. If it is 20%, that doesn't go up if the Earth is flat. So you don't just gain more visibility of the sky, or you don't just start seeing across the Earth. Reality does not change if it's flat. The only thing that changes is you. So I want you guys to understand that. Like if your presentation is, well, if it's flat, it should be different, or it should be like this, or the sun should do this. I'm gonna have an issue with that because I'm just a flat earther because of the way the Earth is now, not the way it should be, the way you say. You know what I mean? So I hope you understand.
Well, I mean, the thing is here is that if this were true, I mean, you'd be able to see the sun swiveling while also looking toward the horizon, but you can't.
You haven't
Even if
addressed
you're
my
at the
point.
poles.
You ignored everything I just
I'm
said.
literally addressing your point. I'm literally
You're
addressing
not.
your point.
You just ignored everything I said to say, well, no,
Bro,
if it
he's
was
always
flat, you
coming up
should
with
be able to see this.
hypotheticals.
I'm not even. Wait, this is even. I'm
just
pretty sure I've
guessing
already
at this
explained
point.
this. I'm pretty sure I've already explained. This is me guessing. This is me explaining. This is what I see. First of all, these paths
see anything,
that
you're
I've drawn on the
hypothesizing.
side. These paths that I've drawn on the side are observed in this video. Oh, I erased that. Hang on.
No, I'm aware of that part.
These
I'm
are
just saying
paths that I've observed in this video. I've
I get
posted a video or a couple of videos in the side chat.
I've seen that. You're right. I've already seen that part. I'm talking about the box to the bottom right where you say, well, it should be like this. That's my issue. If
No,
the
I'm
Earth
saying
is
it
flat,
should be
should
like
not
this if
be
the Earth
way
was
you
flat.
say. What?
No, I'm saying it should be like this if the Earth was flat. What it actually is in reality, as you
Why
can see
should
by
it?
the video,
That's my
set, it's
point, Perm. That was my
no,
point
it's
from the
not.
start.
Okay, what's your points?
The flat Earth is not the way you say it should be, bro. It is the way the Earth is now.
So what the hell's the point of this model that you explained earlier if it isn't even applicable in reality? This southern view, or I guess this outer view from the sun here in the
Because
sky isn't possible. That
because
doesn't
you-
exist in reality.
Because you were saying like, well, if the Earth was flat, like when we go to this place, this thing should happen, and we're like, well, no, not really. Let's think about it in reality. We gave you some examples, like the car or the highway, and then these rings. So we're just trying to help you understand. Like you're trying to say, well, if the Earth is flat, it should be like I say. Like, well, not really, dude.
Well, I mean, yeah, if it's the way that you described it, it should be something like the
no.
model in the
Is this
middle, not the ones in the sky.
Is this exactly accurate? No. Is this exactly accurate? Is this a accurate model? No, we're giving you an example of how you could view this from opposite sides and see what we see. Yeah, it's just offering a different explanation. This isn't a model, and again, this doesn't prove anything. You know, if we can prove that the Earth is flat, it's a topographical plane. It doesn't matter what the sun is doing here.
Okay, but I think it does matter, right? Because obviously, like, how the sun behaves in the sky should be based upon, like, the behavior of the Earth, right?
Not really, because
So if we can
Why
measure
not?
the Earth to be flat, and we can measure that and show that, and then the sun's doing something above, what's more important here?
I mean, I would say, if that's the case, I would say that the movement of the sun, like, severely conflicts with, like, I guess the model that you drawn up of the Earth.
We would have a
Based
model
on,
for
like,
you.
your measurement of the... Wait, you guys don't have a model?
Of course not.
What do you mean? You just
The-
don't have a model of what the Earth looks like at all?
Well, you just go outside. You can see it yourself. What do you mean?
You don't need a model when you have observation, bro.
Are you struggling with what the Earth looks like? Do you have vision problems?
Wait, a model is an observation. is an observation of something that can't be perceived, I guess, by your own human eyes, since we're talking about something that's a much larger scale than like the average
There's
human.
no globe model either. Just relax.
What-
There's no globe
Bro,
model.
an observation is something.
There is a
Relax.
globe model. Stop saying there's no globe model when there is.
Go get it. Let's
You
see it.
massively contradicted yourself, bro. You can't
Google
be
Maps.
saying it's not an observation.
On your phone, Google Maps.
That's not a model.
Yes, it is.
That's not a globe Earth model. Sorry.
You can't say it's an
Yes, it is.
observation, but it's not based on something you see with your eyes. That's a contradiction. An observation is something that you see with your eyes. Pretty basic stuff. Come on, guys.
Hey, are there any other people in here that agree that Google Maps is a globe Earth model?
No, I don't think composition images are counted as a model.
All right. Well, there you go, Darth. Take the L. That'd be a map anyway, not a model of reality. So, you guys don't have there's no globe Earth model. I'm not going to mute that because you just have crazy background noise. So yeah, there's no globe Earth model, and I'm not going to feel bad about not having a model either. So
You're saying if we take 5 photos and wrap them around a ball, that's not a model?
well, your model, your worldview
I'm being
doesn't
sarcastic.
involve.
I'm being sarcastic. Sorry, bro.
Oh, all right, my bad.
Yeah.
Well, people actually believe shit like that, though. They'll be like,
Yeah, I know. They composite images as a legit photo of the Earth from space. It's cute.
Well, what I find odd is that when they ask a flat earther for a model, they want something that's all encompassing that explains all these things.
Mm-hmm.
You ask a glober for a model, and they'll give you a plastic toy globe that goes on your desk. Or this goofball will say Google Maps, which is like a 2D flat map on your phone. So clearly that's not a model that represents the globe Earth worldview and totality.
Or their model will involve fantasy physics like gravity or other things like other theoretical concepts. How do you put that into practice on an actual model?
Mm-hmm. And it's always going to involve just the Earth, which their worldview isn't just the Earth. So they have double standards. Oh, well, I need a flat earther to provide me all these answers. I need a model that explains everything. Okay,
Well,
so is there a model that explains
because-
everything on the globe? No.
Well, because they're operating under the delusion that they know the atmospheric composition of Neptune and the gas pressure of all the planets and all these bullshit numbers, math, which is thrown at them. So they expect the same level of detail to Earth physics, which doesn't make any sense because you can't verify any of those numbers.
Fuck. So, fuck a model, literally.
Yeah, another thing that's got me skeptical of NASA is like they can't even really prove what planets look like or what they're composed of. All that. Where do we get these images of like a hexagonal storm on the bottom of Saturn and shit like that? It just seems like more propaganda.
Oh, okay. Why the hell was I muted? What?
Because you're not straight.
First thing Globers say.
No, I was literally like explaining my like issue with like, and I just got like muted out of nowhere. Anyways, I don't know what the hell this claim of we don't have a model of the globe Earth is. There's plenty of them out there. Google Earth is a pretty, in my opinion, a pretty good model of the Earth.
You were actually just muted so that it could be explained to you, and it was just explained very clearly while you were muted.
Yeah, it's an image of a model. What the?
Can you send us this model, mate? Can you send us a PDF of the model?
A model has to be able to show why things work, not just the physicality of them working. You show a globe picture of a ball in space that doesn't model any of the physics of Earth. That's just an image.
It's a visualization of the Earth.
Hold on, Perm. Next time you're on Google Earth, do me a favor and see how many times it takes, how many times you have to spin that ball they're showing you on the screen to get all the way around at once.
I would have to spin in a 360 degrees. That's how much I have to spin in order to spin.
Yeah, and see how many finger swipes that equates to. And then maybe that'll sink in.
What the hell is that supposed to tell me?
You know what? I don't think a lot of you guys who bring up Google Math or Google Earth or Google Maps even have messed around with it that much.
Wait, I have. I do it all the time. What the hell are the
so
fingers?
next time you're using it,
I'm using it now.
Make an observation of how many times you have to spin it around to get 360.
I mean, that's literally just based on the length of my strokes. I don't know what this is supposed to tell me.
Easy, Tiger.
Hello?
The length of the strokes.
No, it should. Yeah, really. Why are you?
Like, if I turn my sensitivity up, and like, I guess I could spin the whole
but
thing
any
around
given
in like
time,
one big
that globe they give you, you're saying.
I had about 10 strokes.
Whoever was talking to me, you like just cut out.
Don't get to the vinegar stroke, mate.
No, when you're using Google Earth, at any given time when they're showing that ball Earth depiction on the screen, you're telling me that's half of the globe?
What? I mean, in terms of what you see, I mean, sure, you can only see one side of a sphere. Can't
Are we seriously talking about like a computer thing on a phone that's proving that we live on a globe? Come on, guys.
Well, I mean, I don't know. This is what this guy's engaged me on with. I only sent the image.
Well, you brought it up. You brought it up. You said it was accurate. I'm trying to point it. Next time you're using it.
Yeah, I'm literally using it right now. I use it all the time.
Okay.
I'm not sure
Well,
how
let it sink in. Let it sink in as you continue to swipe and swipe and swipe and swipe to get the 360.
Oh, is this Tinder?
Let what sink in? What am I supposed to learn from this?
Well, you said that it's an accurate. You seem to think that Google Earth is an accurate portrayal of where you are.
Of where I am. I mean, I guess I could give Google access to my location.
No, dude. What are you, a concrete thinker?
Holy.
Remove yourself from the concrete thinking stage, sir.
Okay.
What I'm saying is you think you're on a water ball and you think Google Earth is an accurate depiction of that. Just next time you're using it, I don't know, man. If Google Earth is the best you have at this point.
Yeah, Google Earth with all of its redacted areas and mysterious black spots and things like that. It's a very good source.
Yeah, it's looking like a nice perfect sphere to me as well. But wait, I thought it was like an oblate spheroid, kind of pear-shaped. So if the Google Earth is not that, then what's Google Earth?
Center of Antarctica has a bunch of lines pointing to it because it's all crossed over these pictures.
Yeah.
Well, to be clear, the oblate spheroid. If I could say so, the reason why they say it's an oblate sphere is because it's not a perfect sphere. There are like small imperfections in Earth's shape.
So is Google Earth a perfect sphere or an oblate?
So it's not like a perfect sphere. That's why they.
Yeah, I understand what an oblate spheroid is. I'm asking you: is Google Earth an oblate spheroid or a perfect sphere?
I mean, I assume that it's.
What? Let's
closer to the realistic.
You just had it up, Floppy. Look at it. Click it. You have it up.
Let's
Remember?
not assume anything. Let's just open it up.
I mean, the reason why they've come to the conclusion that it's not a perfect sphere by measurements they've taken in the Earth.
No. Listen. I know that. I'm aware of that. Now I'm asking you: is Google Earth that, or is it a perfect sphere?
Now, was it measured?
I don't know. I've never claimed that that Google Earth was like a perfect model of the Earth. Just that it's a good way to visualize the.
Wait a minute.
Backpedaling.
Hold on, wait a minute.
What claim did I
So you
make
don't
earlier?
have
Hold on,
an
What?
Vern, hold on,
accurate
Vern.
model.
Homeboy
You
in the
don't have an
chat.
accurate model.
Oh, my
Homeboy
goodness.
said, I said there is no globe Earth model, and you kind of threw your hands up. What? And then this other guy in the chat was like, well, here's Google Maps. And then you defended him by saying, well, there's Google Earth. He said Google Earth, but Google Maps and Google Earth aren't the same thing. And then you posted some type of rendering. You're like, is this not a model? And that looks like a perfect sphere to me too.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
what are we doing here?
Hold on. This was just this is just like against the claim that there was no globe Earth model.
And
I
you
was
just
just
said
asserting
that's
that
not
there
even
was a
You're like,
model. I
that's not
didn't
even
say that it was a perfect model.
It's not a model at
To be-
all. You just posted a visualization. You just said.
A model has
What's
to be
the difference? Okay.
a model has to be able to elaborate and expound on different principles or properties within that system. It's not just drawing a couple of things next to each other, but how they interact with each other.
Yeah. You would need to explain some sort of
Model
phenomenon.
predicts.
Yes, it has predictive qualities, prescriptive qualities, things like that. A circle shape of the Earth isn't a model.
The only thing I've
Definitionally.
said about Google Earth so far is that it was good at visualizing the Earth.
Bruh.
Not that it was just like about these
model.
like.
If it's an all blank sphere, then looking at that isn't even fucking beneficial. It's like Instagram for an ugly bitch. Like, what is it? What does an artistic circle do?
So it's a visualization, not a model.
Yeah,
just
that's
what-
hilarious. We weren't
Yeah.
requesting a visualization as if we don't know how to visualize a globe Earth. I challenged it. I said there is no model. Of
What
course,
is a
there's
model?
visualizations.
What is a model?
Why is this like this dunk that you guys think it is? I don't understand what's.
It's not a dunk. It's not a dunk. It's just called accountability. Notice how I said there's no model. You guys freaked out, said yes, there is. You brought up Google Earth. Then we addressed Google Earth. And now you're admitting, you're backpedaling, saying, well, it's not really a model. It's a visualization. It's like, oh, well, that's what I thought.
Wait, the only reason why I went back on that is because I don't know exactly how accurate Google Earth is at visualizing, or at the very least, I guess, getting the exact proportions of the Earth, right?
It doesn't seem very accurate at all. It shows curve, and we don't see any curve.
It depends who programmed it, mate. It's not a live.
Wait,
it's not a live feed. Excuse me, mate. It's not a live feed from out of space. Someone's programmed them.
I know that.
Yeah, so you can't use Google Earth as anything, right? Come on, get into reality.
I mean, it's useful to some extent, I guess, not of like visualizing, I guess, the perfect sphere. Okay, to be clear, the oblate sphere claim is based upon the fact that the Earth bulges out slightly at its equator due to the centrifugal force from its rotation.
So you requested a model from us, and now you've presented your model, which we've just established is not a model, but a visualization. And it has no predictive qualities. It can't explain anything. It's just what you visualize in your mind, that we all have visualized ourselves at one time or another.
Wait, the visualization aspect was the utility of the Google Earth. You understand that, right? That's what I was explaining earlier.
Well, you said it was useful, so you're just saying it's useful to visualize?
Sure, if that's the claim that you want to stick on me.
What? Well, I don't think people have an issue with visualizing the globe Earth. I don't think.
I
when
mean-
I asked for a model, you guys didn't say, "Well, we have these visualizations for you." You said, "No, we do have a model. Here's Google Earth."
Okay.
So
what
which
are
should
your
be,
parameters for a model then? Fine. If Google Earth doesn't meet your standards.
First, can I ask you? You asked us for a model, so if I was just to give you my visualization of what I think the flat Earth might look like, would that be sufficient as a model for you?
Yeah, what would the source have to be? Just one person's visualization, or does it have to be some sort of flat Earth consensus on the model, or?
It doesn't have to be accurate as long as it's just a visualization. That's good enough.
Don't even. Wait, no, because I'm now like confused on what you guys' parameters even are. Because,
model.
I guess. Okay. So I guess my only mistake wasn't asking what your definition of a model is. I assume that visualization, at the very least, which is like, meet your parameters. I don't know if that was the original parameters, but or whatever the fucking other conditions are for like a perfect model.
Listen, this whole conversation only started because I was like, bro, we don't need a model. We don't have a model. I don't care about having a model. You're like, what? No, you have to have a model. I'm like, well, if
Why
that's
don't
true,
you need a model?
if that's true, then the globe Earth must have a model too then. And we took a look and looks like they don't really have one. So how about like forget models, literally, and let's go outside and test the Earth. Why do we need a little Hot Wheels version of the reality that's right there in front of us? There's a Porsche in the driveway, and you guys want to play with the toy Hot Wheels. Come on, guys, let's go out there where experience is.
Well, I guess the reason why people want a model of the entire Earth is so they can visualize the world beyond just what they can personally see, right?
Well, you don't have that, as I
So,
said
like,
earlier.
for
The world
example,
doesn't involve just a globe Earth. It involves this huge space that can't be modeled in totality. So
wait, the reason I say it is because, like, we understand that our personal perspective is limited, right? We can only see from what we see, like, from our viewing height of the ground, which is like, 5 to 6 feet, give or take. But that's not a very, let's say, like, you want, like, some form of, like, navigation across your city. Now, I guess you can, like, follow the science, but that's, like, very difficult, especially if we're talking about a city that you've never been in before. A visualization of the city, or I guess my definition of a model, I don't know if that, I guess my definition of model is different from yours, I guess, would be like a map of some sort, right? Now, a map is a rough visualization from above, I guess, the city, right? It's a city projected onto a 2D plane in order to understand basically where you're going, essentially, in the city from like a different perspective, because it provides a much more holistic view of like where you are, where your location is, and it's much easier to like understand where you are in relation to.
Get to the point.
A map is a map. A map isn't a model. A map is a map.
Flappy,
A map is a type of model.
Flappy, the image I posted in chat, are those models or are those pictures, Flappy?
Those don't need to. They don't necessarily contradict with each other. An image or a visualization and a model. Is that like literally the only thing that's like become an issue of? I don't think the two are like necessarily. Also, what is this image you posted? It doesn't. Let's see.
It's showing how every ancient culture of the world had the same model for the world shape.
Except for the model that you've just presented. So,
I mean, the difference is that
presented is included here. Okay. So these must be models, according to you.
I mean, they are models. They meet my definition of what a model is. Understanding
maps are flat,
that
maps, perm. Once you fold out the creases, once you press those out, what is the map? Is it flat or curved?
It's flat. It's a 2D representation of the city that you're in. We're talking about just like a city or like a particular region, not the scale of the Earth. I'm not sure what the hell. What is it?
Yeah, a map. So
because that is the utility of a map.
Not a model of the globe, which is what we were looking for about a minute and 45 seconds ago.
Yes, because the only utility that a map is supposed to serve is to help you navigate which region you're in, not the entire Earth.
So the globe model doesn't allow us to use it to travel. We need to go right down to ground level and use a flat map. And we're only looking at, on maybe a street map most of the time, suburbs at a time. So on a very small scale, and this is all done from the ground and points on the ground. So how is this flat map that's measured with elevation angles and depression angles proving a sphere?
I didn't say that a map of a city was proving a spherical Earth. Because that's not its job.
Well, you are.
It's
You're
not
saying
the
it's based off
utility.
this globe. You're saying it's based off the globe model.
That's how we
No,
got.
I didn't.
That's how we got here.
No,
That's
I
why you
didn't.
brought it up, dude. Yes. Why'd you bring it up then?
Wait, it was to address a different point about like why we need like I guess models to like observe an area,
So you did
or at
offer
least
to.
an area. Wait! Can I finish my answer before you fucking jump on me, dude? Holy shit! The reason why I bring up a map is just to bring up like the fact that like there is a utility in visualizing an area or something that's larger than just what we can personally perceive from our own two eyes.
Would you like a flat Earth map? Just go down to the local service station and buy yourself a map of your suburb and go and follow it.
Can I
Did I ever claim that a city map was supposed to be a proof of a globe Earth?
That's how we got here, sir.
That's not what I said.
Oh boy.
Let me challenge something you said. Do we have maps? Because I think the issue is you guys like to compare the globe Earth to a flat Earth object. And so what I want to highlight is that do we have maps of like the universe and like these places that we haven't been to? Do we have maps of places that haven't been explored yet? How can you visualize something that you how do you visualize an unknown?
Well, I don't know the exact process by which people map out an area. It would depend on the technology that is at your disposal. A lot of more primitive maps, or not even primitive, just like a lot of older maps usually had a lot of inaccuracies, usually because the technology that they had to use was pretty limiting in terms of like what they can actually observe, right?
Okay, so I'm looking for a yes or no. Can we map unknown areas, places that we haven't been?
I
do you
mean,
mean by map?
when we map them out, they wouldn't be unknown.
Well, this is an easy question to answer. Yes, we can.
Okay, how?
You ever heard of LiDAR?
Well, feel free to go ahead. Like, so give us an example, a place that's not.
Well, first you have to answer the question, have you heard of LiDAR?
Does it have to do with like? Because I was asking about outer space and places in the galaxy.
It's about mapping things that you can't see.
In the universe?
That was your question.
In the universe. That was my question. You might have joined in late.
Is the Earth not in the universe?
It is, but I also addressed this specifically though, Pat. So I don't know if you're coming in late. I can re-explain, but I don't want you to just to cock block my whole point here. Your worldview doesn't involve just the globe Earth, does it, Pat? And for
Repeat
you,
the question.
For you, pay attention. For you, the globe Earth has already been mapped out, so it's not that's not an unknown area for you.
Oh yeah,
Your
of course.
Well, so that's why I'm making my point, Pat. If you take a breath, is that your worldview involves places that haven't been
Arguing from a position where
there's places in your worldview that haven't been explored or mapped. So I'm just asking if those places can be mapped.
Hey, they can be 100%.
Go on, tell us how.
I just explained to you LiDAR.
You didn't really explain it. You just said the word LiDAR. Tell us how that works.
So LiDAR is it's a form of light absorbing radar, right? And it can actually penetrate through physical ground. So like, for example, we're using it right now to find old Mayan ruins and a bunch of really cool ruins in the Amazon that we didn't think existed. If we looked at this forest even 10 years ago, 8 to 10 years ago, this project started, we didn't think anything was there. Now that
Do you
we've hit
think
it with
LiDAR
LiDAR,
is creating curved maps?
hold on, I was answering a question, and now just another crazy question just came out of nowhere. So what's the
Well, what
crazy question?
relevance does LiDAR have to the globe?
Because it's penetrating the globe and showing us things that we haven't seen before.
No, it's no.
Yeah,
No, it's not.
penetrating the ground.
And that's Pat. Makes you clean the earwax out of
What are
your
you
brain.
talking about,
Don't add
you
to your-
fool? And you know, my LiDAR maps are flat, you donkey.
Yeah. And also, Pat, that's not what I asked you, is it?
It's not
I'm not gonna
generating a
talk
curved
under
map, is
duress.
it, Derkona?
Hold on, Pat, because you're talking about mapping areas that haven't been explored. You don't map you're mapping shit onto the ground. That's not what I asked you either. I asked you about places in the universe, and he's gone. So the
What
drive-by
pussy?
count.
Another failed argument. LiDAR.
He
You
was
joking?
he was in the middle of explaining how
he
LiDAR worked,
just
and you
played out.
interrupted
Played
with
out.
like some
Yeah, because
random
we
question.
pointed out that it has no
Yeah.
relevance.
Perm, you can't don't white knight if you don't even understand. Like, what did we ask him for?
What?
Yeah, so don't
Someone
interrupt.
asked him
Like,
to
yeah, what did I ask him?
You asked him how LiDAR works, and he was explaining, and
Nah,
then
that's not what I asked specifically. What did I ask specifically?
specifically
Mhm.
about LiDAR.
Specifically, yeah. What about it?
I guess it was
You're just
something to do
arguing.
with like how to map unknown areas.
Okay, great. So and so I was referring to like places in the universe, right, that haven't been explored.
Mm-hmm.
And I was asking, can we map those areas? And he's like, yes, of course, 100%. That's easy. And he's like, well, so anyway, if we just shoot LiDAR at the ground.
Wait, no, he said. Okay. I think this is a result of some other guy just like coming in and like
that's exactly
inserting a question in the middle of his explanation of how
Yeah, because he
LiDAR
doesn't
worked.
answer my question, right? He interrupted after he already gave the false. He said, well, we just shoot LiDAR into the ground and we know what's under the
Yeah.
earth.
Hey,
That's not
CB,
what I asked.
CB,
he
he
was
said
explaining.
he shoots LiDAR into the globe, is what he said.
Yeah, no, I was pointing out that it has nothing to do with Earth being a claimed spinning ball. And Perm, if you disagree, tell me how LiDAR does indicate that the Earth is a spinning ball, please.
Wait, that wasn't the question he was asked, though.
That was the question that I interjected with because it's irrelevant.
No, the question you asked was irrelevant.
No, because it was specifically pertaining to the Earth and its shape, you donkey. That's what we're talking about.
What? No, that was part of the larger conversation. We were on a specific topic, right? And it was having to do with like mapping out.
Yeah,
What?
mapping on LiDAR. They make flat maps. You understand?
So
how does that prove a globe, you donkey dick?
I didn't say that, and I don't think even
Okay, so
he
it
was
doesn't.
like
So it's irrelevant then. Like I said.
irrelevant to what he asked about it.
Earth
So he
being a
wanted
ball.
to know to the extent of.
The guy was bringing it up as if it was evidence for a ball. You understand that?
No, he was bringing up as evidence of our ability to map out the universe.
What the fuck? Map out the universe with LiDAR?
Yeah, that was quite literally what the conversation was
So you
about.
just don't
at
know
that
what
point.
LiDAR is then? So you just don't know what LiDAR is then?
Wait, why is me knowing? Wait, it wasn't my claim to explain. What is?
Yeah, you're just getting muted because you don't know what's being discussed. You're not paying attention. And you're contributing absolutely nothing.
It's called arguing to argue. You don't know what you're arguing, but you're just gonna argue anyway. I mean, you seem like you've been in fairly good faith though, Perm, but like I don't know, man. Why are you white knighting for something you don't even understand? That's crazy to me.
Yeah, he's acknowledging that it wasn't even an argument for the globe, and yet arguing that that should be entertained.
Wild.
Nonsense. All right, Perm, I'll unmute you, but stop white knighting for retards, please.
It's so odd that like I'm like accused of bad faith when I like being interrupted
Doesn't
in the
matter.
middle
Your
of what
feelings
I'm
don't matter. Move on
and
to
being
another
told.
claim for the globe. Move on to
I
something
think we're
else
good
for the
faith.
globe.
Wait, to be clear, the reason why I said it was being, or you were asked about it being like entertained. To be clear, it was this part of the conversation was being entertained. That's why he was like allowed to even like bring up LiDAR.
No, he's bringing it up because he thinks it's evidence for Earth being a spinning ball. That's why he's bringing it up.
No,
Yes.
that's not the reason why he brought up
Take a look
LiDAR.
around where you are. That is the discussion.
Yeah, dude.
And maybe part of the larger meta discussion of this room, but this specific
that is the
conversation was
discussion.
talking about.
When you go to something that isn't relevant to it, that's not a part of the discussion.
Okay, so why don't you like talk to your like other mod and why you even asked about LiDAR in the
No,
first place?
why don't you come up with something for why you
brought
believe
it.
the Earth's a ball that spins, or just sit on mute?
The fuck?
It's
He
simple.
asked about
Bro,
LiDAR.
are you going to contribute or not? Are you going to contribute or not?
I am contributing.
Well, then tell us why you believe the Earth's a spinning ball. Start there.
What the? That's not even.
Yes, that is
conversation we
even
were
the
having.
conversation. That is the conversation.
Oh my goodness, I don't understand you people.
Why do you believe Earth is a ball that spins? Very simple.
I mean, I don't know if you're in here like a few minutes ago, but you know, I was going on about like the direction the sun moves in the sky,
Yeah, that was
and
silly.
based upon
And
where.
we explained that to you for about an hour. Have you got anything else?
I mean, to be clear, I don't think you guys have still like.
So that's the only thing you've
refuted
got.
any of my
Your
claims.
misunderstanding, your perception
Okay.
of seeing the sun.
I'm not allowed to finish this in, so I can't assume that I even heard what I said.
Okay, have you got anything else other than that? Observing the sun to move, which doesn't tell you that the Earth's a spinning ball.
I mean, that was just like the topic that we were on. I was
Yeah, but I'm
going
asking if
to
you have
say
anything
that.
else.
What the hell is your problem, dude?
Do you have anything else for the globe?
As of now, not right now, but I was just going to say
Okay,
the reason why
easy.
I'm sticking
Sit
on
on
this.
mute then.
The reason why I'm sticking
It's
on
okay,
this
bro.
because I don't believe you sufficiently disproved my claim about the
You
position of the
didn't.
sun.
There was nothing to disprove, bro. You asked a question about why the sun
You
moves.
literally did. There literally was. I don't know why you think this is like an
No, you
way to
agreed
like
with us. You
engage
said the sun
conversation.
moves through the sky. Remember?
Okay, but everyone fucking sees that the sun moves through the sky.
Exactly.
Whether they're a globe earther or a flat
Welcome
earther.
to reality. Welcome to reality.
oh,
You know what you don't see?
Globe
The
Earth-
Earth spinning. You know what you
Hold
don't
on,
see?
Perm.
The ground spinning, bro. Yeah, he's probably had enough.
No, Perm. You hit a good. I love that you just said that. No matter who you are, we all see the same thing. Round of applause, my boy. Yes, finally. Because I don't want you to turn around and say. I want you to keep that same energy. Because if the flat Earth comes up again, I want you to say the exact same thing. Flat Earthers and globe Earthers experience the same thing. Yeah, we know that means eclipses, sunsets, all this stuff.
No one. I don't think I've ever heard anyone say that the sun doesn't move in the sky.
Okay,
I
so-
mean, we literally we literally have terms like sunrise.
You're right. Now, but when people come along and say, "Well, why don't we see to China?" Well, I'm going to say the same thing. I don't think I've ever heard anyone see to China. So why would that happen? You see, it's the same type of logic. I just want to make sure you understand. Like now, you know how I feel when you're like, we all experience the same thing. Yeah, that's how I feel when you're like, well, if the Earth was flat, we should see the sun doing this. I'm like, no, bro, what? No. Hell
All
no.
right, you guys wanted something else. All right, so here's the thing: India is a pretty flat state, right? And Chicago is, or at least the Chicago skyline is pretty close to Indiana. And so, if the Earth was flat, then why can't you see the Chicago skyline from Indianapolis?
Yeah,
It should be a pretty objective.
Yeah, if you stand in thick enough fog, you can barely see the hand in front of your face.
No. I'm talking about like on a clear day.
How, bro? How?
What's a perfect
Even on a clear day, there's atmospheric obstruction and from distance, bro. Nothing can see forever. Even a bird is going to be obstructed by atmosphere and things over a distance.
Wait, but don't you see the sun moving though? Perm? You see the sun moving, right?
Yes, no
That
one
means the
has
Earth can't be a
ever
globe.
said
Hey,
that the sun.
hey, then the Earth can't be a globe, right? Since we see it moving, it can't be a globe.
Not necessarily.
Oh, so if I don't see to China, then like what does that mean?
What the hell's the point of muting me every 10 seconds?
Because you do this.
Do what?
This. Instead of just
Talk?
asking a question. Berg.
No, you're complaining about being muted. How about just listen? Just relax. Calm down, listen, respond. You don't have to be muted if you're just
I mean, I don't know. It seems as though the mute serve is nothing more than just a flex of power.
Now he complains some more.
This is why you're getting muted. So you were like, well, if it was flat, we should see this, which I previously addressed. I was like, don't say that again, right? You already understood that, like, everyone sees the sun doing this, regardless of what your position is. So everyone sees the Earth where you don't see to China or whatever. Why should that be different? It shouldn't. Just like with the sun, dude. We all live and experience the same Earth as everyone else. So your presentation shouldn't really be if the Earth is flat. The reality we all experience should be different. That's crazy.
Why does a moving sun disprove the globe Earth?
Why does seeing not to China not disprove flat Earth?
No, answer my question, dude.
It doesn't. Just like not seeing to China doesn't debunk a flat Earth. That's my point, dude.
No, I mean, you've like pointed out, and like a bunch of other people. I said that the sun moves, and everyone's like, I don't know, fucking jubilated as if it was some gotcha about like how, oh, you see it moving, therefore the sun or therefore the Earth can't be a globe or whatever. So
we're trolling you. We're trolling you. But again, we asked you specifically to take your position, put your stance on the ground. Is the sun moving or the Earth? That's why Wolfgang asked you multiple times, and you kept asking, "Well, why are you asking me that? Why are you asking me?" Then when we got to the end, we're like, "Well, you said the sun moves, not the Earth." And you're like, "But," like, well, what is your position? We all understand the observation is the same, but your position is that the Earth is the thing actually moving.
The thing that you don't
okay,
understand.
I will say this. I will say this.
We would need to see proof for that. The observation isn't the proof. I think that's what Wolfgang was trying to help you understand.
What?
Like you pointed out, we all observed the same thing, so it wouldn't be evidence for your claim if you have a claim that goes against the observation, especially.
Wait, to be clear, my assertion is that both can be true. The sun can move in the sky, and it could be because the Earth's position in relation to the sun is, moving, and that's the reason why the sun appears to be moving in the sky.
Well, they're saying that the
sun
is only moving because the Earth is rotating. That's the claim.
Yes.
So then it's not that.
So that must be it then, right? You made the claim the sun moves, so it must be rotating then.
What the hell is your problem, dude?
In your worldview, essentially it is still moving, but the observation is, well, I'm trying to think about it because you guys talk about like relative motion and stuff like that, right? So just like if I'm in a car and I'm seeing the trees move along the street, right? As I'm in my car driving, I'm seeing the trees moving. So it's not that I'm seeing you're seeing one of them moving, even though only one of them is actually moving. You see what I'm saying? So in with the sun and the Earth relationship, the observation is the sun moving, but in the globe Earth like paradigm, it's not moving and you are, the Earth is. So you're saying like, well, they both move. I can see it moving and the Earth is still moving. I'm not sure if that goes with the model, quote unquote. But go ahead if you want to try.
I mean, both can be true, right? The sun can be moving in space, and the Earth can also be moving around the sun, right?
Well,
and the sun could be moving in the sky. All three can be true at once. If you're talking about, just what you said. What, relative positioning or relative like?
So does that work with like when I'm in my car, right, and I'm seeing like the trees flying by? Would it make sense if there was like a tree that kept pace with me or something like that? That wouldn't make sense, right?
Well, to be clear, trees are stationary, but let's say you have something that does move, like an animal of some sort, like a moose or whatever, and it's like running along the road, and you're also in your car moving, right? So both the car that you're in and the moose is also moving, and the moose also appears to be moving from your perspective. See in that example how all three is true?
No, but that's not the same because, right, like, because the observation isn't a moving Earth. You're essentially stationary. So, like, if you were to get out of that car, like, the moose is still moving. The observation is the sun moving, not the Earth.
He would have to say that he gets out, he stops the car, and the moose stops.
What?
Right.
No, I actually didn't understand what this guy said.
You don't
something
understand what you
moose
said.
stops.
You don't understand what you said.
No, I don't understand what you just said.
I just don't think your example is really relates. The observation should be based off of like relative motion. Like you're not really seeing the sun moving along with you. Or does
Well, to be
anybody?
clear, the
or any
sun
other
does
scientific
move. It rotates
scientist-
around the center of the universe,
I
or at
know,
least the
but
solar system does.
again, that's
And the
what
sun
we're
moves
trying to
along.
do. Perm, listen. We have to make sure we have to draw a distinction between what like the claims are and what the observation is. So the claims are what you just described, is that the sun moves around this thing, right? The observation is the sun moving in the sky.
Mm-hmm. The sun moves in the sky. That is my claim.
That's your claim?
Yeah, yes, what my claim was. My claim was that the sun moves in the sky. That's my observation. And I'm sure that's your observation too.
Yeah.
Maybe you just slipped up your words there, because I said that's the observation. You're like, no, that's my claim, and then you turned around and said, well, we both observe it. It's both of our observations. So it's all right.
Did I contradict? Did I say something that contradicted what the claim was?
Maybe just a little bit, but it's okay. I think we both agree this is the observation. So someone in the chat's asking, does the Earth move? And I guess the follow-up would be, how do we go and prove that though? If we both agree on the observation. And Duncan, you got a lot of background noise. You're gonna want to mute up, dude.
He asked why he gets muted all the time. I told him, but yet, this is why.
Your microphone's just causing a lot of feedback, Darth. So we'll have to either keep you on mute or you have to mute yourself up. So, sorry. Yeah, so we'll just leave it on mute.
All right. So the claim that I was screaming about like a lot earlier, and that basically was kind of just like the central premise of what I was saying. So at first, it started off with the 24-hour sun, and the reason why I asserted the fact that the video was taken in the southern hemisphere was the fact that the sun was moving in a counterclockwise direction.
Okay, the observation doesn't hurt anybody, so we have to go get to the evidence or the proof now.
Mm-hmm. And well, the proof was there was a couple videos that were posted. So someone posted a video of the sun, basically 24-hour sun in the Antarctic, right?
Yeah, we debunked the same clouds at the beginning and the end. Go ahead.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. Scroll up.
Can we go through it together? Can we go through it together? 'Cause there's going to be some new people. Let's take a look together, because from what I've seen, it does seem like there's a little bit of fugazi going on there. But let's take a look together. We've got the whole panel here.
I'm not sure what people even like.
Nothing to hide.
Responded to my shadow thing. I don't know where the video was at. There's a lot of messages posted since then.
Yeah, I guess the server deletes chats, so I have to grab the link. Yeah, I mean, like, same clouds, the same snow cap cover. I mean, we have to go full conspiracy mode if we're gonna say, like, no, it's okay. Clouds repeat, stuff like that. I don't know. I mean, if you wanna say that or what?
I mean, considering it's the South Pole, right, and the clouds are.
Really?
Are you seeing fucking clouds repeat themselves because it's the South Pole?
Really?
Yeah, but I mean, it's obvious that some clouds are identical, because when you look at some globe pictures from NASA, they have the clouds the same as well.
Yeah, and 7 years difference or something.
Wait, but this is only a 24-hour difference. Why is there disbelief over the fact that the same clouds appear twice?
What?
You might be an idiot, dude.
Just say that one more time. Just say it one more time.
Okay, what is the issue with the same formation of clouds appearing twice in this video? Okay, I'm not gonna take the soundboard clap response as like legitimate.
Yeah, we're not gonna.
Is there an actual response?
Dude, you're a fucking retard. I'm sorry.
Wait,
every cloud is an original. Every cloud is an original cloud.
Okay. Well, I mean, I've asked my question like 3 times. I assume if you guys don't have an answer, you don't have an answer. I got.
Wait. What is your answer for the same clouds, dude? Like,
You're saying, so here's the camera goes around and it starts and we see clouds. Camera goes around in a circle, 24 hours later it comes back and there's the same clouds. You're saying clouds keep the same exact shape, they morph, then in 24 hours later they morph back into the same shape they were and they repeat the same process? Are you on
Wait.
some
Yeah,
kind of loop?
To be clear, there is. All right, so I'm looking at the picture, and you people, I hate
no,
you.
don't. I'm not. Are you about to?
To be clear, the clouds actually do change a little. There's a smaller cloud that's right above the main cloud formation
Because
that
they
seems
didn't
to
get
be
it down
absent
to
in
the
one of the
exact
photos.
millisecond in the timing. My original post was exactly on the first one and the second. So far, nobody's been able to clip it like I did.
Wait, you're trying to tell me like, wait, no, it's a little bit different though. No, bro.
Wait, the claim that you guys throw out was the fact that we see the exact same clouds.
You said
I'm
that
saying
yourself.
that it does appear to be.
You said it yourself. Well, you're like, well, they repeated 24 hours later. What's so crazy about that?
Yeah, what's so crazy
The only
about
thing
the
I said so
exact
far
same
was
thing
that the
that's
cloud
24 hours
formation
later?
is the same, but there does seem to be changes in the actual cloud formation.
That's
so
a contradiction.
it's not even. I mean, sure, it may be, but either way, what you
They're the
guys said
same,
is wrong.
They're the same but different.
It's the same cloud formation, but the shape is slightly different.
You're
Nope.
crazy.
Or the clouds
No, it's
there
not.
are
No,
slightly
it's
different.
not. No, it's not. I'll post my original clips that didn't have the timestamp, and we'll see.
Okay, I'll actually hang on.
Yeah,
So
I want
fucking
to.
desperate, bro. You should be ashamed.
Yeah, this is pretty bad. Listen to what you're saying though. What is it really crazy that the cloud is the same? Like, really?
Nice.
Come on, G. You don't actually think that?
The bottom one is at the beginning, and the top one is at the end. I didn't get the bar on the top one, but they're obviously 2 different clips, and you can clip it just like that. If you can pull it into a video editor, and you should be able to go frame by frame and pull them exactly in the way I did, but I can't do it again. I've tried.
Is that another cloud formation? That's a completely different than the other one, or is it just moved over? I mean, you can't actually see this one and go, yeah, still the same, still legit. Nah, it's cool. That's once, but twice? Nah. State of the globe in 2020. But we're days away from 2024, folks.
Well, we're getting closer to living on Mars soon.
Okay.
It's a little shocked.
Well,
Are you guys just
pregnant.
refusing the
I'm
fact that
pregnant.
like these are? I
No,
don't know what that
dude.
was.
Again, he
so how
already
does
addressed that point. Perm.
How
It's
does
just
a lot of sunlight in one area prove the globe? I mean, how is it proving it? What's happening to make it a globe?
What?
Golly.
Yeah, why? So you've seen a lot of sunlight. Why is the Earth a globe?
What? Wait, what's the question you're asking? You're like talking.
You're saying there's nearly 24 hours sunlight. So how does that prove it's a globe you live on?
Okay, so my claim was the direction by which the sun was moving.
Yeah, but the Earth's moving, isn't it, in your realm, not the sun?
So the direction the sun was moving in the sky, and the South Pole, the sun moves
What do you mean
in
pole?
a counterclockwise.
Excuse me, we don't
The
have
South
a pole.
Pole.
We've got
The
no
South
proof
Pole.
of globe. We haven't got poles, mate. We haven't got proof of a globe.
Okay, fine. Southern hemisphere, right? We're at the
don't have
bottom
a sphere,
southern
mate.
hemisphere.
Bruh. We
24
don't have
hour
a sphere.
sun in the southern hemisphere. Are you okay?
You're begging the question of a sphere, mate, right?
Okay.
You already right. What I'm trying to establish is how do you know you live on a sphere? By looking at a light in the sky.
I'm going based off these videos, right? So this is a 24-hour sun in the
We're
southern
not looking at
hemisphere, which should
it's
be
not
near
showing.
the.
Excuse me, mate. Excuse me. It's not showing you a globe. It's not showing you a curved globed Earth.
What
You're
is
looking at a light
wrong
in
with
the
you?
sky. Because you're pathetic. You're looking at a sunlight.
You're not
in the
even
sky.
hearing what I'm saying because you have some little sentence to like object to every like 20 seconds. How do you like turn off soundboards actually? All
Yeah, well, stop begging the question of a sphere. Stop telling us the light in the sky proves the Earth's a sphere. Yeah?
Okay.
Get to the
What
point.
is your okay, buddy? What is your explanation for why the sun moves in opposite directions then, huh?
I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know what it's doing, mate.
You don't know what the sun is. Whatever.
No.
You don't either.
It's a light in the sky.
We don't
Hey,
even
bro,
know
you don't know what
He's
the sun is. Are you
responsible for
joking?
night and day.
We don't know how
he's
this
responsible for seasons.
We don't know how the video is made because the clouds are exactly the same.
Yeah, let's talk about the Earth, mate.
Curvature, motion, gas pressure. Got anything for any of those? We already agree the sun moves through the sky.
Literally no one has like responded to my central question.
Yeah,
The only example was
45 minutes. Just because you were too bricked to understand it doesn't mean we didn't talk about it. We're moving on. Curvature or motion, gas pressure without a container. Any of the globies got anything for those?
To be clear, I've heard what you guys said, and I understand it. I just don't think it has sufficiently addressed like my
Well, we
question.
don't have to, because your observation of the sun moving, regardless of how it moves, does not indicate that the surface is curved or in motion. You just assume that.
Wait,
Based
it
on
wasn't
cartoons you've
just.
been shown.
Wait, it wasn't just the fact that it moves, but the direction that it was moving. That was my.
That doesn't matter.
central
That's still only it moving and has nothing to do with curvature of
doesn't
the
it matter?
surface or motion of the ground.
Why doesn't it matter?
Because it's not showing curvature of the surface or motion of the surface.
Wait, I can deduce that the Earth must be
Nope,
round
you
and that
can't.
it is
Not by
rotating in
looking
a
at the
particular
sun.
direction.
Not by looking
Well,
at the
yes,
sun
I
moving,
can.
you can't.
And I've already
Nope.
explained why.
Nope, that's just observing the sun moving, bro.
Yeah, you're doing what the kids call reaching. You're connecting dots that don't connect.
It's just
What
a
you
simple
have
reason,
observed
dude.
is that
I
the
don't
sun appears
understand
to
why
move through the
people are
sky.
like so allergic
don't
to
understand.
observation outside of just like what you.
We're not
Yeah, you
allergic to
observe
anything.
you observe the sun moving over an observably flat and motionless surface. So that's what you can claim from that observation. The sun
It's a
seems to be
room full of
moving over a
retards,
flat,
dude.
motionless surface.
Spaceship, bro.
Yeah? Oh wait.
He
Yeah.
left.
Spiral out.
Apparently,
Good.
we're. He said this is a room full of retards. Yeah. Okay. Well, we've had to
The
explain things
desperation.
over and over. Yeah. No, but wait. So, like, how does it look different though? We explained, bro. East to west. Holy fuck. Duncan's like, I'm at work with my phone in my pocket. Holy homeboy. Remember, you guys remember like those books that would be like spot the difference? You know? Homeboy's putting in here spot the similarities. Let me repost it.
That was like a prime example of not having eyes to see. Like, there's that like Arab scholar who says like the Western world has got this retardation. And I think he was a prime example of that. Like, he couldn't see it because if he
You're the
saw
same.
it causes a complete paradigm shift for him if he could see it. So he refused to see it.
Guys, I asked my dad for a picture of the globe Earth, and he said that I'm too smart not to believe in the Earth being round.
Sounds about right. Sounds about right.
I was like, I just need one picture of like the whole thing that isn't like deliberately edited digitally. So I just need like a raw photo. I seen the diagram of the satellite that they use, like the camera and all that. I'm like, all right, cool, mechanics, nice. Yeah, I dig a nice camera. Now let's see the picture.
But though, not to flame your pops, but most people move like that. They have the same type of thinking process. I
Yeah,
don't even need to think. I don't even need to look into
It's
it.
too
There's already
big.
people who
It's
figured
too
it out.
big. It's too big. It's too big to get the full picture, but we can get you on a Jupiter if you want that.
Yeah.
I just like I've been in here a few times, and I'm a skeptic. I'm not sure of anything because my personal take on it is that first of all I'm not about to be doing the high altitude BS myself, so I'm automatically gonna have to trust somebody else's take. But that just raises the bar for the evidence. It's like I'm not ever gonna have the capacity to test any of this stuff myself, apart from like I saw one video that was sent to me from a guy here about like the vanishing point and how like the objects at a certain distance just disappear into the horizon, and that was a really good example. So I was just like, I'm currently like trying to wrap my head around that. But every time I ask for a picture of the planet, I get like insulted, and I just want a photo.
Thing is, mate, apparently the globe was measured 2,000 years ago. We didn't have high altitude, machinery then to take photographs, but they worked out it was apparently a spheroid. Yeah.
Yeah. What was that? The Carl Sagan video, and he was talking about that with the obelisks or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's nothing to do with measuring curvature. It's just measuring shadows and sticks and angles and then doing some mathematics. It's not actually measuring any curve whatsoever. It's just a presupposition. They presume by looking at the moon was spherical, so the Earth must be spherical. So if the Earth was spherical, what would the circumference be? So they measured an angle, they got a distance between the angle and the GP, and then they did some mathematics and divisions and multiplications and came up with a circumference. And that's how that happened. That's how that story goes.
And I did tell him that math was always my weakest area, and he was like, "It's got nothing to do with math."
But it's that arrogance, though. Oh, there's no way it's not a globe. I don't even need to think about it. I don't need to question it. If anything else were true, someone would tell me.
Yeah, that was literally it too. He refused to engage with it past like a certain point. He was just like, I don't need to talk about this. I'm good.
Yeah, facts. I mean, there's probably a couple reasons for that. Unbeknownst to them. But I sort of look at it like this snowball effect. This topic has a snowball effect. If you let that snowball get rolling, it's going to build steam. That bitch might even turn into an avalanche eventually. I think people have this natural defense mechanism to not allow this snowball process to start. If I even just start talking flat earth, if I even start asking questions, well, I don't know. Maybe I'll be opening up a can of worms. I'll ask questions I don't really want the answer to. So people are just like, you know what? It's a globe and I'm cool with that. I'm going to go back to sleep. So,
yeah, like I'm definitely I feel like there's an element of that like paradigm deconstruction, but like I feel like cognitive dissonance is probably generally a good thing. It just keeps people from being like walked up on and manipulated constantly. But the problem is, like you said, it's like once they get locked in on something, it's real hard to get them to shift on it. I mean, he was like, you can go up into the sky in a plane and you can fly west and go all the way around the earth. And I was like, no, I can't.
Bruh.
I don't have a plane. I don't have a pilot's license. I'm pretty sure I can't. There's not like any plane. I don't know about like aviation or whatever, but I don't think there's a plane that can fully circumnavigate the globe on like one tank anyway, supposedly. So it's like, I'm supposed to make stops along the way. I'm supposed to like go through like sanctioned airspace. I got to get permission. Like it's a lot more complex than like fly up in the air and go around the planet. Like, and he's like, but there are people that have done it. I'm like, but again, you're just asking me to trust their account when I have no reason to. I can't like verify myself. It's not how science works. I'm supposed to be able to replicate the experiment, and I don't have a plane or any of these abilities to.
Yeah, well, the answers aren't up there anyway. And people will say this type of stuff all the time. Oh, well, you can just do this. And what's funny is they're not basing their worldview or their belief off of that thing they're telling you to do, right? They'll be like, oh, well, you can just like take a rocket. Is that why you're a Glober? Because you got in a rocket? No. So why are you setting all these standards for me that I need to achieve so that I can have the same worldview as you when you didn't require yourself to do any of these things, like go in a rocket or go in a plane or go around the earth for you to believe these things? Number one, we understand those hypothetically. Number two, they don't really work in the field though. Like people will say, well, just go straight. Yeah, that works on paper, it works in your mind, but number one, where do I start from? And number two, what method of travel do I take? You already highlighted the other issue with the planes thing. People think you could just get in a plane and just start traveling and going wherever you want. Not really. It's no different than when you get in your car. You're going to have to abide by the rules of the road. You want to go straight? Well, there's a fork in the road. You got to either go left or right, type of thing. And so with planes and flying, it's like they don't just let people don't just get in the air and just fly willy-nilly. Just wing it. No, there's corridors and different altitudes and people have to fly at, etc.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's not that you just get in a plane and just go prove it's a globe. Like that doesn't work like that. And number three, and I'll leave it with this, you can go around a flat earth just like you can go around your neighborhood. You can go around your house, around your room. It's no different. You don't need a sphere to go around things to come back to where you started. Oh. I'd be afraid of flat earth too. I'd probably be scared too, not gonna lie. But I don't know, maybe not everyone's cut from the same cloth, man. It's not like I was a flat earther when I first heard those words for the first time. Flat earth, what's that? But I did notice when I went to talk to other people about the topic, I don't know, I would just bring the words flat earth up, and they would freak out. And I realized pretty quickly there's something going on here. That didn't make me a flat earther, but it surely let me know that I was getting kicked out of the globe camp for just asking questions. And so a lot of people are going to be like that. They're not really here to actually discuss their worldview. They don't really care. It's a globe and you're dumb for even asking questions. What do you do with those types of people? Let us know when you're ready to have a conversation, I guess.
Yeah, like that's probably the biggest factor that's even like pushing me into spaces like this where it's like I'm genuinely open to the conversation. Like I have no problem admitting that the entire extent of my expertise was like grade school level science. So I mean, I have never had a reason in my practical everyday life to even like pursue this field. I'm not a physicist, I'm not an astrophysicist, I'm not like I'm not really interested outside of like, my day-to-day existence, like paying my bills, taking care of my family. So it's like when I see like a conversation that is like one side is like coming at it, with a rationale that's like calm and collected, and the other side is like, stamping their feet and appealing to authority and calling the other side like names and stuff. It's just like, what is there a conversation to be had? Like, what is so dangerous about like this information? If it's just self-evident that the earth is round, then like it should be as simple to prove it, and they're just like, just go outside. And I'm like, well, I've been out there, and that doesn't really answer the question.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, they don't really say go outside. That's what flat earthers say. What they'll say is look up at the sky. Look up. Look, see the sun? See see Mars? See those other planets? Like that's us. That's what their answers lie up in the sky. And that's one thing I wanted to tell you too earlier is like, you're like, I don't want to get in a high altitude balloon. I don't want to either, but it's all good because the answers aren't up there. The answers are here. People have this idea like the answers are over there somewhere. You need to get in a boat, get in a plane, go over there to find the answers. I don't really think you have to go that far. You definitely don't have to launch yourself up into the sky to get answers about the ground that's down here that we all live on. So, don't set up these roadblocks and obstacles for yourself when you can just step over the hurdle that's right in front of you.
So
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, they don't want you to go outside, dude. They'll tell you to open up Google Earth, open up an app on your phone, or just go to images, or like look up a video on YouTube. Then you can see the globe. Not outside, you know.
But it's worse than that. They actually tell you can't see the curve.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they tell you it appears to be flat. That's what deGrasse Tyson will tell you. You can't see it. It'll appear to be flat. So he's telling you that it's flat. I mean, how absurd is that?
Surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
There you go.
That stuff is flat.
I don't like playing the last part, but it is a red pill. People don't like hearing it because they think that flat earthers are purporting that as him saying the earth is flat. He's not. He's just debunking you goofballs out here that think you can see curvature in an airplane, on a mountain, in a tall building. There's way too many goofballs out here that are willing confidently to say that they see curvature. No, you don't. I don't care who you are. Even if I was a globe earther, I would not be going around saying you can see curvature. Okay, so this is why that clip is helpful, because you get tons of people who say they can see it. And even folks on their own side will tell you, you don't see jack shit. You see the same thing as everyone else. A flat earth. You don't see curvature.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth. You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
You don't see the He's really trying to tell you guys. You don't see the curvature of the Earth. I mean, he's really trying to let you know. And it's not that he's right because we agree, or like yeah, he's right. He said there's no curve. Yay, flat earth. Like, it's not like that. He's correct based off of the claimed size of the globe. It's too big to see curvature. So why does a flat earther have to teach you that? It should raise a red flag. That you thought you could see curvature, and then you got flat earthers teaching you, hey, based off of your worldview, like, you shouldn't really be able to see that, right? Crazy. And then what they'll do is they'll throw Neil deGrasse under the bus. Oh, well, no, he's just wrong. Sure. That's why they gave him a microphone and not you. He's the globe educator.
That's the conspiracy, bro.
Yeah.
What is that? What is that? The world is ruled by midwits? It's like, it's a conspiracy of mundanity, homie.
That's deep. It's just the double standards are crazy, because in one breath they'll say you need to listen to the scientists, listen to the experts. And then you go, well, here's what they say.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
And then they throw him under the bus. Oh, well, not him. Well, he was wrong about that. And so wait, how? Hold on. I thought I was supposed to listen to the expert. now I'm supposed to listen to you? We're gonna throw the expert under the bus and go with you? I don't think so.
It's a Frankenscience, bro. There's certain experts for certain points. Neil deGrasse is not the expert for the curvature being visible point.
Exactly.
That's not his field.
Right. That's hilarious.
Oh no, I'm gonna get spotted. Oh no. No. So scary.
I'm reacting to the last guy. He was like, you guys are stupid, but he wasn't able to spot the difference. You guys remember those books, those games, Spot the Difference or whatever?
Yeah.
There is no difference. And Homeboy's like, no, they're the same but different. But you're all retarded. Like, I'm not gonna feel retarded if you spiral, then rage quit after telling me that these two images, which are the same, are different. I'm supposed to feel bad about that? I'm sorry, dude. I don't.
But there was him before as well. They say, we jump all over and we're not allowed to speak and all that. But it's like I was saying to that guy, he's automatically presuming an atmosphere. He's presuming a pole, and all. So he's begging the question straight off the fucking bat, and that's why they get pulled straight away, because you're supposed to be proving that you live on a globe, not using the globe as proof you live on a globe. And that's why we jump on him. That's why I jump on him, and I don't like him going any further. Don't talk to me about poles. Don't speak to me about atmospheres, sphere-shaped air. Yeah? Tell me how it's measured. Where's it observed, and how do we measure it in physical reality?
Yeah, One Deck. They have this idea for some reason that, like, well, let me just speak for 5 minutes, and then you speak for 5 minutes. No. If you start off with your premise involving poles, a hemisphere, those things have not been established yet. You're going to have to establish those things before you build on top of that premise. That's what we call claim stacking. When you take a claim and then you're just going to build on top of this claim with another claim and then stack another claim like Legos on top of that one. So now we've got 3 claims that have not been supported, but for somehow in their mind, the weight of the claims is going to now verify all of them. That's not how this works, okay? You have to start with a premise that you can establish to be true. It's like when you build a house, you're going to need a foundation to put it on. Even if you wanted to be a weirdo and build the house backwards, let's start with the shingles and build down. You still, at the end of the day, need a foundation. A lot of these globies don't have a foundation, but you do have the baby room color picked out, and we know what carpet we're going to put in this room, and we've already calculated the size of the windows. That's great. I really appreciate all that, but where's your foundation? Where can we put this house at? Where's the land? Oh, you don't have that? So what are you going to do with your house? So sets poles and hemispheres, that's building the house backwards. You don't even have anywhere to put all that. I watched a video. It's like a short YouTube short or whatever. It was a guy who was building a house. Said it took him 77 days from start to finish, and like obviously a pretty decent amount of money. He said the majority of the days were spent on the foundation. I think it was like 38 out of the 77 days were on the foundation. And he said the largest chunk of the money was also spent on the foundation as well. Sound familiar? Flat Earthers, we spend almost all of our time on these foundational claims. The Earth is claimed to be curved, rotating in this place. Well, that's your foundation. But notice how these guys are like, oh, but like, just all these backwards things. Oh, look at this like video, and well, it has to be a globe and all these things. The poles, hemispheres. Okay, but again, we're going to need those foundational claims to be verified or supported in any way first before we just let you have poles and hemispheres and all this stuff. These things are just default true. I know in your guys' minds that a lot of these things are just default, automatically true. Well, you have to establish that they're true first before we just accept it and move on, or allow you to build on that premise. So what poles, what hemisphere? You're going to need a curved Earth for that. Every time we try to get down to the foundation, oh, well, how do you know this? Well, we just already know this other thing. How did you know that? Well, we already knew this other thing. Okay, so how did you know that? Well, we just already knew these other things. So that's how it comes down. Somehow, we just already knew it was a globe, guys.
Exactly.
Not gonna lie. That's not a position I feel comfortable with trying to teach to others. 'Cause if they come asking me for the same evidence, I'm not gonna sit here and tell people, well, we just already knew it was a globe, so shut up with your
No,
question.
bro. We all agreed it was a globe. There's consensus.
See? Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, we already knew, we all agree. Yeah, like that's not I'm not gonna sell someone a worldview and have that be like my bill of sale that we just all agree and just come on, bro, trust me, dude. Like that's not good enough. And you Globies should honestly think twice about that. Like what do I have to if I was talking to a 5-year-old, like what could I teach them so that they could teach someone else? Don't have that. Instead, we just tell kids like you're stupid for not believing in it. And that's honestly that's leading people astray. The difference between flat earthers and globe earthers, there's a lot of them, but I think flat earthers do a better job at teaching their own or just teaching people in general, whether you're a flat earther or not, how to talk about this subject, how to debate it, how to understand the claims, burden of proof, etc. I feel like we try to go through the argument and detail it. Well, here's what the globe earthers would say, here's what the flat earthers would say, here's the argument for that, etc. The other side, I feel like I would just encourage, like if you're an honest globe earther, you genuinely believe in it, you should do a better job trying to teach it to other people. Most people do not understand the globe very well. And really the only reason they're here is to go against some idea of flat earth that they came up with. They're not basing this whole thing off of here's why I think it's a globe and here are the things that I think support it. They're basically like, I think the earth is not flat. I think flat earth is stupid. And that's why I believe in the globe. And then we ask them, so what
Right.
is evidence? And they're like, well, I don't know. It's just not flat, which isn't helpful. So instead of treating flat earthers like the creepy old guy in a white van trying to sell you candy, right? Because I was raised to like if I see one of those guys trying to get me to come in his van with candy to run. And I feel like that's how flat earthers are to people. They were told to be treated like these creepy old guys in a white van with candy. If you see a flat earther, just run away, spit on him and get out of there. They're not actually
Right.
saying like, if you see a flat earther, tell him that it's a globe for these reasons or like give him some evidence or whatever. So I don't know, man. I would just love to see a better effort from the globe side in teaching your own kind the globe accurately instead of telling them like, oh yeah, flat earth is the dumbest thing you'll ever find. Just go in there and talk to them and it's easy. Not easy. As you guys can tell, and clearly everyone's in here quiet as hell, shy. Is it really that easy to talk to a flat earther? Go ahead one day.
I'm just saying it's self-evident if you're with a group of people and they don't know you're a flat earther and you're out socializing and talking and having a good time with these people and having a laugh and a joke and everything's hunky-dory, and then all of a sudden you tell them you're a flat earther, you just watch how that situation changes. I've been there.
I've been there too. And it makes you wonder, what's with this reaction? Why are they reacting this way? I could
They're
say anything
triggered.
else. Yeah, super triggered. I could say anything else. Like, I think Barney exists. He'd be like, okay, dude, that's funny. But if I say
Well,
the
you
earth
could-
is flat,
Yeah,
you're gonna be like, no! Like, you're gonna get really triggered, you know? Like, what's up with that?
Yeah, we had this brief conversation earlier. There was somebody in saying flat Earth as a conspiracy theorist, and do we believe in the alien type people and all this? So we got on to, well, in your realm, you know, you're in outer space. There could be life on other planets. There's possibility of aliens, but you're all right talking about aliens with 5 arms and 3 legs, sort of coming down to Earth and zipping through different dimensions without. That's perfectly normal to talk about all that. And the Anunnaki, say, the story of the Anunnaki coming down from Nibiru and changing DNA. That's not stupid to talk about things like that. But talk about the shape of the Earth not being a globe, then you're absolutely insane.
Yeah, bro.
Well, this isn't news for a flat earther. I just think if you're new and you're listening, like the red flag should be just going off like crazy. Wait, why is flat earth being like, why are they trying to throw shade at the flat earth? What's up with that?
Right.
It's not like they're throwing shade at like Bigfoot believers. Everyone's like, yeah, Bigfoot, yeah. Whatever, dude. Have fun, have your fun. But when it comes to flat earth, they're like, no. You cannot believe it's flat. Like, why? Why is that? Or, I mean, I guess we're on YouTube, so we can't go too crazy, but like, nah, I won't get into it. But like, there's other things that like, I don't know, the media is gonna say, you better do this or it's dangerous if you don't. And some people are like, nah, I'm good. And they get pissed. So, I mean, that should raise a red flag. Why? What's with the reaction?
They're uncomfortable with dealing with the truth. Like, if flat Earth is true, that means a lot of people lied or I was fed something wrong, and I don't want to deal with that right now, basically.
Bars. That's bars. Yep. Look, it's way easier instead of waiting around for daddy to tell you what to think, how to think, why to think. Dude, it's no different than like Christmas time. I don't know about y'all, but when I was young, I believed in Santa Claus. My parents went hard. They like sold the idea to me really really well. They like would make the cookies, have the milk out. They would drink it, eat half the cookie. They would go hard for the Christmas thing. So I believed it. But I started getting older, and one Christmas I did the whole like, let me creep down the stairs tonight and figure out what's up. And I did that, and I realized what was going on. I'm like, oh, okay. So you have to do your own creeping. Stop waiting around for the news or other people to tell you. Well, what's funny about that is we are here telling you, but it's like, stop waiting around for people to tell you what to think, dude. You have to sort of creep your own ass down the stairs and realize what's going on. It's that whole lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink thing. I'm right here. I got the flat water for you to to enjoy, but I can't dunk your head in the water. So it's up to you. But I would just say stop waiting around for like the news to tell you that the Earth isn't a globe, because that's never going to happen from my point of view. Just like they're never going to like make an announcement, okay, everyone, Christmas is over. We're never doing Santa Claus again. That's a tradition, gonna continue forever. They're not gonna like come out and be like, all right, guys, we lied. You just eventually you get old enough to realize the truth. And so it's no different than that. Stop waiting for the TV to tell you. You can figure it out on your own. In fact, the TV's never gonna tell you. They're gonna keep telling you, Christmas is coming, Santa's coming, it's a globe. So if you want to know the truth, you're gonna have to figure it out on your own, dude. But the problem is a lot of you guys will be like, but I'm no expert, I'm no scientist. Yeah, you don't have to be a scientist. You don't have to be an expert. So shout out to Sunny. There's one of our members, his name is Sunny. He came up with this idea, or maybe he didn't come up with it, but I heard him talk about this infinite toolbox fallacy. Well, people feel like they can never start a project because they don't have all the tools required. Like sometimes you just need to start and stop worrying about like, well, I'm not a mathematician. Yeah, but you can still figure out some maths. So go and do it.
No, bro, I don't want to do that.
Yeah, I need a big brain daddy to figure it out for me and then tell
Bro,
me.
at least the math stuff. I'm gonna use calculator.
You only need like a couple of you only need a couple of you and a couple of dinghies, a large body of water, a tape measure, a marker, and maybe a relatively cheap laser. Is all you need, really, to debunk the the Earth curve proposition. You can do that. It's easy. Just find that body of water. Get with a mate of yours. Get a couple of dinghies. Put something in the dinghies. Get a laser. Get the distance between the both of you and see if anything's. See what's going on. Try and test. Try and find the curve. That's what you need to do. Try and find the curve. You won't find it.
Yeah, well, I think a lot of people don't really want to push the boundaries of their worldview. They're comfortable. So there's that. But then they'll say things like this one deck. They'll be like, "But I don't have a boat. I don't have a drone. I don't have a." It's like you don't. You're just setting up roadblocks. Then you don't need those things. We have a starter pack meme over there in 24/7. It's like all you need is a mirror, $10 at the Buy It Again or whatever, Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond or whatever it's called. Not going to take you too much to do this. I mean, I think the most expensive part is just buying a trip to the beach or whatever. That's probably the toughest thing.
So my question would be this, real quick, if I may ask. Why is it that only flat Earth is quote unquote dangerous misinformation? Why is not someone believing in Bigfoot dangerous misinformation? Why is it not dangerous misinformation to lie to children about Santa Claus? I mean, I would think lying to children in 2023 that Santa Claus is real is dangerous misinformation that can lead to, for example, materialistic thinking and to think that you need to buy stuff all the time. So I think it's dangerous to lie to your kids and tell them that some figure is real that actually isn't real, and play with their emotions. So why is it that only flat Earth is dangerous misinformation and not someone believing Bigfoot or Santa Claus or
God,
so many other things,
or Jesus or God or anything like that?
They say it's for the kids, and that's why it's okay. Apparently, it's okay to lie as long as it's children and for fun.
What?
Apparently, it's okay to lie as long as it's to children and for fun.
Lying to children so they feel comfortable. That's cool. That's definitely.
I think it's a good thing.
Information. Yeah, obviously.
I think
because lies are always a good thing.
No, in the case of Santa Claus, because you're gonna later on tell them it was all a lie. They're gonna learn not to just trust random adults.
Oh shit!
They're gonna learn that sometimes adults lie to them. So I think it's a good thing. Teaches them skepticism.
That's bars, but I'm not gonna lie. More adults will just come in and say, "Well, they lie for a good reason," and they lie. You know what I'm saying? They justify the lies.
I heard like a creator. Why would a creator that made you be dangerous misinformation?
Right.
That makes no sense. Imagine telling someone, "Oh, you're made in the image of your creator, and you're wonderfully and you're blessed and you're loved by him, and he wants the best for you." Man, that's gonna make a kid jump from a bridge. I bet.
I mean, it made people fly planes into buildings.
But telling a kid that they're
No, there were no planes on 9/11.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's cap.
Telling a kid that they came from monkeys and living on a spinning ball and flying in every expanding universe, I think that is obviously not dangerous misinformation. That they're monkeys and that they come from a primordial soup. That is definitely that's going to benefit their health.
So yeah, we actually are monkeys, unless it depends on whether you consider old world monkeys and new world monkeys.
I don't know what you're
to be part of one group,
man, but it's not good, man.
How are humans not monkeys?
If you think you're a monkey, go on, man. That's okay. If you think you're an animal, go on, man. That's okay. I mean, I will always rebuke it and say that's absolutely foolishness to think. But I mean, I can't force you not to think that.
Are you a mammal?
You can't say that. There's already a monkey in the VC. That's rude. Super monkey. Sorry, go ahead.
How dare you?
How dare you?
Laura, Laura.
Simp. Simp.
Yeah.
Simp.
Okay, does anyone know about laundry?
أبو صالح أني أتشكنيتش أبو العيورة أني أتشكنيتش أبو.
Nice.
Are you a caveman?
Am I caveman?
Finally, this guy's been following me around wherever I go. He's been simping.
Oh, okay.
Fucking
I'm just strolling around.
Beta!
Is there a problem?
Beta!
Is there a problem?
Oh, this room used to be better moderated than this.
Wait, what?
What?
What happened?
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, am I in? I'm still in Flat Earth, right? I didn't get kicked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
My phone's glitching out. I can't see the room.
No?
No.
No.
And sometimes you know when they kick you and you end up in the politics room.
No?
That's happened to me before. What?
Is there a problem?
Where's? No problem.
Only with Earth curve measurement.
Can somebody help me with my laundry?
I missed the goal.
I watched. Well,
No.
Just put it on the rotation of the Earth. It'll be fine.
okay. Well, no, I put a comforter in there, and it's like too wet and heavy to lift. Should I put it on the drain and spin cycle? This isn't my washing machine. I'm visiting somebody.
Spin cycle.
I put on. It says drain and spin. Will that get the water out so that I can put it in the dryer? It's too heavy to lift out of there.
Wow. What Chat GPT say?
I didn't ask it.
We'll try that first. Let's see.
But I'm already on here. I'll just go ahead and put it on the drain and spin and see what happens.
Yeah, that's Google. They
No.
always tell the truth.
Yeah. So actually, speaking of flat Earth, I finally got a chance to go to the ocean, and I brought binoculars with me
Oh, okay.
to see if I could zoom in on things and bring them up over the horizon. I was unsuccessful.
Wait, what?
You should try getting something real, like a P900, something that'll actually have zoom on it, not a little. What is it? A half a zoom? It just focuses in at basically a set distance.
These are 10 power. 10 by 50.
That's definitely not enough. I use 83.
Yeah. Plus the thing you're trying to zoom back in, you need to know its actual distance from you in the first place.
Why?
Well, how far away was it?
Well, wait a minute. If I can see it, it's close enough to see, right? If I can see the top. So, like, there was an island.
Well, hang on a minute. How far is the Earth curve away from you at your height at sea level?
I don't know.
What's your height?
What's my height? I'm about 5'9". But I looked at it from up on the dunes and from down near the water. Of course, I couldn't get too close to the water because I don't want to get my feet wet.
Yeah, so
you don't want to catch a cold.
There's a distance to the horizon. You know that, don't you?
Yeah, I know that, but there wouldn't be a horizon obstructing anything on a flat Earth. I should be able to zoom in and see the bottom of the island. I couldn't.
The horizon is horizontal, though, isn't it? The horizon is horizontal.
Huh?
It's horizontal, the horizon, yeah?
What does that have to do with anything?
Well, it's not curved, is it? It's horizontal.
No, it's definitely curved.
Was it supposed to be like that, or?
Where did you see the curve? Where did you see the curve on the horizontal horizon? May I ask?
Where did I see it?
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't. There wouldn't be a horizontal horizon if it wasn't curved, would there?
Stop the cap.
Well, it would. That stuff is flat, man. Well, it definitely wouldn't be horizontal if it was curved, would it?
It would be horizontal, as in it's going the same direction as horizontal.
It's curved.
On average, it's horizontal, isn't it?
So it's curved horizontal.
Yeah, so you can have a curved line that is generally horizontal, can't you?
No,
Can you just say that? Just say that again, really slowly for everybody.
Okay, so imagine a curved line. Okay, a line with a slight curve.
Not horizontal, then. Okay.
So not horizontal. Yep.
Curved, yeah.
Well, it's not a straight line, but it, on average, is in the horizontal direction versus a curved line that's going vertical.
Not a straight line. You said that. It's curved. Go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, so I tried the zoom in thing. There's an. Let me see if I can figure out what island we were looking at, because we were off of Monastery Beach.
Well, I think we was just while you're finding that, you was telling us how horizontal is curved and explaining how that is. So carry on.
I think if it's not enough explanation, I can't help you.
The location of the beach isn't gonna help you explain a curved horizon.
Okay. So
I think the mathematical term he used when he said generally was the clincher. You know, that was the convincing bit. Generally straight, generally horizontal, I think he said. Yeah.
Yeah. So when you look at the horizon, you don't see curvature, is what you're telling us. Hello?
You don't. Well, my eye, you see a slight curve, but your eyes. How much curve do you think your eyes can detect over
See a slight
the whole
curve.
length of their
wall.
distance?
Can you repeat that in English?
But anyway.
What
Anyway,
does
why
a
was
slight
Ben
curve
not
look
able?
like?
Well, you'll be able to measure to it, wouldn't you? You'd be able to measure to the curve, wouldn't you?
Yep. Hold on. Let me actually. That's a good idea. I can use Google Earth to actually measure roughly how far away that island is.
No, that's just a distance between 2 points.
Sure.
That's a distance between 2 points. How do you measure curvature? Not a distance between 2 points, straight line.
All right. Well.
What did he say? The Earth's
You
flat.
can look at Mr. Sensible's video where he. Why are you talking over me?
Sorry, I thought your dog said the Earth's flat in the background. Sorry, I misheard.
Nah, they're just playing. That dog's dumb anyway.
So
Maggie knows the Earth is round, but
skip past horizontal being curved. Let's stick with that because it was really embarrassing for you.
What's that? Hold on.
Let's stick with the curved horizontal.
So the dumb dog is saying that the Earth is flat, but the smarter dog is saying it's round. So I'm not sure who to believe.
There it is.
Don't let him breathe, whatever you do.
Let's test the parrot.
Is it supposed
Parrots
to be like
are
that?
smart.
Or?
Jazzy bird. Hey.
You said you saw
is
the
the Earth round
curvature.
or flat? Jazzy. What's the shape of the Earth?
Where did you see this curvature? Where did you see it? How did you see that?
Hold on, Jazzy's gonna.
So come on, get back on track, mate. You're proving the globe. Not that your dog can
Look,
talk.
if you're looking across the horizontal, I don't think there's going to be enough curve at sea level for your eyes to be able to tell whether it's flat or curved.
So let me just get this straight.
You said you
Let
could
me get
see
this
it.
straight. Let me just get this straight so we all know what we're talking about. Over the horizontal sea level, you don't see curve.
No, well, you can't see. So something is obstructing my ability to view further than a certain distance, right?
So the horizontal sea level isn't curved.
Forget horizontal. Those are mathematical terms anyway. So horizontal straight line, horizon. Who's doing the noise? Okay, that's too annoying. I'm out of here. Guys are ridiculous.
Bye. Bye-bye. Oh, dear.
That's crazy. One sound effect and he's that fragile?
Yeah.
Shout out to Wolfgang.
They
They melt. He literally just melted from one sound effect. That's how fragile these guys' worldviews are. You know, isn't that crazy? Like, your worldview will melt over one sound effect.
The guy starts talking. You know what he's talking about? He's talking about cameras and binoculars. Then he's looking at the horizon and sea level. Everything's horizontal and level, and he's trying to prove a curve. This is it. At the end of the day, even if you know the argument, right, and you know all the debating tactics, right, all it comes down to is the horizon is horizontal, and we've got a mean sea level, which all elevation profiles are measured from. I mean, it's that simple. And then 90 degrees from the zenith of Polaris takes you to the equator, and that's just because you've moved that far away from it in your angular view. Polaris can no longer be seen, and it's all elevation angle measurements from the sea, which will require a flat baseline.
Well, the man wanted to make his dog talk for him, so you know. So yeah.
I'm out of here, guys. Nice talking. See you later.
All right. One deck. Have a good one.
See you, man.
We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by you know the thing.
Hard to forget the thing. What could it be?
Guys, listen. How can the Earth be flat if I've walked and walked and walked and I've never fallen off the edge? The FBI wants to know my location.
Wait, what?
I've never fallen off the edge, bro. So how could it possibly be flat?
Okay, so what do you want me to do?
Explain why I haven't fallen off the edge of the
Can you repeat that in English?
How do you fall off lakes?
I'm not being I'm not being serious, guys. I ran into that earlier. I was talking to my dad about it. Well, that was his immediate next question. Was the so what? It's an infinite plane, and I was like, I mean, for me that would make the most sense if we're talking about a truly flat model. It just continues going, which is what they assume about their universe model too. So it's like the assumption that something is infinite in and of itself is not ridiculous.
Is this good or?
I don't know, bro.
Oh, okay. Is there a problem?
Clay, relax, dude.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Bindi. I'm off mood. Hello, Bindi. Are you there? Bindi, are you there? Hello, Bindi.
Oh, oops, funk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do is...
You lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off. And then there's probably a plan, I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Hold on a second. Well, there's a whole lot of probablys in there. Maybes for an astronaut.
Had was a hammer. And we had gotten permission from the flight directors on the ground to get out this big honkin' hammer that we have, which we had to borrow from the Russians because they had it on the Russian side of space station. And the hammers we tend to have on the NASA side of the space station might be something that a jeweler would use to repair a watch, you know, a very precise little dainty hammer that you could do precision pounding with. But that wasn't going to get this piece of machinery free from its stuck state. So we borrowed this Russian hammer, and we went out on our spacewalk with this big hammer, and we had permission to start beating on this piece of spaceflight hardware. And again, this is a hardware that when it's on the ground, you have to treat it with gloves on. Literally, you have to handle it with gloves. And so we were out there with this hammer beating on this stanchion, and it finally broke loose, and we were able to put it in its final and useful configuration.
Stop it. Get some help. That stuff is flat.
What is gravity?
I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking like what it is, I don't know.
We stretched our clothing out to 8 to 10 days. And we would wait until we started to get a little rash around our waist before we change our underwear. And that was sort of our signal that says, hey, I think it's time to get a new pair of skivvies. Are incredibly robust. You can smell a little roast beef.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to excuse me.
Yo, Bindi, come and talk with your boy. You want to say something? I guess Bindi needs money, guys. Can we get a pool of money for Bindi? He's in the chat begging for cash. So,
Bindi.
Yeah, Bindi fascist. I guess he's e-poor. He's e-bagging right now. He's in the chat for money. So can we get like a GoFundMe? Because he wants like everyone's net worth. Or I guess he wants my net worth. I guess that's good enough for him. That's fine. But yeah. What?
Sorry, man, no monkey from me. I like Joe Biden.
1.2 billion. So you go ahead and you stack spaghetti sauce at a store and in a supermarket. You control the guy or the woman who brings out the carts on a forklift.
Yeah,
what
man,
happened?
America. Yeah.
We stacking sketty.
Spaghetti sauce on a forklift.
Sketty stack.
Spaghetti.
We choose truth over facts. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids.
Bruh.
For example, there's a situation where there's an estimation of somewhere between 700 billion and $1.3 billion. If we corrupt more IRS agents, then we go after those folks who are avoiding taxes at the top
end. Golly, America.
Ass niggas.
But the government is never lying, and space is real. NASA as a government agency is truthful. Please obey NASA.
Yes,
I'm Joe Biden's husband.
Hi, nigga.
Bindi. What should I call
Yeah,
him?
nigga.
Bindi. Bindi's a bitch. He's scared.
I told him yes. Just tell him yes, so he'll give us the experiment.
Yeah. We'll give you all our money. We'll give you all of our money. Yes. You can have all of our money. Yep. But you're gonna have to at least speak on voice. So I'm not even gonna look at the chat. Mr. I would rather give myself carpal tunnel being confident in the chat, typing that I am a confident person. I am better than you from the chat. Okay, then. Well, open your mic up and come and talk to me like you're as big and bad as you think you are. Mister, I'm in the chat typing my pain away. We got extra copium in the back. Don't worry. We have an infinite supply. You can apply yourself in this copium cream and make yourself feel better by typing words in the chat that make yourself feel comfortable. That's fine with me. But if you're wanting to join in the VC like everyone else, like a big boy, like someone who thinks they're big and bad would probably do, you're welcome to unmute. We know you won't do that. You're too soy and think you're tough from the chat. So no one's afraid of you, Bindi. Pussy. Y'all would sit here and rather just glob on a flat earther's nuts for a half hour instead of actually talk about how you think the earth is a globe, or let us know what evidence you have for that. Nope. Let me just shove this flat earther's nuts straight down into my windpipe. Sounds about right. Flat earther. We love flat earthers. You guys want to be flat earthers so bad. So anyway, you guys are here more than me, so that's what's extra funny. So you guys, we all know leaderboards. I used to play video games. You can go to leaderboards and find out who's spending the most time on the game. Well, newsflash, not me. It's folks like this clown in the chat. It's folks like these other globies that are here 10 times more than I am. And now we're getting quadruple messages, quintuple messages in the chat because he's typing his pain away. So not even reading it. I'm just seeing the shit pile up. So anyway, let's go ahead. Don't worry, man. We got tons of copium in the back. Feel free to just type your pain away. All good. Yep. Emojis get an extra bonus point in coping feeling. So. Yeah. We have copium cream, and also we have it in the since gas pressure requires a container, we also have copium tanks as well. So if you prefer to inhale it, so I know people have a tough time breathing. Too much coping. So yeah, if you prefer to inhale it, we also have the cream. If you want to double it up, extra copium, that's good too. So yeah, it's a good thing I speak with conviction with my voice like a man, as opposed to typing my pain away, giving myself carpal tunnel with Twitter fingers in the chat. So there's that. So anyway, I'll go ahead and take the W. And Bindi, you're a bitch. So everyone sees that. I can't stop penis typing. Anyway.
I guess he left.
Guess he's soft. It's snowing like crazy here, Radwin. Is it snowing up there too?
Yeah.
Yeah. it's wild. I'll post some videos in the chat, maybe.
So if I would have got a good shot, I got snowfall almost sideways from the north and snowfall almost sideways from the south at the exact same time. I was going to ask Globers, am I witnessing Coriolis right there in my street?
That's cool.
I would think it's just wind swirling around, but what do I know?
This is like the first serious snowfall this year for me. Not really sticking though.
I've already had the snow blow the driveway once a couple of weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, it was like 6 inches.
This is the first snowfall, but it's not sticking at all. But yeah, we haven't had any snow on the ground yet here down here. So I'm cool with that though. No complaints here. Must be that global warming. One thing I haven't quite figured out yet is like the panel over here is usually pretty big. There's quite a lot of people here often. Is it that the Globies are just listening, or it's not all flat earthers all the time? I can tell that. There's new names and new faces and stuff like that, but I get the sense that there's like some new people who are just Globies listening in often. But where are the champions at? That's what I want to know.
They gave up after they got exposed. That they come in here and we played their exposed video of how they come in here and do ideas to throw everybody down rabbit holes and shit like that. Peter the Great, they haven't been in there since.
Well, I'm just thinking about the last guy. Cause y'all know me. If y'all know me, I'll be watching that Fresh and Fit and stuff like that, taking notes, how to ask good questions and whatnot. But they hit the sound effects on the show fairly often. And I've never seen anyone get up from the table because of a sound effect or like get triggered by it or anything like that. Often it's a funny thing. People just roll with it and it makes for good content. The fact that the last guy, this isn't even the first time, but the fact that the last guy got up from the table and left because I played just one sound effect. This goes to show how fragile their worldview really is. Like you should be, I don't know. You should have your own. You should be like a rock on the ocean. The water should never affect you really. You're rooted in your position. But they're so freaking fragile. Like even just a sound will blow them like a leaf in the wind. And so off he goes. Well, forget you guys. All right, man. See ya. What a loser. It just goes to show they don't really have a position that's rooted in their own support, their own evidence, or anything like that. I truly think that most people are reacting. It's a reactionary thing. Nobody cared about the globe until a flat earther came along and did something about the flat Earth, and they started reacting to that. Oh, that's the stupidest thing. They didn't really care. And so I think that most globe earthers are reactionary. They're not moving independently. They don't have their own thought process. It's basically what a flat earther says, you're wrong. I'm trying to go against what a flat earther says. I mean, a flat earther might even say 2 + 2 is 4, and you guys agree with that. I think I'm joking. This just happened 2 days ago. Some guy tried to say, well, no, actually, if you think about it, if you have 2 wolves and 2 female wolves, in the future, you could have more wolves. So 2 + 2 doesn't really equal 4 then. Wow. That's how bad flat earthers have to be wrong, even if they say 2 + 2 is 4.
By the way, when we talked to the last globe head, your sounds were on point, especially when you played the violin, and the guy or girl or whatever started to cry. This was so funny. I was like, how can I mute this guy? How can I mute the soundboard?
Yeah, it's funny when the people get triggered by it. Because again, like I said, I'd be watching the Fresh and Fit or the whatever podcast every now and again, and they use the soundboard. A girl will say something, or they use the soundboard. What? I love that from the whatever
Yeah.
podcast. I gotta get that one. Here's a really funny one where the guy goes, "What?" But
Also
I've
funny.
never seen a girl get up and leave because of that. That's crazy. They all handle it they take it on the chin. No pun intended. God.
Also funny how the last guy just left because of a sound clip. Why are they so sensitive, man? The Globers.
I don't know. It doesn't really match the vibe that they try to give off of oh, you're stupid. I'm better than you. I have the high road. I have all the answers. I can teach you. But that mentality that they have doesn't match the actions or the behavior that follows. Them getting triggered. They accuse us of playing pigeon chess. They do that, dude. We just saw that. All right, well, fuck you guys then. It gets up and leaves.
I just posted something for you guys, and I think that this one might shut down the FE servers and every conspiracy against the globe cosmology. What I posted shuts down everything you guys are saying.
This is gonna blow your mind. What do you think is the fastest man-made object in the world?
A bullet.
Okay, that's a satellite. Fastest man-made object in the world, and it's also the first man-made object to ever enter space. But I guarantee you've never heard of it because it's a manhole cover. Huh? A sewer manhole cover is the fastest man-made object to ever exist, and it's circling around in space, and here's how it happened. So in 1957, they're doing a ton of nuclear testing, right? And they did one where they dug this tunnel that was 3 feet wide and about 400 feet deep. But on top of this tube, they have just a manhole cover. That's shot into space? This thing shoots up into space at 150,000 miles per hour and is still to this day circling in space somewhere. That's insane. It's crazy. We won the space race. We didn't even know it.
Yeah, it's so insane.
I'm quitting
So
Discord.
insane.
I'm just quitting.
Can I get a
It is-
confirmation from a Glober that believes that?
It is so insane that everything that goes up in that speed for some reason isn't being burned or whatever in the so-called atmosphere, but everything that comes down from space actually gets burned up. Pretty funny, isn't it? You can shoot things up, they don't really have any burning, but when they come into it, it's the whole different way around. That makes a lot of sense.
Well, shut it down, boys. Shut down the channel. Pack it up.
Yeah,
So the first
definitely. I'm
and
quitting
fastest
Discord now.
So according to that video and the globe paradigm, the first man-made built object that is revolving in an orbit around Earth is a manhole cover or sewer coverage.
Globies, let me talk to you. Let me talk to you real quick.
And they're
Guys.
buying it.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, listen. They're trolling you. They're making fun of you. Can you not see this? A manhole cover?
That's like putting a golf ball on top of an open fence post, old steel fence post, a chain link fence, throwing an M80 in there, putting a golf ball on top, and saying that went into outer space.
This doesn't go too far from any other Glober belief. This is like right there. It's like all globe beliefs are like right next to this one.
Yeah, they have to be. And I love it. I love it. These little videos, I've seen videos like this too before, where these guys are like, we speak like this. Oh my God. We put a manhole into space. It's me. Like they tell these stories, right? My old roommate would like watch videos like that too. And it's just, I'm sitting here watching like, you're buying this, dude? My word. All they have to do is tell you a story and you're hooked, line and sinker.
That's how they teach you to speak in broadcasting school.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah. I have a clip of a girl who does the same thing where she's selling you this idea. It's not flat. Like the way she's speaking, it's so cringy, dude. I'll have to dig it out though. Let me see.
I mean, the manhole cover is flat and round.
Yeah, good point. Good point.
I'm gonna start using that one when they say it is round because it has to be round. If you guys don't believe in the round. Oh, you mean a manhole cover round?
That's also proof that nuclear weapons are real.
They ain't real. But imagine trying to explain that to a Glober. Oh, you wanna tell me that reptilians also exist? So you believe that atomic bombs are not real? Does actually someone believe that atomic bombs are real? Okay, I'm happy now. No one does.
Yo.
What up?
You? Yo. You.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. I was looking for this clip. Let's take a listen here.
The surface of the ocean isn't flat. It is ever so slightly the shape of what's below it. Yeah.
Bitch, shut the fuck up. If you really look, It's not flat. Yeah. Listen again. She's trying to sell you an idea, dude. Listen to this.
The surface of the ocean isn't flat. It is ever so slightly the shape of what's below it. Yeah.
The gravitational field of the Earth isn't absolutely constant. So if there's a deep trench, there'll be ever such a slight dip down in the sea surface above it. If there's a mountain, there'll be ever such a tiny bulge.
Dude, does anyone agree with this on the globe side? That is wild.
It sounds very pathetic to me.
Look, I just found a manhole cover. It's round, but also the manhole is round. So when the Globers say it's round, do you mean like a manhole?
Yeah, and then Gemsy, when we look up into space and see this round thing, they'll be like, no, but all things that are round up there are spherical. You mean like this manhole?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh.
Do you mean round like a manhole or like a manhole cover?
See, you'll see. That's hilarious. Oh, so what manufacturer looked it up for? Could a manhole cover be the fastest object ever? Although there is no definite evidence to prove it went to space. Many scientists deem the manhole cover used in the Pascal B experiment to be the fastest object ever made by humans. Considering the velocity and the speed that this manhole cover had, the thought that it might have reached space is not that far off. The thought that it might have reached space is not far off.
Sounds like a globe leaf. Another one stacking.
Yeah, stack them up
You
like
can
Lego.
add that. You can add that to the stack, bro. It's just another one of those.
Yeah. According to the math conducted, Dr. Brownlee, the manhole cover is estimated to have left the ground at over 37 miles per second, covering out a
Oh my god.
whopping speed of 130,000 miles per hour. Dr. Brownlee described the groundbreaking speed as more than 5 times the escape velocity of the planet.
This is Globetard lore.
Interesting. A manhole cover. Not even something cool like a baseball or football or something like that. It's a manhole cover, a thing we use to cover sewage in like where we cover our shit. So like that's yeah, they're trolling you, dude. Come on, man.
It's a shitty story.
How can you not realize you're being trolled?
I mean, it's also a high pressure to low pressure story. So how can you have that on a globe?
And that doesn't even make a lot of sense too. It's the fastest object of ever. Is it aerodynamic? It's like super heavy. If you try to imagine picking one up, it's definitely not. It wouldn't qualify as like one of the fastest objects you could manipulate. To me, that's just funny that they.
Bro, the fact that it's a manhole and it's fake, it's
my.
fake and gay. I mean, you can't make it. You can't just make this stuff up.
Oh, okay. Yeah, dude. Seriously.
Fastest thing, a manhole.
Oh my.
And what do you cover a manhole with? With a round thing.
Oh.
Oh my.
These
Always
people,
love a
man,
manhole, said Cyclone, yeah.
they're definitely trolling, bro. Fucking troll.
I just
I
don't
don't
know.
mind the troll, but if they weren't like stealing money, it will be different. And lying to children, they could be trolling. It's fine, but the lies, the scam, it's such a scam at a at a such scale that is more than a troll.
Right. And
Yeah,
the
I'm
fact
an
that
ass.
here grown ass adults will come here and try to mock me for not believing in this. Go ahead, Runs is.
What do you want me to say?
Oh, I think I rumpused you there, making my point. Go ahead. What were you saying?
Oh, I was just ad-libbing.
Mike Jones, who? I rock with a good ad lib. Yeah, man. Honestly, if you're a Globe, you got to think you're being clowned on. But hey, listen, you believe that, so that's on you.
Funny how they make the story with kind of like possible deniability added to it. Like it might be true, but it doesn't have to be. But could be, but it's not. It's like a cool story for the Globe, but it doesn't has to be truth, but it sounds cool. And according to the math conducted by Dr. Brownlee, I mean that's how legit can it get if the math was conducted by a doctor? Carl Brownlee, because kind of sounds like brownie. I don't know, or just adding shit. Brownlee, Dr. Brownlee, the manhole. Oh gosh, what a troll. See if we can find some manhole gifs. I think I found the footage from when that happened.
All right, so earlier I referred to a video where this guy talked about his process of building a house. And he's going to detail how much time he spent on this process. And I got it pulled up so we can take a listen, and we can take a listen to it and we'll react to it afterwards. But I think it's a great video. There's a reason why I clip videos like this out. No, why don't we just take a listen and we can react to it afterwards.
This is my very first home that I built to be a rental property, and the foundation cost me $35,220. To start, I ordered 30 truckloads of select fill dirt to build the pad, and then used a bulldozer to spread it out and compact it down. The dirt part of the foundation cost $8,445. The next step was the plumber came out and installed all of the underground plumbing. This is the underground main sewer lines for the house. Next, we dug the beams and did the prep work, which consisted of installing a vapor barrier to protect the bottom of the slab, and then also we installed 1/2 inch rebar to reinforce the slab. Once all the prep work was complete, it was finally time to pour the slab. We poured the slab using 3000 PSI concrete. After just a couple hours of letting it set up, we put a finish on it and knocked off the form boards, and the foundation was complete. I was able to build the entire house from start to finish in just 77 days, but the foundation part of the build took 38 days itself. The concrete part of the foundation cost $26,775.
So that's just part of it. But he was just detailing how, so 77 days. He said the largest chunk of it, 38 days, took on the foundation. And he was just saying that at the end there, that the concrete costs like 26,000. The foundation in total costs like 35,000. And so he was just detailing there that the majority of the time, money, and resources were spent on the foundation. And so why do you think we as flat earthers, the reason why I like that is because we as flat earthers do the same thing. We spend all of our time on the foundational claims. The earth is supposed to be a globe. It's supposed to be curving with a specific radius. It's supposed to be spinning or rotating it with a specific speed, and it's supposed to be in a specific location, etc. We're going to spend our time on those foundational claims as well. But my issue is with the majority of the globe earthers that we deal with is that they'd rather spend their time talking about how they're going to design the rooms on the inside of the house, or what kind of plants still grow and will grow in the backyard, etc., etc. They haven't yet built the foundation. They don't have the house. They're just telling us how it could, would, or should be in the future somehow. Well, no, if it's a globe, we'd have petunias growing in the backyard. Yeah, well, where's your foundation? Where's the land? Give me the address. They don't really have this stuff yet. Another analogy that I like to use is I have this picture buried over in 24/7 of a basket with a bunch of cables. I'm sure some of you guys might have something like this. You have just a junk drawer with a bunch of wires or cables or some type of, somewhere where you keep a bunch of cables and wires and stuff like that, right? Well, if you really wanted to be a weirdo and go into that basket or that box of cables, you're probably gonna find that you could connect some of these things within that box. This USB block might plug in with this USB-C male end. You plug those two in, okay? Well, those two plug, and then you might find elsewhere where these other things might plug into each other, right? Within the box. You can probably do that on repeat times. The issue is that none of those things within the box are getting any power. It's not like they're plugged into the wall. And so the analogy here is that people will talk about in the worldview, oh, well, on the globe, this makes sense. We'd have these certain petunias growing in the backyard. Our baby room would be this color, and et cetera, all the way down the line. They can detail it out really well. But just like with the house, they don't have a foundation to put this stuff on. So that's one of my major issues with with the globe Earth is like we understand the model and how it could work or it should work or how you could detail it, but we actually need a foundation in the field in reality. We need somewhere where we can go and put this down into reality. So there doesn't seem to be a place where we can go and do this. So it always has to be a backwards process. Oh, well, we look at we look at the sky, we see round things, so we're gonna go backwards and assume that the thing we're on is round. But we haven't established that here. They're working backwards, like building a house down from the shingles down. Probably wouldn't really do that.
Yo.
Who the fuck is that guy?
Yo.
Who's trying to debate flat Earth right now?
Why would you even debate flat Earth? All the scientists clearly know it's a globe.
What do you mean? What are you trying to say?
It's not even up for debate. I mean, if you think it's not a globe, you're a conspiracy theorist.
Well, I am one, so what?
Well, then you deny 2,000 years of science, dude.
I don't think it goes back that long, to be honest.
Well, the Greeks figured it out. Why can't you figure it out?
I mean, the Greeks figured out sodomy and shit like that, so.
Yeah, well, they were way ahead of their time. They were smart. They were progressive. So that's how they figured out that the Earth is a globe.
They figured out the Earth is a globe, but yet most people still believe in the flat Earth after that. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, they were just late. You know, they denied science, just like you're denying science right now.
Based?
You have to say about that. Why would you even think it's flat Earth?
Bro, if I
there's over 200 proofs. There's over like
if I go to measure my food, am I doing science when I measure my food? When I go to Food Locker, hey, I need to check the size of my food, and the guy measures my food. Is he doing science?
Yes.
Depends for what purpose.
Depends.
If he's debunking flat Earth, then yes.
If he's debunking reality, then yeah, he's doing science.
Is he measuring the flat Earth?
He's measuring my food.
He's measuring the curvature of the Earth.
No, my food.
If the Earth was flat, he wouldn't be able to measure it. I mean, reality would be completely different if the Earth was flat. I don't even know why flat Earthers exist. Because if the Earth was flat, like, you would be able to see the edge. You'd be able to see all the stars at once. Gravity would crush the flat Earth into a ball.
Yeah, that's funny. They always say you would see everything, but then when you can't see the curvature, they say, "Oh, it's because it's too big. You can't see everything at once."
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. If the Earth, that's why we know the Earth isn't flat, because if it was, you would be able to see everything at once. And because you can't see everything at once, it means the Earth isn't flat. It's that easy to debunk the flat Earth. It's literally this thing that, like, it doesn't exist. So if I just tell you your position is this other thing that doesn't exist, then that's how I can just debunk it. Like, even though you think flat Earth is like the Earth outside, it's more like when I say the Earth is flat. Because when I think of the Earth being flat, you would be able to see all the way across it. And you would see all the stars in the sky. The sun would shine on the whole thing at once. When I think of flat Earth, that's what I think of. So that must be what you think of. Has to be. That's the only way to think about it, the way I think about it. If you think flat Earth is the Earth outside, then you're wrong. It can't be.
What about flat walls?
Well, I mean, technically they're not smooth, so they can't be flat.
What about my ceiling? It looks flat.
Does it have bumps on it?
It has a chandelier, a vent.
But is
But
it smooth? Like, if you got a microscope, would the ceiling be smooth?
good question. I haven't done that experiment yet.
Well, you'll come to find out that it's not going to be smooth, therefore it can't be flat. So,
But if I had gravity chess pieces, I'm pretty sure I could draw squares on the roof and play chess on the roof because it's flat, like a chessboard. It's flat.
Well, actually, technically, everything has microgravity. Everything is just curved on a microscopic level. You're just not able to tell. Only I can tell, though. I can tell, but since you're flat earthers and you guys don't believe, you can't tell that even like your table has microscopic curvature.
I'm not a flat earther. I'm a heaven earther.
Well, I mean, that explains it. Why you don't see the table being curved.
And I like gravity, but only on the weekends.
Yeah. Yeah, it does help you keep from floating away, because if there was no gravity, you would float. So the more carbonation you drink, the more like gravity has to hold you down. So it makes sense why on the weekends gravity has to work a little extra hard to, hold down all the extra gas pressure that's in your body.
Look, I found a gravity toy the other day. I added it to my collection. Look, it's an anti-gravity.
Those are really rare. Actually, those are expensive. You should save those. They're collectibles.
It goes against science, right? Because gravity is science, and this is anti-gravity, so anti-science.
Oh, wow. Look at that. Climbed from floor to wall to ceiling. Anti-gravity gravity rover. Wall ceiling crawler. Gravity defying propellers. That's some good technology right there.
Yeah, this is what we use this is the technology we use to go to the sun during nighttime.
Science really brings us the best of technology. Who would have thought you could get a rover that could you could use a remote control and drive it on your ceiling and impress your flat earther friends. They'll feel stupid when you show them.
Yeah, show those flat brains people the anti-gravity rover.
I'm actually gonna order one of those right now. It's a good
You're
way
gonna do
to.
it for your friends. You're doing it. Not for you. You do it for your friends.
Yeah, it's for the flat earthers, dude. They're stupid. Might buy some of my flat earth friends one of these for Christmas. Maybe it'll wake them up. God,
You
your globe is
see,
horrible.
it's kind of weird that the wall that is showing like angles from the wall to the ceiling. So the wall it's flat and the ceiling is flat. Does that mean the floor is flat or is it round?
Oh yeah, that does look like a 90-degree angle. But honestly, the hypotenuse is gonna be curved though. So don't worry about those two angles. Don't worry about
Yeah,
the angle.
hypotenuse are definitely round.
Yeah. When you connect those two, then you get that's where the curve comes in.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Hey,
Yeah, every hypotenuse that I've seen in my life, they look kind of roundish.
Is that maybe why we could rename that wait a minute. Theoretinus. Theoretical noose. Yeah, theoretic noose.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's where they go in to hang the. Okay, I guess I'll stop here.
That would be the hypothetical hypotenuse. Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. That's where the curve comes in, folks.
They always delete that part in conversation too when you're talking about them. Like you have to remind them. No, we're talking about this surface that we're standing on, not some other thing that's something up sticking up from the ground into the air or something else like light in the sky. I'm not talking about any of those. Notice how fast they get away from talking about the ground.
Well, they think the answers are up there.
Yeah, isn't that amazing? Really weird. Because I guess it's strange to me because I never even thought of the concept of trying to defend said supposed globe Earth. I never really ever came into that conversation before.
Same.
So it's really bizarre to like all of a sudden now you're having conversations about Earth that you never had ever before in your life. And that's a lot of years, I spent. I mean, of course, like I knew all kinds of things about the globe Earth because I would study that stuff. Oh yeah, how large are these planets? How far are they from each other? Like, so I could pretend to be smart,
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with intelligence. So I think that's what we're up against. People that believe that whatever they've read or knowledge they've accumulated, that is their personality, their persona, and they have to defend it.
Well, that's the essence of it, right? I mean, if you're going to defend the globe, all you're going to be able to do is defend what a stranger told you, and that's it.
Yeah. And they must be like in the background laughing their asses off about that part. That there's all these people out there that are just willingly out there defending this thing that no one has ever seen.
It's like how I feel, Sonny, with the water hills.
Yeah.
Because I started this thing I popularized this thing called water hills. And now we've got Globers out here taking it and running with it. How do you think I feel? I'm over here giggling and laughing my ass off. Because I made it up as a joke and I'm serious. So what you just described is exactly how I feel. And if you haven't heard the clip, here it is.
What's blocking the bottom of the oil rig there?
Not a hill of water. So
yeah, actually, that's exactly what it is.
I guess Bob doesn't know that the oil rigs are going into the water. I don't know what is his problem, man.
So stupid.
Listen. So you guys think the world is flat, right?
Not a hill of water.
Okay. I mean, yeah, me too. But so the question that I have is, are you guys religious?
What is that? That's a non sequitur. What does that have to do with the earth?
I mean, well, in Christianity, it says, it describes. What do you think when you say flat Earth? What do you see it as? Is it like round? Is it square?
I don't see it as a shape at all.
And how would it look?
I don't know. What shape is a tree? It's like the shape. It's like trying to define the shape of the tree that you're like. Let's say you're in the canopy of this tree, and you're trying to determine the shape from the inside.
You will have to be outside of this of creation. Like you need God's eye view to be able to see from the outside. Like the whole of creation, how does that look? Only God's know.
You know what? Yeah, that's a solid argument to see the whole picture, just like a chessboard. You need to see all the squares, see where everything is.
And you would need to know like the sizes of everything too, like how much distance from this point to this point, then this point to this point, cross reference.
But listen, Sonny, you can't see the other side of town with your eyes. You think you're gonna be able to see the whole of existence with your eyes?
Exactly. You can't see a car after about 4 blocks, actually, which is pretty amazing.
What? What do you mean?
A street long enough if you have a street long enough, depending on the conditions, like it starts disappearing for like 4 blocks away.
Well, yeah. Yeah, unless you have like a telescope. And if the road is really flat, depends on how flat the road is.
So why people think they can see the whole world with their eyes?
I mean, theoretically, you could see a lot of the world if you got up high enough.
No.
You know not all of the world it's daylight. Like more than half of it is dark. So how are you gonna see that side if it's completely dark? Think about it logically.
I'll see the darkness. I'll see that it's dark.
Yeah, but what else?
You don't have bat vision, bro. You
I'll
don't
see
you want
lights.
Superman vision where you can just go and like see across the whole earth, dude.
Exactly. That's one thing that needs to be solved. That this problem with people thinking that they can see forever. Like we don't have eyesight like that, so I suggest people do their homework on how the eye works. There's a focal limit. That's all you really need to know. If you want to get into the details of the size of the aperture, the shape of the lens, like all those things are factors as well. But basically what it boils down to in the bottom line is that they all have their focal length or distance at where they cap out and can no longer resolve.
So what do you think about NASA?
Capsa.
Same thing when you think about Hollywood, Disney, Hollywood, Chinawood, movies.
Chinawood?
Oh my.
Bollywood, you know Bollywood?
Indians,
Yeah.
right?
So the same thing. Movies, planets on your screen, lore, stories. You can only verify on a screen, on the TV, or on your device, on your smart device, videos on the screen.
So NASA is like an entertainment industry, and they're performing for the watchers, which are us, and so the world is like a stage.
Yeah. They're playing for an audience.
Well, remember, reality is out there. You can watch reality in the real its level, but NASA, you have to turn on the TV. There's a difference.
Yeah, true. But what if you're wrong? What if the world isn't flat?
How could it not be?
I mean, flat is not what something is. Come on, guys. You can't go out there and grab flat and put it on a cup and paint it purple. You're describing something. It's kind of like a horizontal baseline, and if you kind of like go all over the place, it looks flat. So people describe it as flat. I mean, we have topography. When I look to the hill next to my house, that's not flat because I see a change of elevation from me at the bottom of the hill, and I have to look up to the top of the hill. That's not flat, but that's topography, right?
There's quite a bit of elevation changes, varying changes in the topography. We also have the things about the ecology. The systems are built upon systems. Like, how do you measure that? That's all part of Earth as well, including us, which they've tried to separate us from Earth. That's like the big lie.
I remember Earth is Earth.
Have you guys seen that documentary about the flat earthers who tried to prove the Earth was flat and proved it was round?
Oh my God!
Wait, you mean the flat earthers prove the Earth is? So what about the globe earthers that prove it's round? When you say round, do you mean like a manhole cover,
like
or like the
like
manhole itself?
like a 3D globe.
Oh, like
This is
furniture. When you say globe, you mean the furniture that you can go to Walmart and buy that is not for educational purposes, it's just for decoration.
Just what documentary are you
mean
talking
furniture?
about?
I don't fucking know if there's globe-shaped furniture like the stuff that's outside Target. Yeah,
Well,
that's what
when you think
in your
about globe,
classroom.
you can only find a globe like when you go to the store and buy it, right? Or order it in Amazon.
Well, just see what
what's your point?
documentary he's talking about. There's a lot of flat Earth documentaries, so it might be maybe he's confused on what he saw or what they were advertising.
They tried to. I'll put a video of it in the chat. They tried to prove that it was flat by saying like, oh, if we
think Netflix is a good source of information? Netflix.
I think every single scientific agency in the entire world is a pretty good source of information. Yeah,
and they're on the documentary.
So Netflix is online with that.
Netflix is online with science. Yeah, there's a couple science documentaries on Netflix.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
And this one is the one that you mentioned, and it's a science documentary. That's what you're talking about.
So you'll meet. Okay, how about
it was
this?
a documentary about flat earthers.
Let's just try words. Okay, let's see if you're able to follow what words mean. So behind the curve, meet the growing worldwide community of theorists who defend that the Earth is flat while living in a society who vehemently rejects it. So you watched that documentary, but you saw meet the dying non-worldwide group of theorists who prove the Earth is a globe.
What'd you say?
How are you this far behind? Like just basic words, right? The Advent here. I'll post the Advent for the show Behind the Curve. That just very simply, like it tells you what you'll see by watching this show, and you somehow brain farted that. Like you weren't able.
What the fuck are we talking about? I'm just saying that there's literally a documentary where flat earthers tried to prove the Earth was
here it is right here, right? Read the words here. What's this documentary offering? 2018.
Which was what documentary?
Right here, Behind the Curve. Netflix, 2018.
Yes, it's a documentary about flat earthers. Yes.
Yeah, and what does it say? What does it say the documentary's about?
Flat earthers.
Come on, see if you can read words.
I read the fucking words. It's about flat earthers. Are you disagreeing with that? It literally says it in the fucking title.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the globe.
This has, bro. Come on.
It's the Globers. The Globers are taking over. Oh my god. Can you?
This has nothing to do. Look how quickly you spiral. This documentary has nothing to do with the globe. Not one iota of stuff was presented globe. This was presenting people who think the Earth is flat and how they cope with a society that just automatically rejects it without knowing anything about it. That's what this documentary was about. And if you had watched it, you might have gleaned some information about that, about what minority groups face when they deal with systems that are built on majority rules. Other groups that are like atheists, like Scientologists or whatever, very minority, fringe group of people have they should be platformed just like Netflix did. So just find like, instead of Behind the Curve, it's like Behind the Curtain. Meet the shrinking, worldwide group of theorists who defend the belief that there is no God while living in a society who vehemently accepts a God. You could do the same thing. Just pick all these different fringe groups, and then what you could do is just throw away all sense of charity and say their worldview is contradictory. Then go into their channels with that level of bad faith argument, and then just spiral like you just did. Because that makes sense.
First off, I'm like talking about how they're treated. I don't give a fuck how they're treated. They're retards, right? I'm talking about they proved themselves wrong. They made a gyroscope that tried to like point a laser, and if there was a 15 degree discrepancy on where the laser was pointed, proving that the Earth was curved. When then they're like, oh wait, these are the results we wanted. These are the results we wanted. Oh shit. Can you explain? Wait, on top of that,
the Earth is curved.
Can you explain why literally every scientist in existence just says that the Earth is round? Can you explain that?
Did you ask them all?
No, but it's a fact. Do you have a scientist that
if you haven't asked them all?
Do you have a scientist? Do you have a scientist? What's your scientist's name that says that the Earth is flat?
Well, you just made the claim that literally
No,
all of them
what's his
say
name? What's his
one
name? What's his
thing.
name? What's his name?
Well,
What's his
you
name?
already said
What's
you
his
didn't
name?
ask them all, so
What's
you
his
don't
What's his
know.
name? What's his name?
What's his name?
What's his name?
Let's find out.
What's his name?
Let's
What is
find
his
out.
name?
Nah,
What's his
Kyrie?
name?
Is that your scientist?
Who are you talking about?
Oh my god, you guys are fucking retarded. Holy shit.
You're
Get a life, go outside.
you're embarrassing
Your
yourself,
entire
bro.
worldview, you literally believe the earth is flat,
You're
literally
embarrassing
disputing
yourself,
with
bro.
Bro,
Not
can you
me,
control yourself?
99.999% of people in the
You're acting like a little
Right.
girl.
Yeah, you need to get control of your emotions. It's quite embarrassing for you. Spiraled out. Jesus. Another dumb man thinking he's a smart woman.
Did he run away?
Yeah, unbelievable. But what a showing. I mean,
Beta!
why would anybody get triggered about anything that triggered? I mean, that's astounding. Crit. You threw him off the edge, man. He like couldn't handle the first part.
Yeah. It's like he didn't, once he realized that he didn't have very high level comprehension, then he had to find something else to go on. So, like, oh shit, yeah, a documentary that platform flat earthers, that wouldn't make sense that it was actually not a documentary about that. Huh. Start squealing about science until, he just panic mode.
And the guy, well, it wouldn't stop talking. And Wolfgang, God bless you, like tried. I was trying to. I don't mean to break in, but sometimes I try to break in. Like, well, let's see if we can determine what science is, because Crit got me on this line of thinking of, okay, let's just stick with the words. What do they actually mean? What does that mean? A scientific process, scientific method. Like, what does science actually mean? And so, but it didn't take long to figure out that he wasn't listening at all. For one, he never stopped talking. And thanks for the promotion. I got promoted to Politics Leader 5. Awesome.
Outstanding. Good work.
Also, shout out to Jared and Bob for giving all these Globers a lot of false confidence to come in here and spew nonsense. Appreciate it, fellas.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we've had, Bob and Jared still to this day. I mean, Bob, God rest his soul. Like he showed the Earth is not rotating as predicted. In the heliocentric model, they would have to have 15.04 degrees per hour, because that way it switches night and day by the time the Earth is on the other side of the sun. The problem is, if they say, yeah, it rotates at 15 degrees per hour, then night and day would switch. So it wouldn't work. Their model doesn't work with 15 degrees. So even if you say, hey, Bob, your one measurement of 15 degrees per hour is proof of the globe, well, not the heliocentric model, it's not. You got some other version going on there, like a geocentric globe, because you can't have a orbit around the sun with 15 degrees per hour. That data does not fit. That data does not fit the heliocentric model. And then when he does even more, even if you do weighted averages, the best result he got for globe was like 14.5 or something, well under the number that they would need, even if it was 15 degrees per hour, which is what you just take 24 hours divided by 365 or 360, 360 degrees. That gives you the 15. And a lot of globalists, that's where their thinking stopped. Like, okay, well, the sun moves a complete circle, 360 degrees every 24 hours. Therefore, the Earth must be spinning at 15 degrees per hour. Incorrect. That is not the correct answer, because you didn't adjust for a motion around the sun. So now that they weren't thinking, and it showed they weren't thinking, and it showed even if you use some data like that, your model doesn't have the predictable results.
Exactly. And even the 12, there should be a 12-hour day night cycle, and that should be the way it is all the time everywhere. If it was any kind of a sphere, it would have to have 12 hours on, 12 hours off of light.
Yeah, only two. There's really in a heliocentric model, there'd be two time zones, day and night.
Exactly. Everywhere it wasn't night, it would be everywhere there wasn't night, there would be daylight, and vice versa. Everywhere where there wasn't day, it would be all night. Because you have that physical boundary. See, there it is again. The physical curve edge is in the way. That's why it doesn't work, because that doesn't exist. Everything's moving over above us. That's clear as daylight.
And it makes sense, right? You're using your vision, one of your senses, to observe the luminaries revolving across the sky. It makes sense. But the Globers say the opposite makes sense, which is nonsense. Their claim is nonsense. And they say nonsense makes sense.
Yeah. But the thing is, I've been doing for the last couple of years is questioning them on these things that they supposedly believe to a certain percentile. I started asking them that a long time ago. How long, or let's see, what percentage are you 100% confident that your reality is as you see it, or whatever? Or so then we talk about the globe, right? And they have no evidence at all, but they're 99% sure. That's what I'm getting at. And so ask them this question, like, what other area of your life are you 99% sure or 100% sure with zero evidence? That says it right there. Ba-boom. The moment of silence was brought to you by No Globe Proofs. Thank you.
And they ask, but why will they lie on in why are they doing this or whatever? Because it has to be a globe. There's no way they can be lying. Maybe Indio said it yesterday. Maybe they want you to carry the bucket of water and pay for it. Like you're coming in this VC arguing against people for a position that you don't know anything of. You're saying, hey, I think it's true because some people put it in Netflix, right, or something. And they have the minds of people carrying the buckets of water, doing the labor for free, basically.
Yeah. And so how does that occur? Like, that's the thing that I'm wondering about. I'm sure volumes could be written about this topic, as far as people being mind controlled and then going out to carry out the wishes, like, by proxy in the background, without even knowing these people, never met them and never had a conversation with them, but still they're going to be out there defending this globe Earth nonsense.
This guy was just here spiraling, saying all of the scientists all over the world, they all know it's a globe. Which scientists? I don't know, but all of them, all of them know. Which one? I don't know. All of them.
Yeah.
How do they know? I don't know. Just watch Netflix.
And they take it on personally. They'll actually say, well, we've figured it out. Like, do you carry a group of people like in your front top pocket or something? And you can just look down and ask them in your pocket, like, hey, what do we know about this? Well, I guess that's why you have Google.
I'm actually eating a
I mean,
McDonald's burger right now. I'm eating McDonald's.
is that Cat? Cat, you're back. You blocked me, Cat. Why you block me, bro? Cat,
You know what?
bro, you were kind of mean to us last night. You sound better now that you're having your McDonald's.
Yeah, I love McDonald's.
But I DM you a fact about cats because you were complaining about people being server muted when no one was server muted. But I find out that cats can't see red, so that's
why I
why
didn't
you were
see your
confused about that.
notification. That's why I responded late. Because the notification is colored red. I can't see that.
Yeah, you were complaining that people we were server muting people when that's not true, bro. Are you gonna take that back?
Sure.
All right. You sound better than last time. I mean, it was like late night for me. You sound better now. Is it the McDonald's that makes you feel good?
I love McDonald's.
I'm happy that you're happy.
Happy with a happy
I got a
meal.
question for you, though.
Go ahead.
So you know how there are the north and south magnetic poles?
No, not really.
Wait. Are you talking about the ground or the celestial poles? Which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about magnets. I'm talking about the north and south magnetic poles. How do those
So
work?
on the south pole, on the south there are 5 south poles. Which one are you talking about?
There are 5 of them. I didn't know that.
Oh, now you know. There's 5 of them, so you gotta be a bit more specific about which one are you talking
I'm talking
when you
about
use
how
a
do
compass,
magnets work? Because how does gravity work? Actually, that's a better question. How does gravity work?
Oh well, wait a minute. Hold on. What if we stick to that first one? We can move to gravity next. But when did they measure the magnetic poles? When did they go to that place and discover that supposed the magnetic poles are doing what they're doing? They took a compass there or something. So when did they do that? Do you know?
Well, I'm just asking you about your perspective.
Well, I know, but I'm just I'm not really asking. I'm just throwing it out
about?
there
The
for
thing is that
everyone.
Sonny, that there is a certain phenomena that people describe at a the compass doing certain things like the tip going going down or spinning and giving certain readings. But
Right.
bro, Cat, that doesn't determine that the ground or the place that you're standing on is a spinning water ball. Just because the compass is doing something and you're detecting a certain phenomena, that doesn't determine the shape of the whole of existence as a water ball.
Okay, so what is the Earth shaped like? What is it shaped like?
No one knows.
So nobody knows.
Cat, you will need an outside perspective, outside of reality, outside of creation. You will need God's perspective to be able to say, "Look, this is the shape of the earth."
So you need to
we
be
don't have that.
outside of the Earth. You need to be outside of the Earth to know what it looks like.
Yeah, you would have to, wouldn't you have to to be up far enough? You'd have to be outside of the system, looking back down on it.
Yes.
So listen, Cat, real quick, Cat, my bad, bro. Hey, Cat, listen, Cat, even if you were outside, your cat eyes or even your human's eyes, they have a limitation of view. You can't see the other side of your town. You can't see the other side of the world because more than half of the world is in darkness. So even if you were outside, you won't see the whole world, bro. You
That's why they
won't see it.
invented special cameras, because they're able to see the whole world. They're able to see much wider perspectives.
No, you don't have any photograph of the whole world. Nobody does.
No, they're telling us. Look, what they're telling us is that they're taking flat projection maps of these satelloons and whatever aircraft that they're going up there taking photography, and they're stitching it all together. They say that themselves. This is NASA. So what are you talking about? What special cameras? Because that's not what they're saying. So I'm just curious, Where did you get that information? What type of
Sonny,
camera?
nobody can. So no one has a whole photograph of the whole world. No one does.
Exactly.
I mean, he's right in the sense that when you're in space, you can only see half of the world
That's
at
not
a time.
In space? You mean outside of reality?
You can see that the Earth has a
'Cause
curvature to it. You can see the
when you
curvature
say
of the Earth.
when you say in space, you mean outside of reality? God's
I mean,
perspective?
outside of the
No,
Earth.
no,
In outer
just
space.
outside the Earth's atmosphere. Just outside
Yeah.
the Earth's atmosphere.
They send
That's like
rockets.
going. That's bro. What you're saying is like you're saying that you're going to Narnia and you're looking back into the wardrobe and you're depicting that.
So the moon and the sun are inside the Earth's atmosphere, and all the planets and all the stars, they're all inside the Earth's
The
atmosphere.
entire galaxy
Hold on a
is
second.
within the Earth. The Earth
He
is
didn't
just a
say
part of the system.
that.
Excuse me.
He did
Well,
not.
if they're not in space, then they have to be inside Earth.
They're
Yeah,
not
but
going
it
to space.
doesn't
They're
revolve
showing you,
around the Earth.
bro. They're
It
not
doesn't
going
revolve
where the
around the
sun
Earth.
and the moon are. They're not doing that.
So how does the moon revolve around the Earth? How does that work?
How? Is that a scientific? That's not. You can't determine how that works. That God knows that.
That's a God question.
We observe the phenomena. We see what's happening from the ground. We look at the luminaries above, and we see them moving in cycles. You know, the moon cycle is the months. We have the daily cycle. The sun does a cycle every day. Every year, we see all of the movement of the luminaries revolving above in the sky, like almost like a clock. We see them converging and diverging towards and away from you, like gears.
Excuse me, I have a
If I may
question.
interject, I think Nora wants to say something.
Hello.
She has a question.
Okay, she can wait. So
Oh
you see
no,
them
no,
moving.
she doesn't have to wait for you to talk for fucking 20 minutes straight. Other people would like to speak in the
We
chat,
observe.
bud. Thanks.
There is a question at a time. There is a question.
Other people would like to
Can you
speak in
let
the
other people
chat. You
talk?
don't have to talk for
You're gonna
fucking
have to
20
be. You're
minutes
gonna get
straight,
muted,
right?
bro. You're gonna get
Okay,
muted.
ask your question. Ask your question.
So the luminaries revolve in cycles. That's the observation. You cannot determine how that works because you can't go there and science that.
Yeah, but we did. We did go there with
We
rockets.
did. You did.
We have like photographic evidence of people
When you
launching rockets
say
in space. You go out
we,
and
do
see
you
a
mean
rocket launch yourself.
you and me?
You don't have to physically be there for something to happen.
What?
Cat? You all right, bro?
Who had the question? Okay, let's get a cool down. Nora, you had a question, Nora? Was it you?
She has a question.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I do have a question. I didn't feel like
Go.
talking over you.
No,
No, it's
you're not talking over me anymore. It was Cat talking over me. Go ahead.
all right. So I was gonna ask, what does the cat have to do with the? Oh, No, I was gonna
You've got a
ask,
really bad leg.
what does the cat have to do with the flat Earth? Like, what are we getting at here? Because like I was hearing something about a cat and a dog, and then taking pictures and stuff like that, but it was just all happening at once. So I didn't know what we were like. Like I wanted to know what did that have to do like with the flat Earth?
Well, he made a joke that my profile is a cat. He's made a joke that I can't see red. So it was just a joke. He wasn't actually being serious about that.
So, but we are talking about being the flat Earth, and you were, I guess, like it was hard to hear because everybody was just talking over each other. But I heard something about like we have pictures. I'm guessing y'all were talking about like the Earth, like we have pictures of the
Right.
Earth being flat or round or whatever you guys want to believe and stuff like that. That's fine.
Yeah,
Stuff like
yeah. We were talking about how they take pictures of the Earth and just regular photography because that's as high as they can get, and they stitch it all together into a composite image because they can't go far enough to see the entire Earth system.
Right. What about like if I don't know if like this is true or not because like I don't know if people actually landed on the moon because I'm not familiar with this stuff. Just like they haven't explored the like what's at the bottom of the ocean. But the thing is about it is that like I'm guessing like somebody said that they took pictures on the moon like of the Earth and stuff like that. I don't know how true that is. Like I said, because humans are fucking liars. So
Yeah, Nora. The thing about the moon is that they're saying that they went to Narnia, to a fantasy place, and they show you a movie and put it on TV, and people think that that movie on TV it's reality. Like what they presented in the TV, people think is true, but that's just like watching a movie on the TV, like watching Narnia, the Talking Lion, the Witch, and they're saying, yeah, it's true because we saw it in the TV.
yeah.
But it's
No, and
presented
like,
as fact.
and
It's
here's the
presented as
and
reality.
sorry.
But it's not, because you can't go to Narnia and say Narnia is real because I watched the movie. That's not reality, bro.
And
And people can't go outside of this system. They had to show you the movie cartoon, the montage that they showed. That is, even Glover still tell you it was a montage that what they did. Not like there's so many people that tell you that it's impossible what they did, and you can just look at this footage and tell that it's a bunch of it's just a montage what they did, like in a Hollywood basement, and they can't go outside of reality and show you fantasy land.
Yeah,
Reality
Nora,
doesn't
I'm
work like
sorry.
that.
This guy likes to say his points over and over to prevent other people from talking. So yeah,
you're
it's not
good.
very
Honestly,
bright.
he just I know I don't think it's that. I just think he's really passionate and stuff like that. Which sometimes people get sometimes, but it's okay. Like as long as like everybody's patient and stuff like that to just waiting their turn, yeah, it's fine. But like I was gonna say, like you're not wrong. This is why I actually don't watch movies anymore because some like some people believe that WWE is real, like it's actual real wrestling, and it's not. Like I had to find out the hard way when I actually slam dunked on my brother when we were like fucking 6 or 7, and I was just like, and his name is John Cena, and I give him the good old elbow. So it's just and they actually don't use their elbow; they actually put this part right here, which is like right here. They actually don't use their elbow. So, sometimes you just have to and I get that. Like you can't always believe what you watch on the TV. Just like reason why I don't watch the news anymore, and the reason why I don't have a lot of platforms that I am on. Like a lot of people always ask me, like, "Oh, do you have Instagram?" No, I don't have Instagram because why do I fucking need it? Like I only use Discord, Snapchat, and my Tumblr page because I don't know. Tumblr's pretty supportive. But anyways, enough about that. Yeah, no, he's right. Like sort of kind of like right. Like I can agree with you on that. Like the whole Narnia thing aspect. Like, oh, Narnia is a real place. So
Run, squirrel.
So when you say that NASA, when I say that NASA has pictures of the Earth from an outer space, do you believe they're lying about
Mm,
I don't think here's the thing. With my personal opinion, I don't think a lot of people are lying. I feel like it's probably this is my personal opinion. They probably are telling the truth. Who knows? We don't know. We weren't there. Like I'm not on an
Exactly.
I'm not on an airspace ship seeing this stuff. Like so I'm one of those people where it's just like I'm unsure of it. Like
okay.
I'm unsure.
No, Nora, either the laws of nature and the law of thermodynamics that are verifiable, we use them every day. These laws that are utilized in reality, either those are true or someone is lying about when they claim they went outside of this reality.
Right, and that's why I say that I'm unsure. So it's either fiction or nonfiction, which I'm just basically unsure about it because, like, I'm one of those people where like I have to see it for myself. So, like for me, I'm an atheist and stuff like that. Like I don't believe in God because well, I've never seen him. Do I have moral beliefs? Of course I do. Like I hope everybody has moral beliefs who's ever an atheist. If you don't, you don't. But like I hope like you're not like going out and killing somebody. Like I don't do that stuff. I sit in my
Yeah, there is
comfy.
an antecedent. Like
Yeah, like
to the morality, there's antecedents, and to this, like right now you're sitting on a chair. You see how there's a construct around you, right? There's a design to the chair, to your glasses, to the computer, to all that stuff. The building that you're in, building a horizontal on water, based on a water level. Um, a lot of things have the way they worked in reality, and you have an antecedent to those things and a design to those things, just like your body, your brain, your eyes, your beauty. There's a design to that as well, right? So there is an antecedent to those things, and even you breathing air, like when you expand your lungs, right? You use the muscles of your body to expand the volume of your lungs, and the pressure around you, the air pressure around you rushes towards your lungs because you expanded that volume for the pressure to fill it, right? It's high pressure low towards low pressure, right? So the antecedent to that is containment, right? The gas pressure is the force that the gases exert on the walls of its container. Look at the definition of gas pressure, Nora. Check the definition right now on the computer. The definition of gas pressure.
I
And
can
the
just check it on my phone.
antecedent to a container, it must be a designer. Just I'm throwing that out there. We have a bunch of definitions for that kind of stuff, but I'm telling you that there is an antecedent to you breathing air, and it's containment, right? And then the antecedent to that container is a designer, an architect, a construct in place.
You said
Okay,
gas pressure?
so
You
Yeah,
said
gas
gas
pressure.
pressure. Also, and unfortunately, funny joke, real quick, because lighten up the mood. Unfortunately, I can't breathe. I have asthma. No, I'm just playing.
Yeah, that's
Heaven Earther, how does the Earth revolve around the sun?
That is a nonsense claim because the ground under your feet is not revolving. That is a claim based on a lore that you watch in TV, and you're saying that is reality, even though reality has nothing to do with that what you watch in TV. Like
So how do
you
we
have
know
something
anything
called
the
listen.
scientists say are real?
Listen, there is no experiment, no demonstration, no test that shows you that the ground under your feet is spinning like you're claiming. So it's just a claim. Kat, also claiming that the ground is spinning like you're saying, it's a nonsense claim because your vestibular system, your senses are pointing to you that it's motionless, and you're claiming the opposite of what your senses are telling you. Also, when you look at the sky with your vision, with your eyes, you observe the sky rotating, moving in cycles, and you're claiming the opposite of that. You're saying that the ground is spinning. So the claims that you're claiming from the lore, from the story, are nonsense.
Okay, so I looked something up. I'm going to send it over. This is a comment made in 2013, apparently proving that the Earth spins. So I want you to have a look at it. Oh, it's not. Okay, I'll just read it for you. The Foucault pendulum is a great experiment which does demonstrate that the Earth is rotating, but it was only introduced in 1851. The Earth had been known to rotate for several centuries before that, probably simulated by Copernicus and Galileo pushing the heliocentric model of the solar system during the 16th century. A couple decades before Foucault's pendulum, the Coriolis effect was discovered. This affects, among other similarly large systems, hurricanes, causing them to rotate clockwise/anti-clockwise, depending on whether they're in the southern or northern hemisphere. It is an apparent force that appears in any rotating frame of reference, like a spinning planet. This again won't have helped early spinning Earth believers. Early evidence that the Earth rotates was almost certainly the observation of the sun, planets, and stars moving across the sky, and then, with the help of telescopes, of the other planets also rotating. Of course, this requires you to trust that the Earth is not the center of the universe, and so it doesn't prove that the Earth is spinning the same way as observation of Foucault's pendulum or the Coriolis effect. The idea of a proof in physics is a difficult one. A theory such as spinning Earth will at first simply be presented to explain anomalous observations that current theories can't, such as why do the other planets and sun move independently of the background stars if everything moves together around the Earth. It then gets tested by experiments or inspired or predicted by the theory. If the Earth is spinning, what should we expect to observe? If everything holds up, it's accepted as fact. Eventually, some bright spark realizes he or she can demonstrate that the Earth is rotating with a clever little experiment, which is Foucault's pendulum, the Coriolis effect, or launching a rocket into space. And it is added to the mountain of evidence that has already accumulated on the subject.
Anybody want to touch into this? Because there was maybe 6 different claims in there.
I'll try to summarize it. I found a different.
No, is this the first time you read this, Kat? Is this the first time you read this?
Wait, what? I couldn't hear
Is this the first time you ever heard of Foucault's pendulum and the Coriolis effect?
So why don't you believe the Coriolis effect or the Foucault pendulum?
Excuse me. Buddy, Coriolis requires tangential velocity and angular velocity. If the universe was to rotate around the Earth, you have both of those, which would result in a Coriolis force. So on a stationary Earth, you would have a Coriolis force. So your article kind of sucks.
So, Kat, same question. Is this the first time you've ever heard of the Coriolis effect and the Foucault pendulum?
Well, yeah, I don't look it up. I don't look stuff
Okay. Well, this is the beauty of the internet, right? You can read something and you can just accept it as fact, but if you don't have any idea what they're talking about, you're just spewing nonsense that you don't understand, affirming bias that you have, correct? Do you want to talk about both of those particular claims, or do you just want to believe it as fact and call it a day?
Let me look up further. Let me look up more of this stuff.
Yeah, study it. I mean, we have done the studying, right? You've spewed the nonsense. We've studied and scrutinized the claims. So it would get rough for you here in a minute if you didn't know what we were talking about. So go ahead and study up and then maybe come back.
Why are you being so aggressive?
I'm not being aggressive. I'm very calm right now. What are you talking about?
No, Kat, bro. The thing is that we've heard this many times before, and it sounded like it might be the first time you read this. So it's okay for you to look into it and study, like he said, very politely. There's no aggressiveness on what he said, bro. It's just that you're reading into the lore, and either you accept it blindly, or maybe we can have a conversation about it.
Okay, I got questions for you, though. Do you believe in God?
That's the antecedent to creation. Designer. The antecedent to the code, a coder. The antecedent to this to the construct, an architect. So there has to be a creator for creation.
And how can you believe something that you can't see? I mean, you weren't there.
No, because we see design just like when you have a Swiss watch. You know, the watchmaker has to be, because you can grab all of the materials of a watch and you can put them inside a box and you can shake the box and they will never make a Swiss watch. You need the watchmaker to methodically put all of the pieces together to make that watch functional. You know that, right? This is pretty basic. There must be a watchmaker. a designer, a builder, right, Kat?
Yeah, why not?
So the same thing with creation and the patterns, that the code that is necessary for your body to function and to grow. There has to be a coder for that, a designer. The same thing with the system that we're in, the place that we're in, the antecedents to everything we experience, everything that is in place, put in place, designed to be in place for you to be alive, for you to breathe air. How are you breathing air? There is a gas pressure system that requires containment, a container, and the antecedent to a container is a designer or someone that constructed, an architect to it. So there has to be. Also the luminaries, that's the sun, the moon that we spoke earlier, those move in cycles. You know the watchmaker that we spoke about a second ago? The watchmaker adjusts his work, the watch, to the movement of the luminaries to make the watch precise. And the luminaries move in cycles like clockwork. Designed. There's design behind that. So there must be a designer. There has to be.
Okay, but why does there have to be? Why can't it happen on its own?
If you grab a BMW, all of the components of the BMW, right? Right?
Yeah.
If you grab all of those pieces of that car and throw them all separated in a box and you shake the box, do you get a BMW? A functional one?
That's not really how it works. I'm talking about the universe forming into place. I'm not talking about pre-assembled parts that are meant to go together in a very specific way.
Exactly how this place is set up, bro. It's set up in order to work the way it works.
Well, how do
just
we
like
know
the BMW, just like the Switch watch.
Okay, so the creator of the world has to have an order in order to function. So who created the creator of the world?
That's a good question. I don't know. Kat, just to let you know, we don't know everything. There is a lot of unknowns. Even the lore believers of the globe, they tell you themselves they don't know everything, right? Even though a lot of them want to pretend that they do know because they make stories about things and they tell you the stories, and some people might believe the stories, but there is a lot of unknowns that I don't know and you don't know, and that's okay, Kat. That is okay.
I'm gonna go back to the flat Earth thing. So when lunar eclipses happen, why does the shadow of the Earth always round? Why is it always round during a lunar eclipse?
Oh my god, back to the question.
That is a pre-assumption that you're saying that what you observe as the shadow on the moon is the Earth casting that shadow on the moon, and it's based on a certain geometry that it pre-assume the Earth being a spinning ball, curving water ball, and you don't have that in the first place. You're saying the phenomena that I'm observing in the sky, right? Because you said, let's go back to flat Earth, the ground under your feet, right? Let's go back to the ground, but then you're looking up to the sky and saying that the phenomena that you observe in the sky determines the shape of the thing that you're standing on. You see the fault in logic there, Kat?
Yeah, I see it definitely. All right, so how come hurricanes and most tornadoes rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, but they rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere?
Tell me what?
Hurricanes and most tornadoes rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, but they rotate clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
Tell me what?
Wait, someone is trolling. Give me one second.
Someone is asking Hemi what or something. I don't know. Are you asking?
It was one deck.
One deck.
One deck. Are you there, one deck?
Sorry, yeah, just saying again. He's just like he's saying hemisphere. He's presuming a sphere again.
Oh yeah, Cat. Because the phenomena of storms, high pressure system toward high pressure toward low pressure, right? We spoke about the container with that the containment high pressure system requiring a container that debunks the globe. But now you're talking about storms that are related to that topic, and you're saying that storms, high pressure systems, need a spinning globe to happen, right? But you don't have curvature anywhere in reality. So remember the globe that you're saying that is required for the storm. You don't have the curvature. You don't have the spin of the ground under your feet. And you don't have any of those. And also you don't have you need a pressurized system that the globe doesn't have. But then we observing the storms, which are high pressure toward low pressure systems, and you're saying that is because globe, but you don't have a globe in the first place, bro. You gotta, you're asking why the storms happen. Well, that's weather. You know, that's how weather works. There's explanations for that, but that doesn't require the thing that is nowhere to be found in reality. The globe.
Okay. So why do artillery gunners correct for the rotation of the Earth in order to hit their target?
Hold on. They don't. That's a claim. They really actually don't.
They just don't. They just don't do that. That's straight up false.
No, they don't do that. Nope.
Okay.
You could talk to any of them. I mean, here's the thing, man. We've asked the questions of the people that make these claims. Nobody accounts for none of that nonsense. So you're reading off of a page, assuming that the claim is true, and then you ask us the question, right? Have you asked any artillery gunners if they compensate for the spin of the Earth? Yes or no? I'll take that as a no.
Google selling. Google never lies.
Yeah, Google never lies. However, you can look up the Sea Sparrow Block 1, laser guided system, which is line of sight, and the advertised range of that particular round is 125 miles line of sight, which would negate any, there would be a lot of curvature in the way if you're using a laser guided system that uses line of sight for 125 miles. So that debunks your globe right there, and they're not correcting for any Coriolis or Earth spin either at 125 miles. So, maybe check your, maybe do a little fact checking on your own, you know what I'm saying?
I mean, if a bullet's got to account for Earth spin, I'm sure an aeroplane must have to.
Yeah, you would think an airplane or a helicopter, if they jump up in the air, now the Earth just spins underneath them, right?
That's not how it works.
Oh, is that not how it works? Why don't you tell me how it works then?
How it works is the rotation of the Earth is relative.
Oh, it's relative. So it just spins underneath stuff when it wants to and other times it doesn't? That sounds retarded.
Yeah, the helicopter moves with the atmosphere, but the bullet
when we
doesn't.
go up in the air, we're not stationary. We rotate with the Earth.
Do we? Can you prove that? So now everything's Velcroed in the sky to the Earth's rotation, so nothing is spinning out from underneath the Earth? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it's gravity.
So we wouldn't have to account for anything then?
Yeah, so, yeah.
We have computers that do us for us. That's why modern military doesn't account for the curvature of the Earth, because the computers do it for them.
What curvature of the Earth?
The Earth is round. There's curvature.
Is it? Prove that.
Yes.
Prove it.
There's plenty of photos that are being...
First thing you do is you Google it. You don't prove things, you just Google it, right? You just ask Google and they'll tell you the truth. This is ridiculous, bro. Is this how you live your entire life?
Is looking for facts like a bad thing to you?
Do you think that Google's going to give you facts? Is that what Google is supposed to do? Or do they sell ads? I thought they were an ad company.
Yeah, mate, do us a favour, since it's Christmas, Google how long does it take Father Christmas to parcel post to all the children in 24 hours?
Well, I'd imagine it'll take 24 hours.
How long does Father Christmas? At what speed does he go to get all the presents delivered in 24 hours? Can you just Google that for me?
All right, I'll Google that.
It must be true.
Good question. What speed does he go? How does he deliver presents to the entire world? It's a good question.
Just Google it. It'll tell you the answer. If it gives you an answer, Father Christmas is real, right?
Well, it's just straight up not possible. Not possible. According to this website, it's just not possible. There's too many homes. There's too many residences on the earth that need to be accounted for. You can't possibly visit them in under 24 hours. Yeah, so there's your answer. It's not true. It can't happen. Santa can actually go to all the houses. He can't do that.
Is no one talking, or is like?
The only person.
Oh yeah, we figured out that Santa Claus can't possibly visit all the houses. So we figured that out.
What are y'all up to?
Your mom. That is open.
You know that we can only feel acceleration at speed.
Well, it says to me, crunching the figures, we get a speed of 4,705,882 kilometers he has to travel.
How did you find every single residence on Earth in order to get that number?
Yeah, good point with the guy in the texture saying that water proving the Earth being flat is a circular reasoning because it proves flat Earth physics. It assumes flat Earth physics in the first place, where the force that is pulling the water down is.
So you say that air pressure can't exist without a container. Is that correct?
Well, you'd have to demonstrate there being air pressure without a container. That's the claim of the globe Earth. Because I can show you air pressure with the container, but you can't show me air pressure without a container.
Towards the planet's core.
Okay, so you've made a bunch of assumptions. You're claiming a core of a planet. Is the Earth a wandering star?
Well, the Earth doesn't have a core. You're saying the Earth doesn't have a core.
Well, the Earth would have to be a ball first. Do you have any measurements of the curvature of the Earth for me? I've been asking for it for a while now. And, right, if Google says it has to be true, right? That's okay. You bring whatever you got, and I'll stomp its guts out. No problem.
So, in school, they never taught you to cipher through trustable sources and non-trustable sources. Just everything on the internet cannot be trusted, no matter what it is.
Is that what I said? Is that what I said?
Yeah, because you said everything on Google cannot be trusted, no matter what it is.
I didn't say that at all.
Yeah.
You're putting words in my mouth, which makes you a POS. You know what I'm saying? Don't put words in my mouth.
You are mad. You are mad. I've been telling you were mad this whole time. You are mad.
I'm not mad. This is how I talk to everybody. However, I don't like it when people put words in my mouth. So why don't you say what I actually said or take it back?
You said that when you look stuff up on Google, it can't be trusted. That's what you said.
I didn't say that at all. I did not say that at all. Nope. Go get the recording, dude. I absolutely did not say that. What I said is, if Google says that, it has to be true, right?
Yeah,
Cat,
that's pretty much what you just said.
There's a huge difference, bro.
Google is a search engine. It's not the source of the information. Google will link you to certain sources, right, or references. But that doesn't mean that if you search it in Google, the results that you get may be truth or may be not true. Because you might get a mix of results. You might get results that are not factual, right? Because
that's why
Google
you
is
have to
not the
decide for
source of the
yourself what
information.
acceptable sources are.
Wait, guys. Do you guys think the other planets are flat too?
They have to be.
Then, okay. Do you think the
Do
sun and
other
the moon are
planets
flat?
exist, or is that like fiction?
Hey,
Is that
that
fiction?
you
Or
know
are those theatrics or those movies?
when you're saying the other planets, that's saying that the ground that you're standing is a planet.
Yes.
Yeah, what do they have in commonality? What makes them similar?
What makes what similar? Planets?
Hey,
Yeah,
before we move on,
compared to the ground,
hey, listen, 1 second before we move on to the. I've been talking to Kat, and Kat, I tagged you with some sources, references from the definition, okay, bro? Because you've been pretty polite. Just keep it cool, bro.
Yeah, so what do the lights in the sky have in similarity to the ground you stand on?
They both have orbits, and they both
Wait a
have
minute.
gravitational pull, and they're both
Increasing
round.
Hold on. Where do you see orbits? When you look around you, you see trees, cats, dogs, streets, buildings, people, cars, aircraft. Like you
our
don't
moon
see
is an orbit.
orbiting. You don't see orbiting anything. So
Our moon orbits us. Yeah.
So you're saying if we
you
can't
don't
see
see them
something with
orbit.
our own eyes, we can't.
You don't
see them orbit
You
because we're
don't see the
spinning.
ground. You don't see the Earth
Can't
outside.
empirically prove it.
Hold on a second. You don't see the.
No
You
way,
don't,
you guys
that's
are just
rude.
fucking insane.
Why don't you mute if you're going to cough your lung out? Anyway, we don't see orbiting anything when we look out in the Earth outside your door. You don't see orbiting.
So if you can't see something with your own eyes, that means it's not true.
I didn't say that. We're talking about how the ground you stand on and the lights in the sky are
No,
similar.
but you're
Like
saying that it's
now,
not true because you can't
right?
see it.
What? No. What are they similar to? Just tell me then. It would have to logically follow. If one is similar and you say other, so then what makes the Earth you stand on similar to the
Okay,
lights in the
so
sky? If you let me
how can you
finish, you
see
might get the whole.
farther?
Hey,
Farther than
Kat,
If you
Kat, bro,
listen,
just relax. Kat, you've been doing all right. Just take it easy, bro. Just
I'm
let
just trying to ask you a
Sonny
question.
finish, bro.
let me finish the sentence and then you might get the whole concept.
You did
So I'm
finish.
trying to follow what. Okay, then what did I say?
If you want to add more to it, you can go ahead.
So you don't know what I said. Anyway, so I'll just say it again. So this time maybe you'll hear it all the way through because I heard you
Just
interrupt
go
me in
ahead.
the middle of my
Talk.
sentence. So anyway, what does the ground you stand on, Earth outside your door, have in common with the lights in the sky you see at night? Or even in the daytime? The sun, the moon, the stars, the wanderers.
Is the guy that asked that question still here? Because he jumped
No, he
in.
left.
So how are they similar? Do you see trees when you look up in the sky? Do you see dogs and cats? Do you see streets and people? Do you see that?
No.
See clouds.
Nothing. So they have nothing in common with each other. So I suggest maybe think about it before you say, are the other planets, because it hasn't been determined that this is a planet yet. That would require a direct measurement of Earth curvature on the surface.
Okay, so I have a question. How come you
Go
can
ahead,
see
Kat.
things farther in the distance when you are higher up on the Earth?
No matter what, increasing your angle to objects that you see in the distance will always increase your view because you're going above the deck. It has nothing to do with curvature. We need measurements of curvature. You keep wanting to avoid that. Get us the measurements so we can go check it. You keep asking questions that affirm the consequent. It's annoying. Quit trying to defend what strangers have told you and get us the Earth curve, man.
How would they calculate the curvature of the Earth?
You tell me.
We're not talking about calculating. We're talking about an actual direct measurement, bro.
Yeah, he wants like an actual number. He wants a calculation.
I want the measurement. I want the measurement, and I want it now.
You don't know
Real
what a
quick,
measurement is.
Cat.
Hold on.
Listen, Sonny, because the thing is, you're right, Sonny, because he wants a calculation, but the globe has a calculation and a claim about the size of the Earth, and that will give you a certain drop over distance. And when we do that calculation and we go into the realist level and measure for that calculation, that drop over distance, we don't find it in reality.
Anywhere.
We don't find the drop over distance in reality. You have the numbers on the paper, right? Okay, globe is this big. The drop over distance is 8 inches per mile square, right? But then you go check, you measure for that, and you don't find it in reality. That's the problem that the globe has.
And it's not too big because, you know, a lot of people want to say, oh, it's so large. No, that's not too large. Guess what? At 5 miles, that should be 16 feet of drop. You could see that easily with your naked eyes if you're looking at a shoreline 5 miles away. So for the further out you get, like 10 miles is 67 feet of vertical drop. Like the islands, let's say you're in Santa Monica Bay and you're looking out at Catalina Island 26 miles away. That should be beneath like 600 feet or something like that of curvature.
Yeah, you get it right. There is a geometry to the ball claim. It's a sphere geometry, right? And then the sphere, doesn't matter where you're standing on the sphere, all around you, 360 degrees on the sphere, there should be a drop over distance. Meow? Can I get a meow?
Oh, my bad. I had to go do something.
That was a meow moment, though.
I got another question, though.
But we're jumping, bro. Just can we get the can you concede that on the sphere, but on the sphere, right, on the geometry of the ball, there has to be a drop over distance, right?
Sure.
Yeah, and then this drop over distance can be calculated based on the geometry. We use the radius, right? So you can calculate that drop over distance, and it comes to about 8 inches per mile square.
How'd you derive that?
Based on the globe math, the geometry of the ball.
It's Pythagoras theorem. Actually, it's just triangles. Very simple.
Can you like link it? Or like, can you go through the process of how you calculated that?
You can check a globe curvature calculator.
Okay, so why are shadows different in different places? Why are they different in different places?
Why are shadow different? The angle, the angle of the light, and the shadow blocking the light. I mean, yeah, you're gonna have different shadows everywhere.
The position of the sun.
Yeah, I mean in relevance to the sun. That's what I'm talking about.
Now
Not
we're
like
moving
any
away
light.
from the earth. Now we're moving away from the ground. I thought we were talking about measurement.
Yeah, Kat. Because remember, if we can't figure the ground, how are you gonna figure the luminaries above? That's things of wonder for most people, probably everyone. So if you can stick to the ground for now and try to get the realist level around you and figure how things work in reality, not in the globe fantasy, then you might be able to make sense or better sense of the luminaries above. Because if you're thinking that you're living in a globe and then you're trying to think about the luminaries, you're just gonna be confused all over the place. You're gonna be moving back and forth from up, down and up and down, from the ground to the sky, from the ground to the sky.
you're gonna have to concentrate on something first. Like, is the ground and the waters on the surface curving around a ball? Can
Well,
we
speaking
check
of
that in
curvature, I do have something to add to that. So there's this thing called a triple right triangle. Do you know what that is?
What is that?
Well, triple right triangle is just a triangular shape that is not possible on a flat surface. So let's say you move in a straight
What
line.
is a wait, what is a triangle, Cat? What is a triangle?
It's three sides that are connected.
What is the sum of the triangle? The of the angles. What is the sum of them?
180. The sum of the angles in a triangle always equal 180.
Okay.
So you move in a straight line for 10 miles on Earth. Straight line for 10 miles. Then you turn right 90 degrees exactly. And then you walk 10 miles. And then you turn again 90 degrees. And then you walk 10 miles. And then you end up exactly where you began. How does that happen on Earth if it's flat?
What?
Yeah, that won't happen. That won't happen on Earth. That's way too small of a triangle.
So it just won't happen. Just won't happen.
What?
Now you have to do it from the North Pole to the equator is the line segment,
Oh,
and
yeah.
you take it.
So the thing that you can't have is in celestial navigation, where you have three circles of equal elevation, and you have zenith ground positions of the luminaries that are printed in almanacs that you look up while you're navigating. In those spots, you have to have three of those, and they'll triangulate your position based on those three circles where they intersect each other. But they cannot be unequal elevation. They have to be equal elevation. That means the same height, the horizontal.
Yeah, each one is equal elevation. At any point on that circle, the star would be at an equal angular elevation. The three circles, they're not. They don't have to be the same as the other.
So there are two observers. They're both situated along an east-west line. The sunrise and sunset aren't simultaneous for those two observers. Could you explain that?
Wait
Are
a
you
minute. I have
watching
to
a
stop.
YouTube
Hold
video?
on, wait a
Like,
second. Miggy, 1 second, please. I have to stop
it's
right
not
there.
Miggy, it's
Did someone
Jamsey.
say, did Jamsey, I'm sorry, Jamsey. I'm old. Anyway, I apologize, Jamsey. No, we have to stop though, because who was it that just said if you have three circles of equal elevation, the first one has to be and the other two don't have to be? Who said that?
No, each circle can have a different angular elevation to its respective celestial body or star.
No, it
Like,
can't. It can't.
yes, it can.
No, it
Yeah,
can't.
circle one. Yes, it can.
No,
Circle
because you're
one.
traveling along the x-axis on that
Circle
plane.
one
You're wrong.
is equal elevation. At any point on that circle, that star will be of the same elevation. But circle two and circle three don't have to be that same elevation.
They are on Earth, though. That's how come you can try.
No,
yeah,
they're not.
That's why,
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
That's wrong. You're
When
wrong.
have you? Okay, do you navigate? Oh, you can't answer. So you never navigated. I thought so.
I said yes, sir.
Yeah, he likes to do that.
So tell me. Tell me how you can be traveling along that x-axis, which is the horizontal plane that you're zeroing your sextant to. How is it that you could have three circles of equal elevation by name and have them unequal at the same time? Can you explain that?
Yeah, there's not an x-axis in celestial navigation.
But you're traveling, you know what I'm saying. You're traveling along the surface, the bottom leg. Why do you guys always want to deny this bottom leg that you're actually traveling along?
You don't need a bias. It's not a bottom leg, and it's not a matter of traveling. It's a matter of finding your pinpoint position, not a matter of traveling.
Yeah, and you can't do that if you're on a globe.
Oh, yes, you can.
Oh, no, you can't.
You can't just say it. You actually have to like explain this, bro. Don't just say it.
Yeah, you can't just say that things are false as well. You have to explain your reasoning.
You'll have to forgive Cat. He's really butthurt. He only uses strangers to support his biases. Continue. Tell me how you can only have what you're talking
Why
about.
do you always get angry at
Cat, relax, bro. It's okay. Like, take a minute, breathe into a paper bag. It's okay, dude. Relax. It's fine. Just maybe go on the white mic for a second. Maybe you need a break. I don't know what's wrong with you, bro, but you need a break, okay?
I think you should be a nicer person.
Get yourself a passy, whatever you got to do. Crack a beer open. Relax.
I think you should focus less on the shape of the earth and more on being
It's
a nicer
okay. Like, buddy, it's fine. Chill. Don't spiral right now. We're having a different conversation. The grown-ups are talking, okay?
Do you actually live like this?
Do you look like this? Just taking strangers' word for everything, bro? You don't scrutinize anything? You just Google your life? Is that how it works?
So researching
Definitely
is
more
wrong.
pragmatic.
Researching is wrong. Got it. You shouldn't
Shame.
research anything.
Let's just relax. No one said anything about research. It's about scrutiny. You can just look up answers and they have to be true. Is that how you live your life?
Answers. That's why the internet was invented, so you can do your
Oh.
own conclusions.
Hey, Cat,
Right.
Cat, have you ever heard that saying that says they tell people anything and people will believe it, for people are stupid.
Yeah, you have to conduct your own reasoning. You have to do your own research. You can't just blindly believe what somebody says. You have to listen to studies. You have to listen to actual experiments that have been conducted.
Okay. So did you apply that scrutiny to the things that you looked up today, or did you just repeat the things that someone told you?
I'm looking up what I've seen with my own eyes.
Hey,
Yeah, which is
Cat,
print,
good. Hey,
right?
real quick, bro, because Cat brought up a question about. Are you watching like a YouTube video, Cat? That
No, I'm just trying to
maybe
ask something right now.
the question that you had about three people being at different positions and looking at the sun, doing whatever, right? Where did that came from?
So that came from.
Is that Professor Dave or something like that?
Probably.
Can you post that video? Can you link it here so I can look what you're asking?
1 second, let me find it. Because I have a lot of tabs open.
Because that's your question. I just want to see what you're looking at so I can.
My computer's lagging
I mean,
really bad.
It's Professor Dave, so he's not a professor. Just to let you know.
I don't think it's from a Professor Dave.
It might be someone else. I might be wrong about the link. I mean the channel or
Okay,
website.
I have one last question. One last question. So, how come when you go outside, you stare at the sun, look up at the sky, how come it moves in a curve? Why does it move in a curve?
The angular path of
asking
the
about-
sun does not have anything to do with the curvature of the earth. Why are you pre-assuming that, number one, the sun is a physical object and the curved path has anything to do with the ground? Why are you pre-assuming that?
What do you mean pre-assuming that?
Well, why are you asking the question as if I'm supposed to know why something appears to do something? There could be a lot of different reasons, but does it have anything to do with whether or not the earth is curving?
Well, I'm a big fan of Occam's razor. The most simple explanation is typically the
Okay.
one that's correct.
Okay, let's see.
Fantastic.
See if you can.
So in this scenario,
Is that the earth is round. That's why everything's curving.
absolutely not. You are seeing the sun do something, and it has nothing to do with whether or not the earth is curving. So in this particular case, Occam's razor means that the sun, whatever it is taking a curved path. That's the most that you can deduce. If you're going to start talking about the ground, that would be silly. Absolute silliness. Just affirming the consequence.
Could you respond to my question?
Your question was what?
Why do the moon and stars do it as well? Everything that we see from the sky. Why do they do it?
Because they do. They take an angular path. What in the world does the things in the sky have to do with the curvature of the earth? I keep asking you for the curvature of the earth, and all you want to do is affirm the consequent. Why?
So everything that we see that curves in the sky is just curving on its own with no relativity to the Earth.
What are you talking about,
That's
man?
what you observe, isn't it?
So you're saying that the Earth is not round, and everything that we see that curves around the Earth is actually curving on its own.
What on earth is curved? Round. Show me one thing on earth in nature that's round.
I'd love to see curved ground because that's what he's claiming, Sonny, right?
Yeah.
If he's saying that it's obvious that the stars and the moon are doing curved things, then certainly he can show me the Earth doing the exact same thing. Where is the curvature of the Earth? Occam's razor, right?
Yeah. Most simplest thing. You go to the hold on. You go to the most simplest thing without any presuppositions would be to measure the Earth itself on the surface. So that's what we're on about. That's all. And so, we appreciate it that you don't know where anyone has ever done that, because no one has ever been able to give that answer because it's never been done.
We don't have enough evidence to prove that the Earth is round.
It's never been.
All we need is measurements of Earth curve, bro. That's all it takes. Just get it.
How do you suppose we get that?
Go get it.
That's a good question. Why don't you figure out how they did it? See how they did it.
They don't. They don't have measurements of the curvature of the Earth because it's way too big.
Well, isn't that a problem?
No, listen, they gave us the answers in all of their books, man. 3,959 miles radius. Period. Like 8 per mile squared. Like 1.225, above at 1 foot, 1.225 above the deck or sea level. Your geometric horizon can go no further than 1.22 miles. Period. These are the formulas. They gave us the exact amount of drop. There should be an obstruction at a certain distance. There is not one that we've ever found.
So you're saying that all pictures of Earth from space are just theatrics?
Pictures are not measurements. You cannot use a picture as a measurement unless you have it calibrated, have notches on the sides that have a scale. Do you have pictures like that?
So if we have a picture of the Earth,
why can't you answer? Round, you don't have a picture like that,
means
right?
It is round.
That's okay, Sonny. Hey, Kat, I've got a picture of Daryl Hannah as a mermaid. Does that make Daryl Hannah a mermaid?
You're saying it's all theatrics. It's all cinematic.
The whole point of this conversation is that if we find that the Earth is not curving as they say it should be, then wouldn't that have to prove that all of those pictures, not photographs, by the way, images and pictures are not photographs, would have to be fake? Now, wouldn't they?
So you're saying they're all fake? They're all fake.
I'm not saying they're all fake. I can show you that they're fake because the Earth isn't curving. Kat, why is this so hard for you to understand, bro? Like, just show me the Earth curving. Don't show me pictures. Measure it in reality. Why does everything have to be about your imagination? Don't you like reality?
I physically fly you out to where I am and show you in person that it is curving. I can't take.
Do you have Earth curve measurements?
Earth curve measurements.
Yeah. Drop over distance according to the globe claim. Do you have them?
Yeah, let me go get them.
Oh, really? Wow. Okay.
He did it, everybody. He's going to show us how he measured the Earth. This is fantastic. We can shut down the server after this.
Get ready to shut the server down. Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah, let's get ready.
Start cleaning out your desk now. Or what have you, your table. My office is my kitchen table.
I don't know why you didn't do this earlier, Kat. We could have avoided a lot of this conversation. This was needless. How selfish of you.
Kat, have you ever heard this before? They tell people anything, and people will believe it.
Yeah, I know.
Or people are stupid. So, do you think they're telling you something that you just believe in it? And that might be stupid?
I'm actually trying to learn and do research and conduct.
No, and you know what, Kat? You know what? Even though yesterday you called us retards, and you were spiraling, and then you dropped out and lied about people being muted. You're doing better today than yesterday, and I think actually the conversation has progressed. But this is like new information for you, and you should be looking at the other side instead of just confirming your bias with the lore of the story that
That's why I've been asking
you've
you
been told.
questions. I'm actually curious.
Yeah, sounds good, man. Sounds good. Just
And then this
try to
fucking
listen a
says
little
good
more.
guy is so aggressive for no reason. I'm just trying to ask you
Nah,
questions.
no, bro. Listen, cat. This is like from a 1 to 10 of aggressiveness. This is like a 1. Just letting you know, bro.
So does he like scream over video games or something? He sounds like a
No,
fucking
not
idiot.
screaming. The language can get very specific and very mean when we're talking about these topics. What we're covering here is it's basically fundamental surface stuff that
So
any 10-year-old should be able to comprehend in reality. So this is
if he
very
can't
basic
control
what we're talking
himself, he
about here.
probably shouldn't be in debate. I'll be real. If he can't control himself, he probably shouldn't be debating stuff with people.
This is
That
not a
kinda
debate.
requires
Cat,
level
if
of
you think this is
self-control.
a debate, you're wrong, bro. This is not a debate. You're not
Well, it's more of a
debating.
discussion. It's more of a discussion.
Yeah, this is definitely not a debate, bro. You can't just say
I'm not saying that it is a debate. I'm just saying that he shouldn't be in debate. That's what I'm saying.
you're saying that we
I'm not saying
shouldn't
that
be
what
in
we're doing
debate.
right now is a debate. Well, no, I'm not
Nah,
good at
if-
debate. I admit that. I'm not good at debate. I'm not
All
in
right.
debate either. I'm not good at debate. Because to be good at debate, you have to have like a bunch of stuff prepared and ready. I just came here to discuss because I'm
Bro,
curious.
let me tell you, in any debate that you see about this topic, and when the facts are brought up, the globe falls flat when you're talking about reality, because the globe is just a fantasy, bro. Sorry to tell you, man.
All right, well, thank you for that. Thank you for
Well, the
enlightening me.
globe is furniture. You can have a globe in reality. You can go to Walmart and buy one, and it says on the bottom, check the globe that you buy at Walmart. It says, not for educational purposes, only for decoration. Okay, bro?
All right, well, thank you for informing me.
Definitely don't use it for navigation. Bad idea.
What should you use then?
Decoration, I think, is the best.
Oh, I mean for navigation.
Maps.
Which one?
The ones that are Cartesian, which is all of them. The ones that are used for navigation, anyway. Or charts.
Yeah, how do you draw circles on those charts? They're not big enough for the circles, are they?
Are they flat?
The coastal charts are.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, talking about those circles, how do you draw them on these charts? These circles
With a
are
pencil?
any orders.
You can use a pencil or a pen, right?
I don't think so. Circles are
You
too
don't
big
use
for
circles.
charts, aren't they?
What do you use to draw? I use pencils and pens usually. What do you use, Bacon?
I don't draw the circles there.
Oh, okay.
Is there anyone that does that?
Does what? Use a
Draw
pen to draw?
circles.
Yeah, I think so.
No, what I asked. They draw circles of equal altitude on nautical charts. Is there anyone that actually does that?
Well, why would they do that? I mean, you know, they only bring it up in all the manuals and stuff to do that. I don't know why they would, though. So no one draws circles of equal altitude? Is that what you're saying?
I never seen anyone doing that.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess if you've never seen it, then it must not have happened, so that's fine.
That's not my claim, but
Oh, was it my claim?
what I've seen is straight LOPs being drawn on those maps, not circles.
Straight what?
LOPs.
LPs? What's an LP?
LOP, line of position, is what a circle
Line of
equal altitude
position?
is.
Straight line of position? Okay. And?
Yeah, they're drawn straight, right? But you're saying they're circles.
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you knew. I thought you knew about how celestial navigation worked.
Did I bring that up or did you bring that up?
That was brought up before I got here.
Okay. Well, I didn't bring it up, so why are you talking to me about it?
I'm just asking questions because that was brought up before.
Okay.
Maybe who brought
Well,
it
I didn't
before?
bring it up, so maybe ask questions on topic. How about that?
That seemed to be related to the topic. It was brought up a couple minutes ago.
Okay, well, we're not talking about that right now, Bacon.
Well, I think you said don't use a globe for navigation, right? And I'm
Yeah,
curious.
no one does. Do you use a globe for navigation when you're going from place to place? You get your globe out and use it to navigate where you're going?
I don't navigate.
Oh, okay. Well, then I guess I'm not asking the right person, huh?
But you actually can do that.
Oh, you can? So people have globes on the dash of their car and they get from place to place using the globe on the dash?
I didn't say that's being done. I said that's.
Oh, well, you just said that that's what people do.
I didn't say that. I said you can. Do
No?
that.
You can? Have you seen it done? People using the globe, the furniture, the piece of furniture in their house to get from place to place? You've seen that?
I seen a globe being used to get coordinates in celestial navigation. Yes.
Really? So show that to me.
Sure, I'll drop on the chat. It's in the chat.
Bacon, that's a conceptualization on how something could be done. This man is not going from one place to another using that. What is wrong with you?
I didn't say he was. I said you can get your coordinates like that.
So you could conceptually pull this off if you got a ruler and a piece of paper and a globe and it might work. But no one actually does this.
I wasn't claiming. I actually was very specific that no one's navigating like that.
Oh, okay. Well, like I said earlier, no one's using a globe to navigate anywhere. But conceptually, if you think about it, you might be able to pull it off.
It's not just conceptually. You get the right answer if you do that.
So someone's doing this. Someone's using this globe to go from one place to another, according to what this guy says.
No, I didn't say.
No, no.
You're putting words in my mouth. I never said to go from one place to the next.
You didn't just say no? You didn't just say no, no one's doing this?
And no one's using this to go from one place to the next.
Okay, so no one's navigating using the piece of furniture that they have on their desk.
I said it that 3 times already, or 4.
Okay, so why are you bringing it up again? I keep asking you why you brought this up, and now you're telling me, no, this doesn't happen. Yes, it does happen. No, it doesn't. What's wrong with you?
I wasn't saying if this happens or not. I'm saying that does.
Why are you here, Bacon? You're asking questions about navigating on globes and circles of equal altitude and stuff like that, but you actually haven't proven anything. You're just talking about concepts and things that you haven't seen.
Oh, it was your claim that you can't use a globe. In all examples I said where a globe was used,
Right. I said you can't use a globe because no one's using a globe to navigate, and you agreed with me.
I agree that no one's doing that. I'm not agreeing that you can't.
Terrific. Yeah, because you've never seen anybody use a globe do it. No one's using a globe on their dash of their car or their airplane to get anywhere, are they?
There's less resolution using a physical globe.
Oh, yeah. Less resolution, blah, blah. What are they using, though? Are they using maps with Cartesian coordinate systems? Are they using charts?
Use spherical coordinate systems.
Circle coordinate systems. On flat maps?
Spherical coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Spherical, yeah. Oh, latitude and longitude, that's Cartesian.
If that was Cartesian, use Pythagorean for distances, not Haversine.
So you're telling me that a grid on a flat plane is not Cartesian, which is what people are using?
No.
Oh.
I'm saying latitude and longitude is a spherical coordinate system.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay, show it to me.
So you compute distances between 2 coordinates. You don't.
I don't want to don't tell me about what you can do. I want you to show it to me.
All right. You know the definition or what?
No, I want you to show me somebody using a spherical coordinate system that you say is Cartesian for navigation.
I didn't say it's Cartesian. You say it's Cartesian. I'm saying circle.
You just said, oh, so they're using a spherical coordinate system for navigation.
Yeah, latitude and longitude.
Latitude and longitude is a grid, dude. How do you not get this? Even on the globe, the longitude is skewed. You ever notice that? How it's like narrow at the top and then it widens out around the equator on the globe and then it goes back down to narrow on the bottom? Yeah, that's not accurate. That's a projection. And no one's using that for navigation. They're using a grid system, aren't they?
Not really.
Oh, not really? Just because you say nuh-uh?
No, you can take a look at the longitude correction on a plotting sheet, for example. That is not a Cartesian system.
What do they correct it to, by the way?
For longitudes getting larger, closer to the equator, and then shrinking again as it gets past it.
Yeah, I know. That's a projection.
That's a correction for the length of longitude.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean that's a projection?
Okay, fair enough. Why don't you put in the chat what I asked for?
What exactly you want?
Well, the spherical coordinate system that everyone's using to navigate from place to place, apparently.
You want the latitude and longitude coordinate system in chat?
No, I want to show me what you were talking about.
I'm talking about the latitude and longitude coordinate system.
So a grid?
Everyone. Good evening. Sorry if I interrupt. Yeah.
What's up, Get Be Get? Do you have anything to add to this?
Yes, please. Thank you very much. I'm good. I want to say that the longitude and latitudes, they are part of the celestial sphere, which is the sky. And those imaginary lines, they are not on the ground, but they are very high above our heads. They have nothing to do with the ground.
Then you wouldn't be able to navigate with them.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I thought you made a very long pause there. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
Yeah. So those lines are not on the ground. They are above our heads. Those lines.
We're navigating on the ground, right? And you're using
Yes.
locations
We
on the
use
ground.
them. We use them to determine our position on the ground. Yes.
Right.
But they
So
are
if I give you
above us. They are part of the celestial sphere, not part of the terrestrial sphere.
your longitude doesn't keep changing as the sky rotates. So as though there are celestial coordinates, which is right ascension, declination. Those are in the sky definitely, and declination relates to latitude. Latitude and longitude are not in the sky. They're not constantly changing. If you're in a fixed location, your longitude and latitude are going to be fixed.
I didn't say they are changing. I told you where they are.
Right. If they're in the sky and the sky is changing,
they are
they should
fixed.
change as well.
They are fixed dimensions.
Okay.
The further you go from the north, the greater the radius.
Then why do the distance between longitude shrinks as you get past the equator?
It doesn't.
Then how is that being used in
You
selection
cannot
of units?
demonstrate that.
That's how the length of a longitude is used in a plotting sheet when doing selection of
Yeah, well, listen, you haven't circumnavigated the world on the southern 60th parallel.
So?
No man. Well, if you try to do that, you will find that circle is actually at least 2 times bigger than the equator line.
Well, says you. You
This
don't have
way.
to go parallel to do selection aviation. You can just go below the equator, 10 degrees, and you're going to have to correct for how long a longitude is. and are going to correct for us a shorter longitude.
You're not going below the equator. Listen, you never
South.
do that in reality.
Hey, what's up, guys?
You are going only beyond the equator.
Yeah, south of the equator. That's what I meant.
How's everybody doing
Yeah,
today?
but that's not below.
I agree. It was just a way of saying it. I mean south of the equator.
So when you take a ship or airplane, yeah, from the northern side of the world, yeah, and you fly towards the south, at which point, where is your plane turning 180 degrees, like upside down?
How is it remotely related to the length of a longitude getting shorter south of the equator?
Hi, whoever said hi in the middle of the conversation. Someone said hi. Hi, Gabby.
Hello. Hey, Jamesy.
Glad to hear you, bro. How you casually, methodically, slowly debunk Beacon's claim of the globe as reality. Easy work. Easy work.
Indeed. Thank you,
Beacon,
Jamesy.
you're debunked, bro. You are debunked.
I didn't even brought any claim. What was debunked in the first place?
You said below the equator. Nobody goes below the equator, and you agreed after you said going below the equator. You've been debunked. And that claim and many of the other ones that you made before that one, bro. Come on.
It was
It's
semantic.
recorded.
Yeah, I'll concede to
It was
that one.
literal.
Yeah, you don't go below the equator. You go south of the
Also, when you spoke about the longitude and latitude lines as referencing the globe, Get debunk you, and you agree that those are of the celestial sphere, not the globe that you're claiming below your feet. You concede to that as well.
No, I didn't concede the latitude and longitude are in the sky. What I conceded is that right ascension and declination are in the sky. And those aren't the same thing as latitude and longitude. That's what I said.
You were claiming latitude and longitude as reference to the globe.
Yeah,
They're
to the ground.
At least they're used as a spherical coordinate system.
Yes, but it's the celestial sphere, not the terrestrial, like the ground. Those lines are not on the ground. Never.
And you
On
got
any map.
debunked on that one as well, Big Bacon. And also earlier you were talking up with says who. What was it about the guy doing something in Fantasyland, and you were saying, yeah, you can do this in reality, and then you concede it. No one does it in reality, but you brought it as an example of doing it in reality, even though nobody does it in reality.
Oh, I said no one navigates using this because there's very little resolution.
Exactly. So you've been debunked like 3 times minimum during like 10 minutes of conversation, bro.
No, that is not the same as saying this doesn't work or this can't be done in reality. It definitely can be done in reality. It's just not doesn't have.
So
a great
all
resolution.
the arguments that you brought are wrong. That means you're correct.
I didn't say that was wrong. What I said was correct. That this can be done in reality. That is not incorrect. That is definitely correct, and that's demonstrable, and it has been demonstrated. I posted in chat a demonstration of that.
A demonstration of what? Navigation on a spherical surface? So where are the tools you use for that?
It's on the video. It's a drawing compass and a globe.
And you're using a globe while you're navigating, right? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's what I said. Oh, that's what I said. I'm not saying like 5 times already.
Okay, fine. Well, I was doing some kitchen work, so I'm still listening. But no, well, you need to show us how somebody is actually doing it the way you're saying.
I can do one example right now.
Someone actually navigating using a spherical surface as a baseline. How do you get a horizontal?
The perpendicular to plumb.
What is plumb? plumb is a vertical compared to the horizontal. Yeah, you're right. Very good. Now moving on. You don't have any of that on a sphere.
Why don't you have plumb on a sphere?
How do you get
No, you don't have a
curve
horizontal.
perpendicular to a line?
Sorry, what?
How can you have a perpendicular to a curved surface?
I didn't say it was perpendicular to the surface. I said
Well, you
horizontal.
said.
Plumb. I didn't mention
How
anything
do you
about the
get? Yeah, Sunny asked you a very good question, specific question. How do you get a horizontal on a sphere? And you said, well, that will be the perpendicular to the plumb. Yeah.
Yep.
So, you need to show now that you can have this horizontal straight line of horizon on a sphere.
Why are we talking about the horizon? I didn't mention the horizon.
Because that's what's used in celestial navigation.
Yeah.
You were asking me, but you were asking me
That's
how to
how
get.
we take the GP of a
Bro,
star.
it's almost like Bacon is
You know how you
ignoring
get a GP.
everything you guys said in reality, and he's like thinking and talking about fantasy. And he's like, I'm talking about fantasy. I'm not talking about reality, guys. Come on, guys. And you guys are talking about reality, but I'm talking about fantasy. What are you guys talking about?
The horizon has zero to do with the GP of the star. The GP of the star you get simply from the time you're taking the reading. Has nothing to do with the horizon.
So you don't know anything about navigation. You're
How do you
traveling
measure
along.
the elevation angle of the star?
Sextant.
Sextant,
theodolite.
yeah, and
Telescope. You can do it
listen,
many different ways.
listen. So to measure the elevation, the angle of elevation of a star, you need to look at where there are two locations where you have to look towards.
If you're
Which
using
are
a
those
nautical,
two locations? So obviously one location is the star itself. You look through that sextance to the star itself, and there is another location where you have to look through that sextant. So which one is the second location?
if you're using a nautical
to get
sextant,
the elevation angle.
if you're using a
Yeah,
nautical sextant,
nautical
don't
sextant.
any-
Yes.
if you're using a nautical sextant in the middle of the ocean, you point the other scope to the horizon.
Oh, the horizon. Why the horizon?
Because if you're in the middle of the ocean, you only have a nautical sextant. That's your best reference for a horizontal.
Best reference for horizontal. So that's not a horizontal.
No. It's almost horizontal.
Almost horizontal. If it's not horizontal, you don't have a perpendicular to it. Therefore, you cannot triangulate.
No one said anything about triangulating.
Well, you don't get the zenith location of that star
That's how you
if you
use.
don't have a horizontal. Yeah.
No.
How are
No,
you
the
using?
GP
How are you using navigation and not using triangles? What are you?
I didn't say you're not using. Say we're not doing triangulation.
Yes, you are. The circles of equal
Yeah.
elevation, they all triangulate amongst each other. Where those circles, where those circle functions meet, is your location, and that's
It's
what
not
how
called
you adjust your dead reckoning, which you don't know anything about
Intersection.
dead reckoning. That's where you start. You want to interrupt my last part of my sentence, so I don't get to finish, right? So you don't understand navigation. You're not talking about navigation. What you're doing is something completely different.
Yeah.
No, intersection of circles isn't called triangulation. triangulation is when you find your position by building a triangle, not intersecting
Oh,
circles.
let's use semantics to run away from the fact. Let's use semantics to run away from the fact.
If you don't want to
of
be
the matter.
interrupted, please don't interrupt me.
Yeah, because now you're talking nonsense. So I will if you're trying to put
I
words
can
in
use
our
the
mouth.
same excuse.
Oh,
I can
no,
use the same excuse to interrupt you.
Well,
It
we
wouldn't be
keep
fair.
interrupting you because you actually said that the horizon is not a horizontal line. It's not a straight line. It's curved. Therefore, you cannot have a 90-degree angle to it. So you cannot navigate using a sextant, using the horizon.
Exactly.
Hey, can I quickly say something? Just do you guys a favor, okay? Bacon, right? This guy you're talking to and wasting your time with. He is one of the guys who also is always on Geo, doing endless discussion. I've never heard him actually concede to any point. They just here
That's
to
a
waste
lie.
time and block off the room in order for make other people who actually have not yet discussed the topic not be able to discuss it. That's why he's now here, because they infiltrate every server this way with these type of people. They're a
Yeah,
waste
and
of
he
time,
has
man.
Okay.
Clay,
No,
he has
I
been
mean,
debunked, and every argument he has brought forward, he has been flat smacked. Easy work,
Exactly.
like
Yes.
easy.
Yeah.
But he's
And
just
then he's
going.
like,
Trust
"What
me,
are
you
you
can
guys
say
talking
whatever
about?
you want.
What are you talking about? What are you
He
talking
has
about,
a
guys?"
yeah, but he has a time schedule, so he's just gonna go on and go on and go on in an endless conversation. It doesn't matter what you say. It doesn't matter how many times he's gonna be blown away or owned. He's just gonna move on and as long as the discussion is going with him and no one else can enter it, some random dude. That's the whole point. That's what they do on GeoServer, man. It's either Zenik,
I'm
Bacon,
talking
or Kosho,
at the same
and someone
time we're
else just
talking.
permanently talking. It's just a
I'm
circuit
talking
jerk.
with
I
you
would
at the
would
same
never
time. What do
waste
you
my
mean
time
on
talking to you,
anyone?
Bacon. Bacon, I would never waste
Oh,
my time
and
Bacon
talking
is
to you.
don't lie about
definitely
me. I made
Bacon.
many
Clay
other
has
confessions.
Clay has a point here. You are a waste of time, Bacon. That's a fact.
Well, you guys always end up
One
saying
moment.
anyway.
Thank you for
Let
the
me just
tip.
put one sentence out here.
Yeah, don't bother, Bacon. Don't bother. Don't bother
Not
defend
possible.
yourself. It's not required.
That's not
But I
required.
want
I'm
to
not
ask
doing
you a
it.
question.
It's
I
required.
want to ask you a last question. Simple one. Do you believe you can have a tangent to a horizontal line?
A tangent to a horizontal line.
Yeah.
You don't think you can have an intersection between two lines. If that's a tangent,
No, do you know what a tangent is?
tangent is something that touches once. Like when you have a line that is tangent to a curve, means that line touches that curve only once.
Okay, so
I'm not
can
sure
you
if you
have,
can have
do you believe
lines
you
that
can have a tangent to a horizontal line?
I'm not sure if it makes sense to talk about tangent between two lines.
Well, on your spherical globe that you live, you have a almost straight line, almost horizontal straight line. Yeah.
What is this almost horizontal straight line?
Yeah, your horizon is curved. The horizon
That's
line on a
related
sphere.
to the curved horizon. That's when I said it's not horizontal, that is almost horizontal. I was referring to it not being eye level, it being below eye level, not about being curved. I'm not talking about it being curved. I'm talking about it
Oh,
being below
so
eye
the
level.
horizon, so you believe the horizon is actually a straight line then?
This
You accept that?
I'm not actually treating it as a straight line, as a curved line, because I'm only using a point on the horizon to do the reading. You don't use the line of the horizon, you just use a point.
Well, I'm asking you about the line itself, not a specific point of the line.
That's how we use it.
We need to actually determine. Well, we use it as a straight line.
We're using just a point. We're not using it as a straight line.
Listen, therefore, you cannot have a tangent to it.
I'm not using a tangent, like a horizontal tangent. I'm using a line to a line of sight to the horizon, to just a point on the horizon.
I know that.
The horizon is the
This
tangent.
isn't getting
But
anywhere.
my question
When
was
you
simple.
solve
Why is
this,
it so hard for you to answer?
which question? Well, your
Can you
questions aren't making
have
any
a
sense. That's why it's really hard
tangent?
to answer.
Do you believe you can have a tangent to a horizontal line?
The question doesn't make sense to me.
A
You don't have to
The
answer
answer
a
is
horizontal
horizontal line.
no.
line means a straight line.
I understand that, but a
Good.
tangent to a
Now,
line makes no sense to me.
now,
Give an example.
well, the
Just
question
say
was
no.
simple.
Just
Do
say
you
no.
believe? It's a yes or no. Yeah.
I don't understand the question. I'm gonna say yes
Then
or
say
no to
no.
something I believe if your question makes no sense to me.
Do you believe you can have a tangent to a horizontal line?
I already heard the question, dude. My problem is
Yeah,
not with
it's
hearing it.
very
My problem
explicit,
with is
specific
with parsing
question.
it.
It is very specific.
Is there a way you can rephrase the question or offer an example to illustrate what you're asking?
Can you have a tangent to a straight line?
Apparently not.
Clearly not. Good. The
Apparently
horizon
not.
is a
Then you
straight
can't
line.
rephrase it.
Okay.
I'll give you all that, all right? I'll give you all the flatness you want for the readings, as long as you can show how that's going to be used on a flat Earth to arrive to your position. That's something I can do. That's not something any flat earther has been shown to be able to do.
Make that claim again?
That's something I can do. I can get the coordinates from readings. I can't find any flat earther that can do that. You guys keep
You
claiming
don't
that
use
all
a
the time.
sextant then? Are you using a sextant?
I do use a sextant, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're using the stars to navigate? Is that correct?
No, I'm getting my
No.
coordinates.
Oh, you're not using the stars. So this is not celestial navigation.
I am using the stars to get my coordinates.
I just asked you that.
I'm just not sailing. I'm getting my coordinates from the stars. If that's what you're asking, the answer is yes. But you ask if I'm navigating, which is not only getting your position, but also going somewhere, which is not something I'm doing.
You're getting your coordinates.
Yeah, from the stars.
You're figuring out where you're at.
I can get your coordinates from the stars. If you give me your readings, I can find where you are. Can you do the same for me?
Well, I don't have a sextant, bro.
No. I'll get the readings. You tell me where I am. Can you do that? Because I can
Wouldn't
do
I
that
need
for
to
you.
take an angle? Hold on, bro. Wouldn't I need to take an angle to the star?
No, I will.
How are you going to figure out where I'm at using a sextant?
I'm gonna do the
Well,
readings,
he
and then you
can't.
figure out where I am. I can do the same for you. If you get angles using either a sextant or a theodolite or a telescope or whatever that can give you either zenith angles or elevation angles or azimuth angles, you can use either one of those three. You give me three of those, I'll figure out where you are.
It doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Don't I need to know where I am in relation to the GP directly below the star?
You don't need to know where you are. You can figure that out based on those angles. That's the whole
Angles.
point.
So are those angles based on 90 degrees?
No.
No?
Necessarily.
Okay. So in celestial navigation, they're using a 90 degree.
What do you mean by that?
I'm saying 90 degrees below the star of the GP.
Yo, give me a minute. Someone's at the
Convenient.
I'm back.
Hey, so 90 degrees below the star is where the GP is, correct?
No.
No? So why do they call it a GP, and why is the zenith 90 degrees in the celestial navigation manuals?
What do you mean 90 degrees below the star? Because if a star is, for example, 30 degrees above the horizon, then 90 degrees would be 60 degrees below the horizon. What does that even mean?
You know what a GP is?
I do know what a GP is. It's the position on Earth where that celestial body is overhead.
Oh, overhead, zenith, 90 degrees then, correct?
90 degrees, if you're saying 90 degrees from horizontal, then yes. But then you're no
Okay.
longer talking about
You
your
can't have
readings,
90
you're talking
degrees
about
to a
angles.
curve ever, can you?
I didn't mention angle to a curve, did I?
Okay, well then 90 degrees would have to be horizontal, right?
90 degrees from zenith is by definition horizontal, yes.
Okay, so, and your distance from that particular GP is going to be on a horizontal line?
No.
No? Why don't you diagram it for me and show me how you've already done this? Because I've seen your diagrams before, so just show me in chat how you don't have horizontal lines to the GP 90 degrees below a star. I want to see your cartoon. It's hilarious. I miss your cartoons, Bacon. Go ahead and show me.
I'm not exactly sure what you're
He's
asking.
gonna start
Distance is
digging
simply over the...
tunnels through the spherical Earth. He will dig tunnels through it, you know, in a straight
No,
line.
that's okay. It's fine. I want to see what he's going to do. I want to see his cartoons. I love them.
In celestial navigation, the distance between your position and the GP of the star you're reading is given over the surface, not a horizontal line.
On a horizontal line?
No, it's distance over the
No?
surface.
Over the surface? Is the surface curving?
Yes.
Okay, what is the rate of curvature?
6 nautical miles per degree. Approximately.
No, that's not curvature, my friend.
And in what rate do you want it?
He mixed them up.
Well, I mean, what is the rate of curvature?
Yeah. In what metric do you want if 6 nautical miles per degree doesn't answer to you?
Well, how do you figure curvature? I mean, if this is on the sphere Earth, I imagine that the Earth has a curvature number, doesn't it? Maybe a radius. You got a radius?
You just multiply that by 360, you get the circumference.
Why don't you tell me what the
Divided by
radius of the
root of
Earth
pi.
is? That way we can go check and see if the Earth is curving. And then we can test this horizontal line that you're talking about, or curved line that you're talking about. You got any measurements of Earth curvature for me?
No, I don't got measurements from Earth curvature to you.
So you're going to assume that the Earth is curving, but you're using horizontal lines to GPs for navigation?
Wait, why don't we just look up
Yeah,
the measurements?
Go ahead.
Well, if he doesn't know the measurement of the Earth, then everything that he's talking about is blind belief.
No,
Correct.
that's ridiculous. We should just search this stuff up if we don't know it.
I agree. I think you should search it up and see how they got that measurement, and then we can go out and test it.
Well, he doesn't want to search it up because he wants to stick to his blind belief.
Right.
That's the fanatic behavior. He will refuse any evidence or research that
It's completely not the case.
contradicts his belief. Yeah,
When I
it
first
is.
got to this subject,
You have demonstrated this behavior of a fanatic.
actually I've demonstrated otherwise. Because when I got to this subject, I
Listen,
didn't know when
my colleague asked
Can
you.
you allow me to
My
finish?
colleague asked you
You're
the
accusing me personally. Let me
dimensions
answer
of
you.
the Earth. Yeah, I'm accusing you
I'll answer him and
directly.
you if you let me speak. So here, for him, the answer is 3437.7467. That's for how many nautical miles there is in the radius of the Earth for the approximation using celestial navigation. Now to answer you, that was completely the opposite of my approach, because when I got to this discussion about celestial navigation regarding the shape of the Earth, I didn't know damn thing about celestial navigation. So what I learned about the discussions is the things that I tested. So first I started testing against readings in Stellarium, then I grabbed a real section and used readings that I took myself to do the whole process. And I even developed my own method, right? So this is not me taking it as blind belief. This is me deriving even my own method to test this stuff and getting correct results. I haven't seen anyone here doing the same. All I hear
Listen,
is
from the
claims that
beginning
this
of
is
this
the forest.
conversation, from the beginning of this conversation, I told you that longitude and latitude lines, yeah, in circles, they are not on the ground. They belong to the celestial sphere, the sky,
Which
because
is
it's a
not
dome
true.
shape. It has spherical
It's
shape.
treated as such. It's treated as such. It's
Yeah,
Okay,
treated.
if I tell you my latitude and longitude, does that tell you where I am on Earth?
Yeah, but how would that have anything to do with whether
Yeah.
or not the Earth is a
That's all we
globe?
need then.
It
We're talking about
doesn't
positions on
tell
Earth.
you that celestial sphere doesn't tell you that the Earth is a sphere.
I'm not saying that. You seem
What are
to
you
be
talking about then?
disagreeing. He seemed to be disagreeing that we can have latitude and
You are
longitude
conflating.
as positions
You
on the
are
surface of the
conflating
Earth,
the two.
which is exactly how we use
You
them.
are conflating the two cases.
Nobody here
he
said
just said
you can't have latitude. No one said that.
Explain
No,
why
as
around
he
Earth.
just conceded. He's not saying that he's finding
Yeah.
his position on a globe. He just conceded.
Oh,
no,
okay.
we're talking about latitude and longitude. We're talking about positions on the ground. We're not talking about positions on the sky. That's what I'm telling him. He's saying
Yeah,
those are
you get
these
your
coordinates in the sky.
position on the
No, they're not.
ground on a horizontal plane, yeah, using the celestial sphere. The longitude, latitudes, these curved lines and circles, yeah, they are imaginary curved lines in the sky.
So
That's what they are.
if latitude and longitude are
Speak.
coordinates in the sky, which ones are the one we use for the
If
ground? When you
those
get
lines are curved in the sky, it doesn't mean the ground is curved.
that's
Speaking of
not
Because
what
curved
I'm
from
lines, right?
those lines, you actually use straight line of sight to certain
Yeah, that's what
celestial
I was going to
bodies.
get to.
Yeah,
That's what I was getting to. Get because
yeah,
speaking of curved lines, right? He
yeah,
has to assume that his line of sight is curved, whether he's like
yeah,
looking it to the star or the horizon, right?
yeah.
It's
actually you don't
the
have
way
to assume that
it's a
if you're not
curve.
doing any correction for refraction. You can
Well,
assume it's
Not doing any
you are
correction for
using.
refraction.
if you're not doing any correction for refraction, then you're assuming your line of sight is straight. You can do that; it still works. It's just less accurate.
It's less accurate, right?
Yeah, that's why those corrections exist.
Yeah, the refraction index, regardless of its value, it only makes the horizon closer or further away, but it doesn't bend it, so it will still be a straight line.
I have a question. So when you climb up like a really high building or a tower or something, and you look at the horizon, it kind of looks a little bit more curved, right?
No, it doesn't. Those videos
Not a, I
made
mean in real life.
from
When you go
in
up,
real life, there are videos with rocket launches, amateur rocket launches, and stuff. And vast majority of them, they use fisheye lens cameras.
oh no,
Even
I'm not talking about real life. I'm not talking about videos. I'm
Your
talking about
eyes?
real life. Yeah, with your own
Eyes?
eyes. When you, yeah.
No, doesn't happen.
no, you don't see any curvature. And even Neil deGrasse Tyson, one of the most famous science communicators in the world today, he explains how not even at the altitude of ISS, you do not have enough altitude to actually see the curvature of the Earth. Because, you see, you are trying to view a surface area with a radius of 3,500, almost 3,600 miles. Yeah.
No.
With your eyes from 200 miles high.
I prefer.
Okay, I'll go skydiving one day.
Well, if you
I'm
take
not.
for example the circumference of the spherical Earth, yeah, the numbers that they
Yeah.
give us, they tell us that the Earth's circumference is 24,000 miles, yeah, approximately, rounded up 24,000. Now you divide that by 2, you get 12,000 miles, yeah.
Yeah.
So this 12,000 miles surface area is actually the 180 degrees, which is in daytime, and the other side, the other 12,000 is in the night side. Yeah.
Yeah.
So half of the sphere is daytime and half of it is nighttime. Now, when you get above that curved surface, yeah, which from the center of it, the middle point, you have a radius of 6,000 miles. So it's a curved surface, yeah, with a radius, a curved radius, like, according to the surface of the sphere. So it will be a distance of 6,000 miles.
Okay.
Now, when you do the math of that surface area, yeah, you are trying to actually see it in front of your eyes, and you get only like 200 miles high, but you are trying to see 6,000 miles far away. It doesn't go. It doesn't work.
I'm sorry. But
So, in comparison, Neil deGrasse Tyson was saying that if the Earth was the size of a beach ball, yeah, the ISS will be flying at an altitude of 2 millimeters above that beach ball.
Okay.
So it's quite very small. The ratios, the numbers. Now, the problem is that the ISS videos that they show us, they show a very huge curvature that they see up there.
Yeah, that's just for the effect, I guess, right? To make it
Yeah,
look.
it has to be an effect
like
to
the
make
camera.
it look. Yeah.
So you could see out of the.
It's disingenuous.
Yeah. Yeah, they have to make it look round, curved,
Exactly.
so that we believe it. We believe that they are showing us the truth, but that's not actually the truth. Yes,
But
and
It's still
why do
curving.
they show us? Why do they show us something fake?
Well, it could just be to try to capture more of the Earth. That's what I would think. Just so it looks cooler in the video, you know? I don't know.
Or they are actually trying to reinforce this blind belief.
Well,
Because
maybe.
naive people, less educated people, yeah, the naive, are much easier to fall and believe, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
to convince them.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Chris
Yeah.
Hadfield. Chris Hadfield had a Freudian slip on a morning talk show. I think it was on CBN or something like some American
Yeah.
TV network morning talk show, and they're asking about his photography from the ISS, and he said, "Yeah, it's just so flat and gorgeous to see."
Yeah.
And that's it. Then without talking.
I have another question. I'm not like too well
Yes.
informed. I'm trying to learn more. So how do you guys picture the Earth in space? How does that look? Or should I just
Well, that space which you have been presented by Nova Channel, Discovery Channel, these astrophysics and cosmology, um, that is not science. That is pseudoscience. None of
no.
those theories are actually true. The Earth does not float in a vacuum. Yeah. The space is not infinite. Distance to the stars is
Mm,
not trillions of light years. Yeah.
Then what's the
Those distances do not exist. Light does not propagate distances like more than, let's say, I will approximate maximum 8,000 miles.
why
But
is that? And you
to have a light source which can shine 8,000 miles far away, yeah, and
yeah.
to experience light intensities like daylight, the sun in
Mhm.
the daytime on ground,
Yeah.
you will need a light source which is 100 petawatts power
But
output.
why can't it travel infinitely in a vacuum? What stops it if it's in a vacuum?
It doesn't, vacuum doesn't exist.
But how does that work then? Because people have made vacuums.
No, we only made very low pressure. We
Yeah.
never achieved a vacuum.
Well, then you could argue that in space there's probably little particles floating
In
around,
a
and that's
vacuum, listen, in a vacuum, there will be no electric field and no magnetic field,
okay.
also no electrostatic field.
The sky, as you've been taught, doesn't exist.
Yeah. So basically, there will be no rules or laws that govern the behavior of matter. That's a vacuum.
Oh yeah.
But
So
okay. Hmm. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay, let me think for a second.
and no matter where you go in this world, you will always be inside an electric field, electrostatic, and magnetic field. There's no place in the world where these things do not exist.
This guy's just taking it for granted that what he's been taught about the ever expanding universe is true, and then he's just inserting flat Earth, his idea of a flat Earth, into that model,
Yeah.
that mental model.
Yeah. So it's very easy. I went like very complicated and hardcore, but all you need to do is look at the second law of thermodynamics, entropy, and gas laws. Also, the definition of gas pressure.
Okay.
So, in order to have gas pressure, you need to have a container, at least open container, minimum requirement.
That's for pressure. All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But
Wait.
the spherical Earth, yeah, in this cosmological paradigm that they give us, the Earth is an open system.
Yeah. Yeah, and
I mean, the surface,
Yeah.
the exterior surface of a sphere cannot act as a container. Period.
Yeah.
Over. Right there. Over.
But okay, but
Yeah, no buts. It's over. No buts. Go on, though.
no, I'm not attacking.
No, go on. Continue.
No, I lost my thought. It's all right.
So, in order to
Hero
put it this way,
we breathe. Yeah. Go on.
Hold on a second. Hero in the VC says that apparently flat earthers have no serious claims. I wanted him to expound on that. Hero.
What do you want?
Yourself and tell us about it.
What
So
do
you say
want?
we had no serious claims. What do you mean by that?
Yeah, you don't have any serious claims. You're just like a troll
Okay,
group.
what do you? Okay, so the Earth is a spinning ball.
Yeah, and I've seen it because I've been up there on a commercial flight, civilian flight, by Virgin Galactic.
Yeah, everyone's been on a commercial flight, bro.
Virgin
But you can't see curvature from a plane.
It's that I'm not talking about a plane.
Oh, Virgin Galactic.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's saying he went.
Okay. All right, cool. Show us your
I've seen the
your
curvature.
photos from how. Great, that's great. I want you to validate that. I want you to prove all that. I want you to show us your ticket. I want you to show us. Give us some validations. Give us the video, right? And then tell us if the horizon is geometric.
I don't know what you just said about geometric, but I'm just saying based on what I saw. Yeah, so yeah, it's curved. So you're just a troll group. Have you been up to?
Just give us all the evidence, bro.
I mean,
Space, where's that?
I could show you the
Where-
payment and all of that, but I mean, have you been up? Have you been over space? I mean, I'm not the one who
Where's-
paid, so like I would have to go and get my friend. Well, you think?
Yeah, it's starting to sound like a really garbage story. Yeah, do it now.
Okay, I mean, I could text him. Yeah, sure, no problem.
Get it. Don't come back without it.
Okay, troll, Mr. Troll.
Have I upset you, Hero?
Why would I be upset?
Well, why are you calling me names, bro?
Well, you are a troll. You haven't been up there, and you haven't seen the curve.
Up where? In space?
Yep.
But okay,
In
up
space,
to
a
this
place that you
point,
can
you
go
are a liar.
to? Can you get sweet Lord, bro? Hero, is space a place that we can go? Tell me about space. What's up there?
If you go high enough, you'll see a curve.
Really? How high? How high did you go?
I mean, I don't know how high we go. I don't really know all the numbers and stuff. I just know that I saw the curve, and that means the Earth is not flat. Because if it was flat, I wouldn't see a curve, right?
So you went with Virgin Galactic, where they show to every passenger the altitude they reached, and you don't know how high you went.
They actually don't. But okay.
Yeah, every passenger had a screen where they saw the altitude.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they did.
I can confidently say no, they don't.
Did you start floating, Hero?
All right, that's fine.
Wait, Hero, you said you've been to space?
I could confidently say no, they don't. And now you just made yourself look like a clown Russian guy.
Yeah, well, you
Did you start
actually
running?
said now that you can confidently say. This already demonstrates that you are talking about something that you believe you did.
What? No, I'm saying
Yeah.
the reason I'm confident because I've been I've been in there. So like so like you're just
No,
talking.
no.
You're saying that you
Listen,
show
listen.
you a screen. No,
Don't
they don't.
play with me, because I'm very good at criminal interrogation.
Criminal, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
I hate
So
This troll is going on mute. Back
don't
and
take
let
us
us know
for
in the side
fools.
chat. Let us know in the side chat when you've got all that proof that you know you did what you
Yeah.
said you did.
But he saw it, and people, you don't believe him. You are so rude. Why you don't believe him? He said that he saw it.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah, he said
so
he saw it.
rude.
Why is it different this time?
Because he said
I'd
it.
rather
He
us
saw it, and now you
speak
don't
with
believe.
the honest person.
You guys see that it's
I'd
flat.
rather.
Why can't you see that it's curved?
Are you the person that
I
we were
went.
speaking with earlier? Who's the person we were speaking with earlier? That's who we're going to speak with. Someone who at least comes across as, you know, half
Yeah, the
genuine.
young man. The young
I went to the
man
North Pole
sounded.
and I met Santa Claus, by the way. I have evidence, images.
You're lying.
He also likes Coca-Cola.
Actually, Santa Claus is actually a fake person.
Oh, how do you know?
Well,
I have seen him. I have went there. I have went to the North Pole. I've seen his house and his elves and his reindeers.
Well, actually, it's your parents who put the gifts under the tree, so yeah.
I can't. Can you speak English, please?
Actually, it's your parents who put the gifts under the tree, so yeah.
Oh.
So not a fat
I
man
think that's a
breaking
lie.
into your house via the chimney. Got it.
Well, I mean, it's debatable.
You're
No, you're not mean. You seem pretty nice.
You guys are talking too much.
Yeah, I was just thinking how it was so hard for that guy with the celestial navigation to respond the simple question, can a horizontal line have a tangent? Can there be a tangent to a horizontal line?
But
he understood the implication denying, but also he understood the geometrical fallacy, yeah, aberration. So that's why he wanted to dribble the answer.
Yo, is it just me or fuck camel fuckers, bro?
You know. And I don't care about
Did
the
you
grasses underneath.
he got abused? You should search some psychiatric therapy treatment.
Anybody here with any serious questions or comments? Wants to discuss the topic genuinely, sincerely, surely?
Yeah, it's less and less that kind of people anymore because we have been welcomed in the era of AI where human intelligence is no longer a requirement for social existence. So, yeah, all of them, they got naked of it, they just dropped it. Yay, we don't need intelligence anymore. We can be, moron, fools, clowns, it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
Everywhere, it's all the same, yeah.
that's so true.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something about the tangent thing that I wasn't sure about?
Yes, go ahead.
So when you were asking, can there be a tangent to a horizontal line, correct?
Yeah.
The 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 tangent is a tangent just like a line that connects to the other one?
It's a line that
don't-
has one
Straight
intersection point.
line. A straight
And
line
listen,
that it's at a curve. Isn't
listen,
it?
yeah.
Line.
So a horizontal line is a line from a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah. Yeah.
The word horizontal and horizon is borrowed from the Greek language, which means flat, plane, and level with the ground, flat.
Okay, but it's the tangent part.
Perpendicular, it's the plane which is perpendicular with the down vector that we experience. This is what it means in the Greek language, horizontal. And vertical is actually perpendicular to this horizontal. Now, any line, yeah.
Bro, he's asking you why you said you can't, if you can have a straight line or a tangent point on a horizontal line. He's not asking for the history. He wants to know why you asked that question.
Yeah, I asked it because it's impossible to have a tangent to a straight line.
Why? I don't get it.
Because a straight line is not curved. You can only have a tangent to a curved surface.
Why?
That's correct.
If it's curved, if it's flat, why does it matter?
You're an idiot.
If there's no tangent line, why does it matter?
Okay, next Glober up.
He's not going to answer that?
Well, welcome, Radwin.
Yeah, I hear the ridiculousness already.
You're
Okay.
viewing a circle from like the side. It's going to look flat. Like that's what a horizon is in the globe model.
In a flat
circle.
If Earth is flat, how then will look like?
What?
You said that it looks like flat because it's curving. How will it look like if it's really flat?
There wouldn't be a horizon.
There wouldn't. What would be there? What would be there?
Of course, there won't be
It would
horizon.
still be. It would
What
still
would
be
be there?
flat.
Curve
Okay?
is
What would be there?
It'd still be a circle.
Oh, so it'd be the same.
Circles don't curve. You know that, right? Like if you look at it from the side, it doesn't
It will be
curve.
the same.
You know
Oh,
that, right?
circles don't curve.
When you look
Circles
at it
don't
from the
curve.
side, it's not going to look like
Listen,
it's
classic.
curving.
He's bricked. He's bricked. Circles don't curve. You know, that's it.
Have a straight
It's
circle.
really a straw man.
Circle with straight sides, right?
And angles
I
too.
have to make an illustration, apparently.
Corners.
540-degree circle.
It's not what I'm saying.
Jarkar, are you saying that you're on the same plane as the circle? Because you're not claiming to live on a circle. You're claiming to live on a
No,
sphere.
I'm not. I'm saying I'm
Do spheres?
slightly above it. It's still going to look flat, though. Just you're looking
You're
at
above
it
a
from
circle,
slightly
but
below
not a
your.
sphere?
How will it look like if it's really flat?
You almost understand what I'm saying, but you're just going to be slightly above the
I
circle.
cannot understand the surface without horizon. That I cannot understand.
Yeah.
Jarkar, you have to be aware that right now you're saying that the Earth is a flat plane. Now, you can use the word sphere instead of circle, and we can have a different conversation.
I'm saying the horizon acts as a circle that is inside the globe, that makes a apparent line on the surface, which is
How
flat.
many flat surfaces you have on the globe?
Like you
All of
almost
them.
understood what I was saying, but you're going to be slightly above the circle because
Okay, so now you're going to
it's
answer
curving.
this. Now you're going to answer this. Since we see the horizon because we're on a ball, what does it look like because the Earth is flat? What's it supposed to look like now?
Wait, can you repeat that?
It must observably curve to be flat.
Yeah, it can be flat in both. I don't understand what you're asking.
Oh, so
Oh,
then
that
you're not going to use the horizon for anything then, right?
And then you will choose if it's flat, observably flat. You will choose that it's curving, but it could be flat.
Sorry, what was that?
You will you experience the flatness, you know, but you will choose that it's curving, but it's the same. You said it's the same, you know. It could be curving and it could be
Yes,
flat.
the flatness
But
of the
you will
horizon is the
choose
same
curving.
for both.
Yeah, but you will choose curving because you don't experience that.
Yeah, you're picking it's a ball because you don't experience a ball. You know, you experience that, so you're picking
No, I
ball.
experienced the curvature of the Earth. That has nothing to do with the horizon line.
Can you tell me where is the logic
The
when you
flatness of
see
the horizon
something?
line has nothing to do with it.
Stop the cap.
Where is the logic? Where is the logic when you see the flat surface and it could be flat but it's curving?
I had to do like an illustration or something because I can't put it into words.
How something can be flat? Is it possible to something be flat?
A line can be flat, yeah.
Yeah.
So
That means it
a
could
line
be
can
flat.
be straight or curved.
Yeah, straight.
Lines, they don't have. They're not planes.
Yes, but when you're
No, that's
viewing
right.
it, okay, think about it this way: you're
When you're viewing it, it should have observable slope, change in rate of slope, right? Because
Wait,
it's a
what
curved
should?
line. So you should be able to measure the change of rate of slope, right? Because it's a curved line, so you should be able to measure that change.
It's not a curved line, though.
Elevation change.
It's a
Not a curved line.
it's a line that's slightly below your like what you're viewing. Like if you look straight out, it's gonna be slightly below, right? That's
Yeah,
how the
but
horizon works.
from left
If
to
it was
right,
flat,
we
you
are
would
talking.
be
We are
right at
talking
your
about it from
field of
left
view.
to right. When you look at that line, yeah, from left to right, is it curved or is it
No, it's not
straight
supposed
line?
to be. It's consistent with the globe model. It's supposed to be flat.
It's supposed to be, but it is not. That's the problem.
Wait, how
It's
is it
supposed.
not?
You're correct with that sentence. It's supposed to be,
Yeah.
but it is not.
How is it not flat?
Okay, and the line going away
It's
from you,
supposed to be curved, but it is not.
and the line going away from you, is that supposed to be flat, or would that have to be curved if the Earth were a water ball?
What line?
The line that creates from you to the edge of the circle that you're talking about that goes around you.
I
The
don't understand.
distance between you and the horizon.
Yeah, you seem to want. He
When
seemed
you
to
view,
claim
when
a
you view the
geometric
horizon
horizon.
around you in a 360 view, it's gonna be flat because you're viewing an intersection of the globe, a
So how
circle.
many? Yeah, you're.
So you've got a radius there,
It's
right?
gonna be a circle. It's gonna be a
So
circle
you've got a
that's underneath
radius.
you, and that's the intersection of
Right, so
the.
you've got a radius, right? You've got a radius from your feet, the point which you can no
It would
longer
be the
see anymore of the
circumference,
surface.
actually.
So you've got a radius, right? That radius line, that line from you
From your
to
feet
the
to the horizon.
to the right to the edge of the circle that you're describing.
Yep.
Is it curved or is it straight?
It's curved.
There you go. There's your answer, guys.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Where is curved? In your mind or in reality?
I mean, I was only
You
talking
see
about the
behind
horizon
the
line because
hills.
you're acting
Hold
like
on,
it's supposed
stick
to
to
be
that,
curved
Jakar.
somehow when it's not.
Jakar, you're realizing now. You realize that you are willing to claim that the ground is curving away from you, right?
Yeah.
So
I've
when you're
already,
at the
I've already
beach,
said that from the very beginning.
okay, and when you're at the beach, what's at the beach other than sand?
Water.
And what do we know? What do we know about the water? The nature of water, water at rest, water in a container. What is the surface doing?
It's curving around the earth.
Oh, brother.
Water in a bathtub curves around the earth, he said.
Yes, that's how it works.
Stop the cap.
That's why we are
Yeah,
calling sea
but
level
it's
sea level.
imagination.
That's just how it
Now you
works.
realize that you're depending upon your imagination, not
Yep.
observations of reality.
Why don't they call it sea curve? Why don't they call it the sea curve instead of a sea level?
Because it looks like it's level. Doesn't matter though.
Yeah,
It's
but
still curved.
perception, that's because you perceive it to be curved. Like as
I
you see
perceive it to
things
be
go
curved.
off into the distance, the vanishing
Yeah, so
point.
if
the
it's
point that-
observed and measured flat, where are you getting the idea that it's curving?
From other people's opinions that are trustworthy.
Okay. Thank you for sharing your belief.
At least we know that we can.
Okay, wait.
He's easy
So
to
you guys
count
are,
out.
you guys are saying it's
Now I know
impossible
we
to
are
measure
talking.
the curve, right?
Now I know we are talking with a obedient parishioner.
Yes.
All right, listen. You're saying there's no way to measure
in
the curve.
church.
Hey, Jakar. Jakar,
No.
remember, you're one of those people that are easy to con out of money. Just remember that, always in the back of your mind.
Oh my god.
Oh shit.
They convinced you of a curvature is because because of perception, and they say, "Oh, look, you see how these things dip down over the background?" Like,
Yes, that's
and
curvature. That
when
proves
you
it.
Globecock.
when you line up like a bunch of telephone poles, it starts to get smaller and smaller, and it looks like it's curving, but it's not. It's just how you perceive it.
So if I were to show you an image of it actually curving, would you think it's real?
From where?
Okay, so like if you had a rail gun, right, and
Can
you
you
shot
answer the
that
question,
rail,
please?
Yeah,
where?
I
Does it curve?
posted a bunch of telephone poles for you, electric poles. You see them curving away from you?
No. Okay, you're right. Yeah. And if I give you a video of it curving, would you believe it?
I will believe you. I will believe you. I will believe if you choose.
You see how it doesn't work. Like
I
you're
will
just telling
believe
me
you.
stuff that you don't.
Can
that
I
don't
answer you?
believe.
I will believe you if you choose 10 locations, and on every of that 10 locations, you will have on 10 miles 66 foot of drop on every of them. And then I will say, yes, if there is a drop, man provided 10 videos on 10 different locations, and they're showing the drop in every of that locations. And I will say, let's go home, people, because there it is. Look at that. That's it.
Right. So if I
Only if it
collected a
matches
bunch of
reality,
data and I did like the average curvature and it was like around the same, you would believe me?
Yeah.
You would believe that it's a globe?
Yeah.
But
Alright.
listen to this example. If I post you example, the curvature should to be, but it is off 1000%. What you will say then?
I have no idea. I think it's fake.
Also, yeah.
Oh, classic.
All your
But
numbers.
I would include it in the data set, yeah, if it's real.
Yeah, all
Wouldn't
your
all the
numbers.
water Wouldn't all the
No,
water
it's
that
just big.
collect at the bottom
Right,
of the
that's the whole
earth?
point.
Wouldn't
All the
all the
water
water
does
just
collect at the
collect?
bottom, dummy.
What do you mean, bottom
And
dumb? You believe in a globe, and so yeah, wouldn't all the water just be at the bottom?
Be at the bottom? Wait, how?
like the Sherwin-Williams logo, where the paint's dripping off.
You don't believe in evaporation?
What?
How we
Like, what are you
measure
asking?
how we measure the
Bro,
deep?
I
what?
don't know what you're asking. That's
I've
why I
heard
said
of
that.
watching
I,
things,
I-
but
you're,
I
not,
haven't.
you're not perceiving what I'm telling you, so you're not prescribing to what I'm.
Just explain it a different way, and I'll answer it.
No, we're not talking about vapor water. We are talking about liquid water.
Yes,
Right.
water moves because of the
Yeah.
water cycle, which involves
Water finds its
evaporation.
level
Oh, so not
in
gravity.
a container, no matter what.
Water
Glass, a bucket,
water goes up to high elevation because of the
pool,
water cycle, and then it
We are
goes
Oh,
down.
speaking
so,
about bodies of water,
lake.
like a lake, ocean, river, something like that.
so the opposite of gravity then.
Well, rivers got curves, though, man. Come on.
What
Not
will happen when you pour water on a ball, on a soccer ball,
It
or a
holds it on.
It
beach
doesn't have
ball?
enough gravity. What do you mean?
Gravity
The
holds it
Oh,
gravity
on.
of
it
a
doesn't
soccer
have
ball keeps the
gravity.
water on the ball.
So, what is gravity?
It's fucking
It's
fake.
mass. It's the force that is increasing when mass increases.
Nope.
What?
Yeah.
Can you repeat that, please?
It's the force that increases when you increase math. It's a phenomenon.
Wrong.
Oh no,
You don't
wrong.
you don't you don't believe it's a phenomenon?
Gravity is not a force.
So you're an
I didn't even.
Einstein.
Oh, okay, yeah, I did.
You're an Einstein denier then.
Yeah.
Okay, then what is? You already know the definition that I'm not explaining. What is it?
So you're gonna let it.
Whatever it is, it will not curve the water.
So if we tell you what it is, are you going to believe us then, or are you going to still go with pulls on everything?
Well, he said I was an Einstein denier. So what does he
Yes,
think?
you are. So if we tell you what it is, are you going to believe us, or are you going to believe everything gets pulled together?
Just explain. I won't say.
No,
It.
forget
Just
it.
do it. Then. I'm not gonna. No, I won't deny it. You're right. I won't. Go ahead.
No, forget it.
Like the way they have it, the globe set up is like the North Pole. So like all of the water.
That has nothing to do with anything. So according to Einstein, the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time is what gravity is, not a pulling force between masses.
Okay, so how is
It's a
that inconsistent? It's
pushing
just like
force. It's a force that pushes. It's not actually force.
Explain the
The
difference for you.
curvature.
Yeah,
so.
listen.
It is a
Bending.
force.
I'll explain the difference for you. Okay, so you can tie a rope onto something and pull on it, and you can tie a rope on it and then try to push that rope and see if you can push that thing with that rope. There's a big difference.
Big difference.
Stupid. Yeah, so it pulls it. It's.
Gravity is
it's a
the
moving
opposite.
object following a geodesic curved path in space-time. Yeah.
Newtonian gravity is mass attracting mass. Never ever was proven. Never ever was made.
Never.
Oh Jesus, it's so hurting. And then is the bullshit about Einstein who is bending the concept, and that's all story about gravity. It's like speaking about unicorns, how unicorns behaving in nature, something like that.
Correct.
Okay,
And
well,
again,
a
you can
concept.
prove some kind of force, and that force should to curve the water, but does not do that in reality.
wait, why not?
Well, actually, when they call
Why
it a
not? I
force,
don't know.
they need to demonstrate. They need to
You need to ask-
demonstrate the gravitational field, which should have a binary construct, because this is how all the fields in physics are. They have a binary construct. Electric, electrostatic, and magnetic fields, they have a binary construct to them. So you have opposite poles, two poles, north, south. Therefore, you can have a attraction force between opposite poles and repulsion force between the same poles. In electric field, it's the same with positive and negative charges. Yeah, and this is how you establish the field in which that force actually exists and manifests. If you do not have anti-gravity, gravity cannot be called a force.
Wait, okay, so what is... Isn't it just Newton's third law? I don't understand. Are you saying it's not a
Newton?
field? It can still be a force.
It's not a
No.
force.
Why is it not a
To
force?
have a force, you need to have attraction and repulsion.
So if I like push you, what's the repulsion there? That's still a force, right?
That's kinetic force applied.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you
So
can
what
prove
would be
that
the
because
Gravity is not kinetic force.
you can show that push because you are pushing.
Yeah. And what you call gravity is actually an acceleration rate, downwards acceleration rate,
caused by the force?
the little g.
Yeah.
No, you are trying to conflate that big G is actually the little g.
It's not caused by the force. We already told you. Well, according to Einstein, there is no force. There's just a pseudo force. The bending and warping of space time. So masses bend and warp the fabric of space time, which then creates gravity wells that things just fall into. There's no push or pull.
Yeah.
All right. So based on that
So
theory, why
practically,
can't...
if you are claiming the force, you need to speak with Einstein.
Right. Okay, so going off what Heretic said, why can't water curve around a ball then? Because that's what y'all are saying is impossible, apparently.
We don't
because time and space are only concepts, so non-physical things cannot curve physical objects. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Imagine waiting in a train station. You have to wait 5 minutes for the train. Yeah, so you smoke a cigarette in those 5 minutes. Now, how will you bend that time?
Put a little green in that cigarette.
Yeah, I give up. I don't know. I can't explain it.
Exactly.
Good job.
That's actually the first I don't know I've heard in here in months. So congrats on that.
But you know what's funny?
Most people can't bring themselves to say that.
Yeah. You know what's funny? This thing which mankind calls gravity, we use to defeat this down vector, called gravity, using quantum effect, then we can also use electromagnetism, levitation, electrostatics. We can also use to defeat this downwards vector. We can also use sound to levitate, to make any matter, any object levitate using sound.
We can use the balloon, taking a little bit of the hair and put on the ceiling.
Even heat, yeah.
Small electrostatic force is stronger than gravity. Wow.
Yeah. Now, even magnetism, we can use it to levitate or achieve quantum locking effects and stuff like that, which is a levitation phenomenon. So
then we can use less dense objects than air and drop in the air. And in one moment we will be surprised. Look, this stuff is going up.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, according to what they say about gravity, then aerogel should be like shooting very high into the sky, because aerogel is 7 times lighter than the air. But
And gravity should exist before
aerogel
the Big
doesn't
Bang.
float in the air because it is solid matter. And matter in solid state will always fall to the ground. Simple.
And gravity should exist before the Big Bang somehow.
Yeah, correct.
You want order with gravity, you need gravity before Big Bang.
Yeah, and that's where it would have been a force. It has to be a force there, to keep
Yeah.
everything condensed into a singularity point, like.
But it's easier to explain like this. You take whatever object, you drop, you see falling, okay, falls. There is a story that water, it's going to the center of the earth, water curves, earth is a sphere. You don't need any other explanation. That's it.
Yeah.
If is that not true, that means that the object, when you drop it, it will not fall. If earth is not spherical, the object will fly. You drop an apple, and if earth is not a sphere, the apple will fly.
Yeah.
Yep. Therefore, why don't you float off the ground then if there's no gravity?
Well, my personal belief, the down vector is caused by these 3 main governing forces of nature: electrostatics, electricity, and magnetism. I do not know. I'm not an expert physicist to spend time research how to demonstrate this, but
It actually it's not your fault though, because
yeah,
it's right on the edge of the supernatural, and a lot of it
yeah,
is actually supernatural to our
yes,
experience. So
Can we
yes,
get when you take your hand, put it hand in front of you, and go up with the
yeah.
hand, and you will feel the pressure of 9.8 seconds on the top of your hand. That's experiment. If you feel some kind of pressure, that's gravity pulling your hand down, but it cannot because you're stronger than that.
Yeah.
And now for the rest of the story.
Salam, my brother.
Salam, welcome.
So you think the Earth is flat?
We don't think we know it's flat. That's a very big difference because we have verified.
But
Do
the
do you think
horizon,
that
my
Earth?
brother.
Do you think that Earth is a globe?
The what?
Do you think that Earth is a globe, sphere?
The dirty?
No, the Earth. Do you think that Earth
Do you
is a
think the
globe?
Earth is
Sphere?
flat? Do you think the Earth is flat?
Yes. Why?
Because fucking sea, my brother, sea.
See? What sea?
Which
Sea level?
sea?
The water, you mean the
Because
ocean?
you can travel from Alaska
How do you
to
think the
Russia
fucking
if you go
Japanese bombed
if you go
Hawaii, my
west.
brother?
Japanese bomb cannot curve the water. Can you say why you think that is a globe?
Bir dakika.
Is there any reason why we should think that
So-
Earth is exactly a flat stationary plane Do we have any reason to believe it's not that?
Okay, look.
Hell no.
When fucking the Japanese attacked.
Again, Japanese. Why are you using Japanese, man?
When the Japanese attacked Pearl Harbor, my brother, do you
Yeah,
really
despite
think they
everything.
went
Are you
through
Russian?
the fucking Suez Canal and like through the
Hey,
Panama
Tommy.
Canal?
Tommy, they used aircraft carriers. You retard.
I know. What is he
Hold
talking
on, Eggman.
Hey,
You're
Sonny.
Yeah. Say what?
he left. He didn't have anything to say, so don't worry about Eggman. It was just a
Hey,
drive.
where's that Russian guy? There's a Russian guy here.
What's the rush?
Despite everything,
Who's that guy?
There's no rush.
Who's that one guy?
It's
Yeah, there's a
24/7.
Russian guy here.
Nah,
I'm talking
there's no-
about. I'm saying Russian.
There's no need to rush, bro. It's 24/7.
I'm saying Russian. Russia. Russia.
Rush where?
Yeah,
what's the
yeah.
point
You
of
you
rushing?
get
Oh.
get.
I am
What is this gonna turn
Romanian.
into
I'm not
hockey talk?
Russian.
Are you Romania?
Yeah.
So like, if you see a coin on the ground, would you pick it up?
Yes.
Like 1 cent. How fast
No.
would you pick it up?
Babasita.
No, I
Babasita.
wouldn't bother picking
Hold
it
on
up.
1 second.
Yeah.
Babasita. Are you dragging your mic along on the gravel
Yeah.
road? Sounds like you're dragging your mic on the street.
It's just the quality.
Oh,
So
it's
dog shit.
horrendous.
Somebody's
Yeah, it's
doing
dog
that.
shit.
I don't know who that is. Wait, what does a coin have to do? Are you saying the penny is like related to the earth somehow, or what?
No, it's a racist joke. It's not funny.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Oh.
I like racist
Yeah,
jokes.
it's
I'm gonna
hilarious.
guess that mic popping is
Uh-huh.
done on purpose, so I'm just gonna get rid of you.
I don't know. I thought it sounded like a nemesthetist joke.
That mic is causing brain damage. Okay, moving right along.
Causing brain damage.
Yeah, he left before
maybe
he
it was
got
just-
the hammer.
Oh, really? Wow. Well, when they were like, "So you believe the Earth is flat?" Dude, I'm flat. They don't know what that is.
I know, exactly.
So the answer is no, but it's not the no or the yes that they were looking for. When they say flat Earth, that doesn't match when Heretic says flat Earth, or I say flat Earth, or Get Beget says flat Earth.
All
That's
about
not the same thing.
All about the netty.
Yeah, exactly.
Flat Earth is actually some sort of
Red pill.
no, not lifestyle, but you know that thing when you stick with facts and you don't go into tooth fairy tales side, you know, speculation and stuff. That's how I see flat Earth. Sticking with reality. Things that you can verify, and they have already been verified many times before. Yeah, it's definitely not a religion. I think it's the last line of defense for science. In all these years, being a flat earther, I have encountered many times um, very brilliant people, like real scientists, which they work in laboratories. Uh, even I even saw academicians talking, saying in a very subtle manner that the Earth is flat. But those people, they were so smart that when they said that on TV, the media, they didn't get that.
Hey, Geppy Get.
Yeah.
You got the engineering paperwork on the Renishaw job.
No.
I need that so I can show people. 420 it was.
Yeah, I have to tell you, it was 2020, 2021 on 24/7 Flutter Discord. I'm not sure. I showed it to someone, but I don't remember. It wasn't Crit, but someone very known, maybe Hank or. If I hear the guy's voice, I will recognize him. But I just show him at that time the link with the story, and he read it also. He saw what I was speaking. Renishaw posted this story in a something like a About Us page on their website, and they were explaining how they worked together with Airbus. So they were like advertising their technology, their linear encoders that they can produce. And they explained how they build these, they manufactured these very big, long linear optical encoders for the Airbus 3D printer, you know, and how that machine was actually calibrated and everything to actually know that surface, the printing area surface is perfectly flat, and when the machine is moving on those tracks, there cannot be inclination or deviation in the down vector because it will make the machine tilt, because it was quite tall, like 4 or 5 meters, a U-shape printing head.
So there had to be 4 points on that thing that were all parallel to each other.
Yeah. So at both ends, they used 2 plumb bobs, and they said they were hanging on cobalt wire. Now, this wire is very strong, very metal. It doesn't deform easily, and also doesn't dilate or contract on heat, you know. So but inside the building, the environment is controlled, constant temperature. So they knew exactly, and that wire, its diameter, overall its length was measured, you know, with nanometer precision, so they knew exactly what they do. And when they measured the distance between the wires at the bottom and at the top, this way they took them as being parallel when they installed them. They said, okay, this is how we achieve two parallel lines, perfectly parallel. And when they measured them with the linear encoder, they found that the plumb bobs, they were truly parallel. You know, so
Yeah, Manufactotum says he's basically his brain melted. So I've looked into this and have found nothing, he said. I suspect they weren't measuring the actual ground, but the surface they need to build for the base of the printer.
Yeah, I spoke to Get a good long time ago about this, and he said I should call the company and check on it myself. But
Yeah, what'd they say?
yeah, I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to call Renishaw? I have a sales engineer there.
Can you call them? I mean, I'd love
Probably
to
could call
hear what
them.
they say.
I probably could. I don't really have any
Yeah.
reason to just ask them questions, though, but I have a sales engineer there.
Just tell them, look, you had a story on your website explaining how you collaborated with Airbus,
Yeah, I never
like
found that story.
building and installing their 3D printer, you know.
That story's not on their website.
Yeah, it's no longer. I know, like from 2022 or something like that, they took it off.
Yeah, because they had parallel plumb bobs.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right.
They never claimed, that they measured the flat earth. I never said that, but I said that they have indirectly proved by actually confirming that two plumb bobs, those strings are perfectly parallel.
Yeah, no, I got that.
They measured them with linear encoders, optical linear encoders. Those are ultra precise measurement instruments.
How does that happen when those plumb bobs are being pulled in towards each other, towards the center of Earth by whatever you want to call it, pulls it down?
Gravity?
Yeah, so
It's not,
on
if
a
you hold the word, you can say the word. It's
Gravity
fine.
pulls everything parallel
Gravity pulls everything down. As
towards
we
the
understand
center
now.
or parallel to each other.
convergent to the center. It has to be convergent to the center. Yeah.
Except for wherever Boeing put the 3D printer, they must have a special place, right?
Allegedly.
Yeah.
What do you mean allegedly they have a special place?
I suspect Get may have misread or misunderstood something.
I didn't misunderstand them.
Oh.
I use Renishaw equipment.
No, I'm not saying you misunderstood Get. I'm saying Get may have misunderstood what Renishaw said on their website.
Oh, I see. So
That's my suspicion. I
I
have no
can I
idea.
can take
Could be
apart.
you're
I can
representing is
listen.
perfectly right. I don't know.
Listen. I can take apart a Renishaw taster. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This is a nanometer measuring instrument. Actually, it can measure in picometers.
Yeah, I have no reason to doubt the precision of
A
their
billionth.
instruments.
Well, I can take it apart, and assemble it back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can take it apart, clean it, everything, make sure it's functioning properly. I know everything what's inside of it, and the principle it works.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you know
fine.
what's inside? What's inside
No
the
idea.
Renishaw taster?
No.
No idea. Yeah. I was assuming that. So then it's hard to actually, I'm not a native English speaking person.
English seems fine to me.
But as a Romanian, yeah, I always been pretty very good with computers, you know. One of the best in my country. So, and guess what? You don't get a degree for the things I did.
Fair enough.
You don't learn them in school. Yeah. I invented uh, techniques.
Invented what? Sorry?
I invented scams, vulnerabilities I discovered, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I used them for like 5 years, and then I started sharing with others, teaching others, and then they got published on Security Focus and stuff like that. So just because I don't take credit into something, it doesn't mean I'm not capable of understanding.
Sure. But we all make mistakes, right? Even the smartest of us.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
And we correct ourselves.
Sure. I mean, it's not out of the
But,
realm of possibility that
yeah.
you interpreted something incorrectly, perhaps.
Well, it was nothing that I have interpreted there. I have read what they did, yeah, and I never said that they proved the Earth is flat. They only used two plumb bobs, yeah, hanging from the ceiling to actually calibrate, to achieve that perfect parallelogram. Reference points.
Sure.
Yeah. So there was one linear encoder at the bottom and one at the top of the machine. This 3D printer, is a U shape which turned upside down and moving on a ball bearing track. Yeah. Using ball screw bearings and all that linear precision positioning, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I know how 3D printers work generally.
Yeah, yeah. Now, when those motors start spinning, you know, and turn the ball screw bearings, the machine, the printing head starts moving. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It will accelerate. And because it's like 5 meters tall, yeah, this machine is made of metal. It's a metallic structure. And at high acceleration, there will be torsion in the structure, in its metal structure, yeah. So it will bend, yeah, because it resists acceleration. Actually, it's a very heavy machine, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to know how much is tilting, yeah, when machine is actually moving at high speed, or low speed. Yeah. And even when it slows down, when it decelerates, yeah, the machine again will be tilting the other way, in the opposite way. And to actually measure these things, yeah, they had to have these linear encoders, one at the bottom and one at the top, to precisely measure its position. The linear encoder actually gives the computer a feedback signal with the position.
So the way you said it there sounds like they're measuring some kind of deflection from the rails off of a plumb line or off a horizontal, maybe.
Well,
have to establish horizontal
okay,
first.
look, yeah. So we have the machine is like about 200 meters long, yeah, the printing surface. And so from point A to B is 200 meters. Now, when the machine is in point A, yeah, the machine is perfectly calibrated to be perfectly perpendicular to the printing surface. Now, when it's moving across this surface, yeah, in point B, the machine has to be also perpendicular there. Now, if this printing surface is not level, yeah, it's tilted. Yeah, so if you put a bearing ball on this printing surface area and the bearing ball will start rolling to the left or to the right, yeah, then your printing surface is actually not a horizontal plane. It's inclined. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. And this machine is printing carbon fibers, yeah, with nanometer precision. So a deflection of 100 of a millimeter, yeah, in its angle tilt. I mean, for a 4-meter tall machine, 100 of a millimeter, yeah, inclination, you don't notice it with your eyes, but on the printing surface area in nanometers, that means like 50 nanometers off.
Yeah.
Yeah. So to achieve that grade of precision, yeah, you need to know exactly everything about that machine, its motion, when it's moving, and the correct position.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it could be that you're representing this thing perfectly correctly. I haven't found anything about it, and if I'm gonna call them, I got to get on like VoIP or something.
Yeah. Okay. No.
Yeah, it's just that's all I was saying.
But we do have this kind of ultra precise machines.
Yeah, no, that I don't doubt. What I doubt is what they measured with those machines.
If you speak with them personally, and the moment that insinuation towards two verticals not being parallel, they're going to cotton on and they're going to make up some excuse and tell you some bullshit. or just hang up or whatever. They're not going to want to engage in any discussion about what they did determined, to be a globe or not.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't think that's what they were trying to do to begin with. But if I get some representation of what they did, I mean, I could probably get there on my own.
Listen, with 2 of those linear 100 meters long optical linear encoders, yeah, we can actually buy them from Renishaw nowadays because Renishaw can manufacture them, and they said they can manufacture even a 10-kilometer long optical linear encoder if a company places an order.
I
But they
posted
will
an
not
image.
manufacture.
I posted an image you posted of how that encoder works from 2020. You don't have a link to the place that I can find.
Oh, okay. That was going to be my question.
I'm sure that picture's from Renishaw. They're the ones who have it under patent.
Well, this has been talked about for hours and hours within this VC, and I don't think I've ever seen one citation.
That was kind of what I was trying to get, honestly.
So that'd be great.
Yeah, I know, but I told you guys from the beginning, I don't want to beat the waters with it. There is someone very well known from 24/7, which I spoke with him in 2020 at the time when I found this on Renishaw website, and I showed him and I told him, look, these guys are indirectly proving. And at that time, I also presented this on Gem Panda, but only for a very short time. And it created a lot of fuss inside the server at the time. Yeah. But it's not just me that I saw that. I will actually look to find which of our flat earther I was showing him, and have him confirm. Because I gave him the link and he actually read that story on the Renishaw website.
Well, if you
And
get
you
that
all guys
from him,
know
I'd
him.
love to hear it.
I think it was Hank.
Well, it's nice icing on the cake, because number one, Earth's not a ball, so we don't have to worry about anything being attracted or anything. Number two, there's no exclusive downward vector for all matter, so kind of doesn't matter. But the proof, parallel zeniths or parallel nail in the coffin.
Yeah. What's their proof for the more than 2,000 years old story? Eratosthenes. That's their proof.
No, it's not. There's more methods to measure. I'm sure you know about
No, actually, when you speak with literate people from the
You're
globe
pretending
Earth.
Eratosthenes was the last person to measure the ground. You're crazy.
Listen.
I don't
I'm
want to listen.
saying
You're
that
way too drawn out
you are interrupting me.
because you're drawn out.
So
He won't
I'm
interrupt
not
you
drawing
anymore.
out. Whenever you speak with literate people from the globe earthers side, globe believers,
Oh my
let's say
God! Why
they
are you
are
so?
doctors, even if they are professors, if they are teachers, they will all tell you, they will all invoke
Can you
Eratosthenes.
stop wasting everyone's time and make a point?
But illiterate globers, they probably never heard of Eratosthenes. Vast majority of them. Vast majority
You're
of the
talking to someone who does know Eratosthenes, so who cares?
Oh, you know Eratosthenes?
Duh.
Wow. When did you met him?
Are you serious? Now you're playing word games?
Well, you said you know him.
I know of him, Mr. Word Games.
You know of him. Okay, my bad then.
Yeah, he's
No
not the
problem.
only person that measures the ground in history.
Yeah, but he did no measurement.
Yeah, but he's not the last
Right?
person to try to measure the ground.
And no, he didn't measure it. He calculated.
Yeah, that's the point. He calculated. Yeah, using the length of shadows over distance.
Calculations are not measurements.
He measured the lengths of shadows over distances. Who cares though? That's not the only method that you could use to measure the ground.
But the assumption that sunlight is the sun is a collimated light source.
You're pretending that surveying doesn't happen.
I'm not pretending. I'm saying that's blasphemy in physics.
Why would you reference
What survey
Eratosthenes rather
even
than
proves?
actual
What
survey?
survey even proves that? What survey has measured curvature?
Which one measured flat?
That's not what I asked.
Surveys.
They all measure angles over 180
Can you
degrees.
can you give one survey and show the methodology of how they measured?
I do it every time I'm in here.
Yeah.
I'll do it again. Yeah, pretending it doesn't exist is not a good argument, though.
Are you saving us in this moment?
No, he just said he has surveys that measure curvature, so I like to see them.
I'm gonna hook you up with a link. Here's the link.
No,
And if you want
link.
to look
Can
into
you
more people that
explain?
do
Because
surveying, they all
you
measure
said
the same thing.
you said that you know the Aristotle's story. That means he measured the distance of shadows lengths. Can you tell me if its shadow length is 10 meters, what that means?
Not
If
complicated.
its shadow length is 10
you can
meters, what that
recreate
means?
the
If shadow, I'm asking the question. If shadow, shadow, if it's 10 meters, what that mean?
Pretending they didn't measure it flat and then superimpose it onto a globe model.
Can you tell me like this? Eratosthenes measured the shadows.
Not a good argument.
In two places.
Yeah, interjecting
in one
with nonsense. That's not an argument either.
Man, can you do this? Eratosthenes measured the shadows. In this place, shadows were 17 meters, and on this place was 8 meters. And now you make me the math, present why this is making what is making, and then I will make a conclusion. Is that correct?
You don't have to use that method.
Oh, you only see the.
Use a
You only
theodolite.
see the. What?
Use a theodolite.
No, why I need to use theodolite? You're speaking about Eratosthenes. He did that.
Well, you're the one who has a problem with sticks and shadows. You're saying that there is a calculation that must be done. So why use that method? Why keep referencing a method that you don't agree with? Use a theodolite.
Because rates there. Does Eratosthenes came out with the ratings?
I don't care about Eratosthenes. You don't agree with the method. There's other methods.
There are other methods.
Yeah, so stop trying to point out the flaw with the method that you don't agree with. Let's talk about the other ones.
Other ones. Okay.
Like survey with theodolite.
Okay. Okay, and when you see the 10 miles flat surface, what then?
Did you measure that?
Other people measure that?
You know, when you say flat, you're talking about horizontal, right?
Yeah, horizontal, yeah.
10 miles of a
Horizontal.
horizontal, not diverging from that level line.
Yeah.
Did you measure that?
Other people measure it. I saw the video.
Who? Oh, you saw a
The
video.
guy who,
I'm interested.
yeah. Yeah. It's a black swan, you know, that oil rigs. Did you see that?
That's not a measurement. That's an observation from long distance.
Observation. What is what that observation showing?
You don't know the difference between a measurement and somebody just observing something?
Okay. Is it their oil rigs?
Either way, that oil rig image that you're talking about proves the globe.
Have we
Either
the
way.
distance to the distance to the oil rig or not?
Yeah, how did you get the distance to the oil rig? How'd you do that?
Get told me.
I'm gonna guess Google Maps.
Yeah.
Oh, guess what Google Maps uses?
Why not?
Yeah, you're getting your supposed distance to the oil rig from Google Maps, which uses spherical coordinates.
Can you tell me
Way to go.
something? Can we in any case get that information? How far it's oil rig from?
Yeah,
the
get a
beach?
measuring tape. You know, do whatever you want. Measure the.
Can we get that? I'm asking you. Can we get that information if we make a research? Like people who oil rig and put it there. Can we ask them how much it's distance, and maybe they will tell us the distance to the beach because they build it that.
Wait, BT, are you saying those rigs are at an unknown distance? No one
I don't
knows
even
the
know why
distance.
he's talking about the black swan.
Just looked at that thing that you sent, by the way, and it is using a zenith angle, which depends on the sun, assuming curvature. It's literally
No,
using
it
the
doesn't.
Aristophanes method. You have not proved anything.
A
It's proving
zenith,
curvature.
a
It's proving
zenith is
curvature.
found with what?
Yes, it does. Read what you said. Read.
Zenith is found
It's
with
used with the sun shadow. The sun.
You're talking about the article I posted?
Yes.
Yeah, that leveling instrument in the theodolite uses plumb.
Yeah, on
Has nothing to do with the sun.
On what distance?
The line, they're measuring, they're saying the earth is curved because the line made with the zenith that they took from both the top of the angles that they measured from is not 180 degrees. And that is using Aristophanes' method, assuming that the earth is already curved. It doesn't prove that the earth is curved. You're using already past calculations. That's not proof that the earth is curved. You don't even know the methodology they're using to get this
The article I
conclusion.
posted has nothing to do with the sun.
No, it does. They literally mentioned the zenith angle. Do you know what a zenith angle is?
Yeah, it's directly overhead. It's 90 degrees.
You don't know.
Yeah, I know what zenith is. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, 90 degrees to a horizontal, which is a flat earth. Thank you very much.
You have a horizontal
Look.
at the datum point of the observer. That's it.
Yeah, so horizontal to a plane. Who's roboting terrible?
Keel is like from another planet.
You've measured horizontal at the datum point of the observer. That's it.
So
10 miles
everything's
away.
horizontal then.
Yeah, but you didn't measure
Did you say
10 miles
that you said that Google Earth is spherical coordinates? I thought it was Cartesian.
Yeah, they use latitude and longitude.
So that's XYZ.
Longitudinal lines actually
Flat plane.
at the North Pole.
Flat plane.
So we are not sure that oil
plane.
rig is on 10 miles. We are not sure that oil rig is on 10 on 9 miles. We need to discover that.
Yeah, you didn't measure a perfect horizontal over 10 miles. I know you didn't. I don't even have to ask.
director of photography just agree with you, and like no, literally, you're ignoring.
I'm sorry.
Teal, if you can hear this, yeah, it's pretty bad.
I only got 10 minutes left on my lunch break.
So everything that you've given us so far today uses a flat horizontal plane.
Yeah, that horizontal is dependent on the coordinate of the position of the observer. That's it.
Right. So
You have a
horizontal.
that's centered at the coordinate, nowhere else.
If you're using a horizontal plane of reference, then game over.
Yep. Flat Earth. Thanks for playing, Banter.
The horizontal doesn't make the ground flat. It means you've created a level line. You don't know the
Why
difference
would you need
between
a level line?
and a horizontal.
Why would you need a level line?
Slow down. Just listen. Do you know the difference between the ground being flat and measuring a horizontal line? You know they're not the same.
You don't have a horizontal. You don't have a horizontal on your globe model. There is no such coordinate.
Can I put a straight line? Let me ask you a quick question. Can I put a straight line on a round line? Can that exist?
So straight doesn't necessarily straight does not necessarily mean horizontal. Sorry, go ahead, whoever that was. I overtalked.
Horizontal doesn't deviate from horizontal, right? Can that horizontal exist sitting on a sphere?
No.
No.
To the curve.
No.
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 Yes. So you're
There's
saying
no
there's no such thing as
horizontal. There is no horizontal to a ball.
Relax. There's no such thing as tangents. Is that what you're
You
saying?
didn't say that. You said horizontal to a ball.
Yeah, any horizontal you make will be tangent to the spherical Earth.
What spherical Earth?
You're a dummy.
You're triggered.
You're just an asshole, dude. You said a horizontal plane on a ball.
Yeah, it's tangent to the curve.
You don't have a tangent.
What curve? Your coordinate
That's
system
no
doesn't prove
curve.
curvature, you know.
Did you know that can exist, at least? How are you going to deny that?
Did you know that it's never been measured in nature?
Have you measured flat in nature? That was the original question.
How do you measure zero deviation? Can you show me that?
That's what I'm asking you. Show me where you measured the ground not deviating
Know
at
how
all.
you measure zero deviation, Mr. Surveyor.
Okay, you're interjecting and yelling. I'm just asking. Can you show me a measurement over 10 miles, no deviation from horizontal?
Over water, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, is that a measurement, or are you just saying it happens?
Well, I suppose you could say it's curving. Is it curving?
You can measure the curve if you want. Yeah.
Really? How do you do that?
You measure the drop over distance for faraway objects.
Okay, and how do you do that?
You measure the angular difference between a reference point.
Oh, so a horizontal reference point?
Here you go again, conflating horizontal with the ground.
I'm asking you. You're going to use a horizontal datum, correct?
You don't want to conflate creating a horizontal, like you want to make an imaginary horizontal line. Don't conflate that with the shape of the Earth yet.
I'm asking you. You're being a frickin' troll. I'm asking you. Are you using a zero?
No one's trolling you.
Dude, I'm asking you a question. Why don't you answer it? Are you terrified? What's the problem?
Why would I be terrified?
The problem is,
well, then answer it.
You can't have a horizontal anything
So
on your
yeah,
globe.
exactly. You're saying that you can't have a straight line sitting on a curve. That's what you're saying. There's no such thing as
straight line. You can have a straight line.
So there's no such thing as tangent?
Bro, we're not saying any. So you think putting words in our mouth saying there's no such thing as tangent is going to give you curvature. Stop being a troll. Do you use a zero datum? Horizontal, zero. Yes or no?
Yeah, your datum point is going to be a reference to horizontal when you establish level.
Okay. And you're measuring an angle to what?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I established level 10 miles away. It means it's at the
I'm not asking that. But you are using what I'm assuming you're going to use a theodolite, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So you're going to measure straight out in front of you, zero, correct?
Yeah, but once I get like 500 feet, it doesn't matter how far away I get. That doesn't mean that I can reference the same horizontal and presume that I didn't diverge at all. Why would I do that?
Listen, Captain Douchebag, I'm not trying to give you a gotcha here. Quit weaseling out of the question. We're just going to go step by step. Don't be afraid. So, straight out in front of you, 0 forever, correct?
No, not correct.
No, not correct. So not 0.
No, that's a
so not horizontal. We're not using horizontal now?
So
No,
you're
he's
saying
not.
that
No,
if I
he's
establish-
pre-assuming a globe in the first instance.
Oh, you're getting triggered. What I'm saying is very
No,
true.
I'm asking you
If
a
I make
question.
it-
You're using a 0 datum.
I'm going to answer your question. If I measure a horizontal at this datum point, any other point of elevation away from me, a distance away, why would I presume that that datum point is also not diverged from my first horizontal? Why would I presume that if I didn't measure it?
Bro,
do you get
I swear. Like you're so scared of this. It's very simple. I'm asking you a question. You're using a plane and measuring against the plane, correct?
No, you're not
No.
measuring against a plane. No, you're not.
So you're not using 0 as a reference point.
What?
You're not using 0. No slope. Horizontal, level. That's not your datum. That's not your reference point. You're not using an angle to flat, to straight.
If I make a horizontal where I'm standing 100 feet away, why would I presume that the ground did not diverge from horizontal? Why would I presume that? And we have a topographical plane, like you like to say all the time.
Yeah, fine. What if you're doing that out over water? Is that going to be...
Right?
Okay, so is the water topographical?
10 miles away is on the same horizontal plane. Why would I presume?
Is the water topographical? Is the water topographical?
Sorry, my lunch break is over.
Yeah, you did poorly here today, Ban Truth. Come back and be courageous and answer simple questions. Jeez.
You guys are far behind.
A curvature tangent that you haven't measured yet.
Yeah, and we're going to hold you on those questions when you do come back if you didn't answer them today.
I got out of work at 5.
You don't get... Yeah, Amish is right. You do not get to draw a tangent to something that you have not measured yet. So you're pre-assuming the thing you're trying to prove?
10 miles away. You didn't measure 10 miles away.
Fuck off. You don't get to beg the question.
Wait,
no, you're begging the question that any datum point a distance away from my observer.
I'm not begging the question of any fucking thing.
Yeah, you guys presume that horizontal is just everywhere. Well, it's not.
You're presuming there's a curve that you haven't measured yet that you think you're tangent to with your plumb. That's the problem.
You didn't measure flat. Where'd you measure?
You think you're plumb to a tangent for a curve you haven't measured yet.
You haven't measured horizontal.
This is your fucking claim that's getting scrutinized. It's not getting held up in a dichotomy against anything else, any other method. It's just your method standing out alone, standing on its own merits, being scrutinized.
Yeah. Your claim doesn't get held up in any sense of academics, so who cares?
We don't have a claim.
Right.
Yeah, but nobody in academia uses the claim that everywhere is horizontal. No one does that. Anyway, I'm back to work. Bye.
Yeah, they do too.
No, they don't.
You guys don't do this.
You're so funny. But all the linear flight models are all of a flat stationary, even the trajectories of balloons, satelloons, aircraft, elevation angles, my brother. How do you think the Germans triangulated their positions for their bombers over London and timed it perfectly? And the Brits said, oh, they couldn't do it because their 3 beams that they were shooting off would not intersect because they would be hitting a 1,600-foot bulge of Earth curve. Well, they were wrong, and London got bombed.
Go watch, anybody interested, go watch, I think it's episode, is it 1984? Just recently on Flat Earth Debate, Nathan Oakley's Flat Earth Debate, and watch Ban Truth concede that you need a flat Earth in order to calculate orbits.
Exactly. Or even the way that constellations are, those things that are to the same shape up in the sky that they've always been. The reason they know they are is because they measure them with elevation angles. And those positions are the same exact position to the second every single year at that time over a geographical spot.
Yeah, as soon as they invoke any sort of horizontal plane of reference, it's game over because you can't have that. You can't have a horizontal plane of reference on a globe.
Was it for real him on that show about the orbits? Was it Band Truth?
Yeah, it was Band Truth. Yeah, he straight out says correct. Yes, he like Tim Oakley like ran him through the process and said you need that flat Earth, right? You need a flat Earth to calculate blah 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 for your orbits, and Truth said yes, correct.
Awesome.
Hey, Scott Mackey, the line from you to the edge of the circle of your horizon that goes around you, like you said, in a circle, is that a straight line?
The line from me to the edge of the circle? Sure.
Yeah.
Why not? You're talking about the radius at which I'm the center.
Yeah.
Yeah. Straight line.
So the 10-mile straight lines then?
Could be a straight line, sure.
Beautiful. Earth is flat.
You can't have a curved radius.
No one said that. I'm not sure what point you're making. But do you all agree that there is a line that forms a radius? And the radius has to be to a circle, right?
The radius is straight.
Yeah, you said there's a flat circle around you.
Yeah, but the radius goes to a circle, correct?
Sure, circles are flat.
Okay.
What's the length of your radius line? What's the length of your radius line to the horizon that you say that, or whatever you call it?
No idea.
How do you measure that?
No idea.
Oh, so you're just making this up?
Do I need to know how big the circle is to see a circle?
Hey, Scott, what are they getting at is...
No, you need to know that you know that you're looking at a circle.
They're getting at, do you know, the radius from you to the horizon, or the circle, is that curving or flat or straight? The landmass, like if we were on a sphere.
The landmass? I'm not sure.
Yeah, between you and that.
The question.
Yeah, you and that horizon, with the radius from you to the horizon, is that asking, a straight line?
Are you asking if I'm out in the middle of the ocean, for example, and I see a horizon making a circle around me?
Yeah.
Are you asking if the line along the waters, right along the water, is straight?
like relatively the same altitude on either side, yeah.
No, the line along the water is not straight. It curves.
Oh, you said it was before. Now
no,
you're
I said
it.
no. I said I said the line of my sight. I'm not on the water. I'm above the water. I know it shouldn't be that hard.
But the light from your eye is bending too, right? Because let's say we can like see the moon like a few minutes before it rises on. The same with the sun, right? Because of the bending of the light around slightly.
There might be an arc second.
It's not line of sight ever, really, is it? To be honest.
If you're in a vacuum, it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, but the moment you're looking into space, you're looking through an atmosphere of like a convex lens.
Well, but even through an atmosphere, it'd be straight unless there was a density gradient, right?
Yeah. Which they kind of there's over stretches of water and stuff. And
so when you're on that rowboat in the middle of the ocean, how big is that circle around you?
Yeah, that distance will change depending on
if you don't know how big it is, then you don't even know it's a circle. You're just assuming it.
Why would you assume otherwise, though? I mean, why the resistance to it?
You can't tell me it's a circle. You said you don't know.
Yes, I know.
To be honest, it might be an oval because you might have like more fog and such to the west. I don't,
It could be. It could be
occluded by some fog or some different gradients of the such and such. But it's generally the field of view.
Why are you giving such pushback to this, Scott?
Pushback to what?
Everything I say.
You're the one doing the pushback, man. I tell you, I've been on the ocean. I've seen a circle going around me, the horizon. You're saying I didn't.
Stop the cap. How big was it?
You're saying I didn't.
Why are you
pushing back?
What was the radius of that circle?
I don't know. I've already said that. How many times more are you going to ask?
They're only asking, Scott. They're trying to go geometric, right? And that's why they asked about the straight line and the horizon. And is that line to the horizon straight? Because if the horizon isn't straight to the landmass, the horizon is like land and ocean, right, and sea or whatever, like the two mediums.
Ooh, Manufactotum posted a really good image of what I'm talking about. Really good image of what I'm talking about.
Azimuth one, is it? Let's have a look.
Thank you, Manufactotum. Appreciate it. That would cut through the sphere itself, and that plane created by that circle would be parallel to the horizontal at my position and right underneath my feet. But they'd be two different planes. But they would be parallel to each other. At least that's how I understand it. I mean, if you guys think it's different.
That's the tricky thing with optics, because you've always got like bending on such and like some excuse for, at least you've got some excuse for bending whenever you need it, you know? Like for example, if you can see something which is measurable, like geographically and geometrically out of sight on a sphere of whatever radius, then you'd have to use some kind of like bending or some refraction of some kind to see it, bring it back into view again, wouldn't you?
Correct, but we kind of take it as an assumption the universe isn't changing in front of us, right? You know, in terms of the laws of optics and the laws of all the laws of physics. And so if we see something at a certain distance one day, we come back the next day and it looks like it's a different place. We come back a third day and it looks like it's a different place. What we tend to do as human beings who want to understand the world is we take multiple measurements of it and then we just average them out and we see if we can figure out what's probably our best guess for where it really is. That's all we can do.
Yeah. We've only got our equipment.
Yeah. And
that's why I don't too much trust like optics in measurements and stuff, because you can't always judge the atmosphere at certain like all the time everywhere, you know. Can't be consistent. It can't be too consistent, can it?
But it's kept us alive this long, right?
Yeah, but we haven't been measuring over 100-mile wide lakes recently, so when you start doing that, then you start realizing there's a lot of conditions and a lot of variables.
Yeah, I know, but I'm sure that all the people who do this for a living understand all these variables and take them into account when.
There's nobody that looks over water for a living.
When has distance to the horizon ever been a matter of life and death?
Oh, just on the horizon hasn't been.
Like in pirate ships, they used to just climb up that thing, didn't they, to see more horizon?
Arr.
But angle elevation to given stars has been a matter of life and death for hundreds of years.
Where's me radius? Arr.
So you said angle off a flat plane because you can't use a curved baseline.
Yeah, he doesn't bring it.
Yet they do.
It's like that. They don't. It doesn't. It's a.
You just said
mechanics.
No curved baseline, or there is a curved baseline.
They can take an angle of elevation from their local horizontal. It's not even that hard.
Yeah, but that doesn't. It doesn't have to. It could be a celestial sphere rather than a terrestrial sphere. Basically, you can invert the math, and it just shows you're on a plane with a celestial sphere. It's the same. It's just how you reverse.
Show me the math. You say you can invert the math and do it. I don't think you can.
No, it's the same math. It's like you just equate you on a plane with angles.
You can try to do you can try to do the inversion of the math, and you will fail. It's one thing to say you can. It's another thing to actually do it. Do it, and I'll look at the math, and then I'll be convinced.
Listen, if you're figuring for a sphere, curved surface, but you're actually traveling along a horizontal plane, you're going to hit the rocks. That's why they adjusted the almanac so they won't hit the rocks anymore, because they know where the elevation angles are, specifically over a specific geographic location, the luminary bodies.
What are you talking? I'm
Well,
sorry,
that's what I was kind of
no
getting
idea
at.
what you're talking about.
It's
No
the
idea.
old navigation tool
I know you
that
don't.
didn't require it to be a globe.
Yeah, you don't know what I'm talking about because you have no idea what I'm talking about. You're traveling along. You're traveling along the surface that you're figuring for where your distance is, where your location is.
Looking at the stars, yeah. And how do the rocks come into play?
He's kind of putting you down the road of an astrolabe or some like navigation tool where they'd used like longitude, latitude, and star angles and figure out where you are.
Well, I know that, but how do the rocks come into play? What rocks?
I don't know. Let's kind of go on with that one.
That's the thing I was wondering about. All of a sudden, there are rocks in the picture.
You could use just a lighthouse.
Unless you're too
Lighthouse
far.
and sextant.
But unless you're in the middle of the ocean, you can't see any lighthouses at all. All you see is a horizon 360 degrees around you.
Right, but if you can see a lighthouse, right, use your
Well, if you
sextant
can,
to.
yeah. Well, if you see the lighthouse, just go towards it.
And you're just assuming that the surface between you and the lighthouse is horizontal.
I don't think anybody would need a sextant once they see the lighthouse. They just say, there's a lighthouse, let's go that way.
Don't gauge your distance from the coastline, though, using a lighthouse and a sextant. Just be assuming that the surface between you and the lighthouse is horizontal.
I'd be surprised if any sailor's ever done that, but maybe they have, and there's something I don't know. I'm guessing that once they see the lighthouse, they know they're X distance from the coast.
Well, let's go back to your example being out in the middle of the ocean, Scott. You got your sextant out, right? You got your sextant, right? Yep.
Yep.
And you sight a star. You take your sextant out and you put it down. You bring it down to the horizon, right? Now the horizon, obviously, that's Earth curve, right?
Yes.
So we got to make it
no horizon.
Right. There'd be no horizon unless there was Earth curve.
Correct.
Why would you say such a thing?
Because I understand how flat planes work.
Okay, so flat planes don't have, they don't meet things that are above them, apparently?
Infinite flat planes? Or how far are we talking?
Would it be all sky or all ground?
Which one would it be?
I would expect it to get blurry, and there'd be no clear horizon line. Kind of just fade out.
This is just about you, what you expect in your imagination. No one cares about your imagination, Scott. Let's be sure about that. Don't interject your imagination into this conversation, all right? So, we bring the star down to the apparent horizon in the sextant.
Wait,
well, this is how you do.
How are you talking about anything if you don't tell me what you expect to see? Now, aren't we both
talking about how we do celestial navigation, Scott? This is how it's done, right?
Don't we both have to put forth what we expect to see before we can have a conversation?
No, we're talking about reality, not your imagination. Don't you know what reality is, Scott?
We're dealing with the Earth as it is, Scott.
Yes, and
okay.
How do we
so let's talk about reality, not your imagination.
Horizon, you goof.
Well,
Yes, I know
Scott already conceded that the horizon is geometric.
Okay. Well, if that's the case, Black Swan, end of the day for you, Scott.
Okay, why don't you just get to where you were trying to go?
All right. So we sight the star. We adjust our arm on our sextant. We bring it down to the surface. And then we get that angle, right? Now we've taken an angle measurement, but we're not done yet. We got to get a dip correction taken, right?
Dip angle, yes, a dip angle.
Okay. So you correct for dip angle to make sure that your angle is taken from a perfectly horizontal, flat, 0, correct?
Yeah, yeah. We subtract the dip angle from the elevation angle that we measure on our sextant, right? So it's a simple subtraction, okay?
Yep. So everything's perpendicular. You got 90 degrees below the star, all the way horizontal to the observer, correct?
90 degrees to the star to, wait, what? No, I don't think, I'm not sure what you said. Say it again.
So the zenith of the star, directly below the star, 90 degrees is not the GP? Is that what you're saying?
That is a GP, correct.
Oh, okay. So then horizontal, perpendicular, all the way to the sighting of the star where you're at is level, flat. That's how we get the angle, right?
Incorrect.
No, so this is wrong. So all celestial navigation is incorrect.
No, your understanding of celestial navigation is incorrect.
Okay, so tell me how they do it. Correct me.
I can put you to a video, which does it much better than I can do it, but.
So you don't know how this works, Scott?
Yes, the line coming to the GP and the line coming to the observer are parallel to each other. They do not form a triangle.
Who said triangle?
You said a perpendicular line from the GP to the observer.
Correct.
Yeah, that's incorrect. That's not how celestial navigation works.
So there's not 90 degrees directly below the star.
There is to that one point on the Earth, but that has nothing to do with the observer's position.
Well, how would you have 90 degrees to a sphere?
You can have vertical to the sphere.
I didn't say vertical. I said 90 degrees.
Yes, it's 90 degrees to the tangent. That's what we mean when we say 90 degrees to the sphere. It's what
we debunked your tangent point, Scott. Remember the black swan? We just talked about this.
Anything.
We debunked anything. No. So the Earth curve edge is the tangent point then?
The tangent is the horizontal.
The horizon is the tangent point, correct?
At that point, and at that point only.
Okay. So can you have 90 degrees to a sphere, a curved surface?
Yes.
Okay. That's incorrect, 100%. You're not going to get 90 degrees to any sphere,
every
sir.
mathematician in the world would disagree with you.
Well, get them in here. I don't want to talk to you because you don't know what you're talking about. Get the mathematicians in here, please.
You have instantaneous angles to curves.
How are you establishing tangent? How are you establishing tangent at the GP, man?
What's that?
How are you establishing tangent at the GP? What the fuck?
Why couldn't we?
I posted a picture for you, and you're going to say that's correct, right?
Who posted a picture? Where are we going? Scrolling down.
Minutes after the hour. 36 minutes.
Oh, is Flat GPT talking?
Yeah.
What's okay? Angle, altitude, or angle of elevation. Beta is co-altitude or zenith distance. What's beta? Zenith. Yeah, sure. What's the problem?
Gotcha, bitch.
Flat GPT. What's going on?
Where are you making your contact with Earth at?
What do you mean? Where am I making my contact with Earth?
So you got a star with a line supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of Earth, right?
Uh-huh.
And you got an observer with a line that's supposed to be 90 degrees to the surface of Earth, right?
Yes.
Where's this triangle at if you're on a ball?
There is none.
Then you can't measure angles.
There's not even a triangle in that picture you posted.
Right. I didn't draw it. Ruhif did. That's why it's all fucked up.
No, but it's actually correct. You understand?
Can you show me 90 in that? Can you show me 90 degrees to the observer right there that he claims is? Show that to me.
What do you mean? What 90 degrees to the observer are we talking about?
You're taking an angle, Scott. Elevation angles require a 90 degree below the star.
Elevation angles require 90 degrees below the star. No, they don't.
Okay, well then just show me something that says otherwise. Even Ruhif.
An elevation angle has nothing to do with the GP.
Oh, so you're not trying to measure from where you are to the GP?
No, we
directly below the star.
we get there, but the elevation angle has nothing to do with the GP.
So why would you measure to that star if it's directly above a GP? Why would we need to know that immediately? The first thing that we do.
Because we can easily tell based on the elevation angle how many degrees of Earth curve we are from that GP.
Oh, we're measuring for Earth curve now. That's what elevations angles do. We're looking for Earth curve immediately.
How many degrees?
Oh my God!
How many degrees?
How many degrees of Earth curve?
Yes.
That's what we're looking for.
Exactly what. No,
so we're not trying to navigate. We're trying to look for Earth curve. No, it does not, Scott. Now you're just being dishonest, bro.
That's exactly
okay.
what it does.
Celestial navigation is for finding Earth curve.
No, it's for finding.
Well, what are you talking about Earth curve for then?
It's for finding the degrees you are from the GP.
Degrees or nautical miles? Miles.
1 degree is 60 nautical miles, and if you're 5 degrees from the GP, you are 300 nautical miles from the GP. It's a
nobody measures 5 degrees, Scott. Nobody measures 5 degrees. It's usually between like 75 and 15, because as soon as you go too far straight up or too far out horizontal, there's errors. So they try to keep it between those two, numbers. So try again. You don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
And it's 70-20 about, but
70-20.
Right, yeah, it's right around there.
Yeah, the whole 15 degrees rule, 1-to-1 linear relationship breaks down as stars descend towards the horizon. They slow down.
You guys understand that when I say we were 5 degrees from the GP, that would mean a 5 degree zenith angle, right? Which means 85 degrees altitude, right?
So you don't use 90 degrees below the star?
I know you guys must have understood that, and I shouldn't have to explain that. And so nonsense about things being 5 degrees off the horizon.
Relax. Stop being condescending, bro. Relax. Here's the deal.
Speaking from Mr. Condescension himself.
Yes. I have to. We have to walk very slowly through this process with you, Scott.
Yes, I know. That way you can understand it finally.
The GP is not 90 degrees below the star on a sphere.
No,
or it is.
The GP is 90 degrees below that star's definition of a GP.
And it's on a sphere.
And it's on a sphere.
So how do you know you're 90 degrees below it?
Because it's directly above you. It's vertical. That's the definition
vertical?
of 90 degrees on a sphere.
Okay. So zenith, 90 degrees vertical. How do we measure what is zenith, 90 degrees vertical?
What do you mean, how do you measure what
How do you figure out if you're at 90 degrees to anything? Don't you have to measure it in relation to something else?
No, you measure in relation to vertical. You can drop a plumb line.
A plumb line, and that is perpendicular to horizontal?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's all we need to know.
At that location.
So it's horizontal there.
It's only horizontal at one point on the sphere. Yes, that's the definition of
what sphere?
On a sphere.
What sphere? What sphere?
The one we've been talking.
We're just talking about the Earth. We're just talking about the Earth, Scott.
How do you know another point is not horizontal to you?
No, people other than me who've measured it. I've never.
No,
measured
they've calculated it. They haven't measured it.
Yes, and they've used their brains to understand that if these two lines were parallel, the reciprocal zenith angles would equal 180 degrees. They don't. Therefore, they conclude that they are not parallel.
That's
which is a perfectly reasonable conclusion.
Never heard of that before.
They would or should or could be isn't they are. It's not the same.
What do you mean? How would you determine whether they're parallel or not? What would you use?
Plumb lines. I use plumb lines.
And how would you know if they're parallel?
You measure the top of the plumb line and the bottom. If they're the same, they're parallel.
Okay, how do you do that?
Go to Renaissance and ask them to make you a device.
Yeah. See, that's the exact the answer I was waiting for. I don't know.
I didn't say I don't know. I told you how to do it.
You did. You said, You said call someone else.
Yeah, Renaissance, the people who make the encoders that'll pick up that distance for you.
Because you don't know how to do it, do you?
I've installed plenty of encoders.
But you don't know how to measure the distance.
I could install that Renaissance encoder. I wouldn't have an issue with it. That is not mystery work for me like it is for you guys.
Except you don't know how to do it.
You can use even Heidenhain or Mazak. There are even cheaper instruments which can precisely measure the distance.
If Giphy going to get in this, I'm tapping out because I can't.
There's his
he talks too slowly for me, and I fall asleep.
Fragile these guys' worldview is.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not the one who claims not to be able to measure whether two lines are parallel. I think I can do it.
You guys only have one life left, and you have to put another quarter in. That's the second life gone. You only get 3.
I think I can go out and grab 2 theodolites or 1 theodolite and put it in 2 different places. I can go to the top of 2 mountains. So I got a Mount Hominum that I can point to in the observatory.
What theodolites do you use for measuring 50 miles to mountains?
Differences make.
What differences are rated for?
I think I can get an accurate enough angle of elevation to each
apparently
point.
you cannot.
Why couldn't I? What would be wrong with the light that comes from one to the other?
The trick is for this is you have to make sure you're plumb to horizontal over that distance.
Yeah, the machine does that all by
It
itself.
doesn't do it it's got a bubble level, dude.
A theodolite has a bubble level? I don't think you have a modern theodolite.
Yeah, most of the modern they do.
Or I get one of these total machines, right, which you just look at and it tells you exactly what you're pointing at, and it tells you your azimuth and your elevation. It just reads it right on the screen as far as I'm in.
And?
Do you guys think those don't work?
Yeah, what's the maximum effective range of those, Scott?
What do you mean effective range?
Holy cow, it's a simple question, dude. Come on. Effective range. How far are people using theodolites realistically?
To do surveying?
Yeah.
I don't know. No idea.
You don't know? So you're just going to grab an instrument that you don't know what it's used for and use it for whatever the hell you want, even though it's got a bubble level in it that is very limited in accuracy as far as level is concerned, the further out you go?
Why would the further out you go change its accuracy in terms of angles?
Scott, you ever used a spirit level and then went ahead and used like a 4-foot or an 8-foot level? You ever seen the difference?
It is very limited because it is
I'll ask you a simple question. How would the angle
giving you an example.
How would the angle?
I'm giving you an example, Scott.
I know.
I'm just right now giving. Okay.
Not answering the question.
Have you ever used those two things so you understand how limited the accuracy is with a spirit level, bubble level on a small device? In relation to something that has like a longer, like have you ever done that 4-foot level versus spirit level?
Yes.
Okay, so you already know that little bubble spirit levels, right, have a limited range of accuracy, right?
But they're limited by the length of the bar in which they're installed, right?
Sure. But that bubble sitting in between those two little lines, even if you bring those lines in closer and closer and closer and use a smaller bubble, you're still going to only be so accurate. And you're certainly not going to use that tool at anything beyond, I would say, about a mile.
What I'm not going to use beyond a mile? A spirit level?
A total station, dude.
And so why does the angle of elevation that thing reads differ from 1 mile to 10 miles?
Angle of elevation. Are you talking about using a theodolite or are you talking about celestial navigation?
I'm talking, they're essentially the same thing. You need an angle of elevation right to the star.
Okay. So if you were going to use a theodolite from mountain peak to mountain peak, kind of like Jesse Scumbagowski did, right?
Jesse who?
He knows Scumbagowski, I think is how you say it, isn't it? Skazowski.
Why the hostility, man?
Oh, you're right. Jesse who?
Did he run over your dog or something?
Yeah,
Oh,
the hostility is because he's a liar.
Yeah, he's a liar.
Jesse who?
Don't change the subject, bro. Don't be afraid.
I had to mess with the guy's name. I was like, shot, like, no,
Yeah, I chose to do that. Scott, relax. We're back on the mountain peaks, okay? So when you measure dip angles, can you relax, please? My goodness. All right. So you're measuring over. How far did he measure? Do you know the numbers? I bet you know the numbers.
I have no idea who you're talking about.
You don't know who I'm talking about?
Should I?
Well, somebody already did what you're talking about, which is take a theodolite, a total station, go out, and then just measure an angle to something and say, see, Earth curve.
Is this guy the main surveyor? Is that who we're talking about? I've seen a video by the main surveyor. Is that Jesse something or other?
He's pretending.
Anyway.
No.
Yeah,
No, seriously. Is the main surveyor Jesse? Is that his name?
When you measure a line, is a line a straight line or are lines curved?
A line is by definition straight.
Okay, so if I take a theodolite and I go on a mountaintop and I measure a peak to one and then a peak to the other one, are those two straight lines?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm going to go to the other peak and measure the peak I was at and the other one. Are those two straight lines?
Yes.
Okay, and then from the third one, I'm going to go to the two that I've already been to. Are those two straight lines?
Yes.
They all equal 180 degrees.
No, they don't.
What is it? What do they equal then?
Depends on your spherical axis. Depends how far you're apart from each other. Because the virtual protractor is not on the same plane as the triangle you just created.
You've created a plane, and that's it.
This one's a little bit harder concept.
And in that plane is that triangle, period.
Yes,
You didn't create a round area or anything like that. You created a plane.
Correct.
There you go. So
but how are you measuring the angle?
Right?
But how are you measuring the angles between those points?
All right, hold on. 52 minutes past the hour. I posted a bunch of theodolite maximum distance tolerances for you to review from different total stations. So have at it.
Ooh, 9,200 feet. That's not very far.
What happens after 9,200 feet, do you think?
Your error level increases.
Why?
Your little line in there isn't so accurate anymore.
Because you're not as plumb as you thought you were.
But how is that not affecting you at any distance?
What?
Well, I don't know jack shit about this, but I would assume it's not an unlimited distance, Scott. Which seems like
why not? Why not?
Oh my god!
Instead of laughing and saying, "Oh my god," come up with a reason why not.
Why would it be, Scott? You have to give us a reason why it would be unlimited. When Amish posted multiple sources saying that it has a limited range. So
what
you would have
changes
to why it would be unlimited, Scott, not why
After
it would.
that, you can no longer be accurate. After that, your values are actually null and void.
What changes about the angle at which light will hit the theodolite? What changes over distance?
Well, for one, it's going to be your position relative to a distant object, because you can have something called perspective shift if you're not completely centered on the distant object. And this can cause the bottom to compress relative to where you are optically. And this has to do with converging lines due to perspective.
We're just talking about a single point, right?
Well, right, in the distance.
And how does perspective apply to a single point?
Well, you've got a convergence point of perspective, right? Everything meets in the center of vision.
Well, then that point will move towards that convergence point then, right?
Right, so let's say you're halfway up the mountain. you're going to have more of an opportunity to see the top and the bottom at an equal arc length. But if you're closer to the bottom of the mountain, then the point of convergence is going to be closer to the bottom of the mountain. So things will compress more quickly from your height of eye to the ground than it is from the top of the mountain to your height of eye.
We're not talking about convergence. We're talking about a single point.
This is what you see through a theodolite, though.
A single point. Right? You point those you put those crosshairs on a point.
And I'm telling you where that point is. It's going to be in your center of vision, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if your center of vision is at the bottom of a mountain, then you're going to have more optical compression due to perspective convergence from your height of eye, which is the point in the theodolite, and the ground in the base of the mountain, than from the top of the mountain to that crosshairs in your theodolite. And this can cause a perspective shift. That's one reason.
How does that change the angle? What does it do to the angle?
Well, what this produces is an appearance of so-called missing height of a mountain in the distance.
What does it do to the angle?
So this way, you can't say that there's any missing height due to curvature. It's due to angular resolution loss.
What does that mean? How does angular resolution not apply to a single point? Angular resolution requires
you need two points, right? To see anything,
Yes.
you need 2 points. You need 2 rays.
No, you don't. You need
Yes,
one.
you do. If you need to see something, you need, because you see in angles, right? Your eyes need to be able to differentiate between 2 rays of light at minimum in order to see anything.
No.
I think you kind of fucked yourself
That's
on that one,
incorrect.
though, when you brought up halfway up the mountain.
No. I mean, if you're going to
Yeah.
be halfway up the mountain, then you're going to have a better opportunity where you won't see that compression as much.
But there's
Wait,
no,
hold on.
there's
You
no,
shouldn't see compression.
there's no
So
compression with a single point. It just doesn't exist, man.
if you're halfway up the mountain or halfway up a building, then it should compress towards the center and it shouldn't disappear from the bottom. It should disappear from the bottom and the top, but we don't see that now, do we?
What? You do see that with the sunset, though.
If you're in the middle, like you're trying to argue being at the bottom as to why the bottom compresses upwards, if you're in the middle of it, the top and the bottom should converge at the same rate, but we don't see that now, do we?
Yakubinite. You see that.
I think Quetzalcoatl has images of the sun doing that during the sunset, and the distance is at a higher elevation than the ocean because it's on a cliff.
So when I take a look at these buildings and they still disappear from the bottom up, but not the top up, even though I would be above the building, how do you explain that one?
I see this actually every day on the roads. If you get a straight enough road, you can see a car coming from the distance, and you can the ground creates like an illusion where you don't see the tires or the top part of the vehicle sometimes if it's far enough away. I've seen
If I'm on like the 14th floor to a beachside hotel and I'm looking out at the water, I'm higher than just about any boat I'm going to be looking at. Therefore, the angle would be smaller from the top of the boat to my eye level. Therefore, boats should disappear from the top up, but they don't. They always disappear from the bottom up. Very
they
odd.
really do. Can you show us an example of that?
Yeah. Next time I go to Cabo, I'll get that for you, dude.
He will at a future indeterminate.
Yeah, well, I thought that this was just common knowledge that you look out at the ocean and the boats disappear from the bottom up regardless of altitude.
Yeah, and that's the same.
Yes.
Live on. That's the same.
Yeah.
That's the same phenomenon flat earthers experience. Like we're flat earthers for the same reason. You guys think for some reason,
but you
there
just,
should be some
but,
other thing.
but your
you made
argument,
up. You just go
but
with
your
your position. That you're presenting
but your
to.
argument falls apart when we bring up like real, like actual, like observed phenomenon where you're above the motherfucker and it still disappears from the ground up.
You keep squawking about this. Are you going to provide any examples or just keep
Yeah,
talking?
when I get home, I can easily do that. But hold on, if I do this, if I can get this for you, would that throw your whole perspective argument out the window?
Eucubinite.
No,
Eucubinite.
no.
Eucubinite. Eucubinite.
You can't
Eucubinite.
answer your question if
Bro.
you're walking into the mic.
Yeah,
There's
relax.
a lot more to it than just perspective, too.
Is there more than perspective? Because that's the only argument you brought up.
There are also optical effects. You also have weather phenomena. You have mirages. You have total internal reflection that can cause the bottom of an object appear to go behind curvature when you're really just seeing a mirroring of the ocean.
Just seeing a mirroring of the ocean. I don't think I've ever seen that.
That's called a mirage. You never seen a mirage before?
I've seen mirage lift things up.
Stupid. You've never seen heat
And you need to
haze?
study. You need to study a bit more about it because mirages definitely cause reflection.
What do you think the main cause is? Do you think the main cause?
Not curvature.
Cause inverted or what's the other one? Inverted images. The thing you're looking at.
Yeah, the main cause is not curvature. That's all you need to know.
Exactly.
And the flat Earth you were talking about, you'd be debunking a ghost. That's not a flat
Yeah,
Earth.
because, like Yakubianite, if you're going to make an impression, why don't you give us some data along with your photograph of your vacation?
Okay. So, well, I'm just trying to make sure we get the understanding so that I can come to you if I get that evidence, because I'm not going to chase shadows. I'm not going to go out there and get this evidence just for you to be like, nah. I want you to make a statement.
Well, fine. Go get your data.
I want you. Hold on. Before I do that, can we come to some understanding? If I can provide this to you and show you that this is what happens, can you never bring up perspective again as to the reason why things disappear over the horizon?
Yakubinite, just so we're clear, you're going to bring us a photo of things disappearing from the top down, correct? That's what you claimed?
No.
Oh, so the point of convergence in the Rayleigh criteria, things in relative distance to the deck or to another object, seeming to merge. Yeah, I know you don't understand them, but I know what they mean. So do you know what the Rayleigh criteria is? Okay, so it has to do with diffraction, right? And two images or two things in the distance converging or appearing to converge because of the lack of available light and the aperture of the particular thing that you're viewing those two objects, right? At the distance, right?
Yes, two things get closer together.
Okay.
It's harder to make out the difference between the two.
Yeah, so their apparent proximity to one another, like, let's say the deck, the horizon, and the object, like the boat or the building or whatever, they're going to converge, and it's going to seem like they're disappearing from bottom up. So what's the problem?
The problem is when you bring up things like the Rayleigh criterion, you'd be arguing against yourself if your viewpoint is above that of the boat, because the Rayleigh criterion would be tighter at the top of the boat than at the bottom of the boat, simply because your angle would be tighter at the top than at the bottom because you are above that object.
And what is at the top of the boat that we are, skewing against what? Is there a deck above the boat, or is it only at the bottom?
A deck above the boat? Dude, there's sky and everything else that would relate to the Rayleigh
Yeah, so there's nothing. There's not two objects we're looking at then, correct? It's the mast and nothing else. Okay, so the mast and what else?
Well, the Rayleigh criteria doesn't even talk about objects. It talks about light sources, which the sky is, in fact, a light source. So you obviously don't know jack shit about the Rayleigh criteria.
So clear blue sky. Clear sky is the same as the object, the mast of the boat. Are you retarded?
Yeah, they're both paths of light that intersect each other.
Clearness and the mast. Clear and mast are the same thing, and they reflect light. Clearness reflects light, really?
Are you able to see the sky? Are you able to see the sky?
Is the sky clear, or is it the same as the mast on the boat? Just answer a simple question. No, I can't. What is the sky? What is the sky? Is it clear, or is it that background or blue background? Which one is it?
Okay, so light isn't.
Is the sky clear? You're not looking through the sky every day. Air.
Okay. So I just want to understand from you. You don't think that there's any light coming from the sky, right?
Bro. So the clear sky is light hitting my eyeball?
Yes.
Clearness is light coming to my eyeball.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
That's why you're able to make out the blue of the skies, because light is being bounced from that area in the sky and making its way to your eye. Now, if you knew,
so you're saying the clearness is blue now. Clearness is blue. Clearness is blue.
That obviously it's not too clear. It's a little. If you knew about Rayleigh scattering, all right, you would know that the reason it's blue is because light passes through and gets scattered by the nitrogen and oxygen in the air. So, but clearly you don't know that much, which is why you also misunderstand the.
So clear blue sky is the same as the ocean, then.
Yes, in fact, yeah.
Holy shit, dude.
Whoa.
Why we're both able to do it, because you're able to see the sky, which means light is coming from your direction or to your direction from there.
Brother, you've been exposed
So-
today. I appreciate your time. You got your ass kicked. Don't worry about it. Come back again when you can tell us that, you know, maybe the sky isn't the same as the ocean. Okay?
Why are we talking like this? Everything's a question?
I know.
When you talk like this? Are we okay? My word.
So you're just gonna anyway. So yeah, like light comes from the sky, which I'm really curious as to why you wanna disagree with that.
The sky is the same as the ocean?
Yeah, light bounces off it.
So light bounces off the sky like it does with the ocean. Good job.
Yeah, 100%.
Dude, you're a loser, like bad. You know what I'm saying? That's pathetic.
Uh-oh. You guys need to come up with another quarter because that's 3 players down.
What do you call the surface of a sky?
Water.
Oh, is that to me? I'm still waiting to see like why he
Is it like a Lambertian surface or what? What is it, Yakub?
Oh no, I'm still waiting to hear from him why.
Yeah, we're just waiting to hear the answer. What's the question again, Amish?
Oh, I was asking him, what kind of surface is the sky since we're comparing it to the ocean?
Oh, I'm still waiting to hear from the guy.
Yeah, so what kind of surface is the sky?
Bro, that's such a wild question. I've never heard that before. I'm just blowing my mind.
Dude, I'm
right
still waiting to hear the
Yeah, you'll keep waiting though. It's fine.
Mind blowing.
So
Is it convex? Or is it concave?
What is Rayleigh scattering?
Yeah, don't worry about that. So the surface?
Why is it
What
dodging?
is the sky surface? Yeah. Answer Amish's question.
Come on, answer the question so we can move
Just
on.
Google Rayleigh scattering.
Answer.
Come on, Yaku, you can do it.
See.
Got it in
Oh
you.
no, I'm
Come
just
on.
waiting to hear.
Come on, man.
How about there is no sky surface? That's ridiculous.
Well, clearly lights.
Yeah, you're trash.
Yeah, like do gas molecules have a surface?
Maybe he's talking about the container.
Oh, you want to talk about the container?
That's what he's talking about, maybe.
Container?
Oh no, not that. This is Rayleigh scattering. Light bounce.
Oh.
So
Light bouncing around equals ball?
Is there a thing that's like Rayleigh reflection?
Yeah, so Rayleigh criterion, 2 light sources merging, or 2 points of light merging. So yeah, we see the sky, we see the light from the sky. Following Rayleigh criterion, it should merge the light that is coming from the mast of the ship, thus making it appear as if it's disappearing top up. Because Rayleigh criterion ought to have that if we're going to argue perspective. But dishonest little fuckwits don't want to go down that path of logic now, do they?
No,
That
you
very-
just address the Earth
that-
as it
that-
is, which we all
that
observe
logic-
from bottom up. So if you're gonna go to flat earthers who live on the same Earth as you and experience the same phenomenon over the ocean as you, am I supposed to feel bad that the Earth does what it does? Why would I feel
No,
bad?
but your explanation would be just not suffice.
Explanations are trash. Okay, explanations are
Converging at the
trash.
same distance?
Explanations are low value. Things that are much more value are things like measurements or demonstration. But you can explain anything.
I agree. Their explanations are trash because they're not logically concise.
Well, only you're seeking out explanations. You don't seek out things that actually have value, like measurements of the Earth, demonstrations of gas pressure containing, or gravity containing gas pressure, etc. You're cool with just an explanation when explanations are trash, and you can just explain anything with an explanation. So you can keep that. I don't feel like I owe you explanations for everything in reality.
Cool. You want to talk about measurements? We could talk about celestial navigation.
How about measurements of curvature from your vacation photos?
How about we use the stars to prove curvature?
No, we would have to verify that.
Because if they are matching, if they are really matching the stars, then also surface should to match.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If the Earth is flat, we ought not have a linear relationship between distance and viewing angle.
No, if Earth is a sphere, and if we can prove with the stars, it will be spherical also on the ground.
Yes. If we look at the relationship between distance,
you cannot have this relationship. You have a stars, you look the stars, you make a conclusion. Earth is a sphere, and then you have flat surface. You cannot have that two things. You can have the stars moving, everything okay, but you need to have the curved surface down.
yeah, we got the curved surface. That's why the stars act the way they do.
If we have that thing, I will not be here. I will be in cinema now and watching movies, stupid movies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So
we don't have that. That has not been established, not by you or anyone else. So you're welcome to try. We got time today, but that has not been established yet.
Well, we know that there's a linear relationship between distance and viewing angle, which is impossible to show on a flat surface.
You don't know what flat Earth is, and you can't sit here and say we know when nothing has been presented. So
can flat surface be flat?
Can a flat surface be flat? I mean, I would imagine yes. That's why we call it a flat surface.
How many of flat surface you need to be flat, and that to be flat?
What?
How many of surface you need to be flat that you can say, okay, this is flat?
Can you rephrase the question in English?
How much of surface you need to have to say, okay, this surface is flat?
Stupid. Can I get a translator?
Stupid. I asked you, can something be flat? You said if it's flat. You said yes. And I'm now asking you for the surface. How much of surface, dimension of the surface should be that you will say, okay, this is flat?
I would imagine if the whole thing is flat altogether, then it's flat.
If it's 10 miles per 10 miles flat, can you say it's flat, or
How do we know it's flat?
there is things in nature you can find.
How so?
You would say that portion.
How
is
so?
flat.
There is in Bolivia, Salt Lake. There is 4,000 miles squared.
4,000 miles squared. Well, that's like a surface area. That's not level.
Yeah, that's like 60 miles. That's like 60 miles per 60.
That'd be 3,600, but you're close enough.
Yeah, I'm close. I'm giving you less even. That's 60 miles per 60 miles, changing elevation 1 meter only. Can we call that flat?
Can we call that flat?
Yeah, because it's changing only 1 meter elevation.
In elevation, no, because we understand that elevation does not mean the same thing as. Like
how we can call that surface what is in all that surface in 60 per 60, its elevation change 1 meter. How we can call that surface?
If I take a look at a cue ball and its elevation from its center is essentially the exact same minus maybe a millimeter, would you say that a cue ball is flat?
No, I'm asking you, does this sphere has dimension, and does this sphere should to have on 60 miles some kind of drop?
Well, I wouldn't use elevation as a means to talk about like flatness.
For what you will use elevation? For mountains and elevation profile of your country, for example.
When I'm talking about the salt lakes, or I'm sorry, like the salt beds, I would not use elevation.
Great. What would you use? He asked you what you would use.
What you will use?
What I would use? I'd probably use some sort of angular measurement.
Angular measurement of what? Because in 60 miles, it's dropping only 1 meter. And how are you
getting 1 meter from?
What?
I said, where are you getting 1 meter from?
Why I'm getting? I don't know that it's written in every.
A cue ball has essentially like constant elevation from its center. Is a cue ball flat?
He asked you
No,
how you would
cue
measure it,
ball.
man.
I'm telling you something. What is real in Bolivia? You know, the surface.
Yeah,
You
and I'm
know.
telling you that a cue ball exists. I have one in my living room.
Yeah, so you measuring an angle to
Okay,
a cue
but you
ball?
know, the living room doesn't prove the globe. That cue ball and this
Well,
surface. Does they surface prove the globe?
Well, I'm teaching you that like elevation would probably be a bad argument to use,
No, I
considering
think
that
that.
you can have
I
constant
think that.
elevation. You
I
can
think
have
that the.
constant elevation on a sphere, and its sphere
You,
is by definition not flat.
you are saying that your cue ball in the room is better example than Salt Lake, Bolivia in reality.
No, I'm just telling you that the vocabulary word like elevation is not the one you'd want to be using.
How we will call that surface?
How would I call that surface? I don't know. It could be flat. It could be curved.
No, it's only dropping 1 meter, man.
Well, that's again elevation change, which is not the same as spherical curvature.
Yeah, and in which way? How it's curving 60 miles? Because it's not.
If we take a look at a bowling ball, does a bowling ball have constant elevation around
Man,
it?
I'm not speaking about bowling ball. I'm speaking about the surface on the earth, the real one.
Okay, and you keep on using the term elevation, which by definition is distance from the center or distance from sea level.
From the center of what? From the center of what?
Do what?
From the center of what?
The center of sea level?
From the center of the sphere.
What sphere?
Again, this is where the contention in your vocabulary lies.
Where is the center?
So when you're bringing up terms like elevation, and you're using the term of elevation in terms of like curvature versus flatness, elevation would not be a proper word to use because elevation could be used for either sphere or
you said that
for flat.
you said that there that center that the center is in the middle of the sphere.
Well, yes, that is one way you can determine elevation of a sphere.
How you determine that? How you determine that it's in 3,959 miles under the ground?
Well,
in
we
the
can
middle
use
of
celestial navigation, but we can get into that later.
No, man, you're telling me that it's something is in the middle of the earth. Why are you looking out to the sun or to the stars?
Because what we see in the stars ought to have a relationship to what the ground is.
No, it has nothing to do relation with the center of the earth.
It 100% does.
It has not, especially if you cannot come to the center. You know, you cannot peel the apple and say, "Look, I peeled the apple. In the middle are seeds."
What I can do is I can take a look at relationships that
Can you
like
peel
well
the
understood
apple?
geometric
Can you
facts.
peel the? Can you peel the? Can you?
Are you just gonna interrupt me every 3 words?
I didn't get the answer. Can you peel the apple and realize that there are seeds inside? Only peeling the apple.
Can you shut the fuck up?
Yeah, like I was saying, you can just use basic geometric understandings to realize that the Earth is
Like a drop over distance, whatever sphere has.
Now, going back to your term about elevation, you again are using a really bad term because elevation can be used to describe either a curved surface or a flat surface. When I'm talking about the elevation on my bowling ball, it has a constant elevation all the way around it.
What are you using for elevation? For measuring elevation. What are you using?
Only relative to what? Relative to what though? How are you measuring? How are you measuring that?
I could just say it like it's average, like height from I guess the surface of the sphere, the bowling ball, or the
From
distance
sea level.
from the center or of the sphere. In terms of the Earth, we could say the distance from the Earth, or sorry, from sea level, or we could talk about the distance from the center of the Earth. Either way, elevation is a really piss poor argument to bring up in terms of the salt beds when you bring up that there's only an elevation change of 1 meter in terms of trying to talk about flatness. Because again, I could talk about my cue ball that is
because
can you tell me this?
We only measure actual elevation change in reality against a horizontal plane of reference.
A horizontal plane in reference? No, we just take a look at where the water lies.
Yes, that's how you actually measure. That's how you actually measure actual, real elevation change. You measure it against a horizontal plane of reference.
So you can't have a horizontal on a sphere? or a tangent, I should
No.
say.
No.
No, you can't form a
No.
tangent on a surface, like a curved surface. That's
You
weird.
cannot have horizontal on the sphere. Yes, you cannot have.
Oh yeah, you can sure have a tangent which you treat as your horizontal, but anybody that like past geometry should know that.
But then you're going to use that tangent to say that the surface that you didn't use is curved.
Yeah, you're already pre-assuming that you have a tangent to a curved surface. Like
Sure.
some sort
Now
of
we can just take a look at something we don't.
curved
We can just take a which we can take a look at as something we don't have to pre-assume because we already have geometric facts that go with it, which is just the relationship between stars and distance.
Geometric facts. How
Yes,
convincing. Geometric facts. Like what?
should say my bad, not facts, proofs. Things that have never been debunked. Things that are
Such as what?
the linear relationship between viewing angle of a star and distance from its ground position.
So not curvature of the surface then.
Oh, that would 100% have to be curved in order to have that relationship.
Well,
Nobody
who's measuring
counted.
curvature of the surface then?
Me whenever I do celestial navigation.
Oh, really?
No, that wouldn't be measuring curvature of the surface. Try again.
Would 100% be measuring curve, like curved surface, or a measure that would 100%
You're not
be
looking at
measuring.
the surface.
I don't have to.
So how'd you know it's
Whenever
curved?
whenever you're using whenever you're using a protractor, you're only touching at one point of something. The other thing's going off where else.
With a flat baseline.
Yeah, with a flat baseline with a protractor, or with a curved one. They
Curved
have
one.
like those curved. Yeah, they have circular protractors? I forget what they call them.
Why would you be assuming the surface of the Earth is curved though?
Because the linear relationship between stars and distance, which
But
you
we're talking
wouldn't
about the
have on a
surface
flat
of the
plate.
Earth though.
Yeah, on the surface of the Earth. If
You also don't know what a star is. So there's that too. So you're basing this off of more assumptions.
more
He's saying
assumptions that
he's saying
hold
he
on,
goes in
so
he
the
goes
only
in a
assumption
straight
that
line.
the only
You know,
assumption that I have
69
to
miles
make.
in a straight
I'm
line.
only basing off of just a few assumptions.
He goes in a linear relation. He goes in a straight line, 69 miles, and then measures the star to decline 1 degree. I mean,
Yeah,
not
the only
Earth.
the only
Wow.
thing that you'd have to assume is that the government isn't probing your car to show you.
It's fine if I just assume this.
I mean, you have to assume that the Earth is, level, and then draw a straight line, 69 miles.
We don't have to assume anything. No one's measured any curvature. Facts.
So we've got no one better than Euclideanite, spiraling
Well, no.
again.
I don't know why. I mean, he's speaking like this. He's a nerd. I don't know.
Yeah. Him and Talon. He's in a pod.
I mean, we all pick up on the common traits that they seem to have. Yeah, they all
Little
have that.
T's in a pod.
Yeah, they all have that squealy voice where,
It's from the diet. From their diet.
Too much soy, probably.
Soigers of fortune.
Well, the funny thing is, if you just translate what he's just saying it can't be flat the way I'm imagining. Round of applause, man. You're right. I can't believe it's taking you this long to figure out that it's not flat the way you say. Job.
Yeah, he thinks asserting his nonsense confidently adds something to it.
Yeah. Well, all they end up doing is tripping over their own confidence. Well, it's not flat the way I made it in my head. Yeah, we know, dude. Holy. You're debunking a ghost.
Yeah, it does surprise me sometimes. Like these Globers will sit on, the internet talking about how the stars and everything, everything looks like a globe. But man, when I go outside and just look at the sky, it doesn't look anything like a globe. Like it doesn't look like what they tell you it should look like at all. They got to get out of their rooms.
Yeah, they don't. They're just reporting the lore. Shout out to the lore reporters.
Dave?
They're just gonna be able to tell you, oh, well, Goku, he's 35,000 times power of Krillin. Yeah, okay. that's just lore from within this little realm of fantasy. Sure, you can go deep on the details as much as you want to, but that doesn't poof the fantasy into reality, fortunately.
Yeah, Krillin gets
Listen,
taken
bro.
out like right away every time. It's a shame.
The AI sex bots will give rise to the waifu generation, all right? You just give it enough time.
Who will?
Bro, I want to attempt to answer Sasha's question. Like how much of it has to be flat to consider it flat? I mean, I feel like the answer is all of it. Like with the horizon, how it's like you zoom out far enough and it all ends up being like leveled out because it is flat. The flatness is what it is because that's the shape of it. So it's like a straight line. What isn't it like? Forgive me if I'm getting my terms wrong, but like I feel like a line is infinite, isn't it? Like a ray has a single starting point and then an infinite no end point, right? But like what doesn't a straight line like continue infinitely in both sides? Like on both sides? Or am I getting the wrong term there? Ah, geez.
I mean, yeah, Ray is an infinite line, yeah, but it's all flat. I don't know. I mean, if the shape is flat, that was kind of. I don't know if the shape is flat.
Well, if you have a perspective, like if you've got a far enough perspective, then it would all end up being flat, wouldn't it? Because of the like we've explained with the perception. What was it called?
Yeah.
What was the term? I don't remember the term. The
resolvability and everything. Yeah, it all merges into a vanishing point. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's like if you continued on an infinite plane for long enough, it would all even out regardless of like the geological like differences, like regardless of like land and sea, mountains, hills, valleys, it would all you go far enough out on the infinite plane, it levels out as flat.
I don't know if I'd say all that, but maybe that's how you'd see it. But I don't know if that's true. You would need light, right? You would need light to see, right? You'd have to have enough light shining onto those objects that you're seeing for that to occur. The change in elevation would be viewed. When I see a mountain, it doesn't look flat to me. It looks like it sticks up from the rest of everything else. I don't know how far back you'd have to go for it all to merge into that vanishing point if you'd be able to see that far. But we can stand still and we can turn in a circle and we can see in a circle. We can see this. When you look out, you see the same distance in all directions, and like you could imagine just like that protractor. You're just drawing out lines from a center point in all directions. I mean, you may see a curve because you see the same distance in all directions. But that's just how we see.
Well, bro, I hear that NASA has this camera that can get a picture of Earth, but I just haven't been able to get any of the pictures of Earth. Like, I hope Dude Man comes back with his vacation photos because I've been asking for a photo for like a day and a half now. They sent me a link to the NASA website, and it had this cool little interactive digital Earth thing, but it wasn't a picture. It was not like a raw image from a camera, so I'm just still waiting on that to happen.
Yeah, but I mean, if that's what it takes for you to, that's not really a proof of anything. A picture isn't really a proof of anything.
For sure. I just feel like every guy that has come in here has like claimed that there are pictures and that it's so easy to prove because of all these pictures. But then when I ask them for the pictures, they never give me one. They say, Google it, bro. And I'm like, I've Googled it a lot and it's all like graphic design. it looks cool, but it's nice Star Wars.
Yeah, well, they could easily just graphic design you the picture that you want, right? So then what's that going to prove? So like some of the claims that they make, like, look here from the ISS, you can see the curvature, but from the ISS, from that height, you shouldn't see the curvature that they're claiming in the photo, things like that. So that they can show you a picture. Like, can you verify that distance that they took it from?
That was part of the reason why I was asking for like a raw image too, because according to their model, there should be other celestial bodies that you could theoretically judge the distance by based on their size, right? Like in the background or foreground. So, like,
Yeah, but like they have that model, right? Like I'm just saying, so they have that model. They say this is what you should expect to see. So they can then make a photo of what you should expect to see. It should match what they're telling you that you should expect to see, and then you'll say, well, oh, I guess that's it. I guess it's proven because they matched, a picture to the model. But it's at heights that you can't verify with objects. You can't verify. You can't verify if they're objects.
yeah, that's the other layer. I was talking about that with my dad earlier today. He was getting so damn mad about it, but I was like, he was telling me, he was like, you can get in a plane and fly around the planet, and you'll circumnavigate the globe. And I'm like, but I can't get in a plane and fly around the planet.
Yeah, you can't do that either, though.
I can't replicate that. Like, I'm not.
My challenge earlier was that he's not basing his worldview off of having done that. You see, he's setting a double standard for you that, you must go do this thing to believe it, even though he doesn't believe it because of he didn't do jack shit.
Exactly.
It's crazy. These are those double standards that Globies have, and they're out the wazoo, dude.
But what would that do? Yeah. Like, what would that do for you anyway? If they gave you a model and they said, well, if you go in this direction on this plane flight, if you end up here in this amount of hours, then that means the Earth's a globe. I mean, could they just simulate that flight and just say, if I get back here in 12 hours and the Earth is a pyramid, you got back there in 13 hours, now the Earth's a pyramid? I mean, what did that prove again?
Yeah, I mean, well, he told me, he was like, you could take a compass, and I'm like, man, the flights are not in straight lines anyway. There's jet streams, there's different elevations, there's mountains and stuff. Like, you can't fly in a straight line anywhere on the Earth at the elevation that they fly at. Plus with the conditions that they account for, right? So it's like, even if like we're accounting for all these factors, like I'm Elon Musk, I've got my own private jet, I'm a pilot, I've got my compass, my quantum compass. It's fed right into my Neuralink, so I've got all the data I need. It's like I just don't feel like, I don't know. It's like,
and what would the ultimate reference point be that you can measure from?
That's what I'm drawing the loss at, because they're just, the science, quote unquote, is always shifting the goalposts anyway. So it's like, and it's like in every field, they're always learning new evidence that pushes the boundary. It's like, but you guys were so sure about the last evidence. Like,
you'd have to you either have to constantly take elevation angles and get a new azimuth to confirm based on already plotted azimuths of the sun. You'd have to do there's a lot that you'd have to do to go back into making a map to be able to confirm where is this straight line.
Yeah, and I
just
can't.
North
do
and
that.
south wouldn't do it. Like just staying north south longitude wouldn't be enough, because you got to move east west. And then we can't go north. We can't go far enough south to do it. So it's got to be east west. So yeah, there's a lot that goes into it.
Exactly. And I personally have other things to do than that.
Well, I would just say that's not the thing to use then, right? Because those are that's a lot of times that the globe will go to. They'll say, I can prove it to you with things that nobody can prove. Those are the proofs, Yeah. It's a globe because you can't see something. Like you can't see any further than that. Therefore, the Earth's a globe. So their proof of the globe is not seeing things. That's always their proof. Yeah, things that you can't do.
It's for them. It's just not flat. Well, I know it's a globe because it's not flat the way I imagine.
Oh yeah, it's measurably not flat. That's how we know it's flat.
But when they say not flat, it doesn't really match the flat Earth or what flat earthers are saying.
Yeah, we take water, two ends of a water level, horizontal plane of reference. We measure vertical change from that horizontal plane of reference. And there's barely anything on the Earth that's flat. Yeah. But that's what we use is water to establish that, and we always have, we always will. And these tools that we use lasers, etc., they match what the horizontal plane formed by water would show you. Buddy, with the celestial navigation, when you use the horizon, the dip angle, to bring it all up to one level, one horizontal, and then measure an angle from that horizontal. It's all the same. Yeah. It's only in everybody's mind that they think they live on a globe, but they don't think it in their daily life. They never think it until they're told. That's how we know it's like a deep brainwashing. It's messed up.
And most people don't even react until a flat earther comes along, triggers them. Half the people that come along, they're like, why do you even care? Like previously, they didn't care until a flat earther came along and said it was flat. They got triggered because he has to be wrong.
I'm under the belief. I don't think I've ever met a glober. I'm under the impression that every single person understands that the Earth is not a globe.
Because you can't beg the question, like with assuming that your horizontal is a tangent to a sphere, right? You can't start your any kind of measurement, whether it's an elevation angle measurement or elevation, just drop over distance. You can't just assume that your horizontal is already a tangent to a sphere that you haven't measured yet. And same as their bendy light, right? They make measurements, with assuming a straight line of sight, right? And measure an angle using that line of sight, and then want to correct it because they've suddenly decided that their line of sight wasn't straight, it was curved, and then want to correct that measurement. No, if it was curved, then you wouldn't have been able to get that measurement to begin with. Sorry.
I can't remember the demonstration with Zanuck. I was going through with him, like, what's straighter, shooting a bullet, a line of sight, or I can't remember the third one. But yeah, he said none of them are straight, line of sight included. It's like crazy.
They'll say anything. They'll literally say anything. I don't even care, dude. As long as it's still a globe, anything but a flat earther. Has to be a globe earther. They'll literally just make up whatever on the spot. As long as it's still a globe.
Laser beam, that was the third option.
Guys, I've got to run to the store for diapers. Y'all have a good night.
Damn, we're running dry on globies.
Yeah.
Are you playing the soundbar through the what's it called? What's that software called? Using that software?
Yeah, a real magician never reveals his secret.
Okay.
I'm trying to give these globies any ideas over here. They're trying to steal my thunder and shit.
Oh, all right. We can do it in the private. No worries.
Yeah, I'll be So, Jarkar in the chat says line of sight isn't straight due to Atmos. I said R.I.P. Alberuni. Yappy Get says air has a variable refraction index, not atmosphere. Jarkar says air in atmosphere. I said air is atmosphere. Jarkar says exactly. Like what? Wait, what? Like, wait. I'm correcting you, and you're like exactly. So that was weird. And then they said, and actually it's specific to the atmosphere because of the density gradient. Sasha says air is spherical. Kepika says the term atmosphere is a pseudo term, a paradox. Using it exposes
I
your
don't understand that.
illiteracy in natural sciences. That's funny.
Is it dense gradient in a moving or static?
It's moving with the rotation of the Earth.
And is it only moving with the Is it only moving with the rotation of the rotation of the Earth, or is it moving more with something else?
For the sake of argument, no, it's not moving. Other
No,
than rotation.
that doesn't move left. Let's say 66,000 miles per hour.
What?
Is it there a speed of the Earth around the sun?
Around the sun? Yeah, it's orbiting around the sun.
Yeah, and that gradient, it's also going around the sun. First moving 1,000 around the Earth, and then also keeping the 66,000 miles per hour left or right, however your direction one.
I don't know the math on that, man. So if you're gonna
And
say
that
there's some centripetal force, I don't know, dude.
and that speed is doing at that atmosphere. You know how much it's big atmosphere comparing all this vacuum of the space.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How big is atmosphere comparing the vacuum of the space?
Like compared to Earth, it's pretty low. Like the atmosphere is pretty small.
Compared to the Earth, yes, but how big is atmosphere comparing to the vacuum of the space?
I don't know what that means, bro.
I'm asking you. You know what is atmosphere around the Earth?
Around
that
the air.
size, yeah, around the Earth is atmosphere, air. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that thing that things what is going around the Earth together with the Earth. How big is comparing the whole vacuum of the space?
I don't get it. Sorry.
Is it big comparing to the vacuum of the space, or is it small?
It's probably above average, I'll say.
Yeah,
average, big or small?
He's asking you the atmosphere
which is an oxymoron, but the air that we breathe that is supposedly surrounding the Earth, how big is that compared to the vacuum of space?
Yeah.
This sound effect. All right. I'd say it's small compared to the vacuum of space. I don't know what that means, but I'm gonna go with that.
And that small things is going with that air 66,000 miles per hour in a medium where is the pressure 10 to minus 17 torr, what you cannot even produce on the earth. That's just saying that it's in the space. Like no, that mean that's that, you know. That you have atmosphere, but it's small. It's going 66,000 miles per hour in one medium, what is totally low pressure, almost like a zero. And there is a gradient inside of that small thing.
Yep.
Keeping all what?
No, it's just gravity.
There is Baba Yaga is vacuum of space comparing to atmosphere of the Earth. Big Baba Yaga.
Wait, you said it's just what?
Baba
Just
Yaga.
gravity.
Just gravity. How, bro? How could you teach a 5-year-old that was true? How could you show a 5-year-old that was true?
They just know to listen. Y'all don't.
Bruh. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay, the freaking
Oh, really?
meme in chat, it's atmospheric refraction, buddy. It's not flat Earth.
Oh, really?
That's
Yeah.
our argument, though.
And
Is that
always that
all?
atmospheric refraction showing the flat surface.
Sorry,
Every
what was
time
that?
when it's happening, that phenomena, always it's showing the flat horizontal horizon. It never happened that phenomena showing curved surface, for example.
Because that's just how it works. You want me to show you a
Yeah.
picture?
In which case would be
The
then
density is
that
going to bend the
would be
light
flat.
around the curve.
Ooh,
Okay,
we
in
got
which
picture,
Change in
folks.
density.
We got some pictures coming in. Let's see
And
that.
then
Evidence of pictures. Let's see. No measurements, nothing, just pictures. Let's go. Let's see it.
All right, hold on.
Jarkar, what do you measure when you measure the air refraction index?
These
What does
questions
it
are
mean?
so. I have no idea.
Getting smacked.
Oh my god.
What do you measure when you. Can you just repeat that? I'm sorry. I have listening issues.
Yeah, what does the air refraction index measure?
inside.
And he said a child listens better
Okay,
than
I can answer that. It measures, like the angle it changes when light comes into the medium, based on its density.
No,
All right, you tell me.
it measures the transparency of the medium.
Well, in this case, we're talking about the angle, that the ray is changing, right?
No. It's a measurement of transparency,
Okay.
not a rate of change in the angle.
Yeah, I'm just saying that light's gonna bend if there's a difference. Okay, a different transparency. I don't know, because it's based. I don't understand that because it's not based on transparency. It's based on density, like Snell's law or whatever it's called.
No.
Yes.
That would require two separate isotropic media, right?
Yeah.
Yes, and they don't. Okay, so the thing is, it's just the atmosphere, but it's different densities. So those would be the two different.
Yeah, one medium still. So where's the second one?
It's okay. The atmosphere is not the same medium. It's a
The
gradient.
air
as I
is
said.
one medium. Where's the second one?
It's not.
Okay, you're
You
lying
can't
to
treat
yourself.
it as one medium for this experiment of shooting a
Air
light
is
ray.
one medium.
It's many different mediums together. That's the gradient part.
Is it if it's
Air
Snell law?
is one medium,
It is.
and it has nothing.
If it was the
doesn't
same
have.
uniform density, then you would see the curve.
Listen,
Okay. Isn't that
you
an
can have
example of?
low density and high pressure. Yeah.
What?
You can have you can have low density but high pressure because you have high temperature.
Okay.
Yeah, and that will cause a higher refraction index.
Yeah.
But you do not have
It's not uniform.
a higher density. The density
The whole
is
point is that
low.
it's not uniform. So it's not one medium. So it does
Can I
apply
ask you a
here.
question? Is it example of the pencil in the glass? Example of the Snell's law. And then you see the pencil like in front, through the water, a little bit in the front, and that other part, the top of the pencil, you see like a behind. Is that the Snell's law?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why is that not happening with the Blackstone example? Why we don't have the oil rig? The top it's there, and then we in the water on somewhere on 3 miles we see the bottom of the oil rig. You know, projecting
But
in
when
the
you get
water.
in water,
Yeah, because we need to put some kind of I don't know. In this case, we have oil rigs, some kind of big pencil on the horizon, and then we will see that. But we have oil rigs, we don't need pencil. That means oil rig should to be the top where it is, because there is a distance. But because of Snell's law, we will see watching because of refraction of the light and the water. We will see like on 3 miles that bottom of the like we have an example of the pencil. But that is not happening there.
I don't see how water is applied here.
I want you to compare that two examples, like a pencil watching through the glass. You can see the pencil through the glass and water. It's on the front, but the real pencil is there. It's not. That's only a fact. We cannot see that effect on Black Swan example of Snell's law.
Yeah.
All right, I don't know about that specific example.
That means that is not Snell's law. The Blackstone example does not show Snell's law. The Blackstone example showing the Blackstone example showing you the ocean behind the oil rigs and refracted oil rig on the top. That means oil rig is refracted, not the water.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the water. I didn't even say anything about the water.
Yeah, but water is that what is giving the physicality of the sphere, not oil rig.
The only reason you can see the horizon behind the oil rigs.
The oil rig is only markets to the distance. That means that it's distance, you know. And then you have a water and didn't change. It's still you have flat surface 10 miles.
Yeah.
And you have refracted top of the oil rigs. That means refracted object didn't change the surface behind the oil rigs. That means water. Water is still there and it's still flat. And we can say maybe it's 12, 13 miles, doesn't matter because you don't have a distance to the horizon, doesn't exist because it's apparent place. But the water, physical water is behind.
Yeah, that's completely fine. That's completely fine.
It's not completely fine because on the heliocentric model, that water should start to curve on 1.22 miles.
I just said I've been saying it's because of atmospheric pressure or refraction.
Yeah, but I'm just saying that atmospheric refraction does not change the physicality of the water.
It changes the appearance of the water. You're able to see more because of atmospheric refraction. That's how it works.
No, you see what you see. You see that water. You don't see the light or whatever.
That's not true. Listen.
Do you want me to give you a diagram? Because I actually have a good picture for
A
you.
high refraction index will limit the distance to how far you can see. So will reduce your visibility. And a low refraction index, a index close to 1, will actually allow you to see further. Because
Sounds pretty uniform to me.
yeah, the value of 1 it means a perfect transparent.
I want to address the point where he said it's not uniform. The rhetoric claims that it needs to be uniform, a uniform constant rate of change.
Oh, for the media or whatever.
It has
Yeah.
to be.
Okay.
You have to, and it's assumed. It's not predicted.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess
not,
it's I guess it's not.
and
I
it's
can't
not
use that term.
measured. Wait, one sec. It's not predicted. It's not measured. It's just assumed, and then ad hoc calculated into the observations after the fact.
You're talking about the media.
I'm talking about observations made and then account for refraction. Accounting for refraction is after the fact, not before. So whatever observation you make, you just need to adjust a sliding bar of refraction sliding bar to account for what you're observing. It's not actually a measurement and it's not a prediction. Post hoc, what you would probably call a hypothesis, but it's not a hypothesis.
Okay. I didn't know that. Makes sense though.
That's why, like, surveyors will like take multiple observations, right? And they cherry pick the one that matches the standard refraction of 7/6R, which isn't even referring to anything like Snell's law or any type of light passing through media. It's just a simple increase of the radius of the Earth. That's all it is.
Which essentially flattens it out a little bit.
Much flash smacking? What happened?
Now, it's all going to lead back to us asking for measurement of the thing that you're claiming is being affected by refraction to begin with.
So like the density of air.
No, the curvature of the Earth. That's the thing you're saying is being affected by refraction. Your visibility of the apparent the so claimed effect of curvature of the Earth, right? Seeing something here, bottom up, obstructed bottom up of a distance, right? The Earth curvature is being then affected by a rate of change in the path of light to a curved atmosphere and density gradients and blah blah blah, right? So how about justifying the thing that you're saying is being affected by refraction to begin with, instead of getting lost in the weeds of whether or not light is, allowing us to not see the effects of curvature.
Yeah, I was kind of like focusing on these pictures that people always point to, because that's what it's based on. But I don't know how I'd prove the curvature if that exists,
It's a tough one, right? Because I could say that, because we never see the curvature, right? I could say, well, like there's these invisible green goblins. They actually exist, right? But you don't see them because insert, some excuse. It's real. They're real, right?
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Water, just water, like water, air, moisture in the air, like that affects it. You can't see them because of that, right? You can't see these invisible green gnomes. Like it's the same with the curvature. We can't see it because right. Insert excuse there. It's too big. Refraction. Blah blah blah. And how do you know it's there to begin with?
Most I can do is to come up with stuff that is consistent with the model. But I guess I'd just be an excuse or something that people just make up on the fly, or other people hear, I guess, from other people.
Well, what gave someone what gave someone the idea to want to create a model of a spherical Earth?
I don't know, trying to explain how things work, I guess. Or why things are the way they are.
I think it was just a religious and philosophical disposition. They started with their okay, it's a globe. All right, and they work back from that to explain how everything works on the globe.
Right. Yeah, we pretty much have astronomers and astronomers and astrophysicists on record, pretty much, saying that verbatim, right?
Yeah. George Ellis said he wanted to be open with people about how heliocentrism and modern cosmology is philosophically based. Who was it that said they could only rule out a geocentric model of reality on philosophical grounds? Was it Hawking?
I think that was Ellis, but I think Hawking said something. Was it Hawking said something about coordinate systems of geocentric versus heliocentric idea.
Matthew, does air inherit its own shape?
No, air expands in almost all directions.
Correctamundo. So not atmosphere.
Atmosphere is the correct name.
So the air goes up. Interesting. Technically being pulled down though, right?
Where them glowies at?
I'm just so amused by the idea that a surface, a horror, a surface established 90 degrees from vertical is a slope. I mean,
Yeah, nobody says that. It's not.
yeah, they do. Like, Globers have to think that any surface that they establish 90 perpendicular to vertical is a slope, and that as you walk along it, you're actually walking up or downhill. I mean, it's insane. Like, you literally can't have a flat horizontal surface upon which you don't feel like you're level, like you're standing upright, unless it's at the center point of it. That's just so amusing to me. You can only have
I'm
it.
glad you're amused by it. It's not an accurate representation of what we say, but that's fine.
It is, because you think level is curved. So the only way you could feel like you're upright at all times is to have a perfectly, curving surface. That's where each point along that surface is equidistant to the center of your globe.
Right. Yeah, I would say horizontal is different in different places on the Earth. That's the way I'd put it.
So to establish a horizontal surface, which extends out in all directions from perpendicular to vertical, a point where you've established it, right? Perpendicular to vertical. It's a slope. Surface is a slope. The only place you feel upright on that surface is at the central point from where you established perpendicular to vertical.
Yeah, so if you're at a certain point and you establish a horizontal, that horizontal extends infinitely in all directions, and it's a perfectly flat plane. But if you move 100 miles away, you make a new horizontal. It's going to be it's not going to be parallel to the other horizontal. So we would say that the direction of down and therefore the direction of horizontal changes as you move across the surface.
Guys, what type of dreams are you having?
What?
Yeah, what type of dream you're having?
Dream?
Yeah.
I mean, we got people in here saying they're dreaming about the globe.
By the way,
That's
do you have
insane.
pinky dreams?
No, globe dreams.
Mm. Oh, I love your voice, man. Like, I'm not gay, but I still do shit. You don't do shit.
Well, that was awkward.
Walked into the wrong bar, son.
Yeah.
The Earth is not flat.
What evidence do you give for that claim?
Fact that in the southern hemisphere you have a different set of stars, in the north you have a different set of stars. That should be enough. That should be enough for anyone with a brain.
How do stars tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball?
You can infer that you live on a ball because at the bottom you have a different set of stars, and at the top you have a different set of stars. So
you just assume. You just say, I must be at the top of a ball, therefore I'm at the top of a ball.
A ball doesn't have a top, but you can select a top and a bottom. But look, I think that honestly, if you think that you live on a flat plane,
well, we observed that.
You observed.
Yeah, you know when you go to the beach and you see the horizon.
So, do you realize your vision has a limit, right? Like,
is that why it looks flat?
My brain hurts. Your vision has a limit, you stupid idiot.
Yeah. So is that why we see a flat surface, flat horizon?
It's not flat. I just told you have a limited vision. Okay.
Right. Okay.
So
and that
your
limited
vision, your senses are lying to you, right?
So that limited vision sees a flat surface. Yeah.
Dude, the Earth is way too big for you to even witness any curvature from your naked eye.
Right. So you don't witness
It's
any curvature.
way
so
too
you
big.
Just, okay.
The
So
fact that you
agree
think
you see it as flat.
the fact that you think that you can go to a beach and just witness the curvature is like the dumbest thing I've heard all night. Like,
No.
are you serious?
Remember, I didn't.
Do you know
say
how
that.
big
I
the
said
Earth
you don't
is?
observe. No, remember. Listen.
Do you know
when I said you
anything
go to the
about
beach.
trigonometry?
Listen.
Do you know anything about geometry? Do you know anything?
Relax, man. Stop. Let
can.
Cyclone respond. Let him respond to what you've said so far.
Yeah, I didn't say when you go to the beach you're going to see curvature. I said you're not going to see curvature, and you just agreed. Yeah, you're not seeing any curvature, so you only see flat. Yeah.
Oh my god, you're dumb. Oh fuck, bro. If I put you, if I miniaturized you and I put you on a basketball, you would see a horizon on the basketball. You're not going to see the curvature. It's going to be flat as hell.
So
You're a
do you
tiny
agree?
little thing on a
Do you
huge big
agree?
ass ball. You're not going to
Okay,
see
but
nothing.
you think? Well, that's what you think, but you don't see that. Yeah, you just see flat.
You're a tiny little thing.
Mm-hmm. Right on a flat surface.
He's already spiraling. Holy shit.
Some mental
Tommy
case.
Robinson. What a nutcase.
I mean,
Yeah,
for some people, just
Go ahead, Psych.
I'm just going to point out that for some people, just realizing that they do observe a flat surface is too much. So go on, Heretic.
So all he's saying over and over again is that it looks flat. So where do you get this idea from that it's actually a ball?
Bro, if I miniaturized you and I put you on a basketball, all you would see
That's the question. Let's try
surface.
again. So all you say to us is that, yeah, looks pretty flat. So where do you get this idea that it's a ball?
Enough with the
Because we have
stories.
pictures.
Give demonstration.
We have video
Measurements.
evidence. We have all
Measurements,
kinds
please.
of evidence.
Measurements, please.
Videos.
We have pictures and video from space.
Yeah,
We do.
Oh my god, my brain.
We do.
So your
you
evidence.
and me.
Okay. But let's just summarize. Let's just summarize. So we see a flat Earth, but we've got pictures of a ball Earth, and you believe the pictures. Yeah.
Listen, if I put you into a basketball and you were a
She's
tiny
a
little thing,
bouncer.
Okay, you've already
Is that
done this.
correct?
We already
Nobody's getting shrunken down to be put onto a basketball. Let's get back to Earth, okay? In
Yeah,
reality.
we already agree it looks flat. That's what you're telling us with your basketball analogy. So where do you get this idea that this apparently flat Earth is actually a ball?
so just because it looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. You fucking morons. You
Okay, and
stupid.
just because it looks flat doesn't mean it's actually a big ball. So where do you get that idea?
Fucking morons. They think, oh, it's flat. That means we live in a flat Earth. It's fucking stupid.
Yeah, but yours is even stupid. It looks flat, therefore it's actually a big ball. That isn't what it looks like. So where are you getting that?
You have a level of incompetence I can't even comprehend. Like you just
Come, bro, that's
Alright,
not an argument.
let's-
Come on. Come, try again.
Just spiraled right out of there.
I just told you there's pictures and images. Okay, what more do you want?
Okay, so
What more
just
do
these
you
pictures and
fucking
images.
want?
How do you know that those pictures and images are real? Tell us that.
Because I'm a former NASA employee and
That's
I
a
know
lie.
it's real.
A lie
off.
is how you know.
Fucking wanker.
Yeah, but that's just him realizing. That's how he copes with realizing that he has no
Yeah.
idea if they're real. So he lies to himself and us in an attempt to protect his own ego.
So if there's a picture of something, it must be a photograph. So if I have a picture of a unicorn, then unicorns must exist.
Did you believe in Bigfoot? There's images and videos.
I have pictures of Godzilla. What more proof do you need?
God logic, speak up.
What?
Your
Pictures.
images. How do you know they're real?
Because they come from a credible source.
Who's that?
But a good point.
No, he
If you
does.
think NASA is lying to you, then you're a fucking idiot.
Are the U.S.
Nice quote.
Are NASA part of the U.S. military, the U.S. government?
That's irrelevant. Okay?
Do you think the U.S. government has told a lie?
Bro, NASA is made up of ordinary people like you and I. They have
No, the
families,
government.
they have a
Do you
job,
think?
they have
Do you think the
responsibilities.
U.S.
They're
government?
just
Do you think the
normal
U.S.
human
government has
beings
ever
like the
lied?
rest of us.
Chill. Just answer me this. Do you think the U.S. government has ever lied?
Just because the US government has lied once doesn't mean everything they do is a lie.
You think?
The
You
US
think they've lied once?
government,
You
the
think
This
they've
guy
US
lied
doesn't
once?
know his
government is
history.
made up. The US
You think?
government is made up of ordinary people like you and I.
What's the one lie
You
you
could
think
be
they've
working at
told?
NASA soon. You have no idea. You could be working at NASA
What's
tomorrow.
the
So,
one
like,
lie
why
that
are
they've
you
told?
sitting here acting like, oh, NASA's bad?
Bro,
Like, it's so
chill,
stupid.
bro. What's the one lie that they've told?
What?
You said they've told one lie, the U.S. government.
Dude, why are you obsessed with conspiracies, man?
He
Why can't you
didn't
just
say that
look at
they
the
told
facts?
one lie.
You said just because they've told one lie.
Right, that's it. It's
Bro,
counterfactual.
if I told you one lie, are you gonna break up the friendship over just one lie? Like, are you fucking dumb?
If you
That's
tell
what-
me, hey, I've got a
Yeah,
picture, I've got a
probably.
unicorn in my garage. Here's a picture of the unicorn, and you're a known liar. I might think, this guy might be lying.
I'm a known liar.
Yeah, and you
Oh,
said if I've lied to you.
okay. Why would they lie about the shape of the earth?
Calm down,
Calm down,
You'll be
Fergie.
okay. You'll be okay.
Why would they lie
Spurgeon.
about it? Go ahead, tell me. Why would they lie? Go ahead.
Cognitive dissonance kicking in hard.
Create people to create people like you, I guess.
Yeah.
Dude, if NASA came out and said
to
the
a
Earth is flat,
cartoon.
I would accept that. I would be like, you know what, the Earth is
Bro,
flat.
I know exactly,
What are you talking
because
about?
exactly because you're mindless. You will believe anything
I'm
they
not
tell you.
mindless. This is a credible
Yeah, you are.
organization.
You just said if they come out
No.
tomorrow and say it's flat, then you'll believe them because you'll believe whatever they tell you.
You're not even a critical thinker. Jeez.
No, because I
2023?
obey. I obey NASA. Okay, I obey
Yes,
NASA,
you
and
obey
I
NASA.
understand.
We know. You obey NASA. You obey the TV. You obey the stories, the religion. We know.
You outsource your thinking to people that you think are credible, but you don't do any thinking. So how would you even come to that conclusion that they're credible in the first place? So mindless, like you said. Yeah.
You should ask
totally
NASA for their.
incredible.
You should ask NASA for their flat Earth model that they design aircraft based upon.
Well, he said he works at NASA. Another
Someone's
lie.
gonna have to take.
So you
Someone's
should
gonna
know
have to
all
take
about
one
the
of them.
non-rotating flat Earth that they use.
No, we don't use that. This is the stupidest shit I've heard all night.
You're wrong.
That's how airplanes fly.
And by the way, there are flat earthers in NASA. You know that, right?
Okay, so which one? The Earth's flat because NASA says so, or it's not because they
No,
say so?
the flat earthers who apply to work at NASA, and they're like, "Look at me, I work at NASA, and I'm a flat."
So, okay, NASA wouldn't lie, so obviously you trust them then when they say that their blue marble photograph, so called, is actually a composite of many photographs wrapped around a ball in Photoshop. Because they wouldn't lie, so you believe them, right?
Look, NASA's a government organization, and the way government organizations work, they need funding.
Okay, so
Now, if
let's.
they're lying,
Since you didn't seem to catch it, NASA tells you that their 2012 blue marble so-called photograph is actually a composite image photoshopped together, wrapped
I
around a
don't
ball.
really care. I don't care. It's just
Okay.
it's
Because you said that they have photographs, right? So that's what those photographs actually are. They're just
yeah.
photoshopped.
You can take data and turn it into a photo. Oh my god! Look at that. That's crazy.
Not photos.
Oh,
Not photo is the point. It's a composite image. It's a
so
Photoshop.
what?
Well, so you said we have photographs, but that's not the case.
Do you know the method they used or not?
Yeah, I just told you what it was.
Okay, can I make a picture from that method? Yes or no?
A picture, yeah.
So then what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking dickhead?
I'm talking about how it's a picture, it's an image, it's a Photoshop, it's not a photograph like you started out saying.
So bloody what? The method is
Well,
consistent, you fucking idiot.
so not consistent. It's not a photograph. Not like somebody snapped a
I'm
photograph.
losing brain cells. Just mute me. I don't
have any brain cells to lose, so don't worry about that.
Just shut up. Fucking
No.
hell, fucking idiot. What a fucking moron.
Yeah, we definitely sound like the idiots here. You got us.
Fucking moron. Look at this.
You might want to listen. You might want to listen back to this. I'm muting you for your own sake, because you're being recorded right now on YouTube. You might want to take a listen back to yourself. You're not the smart guy you think you are.
Oh, you fucking dickhead. Oh, shut up, you fucking idiot.
Okay, let's.
Everyone's laughing.
Mm-hmm.
You're the only one laughing here like an idiot.
Are those the other voices in your head? Everyone? Because I only hear one idiot laughing.
Oh, you fucking dickhead.
Okay, he's broken.
Yeah.
I'm laughing at the spiral. Yeah, the spiral is hilarious.
That's all he had. He proved his globe by ad homing and getting bricked.
How dare you question what an authority has placed upon a TV screen?
Yeah. Prime example of a nutcase brainwashed wanker.
Not really a good look for his religion. Dan and Nick is so stupid he can't figure out why that guy was muted. It's like they all have disabilities. Possibly imagine. I mean, he was just spiraling, hurling insults, failing to engage with anything anybody said. I mean, does that sound good to you as a Glober? I mean, if I were on your side of the fence, I wouldn't want him speaking. I guess you got low standards. We had a guy over here on our side doing the same stuff. I'd mute him for sure. All right, go ahead, AK. Give your defense of the moron who was just speaking, who got muted. I'm just gonna boot you if you chat skink. No time for it. You're all upset that I cut that moron off. I was doing a favor for you. You really want him representing your cause? Oof. Get some better Globers. I see you're still typing. I'm just gonna put a stop to that. Bye-bye. I just find it hilarious that you all cheerlead for that crap. Get some standards, you losers. I swear by it. If we had somebody repping our arguments like that, I'd put them on mute. Why are you all typing? Get on your mic. What I'm on the hook now to explain why things fall down. It's related to buoyancy for one. But why? Why is that my burden to explain?
And not everything goes down. Helium goes up, for example.
Yeah. But I mean, what's it got to do with anything? I owe you an explanation for things falling down? Why? I mean, is this leading to a globe proof of some kind? I drop a pen, therefore the world's a ball, because I have a story about how that can happen on a ball. Kind of weak sauce, sorry.
Sounds like a belief problem, really.
Yeah. Doesn't really matter why that happens, per se. Doesn't tell me anything about the surface of what we're standing on. I mean, unless you can show how it does. But it sounds pretty non sequitur to me. Sorry. Okay, so things go up and they go down. Sounds perpendicular to horizontal. Sounds like you can only have that on a stationary topographical plane. Because it wouldn't be up and down per se on a ball, would it? It would be inward and radial. The very notion of up and down debunks your worldview. Just a bunch of chat skankers in here. I guess the spiraling, spurging Muslim guy, whatever his name was the best that they could come up with. That was the best defense they could mount for the evening so far. Because they're all upset that he got put on mute. Not one of them want to speak up in turn. So I guess they were really counting on that guy to take this argument places for them. Sounds like he was your hope.
Yeah, the what do you call it? The doubt of or what you want to call it, like of what we're presented on a TV screen or an image in a book or whatever, like from an authority such as NASA. It's not based on just the simple fact that they're a government agency or whatever, and they've lied before. No, it's not. That is a good reason to at least have some doubt there, and not just take it on faith blindly. They don't ask those questions, do they? They don't say, well, what makes you think it's not real? They're showing you. They don't ask for the in-depth. That guy didn't want to have this discussion. Wanted to mock and stupid based on his personal incredulity.
Ex-Muslim can't figure out why he was muted. Well, it's going to be a long chain of mutes for you, my friend. Let's see if we can figure it out. Hi, ex-Muslim. Do you want to try again? This time, see if you can.
You dumb fucking dickhead.
Yeah. So that didn't go so well. One more chance.
You fucking moron. Fuck you fucking donkey shit.
Great content. Was that supposed to be like a globe proof or?
Fucking idiot.
Yeah?
You're actually embarrassing yourself. Do you know how many globers we have in here? And this
Well,
is
they
the
want
best
him
you
to
got?
Fucking
He's their
pea-brain
champion. He's their
fucking
champion. They were all angry before when I muted them. AK, Jen, and Nick, they're all going off. Why is he muted? So I mean, they think that there's potential in this. It looks like they think this guy's got a chance of winning the Globe argument for them. Go ahead, champ.
Hey, by the way, you're talking to an astrophysicist, you fucking idiot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yes.
fucking destroy you, you fucking
Yeah.
That
dickhead.
doesn't make it any better for
I'm
you.
gonna fucking destroy you.
Hey, so that's
With
what
your
we have for
pseudo-
astrophysicists, I guess, in 2023.
With your pseudo.
Danny Faulkner, you out there? Do you stand by this?
Fucking moron.
Repping your field? I mean, he claims he does. An astrophysicist. All the Globers in here are cheering him on. Well, some of them are. Yeah, okay, so you went to school, studied astrophysics, and you came
Fuck off,
with moron, fuck off, dickhead. Did you really need to go to school to come out with that? All right.
That is the question of the day. You heard it here first, folks. They just come up with the best globe proofs when we're around, don't they?
Yeah.
I mean, the best they got comes out of the woodwork.
Well, I mean, that last guy, he studied astrophysics, so he knew what he was saying.
I guess once you get past the expletives, I guess you get to some kind of point. That seems sort of pointless to me.
Well, now that there's not a conversation for Matthew to interfere with, I guess you can come off mute.
Thank you. Was I interfering? Didn't mean to.
Sort of, but there wasn't really much to interfere with. That guy was an idiot.
No argument from me.
All right.
I mean, anybody on either side who's going to resort to bad language and calling people idiots isn't arguing in good faith.
Yeah. I wouldn't want him arguing for me, like I said.
Likewise.
I'd beat him up no matter who he was arguing for or what.
Maybe he's having a bad day. His telescope broke or something.
Anyway, who would come? Who would come onto a flat Earth server as a physicist and think that matters on the flat Earth server.
Hello?
So you spin, when you spin
Hello?
pizza dough, it kind of flattens out. It's wider in the middle, and so Earth, throughout its life, and when it formed, spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator. Does it? So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid.
Is that guy drunk?
Call it. But not only that,
Yeah, he is. You can tell.
Slightly wider below the equator than above.
It sounds like Neil deGrasse Tyson drunk.
A little chubbier.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's him.
Chubby's a good word. It's like pear.
Pear shaped.
Pear shaped.
He says things slow so the slow folk will understand.
Yep.
Funny stuff.
Waiting for one of the slow folks to get on right now who keeps calling me a bot.
Little chubbier.
Man, they all should be sent to mental asylum or something. What the hell are they talking about?
Little chubbier around the lower. What did they even say? It didn't even correlate with itself. A little chubbier down lower. Is that what he said? Or further south? Chubbier below the equator. That's his exact words.
Yeah. Kind of like pear shaped.
Yeah. Pear shaped. Yeah. Everything's descending. Yeah. Like pear shaped.
Say that if you end sentences with a downward inflection rather than upward inflection, you'll be taken more seriously.
Really? Is that what they say?
Yes. Yeah, like when they coach people for public speaking, they say that upward inflection gives an image of like less confident.
Oh, like a younger crowd or something. Like not quite mature.
Right? Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know what the psychology is behind it, but yeah, that's what saw a so-called public speaking expert, coaches.
Aren't a lot of the Australian inflection is an upward one like that, isn't it? Isn't it not really?
Listen here, mate. You want to go? Let's go.
Let's go. I'll see you down by Sure, why not?
Be mate.
I know, even in something just like mundane. I'll be right back. See you later. Hello, mate. They'd be like, "What? What does that person? What did that person say?" Those inflections, though, probably are across the board. I would say they must be. In every language, there's probably just a different the way people speak in general. Different different. I don't know. Everybody's kind of got their own style. I guess you would have to call it a style, their own communication style. I guess that doesn't necessarily mean there's that much thought that went into it. But nonetheless, I guess it could be called a style.
Yeah, like Asians, like wow, you know, they're funny. They got funny like inflections, don't they? Asian languages.
Uh-huh. Ding chong. Ding chong.
Can you tell us if it's round or if it's flat?
It's flat. The world is
It's flat.
Flat. The earth is flat.
Not round. Not round.
The world
Not
is flat.
round.
The earth is round or flat. No. Take this. The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
The world is flat.
The world is what?
The world
Not round.
Mm-hmm.
Earth is flat. The earth is flat.
The earth is flat.
The earth is still flat. The earth is flat. The earth is flat. The world is flat.
The earth is flat.
How do we know? How do we know the Earth is not flat?
We don't. It's flat. The Earth is flat.
The earth is
And that's
flat.
an
Space is fake. The world is fake. You understand what I'm saying?
the earth is flat, and that's a natural fact.
Yeah.
I was just trying to get one of these numbskull that were in earlier to like tell us what the correlation between standing on the ground and looking up at the sky are. And I not once have I gotten a straight answer from that question. If they could just walk us through it, so it made some sort of logical sequence that someone could follow. No one could tell me that. No one could make a logical sequence of it because it is exactly like I've said before many, many times about going to the hardware store and asking them to measure your ceiling lamps so you can put the flooring in. It's exactly the correct analogy. Well, we have to do it again. Oh, yes, you bet your bottom dollar. Whatever our bottom dollar is, you'll be sure to be spending that, baby.
Oh, what? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry for racism and white supremacy.
Damn, that's sad.
Hey guys, I listened to that last vlog guy, and I'm convinced, man, it's a ball. Sorry.
Yeah.
Did you clean out your flat earth? Did you clean out all your flat earth drawers in your desk?
Sorry, guys, it's just a ball, man. He was so convincing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I don't need any more convincing. I'm good.
So, if you're saying that in order for it to be ball, you would need some kind of convincing? No. Who would say that?
Oh, it's obvious. You just go outside and yeah.
Just go right along with it. I mean, don't question anything. No need to. They got it all figured out. They're much smarter than you and I, right?
But Sonny, how can you argue with such a well-articulated and very strong point argument backed up by facts and observations? I mean, he was
I
so
know.
strong. I'm sorry.
Like the guy that was on there a little while ago. Motherfucker. Yeah, fuck you. Yeah, is that the kind of articulation you're talking about, Dave?
The demons defend the
guy
globe.
that gets on there thinking idiot and a moron. That guy, yeah. That was his whole argument ad homs. It's very convincing.
Yeah, pretty amazing.
Be a ball.
Some missing curvature. Where? I'd like to report some missing curvature, please. There should be a department.
Maybe we should put little flyers and posters up everywhere. Missing curvature. Call this number if you find it.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
I like the meme that on the milk carton that says found report to call NASA, report to NASA. Reward credibility.
Really. No doubt. What if you found out years later that all those missing kids supposedly that were printed on those milk cartons were all CGI images that they just recycled over and over and over again, just like NASA's pictures? Exactly like that.
Just a marketing ploy to make you buy milk, right?
Or something, yeah. Let's see who the next missing kid next week is, or what? That's really pretty weird.
Appeal to emotion.
Yeah, that's just wild, though.
Go to the moon in a nanosecond. The problem is we don't have the technology to do that anymore. We
Why
used
not?
to, but we destroyed that technology, and
Why?
it's a painful process to build it back again. But going
Why?
to Mars should be one of the next series of steps that humans do. The first step should be going back to the moon for a number of technical reasons and exploration reasons. And then after that, Mars, maybe high orbit in Venus atmosphere, maybe going to Europa. There's all kinds of targets to go to, places of interest in our solar system. The only limit to human future is in our own imaginations.
Oh my God. He said it right there.
Oh yeah.
That kind of makes sense. And the first thing I do with the greatest achievement in mankind's history is destroy the technology. That's the first thing I would do.
Yeah, isn't that really weird? Like they just go right by that statement too, just nonchalantly, like no. Like the audience was aghast. But no, there was none of that with this one. No, we just destroyed it. And it's a painful process. So everybody goes, what now? Oh, okay. Let's go along with that then, right? Right, Mabel? Wow.
Funny thing is that they destroyed the technology. Was it 66? Was that when Apollo 1 exploded and killed the 3 astronauts?
Yeah, I think it was like 65, 66, 67, something like that. Or didn't it start in
And that had,
68? Something like that.
well, that had taken them like I think a decade or so to build that technology to that point. And they'd pretty much blown their budget by then. But 3 years later, they were on the moon. That painful
to be fair,
process
that sounds like
took. Sorry, go on.
that sounds like dangerous technology. Better destroy it.
Yeah.
Really weird.
So if it's a painful process to build it back again, well, it only took them 3 years after the first failure. But how many decades has it been
Imagine
now?
if sometime in the 70s, though, a NASA intern comes into the office one Sunday or Monday morning and says, "Yeah, I need you to get all the technology over there and destroy that for us today. Thanks." Okay.
Yeah. like somebody's job it is to destroy current technology? Is that how it works? Like, I didn't know that. They never taught me that in school. Shut up, kid. What you learn in school is none of your business.
You think Don Pettit knows he's full of shit? Or he believes it?
Be like the guy from Office Space. Yeah, I'm
Oh
going
my
to need
God.
you to destroy that technology. That'd be great. Yeah.
Well, think about it. They're saying that they were talking about a hand operated mechanism that goes to outside of the pressure chamber with O-rings. Really great technology. And he didn't know the procedure. Being the captain of the so-called ship, didn't know the procedure. There must be some procedure somewhere, but he didn't know. That would be like, so in other words, they've never had a problem ever. Like the only mistake you could say they ever made was Apollo 13, because Apollo 1 was on the ground. They weren't even off the ground at that point. So whatever they did, shoot those Saturn
They made
V's up.
mistakes.
Yeah. I think what is that one where they go to supposedly go to Mars, fake the Mars mission? What was that called? Something 1, Capricorn 1.
Yeah, Capricorn 1, yeah.
I think that says it all. Oh my God! And you know what? Wait a minute. I got to go look into that again. There was this new series. I just saw first couple, and it's called Doctor Sleep. But it starts out at the mansion in the freaking
Yeah, it's the prequel to The Shining.
to The Shining. It's the prequel. Is that right? I didn't know
Yes, it
that.
is. I've read it already. It's pretty interesting.
Holy crap! Because the series is really weird about them gathering up all these souls and stuff, and they go find these people.
Yeah, it goes way into more depth about the character that's in The Shining. Yeah.
Oh, interesting.
I don't want to ruin it for you.
Yeah, so maybe I'll watch some more of that, even though it's a little creepy. But now that I know the kind of
You
the
didn't,
plot,
did you start reading it yet? You didn't notice that the
no,
name of the
I
kid?
didn't read it. I was only watching
Oh,
the series. There's a series.
Oh, I didn't know there was a series.
Yeah,
I'll
called
just check
Doctor
that out.
Sleep. Doctor Sleep. What is the prequel called? Is that what it's called?
Yeah, the book's the same name. Yeah.
Doctor Sleep. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I thought that was kind of weird. So I go, well, because I didn't really get the whole grasp on what room 237 and all that meant. I didn't quite get all of that. I suppose there's a lot of
Well, reading the prequel won't help you with that, though. Probably not.
no. You have to watch a breakdown of the movie and the film, and they tell about how it fits in. But I don't know
Well, I mean, they say that. I mean, we don't know, right?
exactly. But the kid does have Apollo 11 on his freaking sweater, and so do you know what room 237 means?
Yes, it's a reference to that movie about where they take you into this room and they show you the most scariest thing in your mind, you know, like, and they torture you with it until you give in. Forget the name of the damn movie. But it's a reference to that.
Not in The Shining, another movie?
Yeah, it's a reference to another movie.
Interesting.
You know, that big one about the guy and the lady who are in the future, and you know, they try to, like, you know, fall in love, and they find a little place to hide, and then they get caught, and they end up going to, you know, they get in trouble and all that. You remember the movie I'm talking about? I can't remember the damn name of it, but
Room
1984. 1984. It's 1984. Yeah, that's.
Oh, 1984?
Yes, it's a hint to that because in the room in the movie in 1984, the room that they take the guy into to torture him is room 237. Yeah, I believe that's what it is. I could be wrong about it, but that's what I think. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I was really blown away when they explained how they did that scene where the blood comes to the elevator. I thought that was really interesting that they actually did that scene like with real liquid. I thought that was interesting. So I was gonna watch that thing about with Ken Hovind, but then I realized that he believes there's the ball. I have a question. How would you test, like, if you were going to do a test to find out if the moon was actually pulling on the water in the ocean? How would you test something like that? Like, does anybody have any idea, like, what would be a good way to do that? Or does anybody have any ideas about on what I would have to, keep in mind if I was
Yes,
going to do an experiment like that?
yes. Remove the moon.
Well, obviously I can't do that, but I mean, there's got to be another way to like find out if it's actually doing any, if it's affecting water here on Earth. There's got to be a way, right?
It seems to just mainly affect salt water. So I guess okay, so it's a correlation at best, right? Because you can't manipulate your independent variable, being the moon, right? So you could fill, you know how you can like fill a cup to the point where it's like there is that meniscus curve on top, right? So it's not quite spilling over; it's just sitting there. You could do that with some salt water. Wait for the full moon, and then it should cause it to spill over. You'd have to eliminate other variables such as wind, movement.
I'm looking for the silicone. No, I didn't.
It'd be a correlation at best.
I mean, I believe that a magnet does affect seawater, correct? Certain kinds of electromagnetic fields can affect water. So it makes me wonder if it's not some kind of an electromagnetic field thing and not really anything to do with the moon at all, but that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I've seen those videos. Yeah.
Well, if the moon rotated around the Earth or rotated around in the sky twice a day, then I could understand, then I could probably be more likely to want to agree with that argument that, there's a tide, and since there's two a day and the moon rotates twice around, then that would make sense. But considering the moon only rotates around the Earth once a day or just under or over a day, whatever it is, it doesn't really like match up with why we'd have two tides that go all the way in and go all the way back out again. You know what I'm saying? It's like there's just a lot of things that don't really fit together about it that already give me like, caution. You know what I'm saying?
Well, according to astrophysicists such as Neil deGrasse Tyson and others, everything we were taught about tides is wrong apparently. So there's a bulge, equatorial bulge of ocean due to rotation and the gravitational tug from the sun and the moon as
But if that
well.
were true, wouldn't we notice that when we were looking across the horizon? Wouldn't that change the horizon during the time when the moon was in the wrong place? Like, you would think so, right? If it's
you'd
actually
think
what's
so.
flowing on the water, right? Yeah, but that doesn't seem to be true, right? That's what I mean. It's like it's almost like I wouldn't waste my time doing the experiment because it's really kind of pointless when you think about it. There's so many things that already don't agree with it that it kind of makes me think, well, maybe I should, you know what I mean, not even waste my time.
Yeah. Yeah, so according to them, so there's this bulge of ocean, right? Equatorial bulge of ocean. And as the Earth turns, the land turns through the bulge and out of it. Like, so on its axis, right? So there's this land that's passing through the bulge and then out of the bulge, causing tides.
Wow. Right. It would make more sense if the sun was causing it because of its electromagnetic field and the moon was just reflecting some of the sun's, or whatever. I mean, maybe that's possible. I don't know. I just always wondered, like, if there's even any, like, does it even line up with where the moon's at or anything? Because I'm pretty sure it doesn't, but the little bit that I did look into it, I know that the tides are different everywhere in the world. Like, there's places that are within a few miles of each other that have, like, 2 inches different tide, and I'm like, what? How would that work? If the moon was causing it, then why would there be different tides in different places? That doesn't make a lot of sense, does it? No, not really. I don't know. It just seems like, you know what I mean? All it does is give me more reason to just doubt it and just think, you know what, why waste my time trying to prove it when, when obviously it's not true. Because it would reveal itself as that way. It would reveal itself as true if it was, What kind of sucks about it is that we really can't. It makes it difficult for the people who want to find out the answer to that question to do it because, the only ones that would actually probably do those types of scientist things would be the scientists. But since they're getting paid and they're obviously, working for the other side, then we probably never see it, right? Unless we all start doing our own science and spending our own money on it. Which isn't, I'm not above that, but I'm just saying, like, it seems kind of like sketchy that we can't, like, I don't know, man. I just think there's something sketchy about the whole, education system altogether. I always have. Always disliked it. And now I know I was right all along. It's pretty sad. How did I know? How did I know? I really don't know how I knew. Anyway. Yes,